Hello, my dear friend. With you, Rich Manga Recap. I am very passionate about manga and made this review for you. I am sure you will be satisfied. If you have already watched the first or second part, use the time codes under the video. Don't waste time. Let's go. A hot high school girl looked out of the window and turned to her classmate. Janmin, what are you doing there? That is so suspicious. Her friend named Yang Ming was very surprised to see her. He pretended to look for the toilet. Yang Ming was a tall guy with blue eyes and slightly disheveled hair who was 18 years old. There were only 3 months left before the state exam for higher education. Pretending that he didn't notice her, Yang Min continued to walk away from the training facility farther away. Yang Min, there are only 3 months left before the exam. How are you going to go to university? Asked his classmate. Thinking about it, Yang Ming realized that even pigs can go to university. Then why would he do that? He just isn't that kind of guy and no need to worry about him anymore. He asked his friend named Chen Mengyan not to waste time. Yang's agitated shadow looked out the window and asked me to mind not to give up, even though she saw him run away from school again. Suddenly, a tall, stout guy came up from behind. It was the class headman and says, Mengyang, you are too naive. The headmaster continued talking. You know what kind of person Yang Ming is. If he wanted to learn, he would have taken his head off long ago. He is just different from us. You should stop caring about such a student. The agitated Mian understood what she was feeling. She was sure that Yang Ming was not that kind of person at all. There was an uneasy feeling inside. A moment more and Jana Min climbed over the fence, the school guard looking for him everywhere. The behavior of such a slacker affects the rest of the student body. How hard it is to be a school security guard. Yang Ming meanwhile hid under a branch of a bush and hid from the eyes of the curious guards. He fooled them again and cleverly made his way outside. Walking outside, he felt completely free. Maybe I should go play billiards first, thought Jan Min. On the way to the billiards, Yang Ming thought about the fact that actually, it's not that he doesn't want to study. He remembered his classmate, a cute girl named Su Mi. Back in middle school, he had been the top student in his class. It was his first love. They were trying to solve a math problem together. A young creature, a girl with eyes sparkling like diamonds. But something went wrong. They were told to go to the teacher's office immediately. The teacher already had Yang Ming's father and his girlfriends. The furious Yang Ming's father scolded at him and asked what he had done this time, little bastard. Everything was ruined by my class teacher. He sicked my parents on me, for which the father hit his son painfully right in front of the teacher. Dad, I didn't do anything. Why the fuck did you hit me? You're still lying. The teacher already told me everything. My father continued to rage. The girl's father held her close to him and explained that if you want to find a boyfriend, you should not socialize with people like him. Look at his family. They are poor. The girl listened to all of this while crying, and the teacher was the only one who was excited. Suya's family is rich. Suya is like a princess. How can she be friends with someone like Yang Min? Probably because Suya is still very young, she was tricked by Yang Min. All because the girl's father bribed the teacher to keep an eye on her, reporting on any events. While lighting a cigarette, Yang Min recalled that incident. After that incident, I changed schools, and the teacher lost his advantage and took his anger out on him. In this way, he was discouraged from studying, but the most unpleasant thing happened afterward at dinner. His father wished him luck on his state exam. Walking instead of school, he thought maybe he should come back for at least one last class. A video of an old man trying to sell his junk and being accosted by suspicious individuals demanding that he pay for permission to sell here. When he heard them harassing the old man, he could not pass by and decided to help him. Gopniks jumped on the old man and extorted payment from him for the opportunity to sell their junk at this place. The indignant old man couldn't understand what the matter was. I haven't done anything against you, so why are you trying to make my life difficult? You think you can get away from us with a few words, shouted at him one of the reps. I gave you a chance, but you wanted it yourself. He snatched the dunnage off his goods and scattered it in different directions. Young people are very rude these days, the old man thought. I'll give you one more chance if you bow down and beg for mercy. Then maybe I'll let you go this time. Otherwise, you won't be able to trade in this neighborhood anymore, said the racketeer. Watching all of this, Yang Ming decided to stand up for the old man and help him get rid of these scumbags. What the hell are you doing here? He said to one of the hooligans. One of the hooligans recognized him and called him by his name, Yang Ge, in which case GE translates as older brother, or as a respectful suffix. Since you know who I am, then get out of my sight, said Yang Min. Haha, did you think that we still respect you by calling you Yang GE? Your time is up, now I'm the boss here, said one bully. Didn't you hear what Liang Ge said? Or are you deaf? You haven't been the boss for a few years now. The racketeers kept talking. Only I didn't finish listening to them. He grabbed his throat and took in air. You're right. I'm not the boss anymore, but I can still kick your ass, said Yang Min. "Enough, forgive me and let me go," began to whimper the frightened racketeer. Meanwhile, his partner grabbed a brick and decided to strike, taking advantage of this moment. The second racketeer came up behind him and hit him with a brick. This was not expected in any way, but the brick broke right against Yang Ming's body. He looked at him with a heated glare. "You dared to attack me from behind and hit me from the back." Instantly, Yang Ming scattered those bullies, one landing a kick to the chest. The other one got a juicy punch right in the jaw that sent them scattering. After adjusting his jacket and tucking in his shirt, John Min turned to the old man. "Old man, you shouldn't peddle near schools. Bandits usually hang out near them. Better try the food market." The old man's eyes gleamed. "Are you really a disciple of the Shaolin Temple? How else would you learn the golden armor technique?" the old man inquired. "Old man, you have obviously counted a lot of novels, or reviewed a lot of comic books," said Yang Ming. "If you don't have strong qi, how are you still intact after being hit by a brick?" the old man wondered. Yang Ming took out a case from his pocket that contained his glasses. After being hit by the brick, they had broken completely. "My father worked hard to buy those glasses." With great regret, he saw Yang Min. "I have a present for you," said the old man, and handed him a mysterious box. "You're paying me for the broken glasses?" Yang Min asked. "Don't worry, the old man has ready-made glasses. They use the most advanced technology in the world. I originally wanted to give them to a good person, and I'm sure that you, young man, a very kind person since childhood. So I give them to you. I think I'll take these glasses that you're praising as if they're an advertisement for a miracle cure." Yang Ming took the box and scrutinized it carefully. He opened it and saw a neat case with contact lenses and a note. After Yang Ming shifted his gaze from the box, the old man was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had vaporized. Seeing him quickly disappear, Yang Ming thought that maybe he was a legendary master from another world. He had already spent quite a bit of time outside and decided it was time to go back to school. Maybe he could still make it to his last lessons. Meanwhile, school was in full swing with classes, graphs, drawings, and other arithmetic calculations that clearly no one would use in real life. Trying to understand everything the tedious teacher was explaining, Yang Ming couldn't stand it and tore the notebook to pieces. He leaned his head over his desk and thought about the fact that he was sitting in class, and he didn't understand anything, and it looked like he could give up on his classes. One small action pulled him out of his deep thoughts. A small piece of paper flew into his collar. It was a small note rolled up very tightly. He unfolded the note and read, "You're finally back to studying, so why don't you do it right? There's not much time left before the end of third year." This note was from his classmate, who sat next to him and gazed at him with great gusto. "Thank you for believing in me," he thanked his classmate. "There are 100 days left before the exam, so I have 5 days to study the book. I have 5 days. True, I missed a lot. It is better to start with math for 9th grade. For my father's sake, and for the sake of that pretty girl, I can't give up," he decided with firm conviction. The bell rang in the classroom, and the teacher demanded that we put away all our textbooks and announced that we would have a test paper. The young, red-haired math teacher said there would be another test paper, and you have 40 minutes to write it. The students became indignant because they did not even have time to prepare. Apparently, the teacher needed it. She wished them good luck. One of the classmates offered to rely on him to help him cheat, so they did it many times. Yang Ming thought about the fact that he still didn't understand. He'd have to copy off his classmate. But how would he do that if those bastards broke his glasses? And then he remembered the lenses that the old man had given him. Jan Min pulled out a box and carefully removed the contact lenses. "I'll just put them on," he thought. "There's nothing to lose." Grasping the contact lens with his fingertip, he gently placed it against his eye. When he put on his contact lenses, he had to blink a little to get them to fit. The student from the first desk showed him the answers to the tests, and he had only to copy them off. But he didn't know if he could see the fine handwriting in those contact lenses. He struggled to see the small handwriting with the correct answers. "What good are these contact lenses if they don't work?" Yang Min resented. He was very annoyed as he couldn't write off the correct answers. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation in his eyes. There was clearly something wrong with the contact lenses. A moment more, and the symbols and answers that were written on the sheet of the first desk began to appear before his eyes. It was as if he was looking through virtual reality goggles. He saw everything that was happening around him, and at the same time he could clearly see the text written on the sheet in great detail. It's hard to make sense of this situation. What was happening to his eyes? His eyes would start to ripple and the image would disappear. Strange things, for a moment the image was gone and there was no use for those contact lenses. He decided to focus and try again. He needed the image to be restored. This time he succeeded and saw the correct answers again. Poking the contact lens out of one eye, he realized the headache was related to them. At this point, his teacher called out to him to stay focused and concentrate on the test paper. She came up to him so abruptly and made a remark that Yang Min was very frightened. "I'm sorry. Don't be so frightened. I just got these contact lenses. I was very uncomfortable in them. "Hurry up and put them on. It's been 20 minutes and you haven't written anything," said the teacher. "If you want, I can help you put on your contact lenses," she offered. "Oh, that would be very nice." She leaned over to him and with her finger gently corrected the contact lens, first one then the other. All this time, her big breasts were coming closer to Young Ming's face. He couldn't take his gaze away from her breasts. "Why are you frozen? Your lenses are in place. Hurry." "Write a test paper," said the teacher indignantly. He was so engrossed in exploring her cleavage that she even gave him a shalbin to bring him to his senses. "Thank you very much, teacher," thanked her Yang Ming, trying to hide his embarrassment behind a slight smile. And then he realized that if he took off the contact lenses, he could see normally again. At that moment, he realized that these contact lenses were a real treasure. The end of class bell rang. The students began to scurry around the classrooms. Young Min went to the window and tried to see objects that were very far away. In the distance, he noticed a fence that he had seen many times before, but now one small detail caught his eye that he hadn't been able to notice before. It was a small hole that he could now see perfectly, and it's all thanks to his unusual contact lenses. That's different, he thought, because this way he could use them during the exam. But there are some complications about who he can cheat from in the exam. After all, even if he saw the answers, how would he be able to tell if the answers were right or wrong? And then he saw a note from Meng Yan. Then he realized that he was very lucky, because he had dreamed about her last night, just like lines from his favorite poem. "Late at night I go to bed, listen to the wind-borne rain, and by the dreams I see Mengyang in a bikini on the beach. But unfortunately it was all in a dream and it was all blurry, and he wants to see the real Mengyang, even without clothes." At this moment, he was distracted by a gentle female voice. "Yang Ming, the teacher wants to see you in the teacher's lounge after class." Turning at that voice, he saw Mengyan's girlfriend with one small peculiarity. He had only seen her in her underwear. He opened his mouth at what he saw. She was standing in front of him in delicate pink lingerie and long white stockings. "Chen Mengyan, why are you in such a way?" he inquired. "But what is wrong?" Mengyan asked in surprise. Trying to cover her eyes with her hands, Yang Ming wondered why she wasn't wearing anything. Trying to understand what was going on, Mengyan interjected. What exactly was she not wearing? "Are you sick? Can't you see my outerwear?" Mengyan asked indignantly. Continuing to look at her delicate lingerie, he said he could really see her black and pink set. He couldn't stand it, so he slapped him. "What's wrong with your eyes, shameless?" Rubbing his cheek from the blow, he couldn't figure out why he was the shameless one. She was the one wearing nothing but her underwear. Whoa, something wrong. This is all a bit suspicious. He thought for a moment. Mengyan couldn't have come to class in her underwear. Could it be because of the contact lenses? He tried and closed his eyes. We'd have to check again. What was his surprise when he opened his eyes and saw her standing in front of him, fully clothed. He only turned away and fluffed up his long hair. "I'm sorry. Apparently I didn't fully wake up. That's what I thought." Young Ming tried to quickly rectify the situation. She adjusted her short skirt a little, she thought. But how did he know what color my underwear was? Are his dreams so true? Walking down the school hallway, he was trying to figure out if it was all thanks to the new contact lenses he could see through his clothes. Right before Mengyan called out to him, he was thinking about seeing her naked. And I guess I can control that with the power of thought. We should try to check it all out again. We can't let something this good go to waste. Being in the middle of the school corridor, Yang Ming was completely surrounded by girls. But he decided that he wouldn't look at them. He decided that for the sake of seeing obscenity, he would go to the end. If he wanted to see a girl naked, he himself should make her undress. That's what a real man should do. Walking a little outside the school, he found his target. A stout guy was standing on the porch looking at something on his phone. It was a weird, tough guy because he was holding the phone with one hand and kept rubbing his dumbbell with the other. Yang Min concentrated and decided to see what he had under his clothes. Like X-rays, it began to shine through his windbreaker. Under the windbreaker, he saw a shirt. It wasn't enough. He continued to explore further. Focusing his gaze on his pants, he decided to see what kind of underwear he was wearing. Goddamn, that's disgusting. That jock had pink panties with white speckles and a yellow bow. "Hey, watch where you're going, asshole. You've had enough of life," the jock said to him in a menacing voice. "You told me that," Yang Min asked. When the jock recognized him, he apologized. He didn't notice him at first. I'm sorry. I hope you forget about this incident," the jock said, embarrassed. "Brother, I just want to tell you that guys shouldn't wear such flashy underwear. Be discreet." "I can't believe my eyes. How does he know what kind of underwear I'm wearing? Does he have X-ray vision?" Back in the school corridors, John Min wondered what the teacher wanted from him. For a moment, he fell into his reverie. Maybe she wanted me. Maybe it would be a date. After all, the teacher has a more mature body than Mengyan. Maybe I should take a closer look at her and study what kind of underwear she's wearing. These thoughts were giving him no peace. He decided to take them no further and stop thinking about it. feeling completely confident, and he decided to enter the teacher's office. The young teacher just turned on her favorite solitaire game on the computer. "Young Min, you couldn't knock on the door before entering," she shouted at him, trying to cover the computer monitor with her breasts. At this moment, Yang Minus remembered the old Chinese saying, "Who does not do bad things, he is not afraid of so much at the door." "Teacher Zhao, are you hiding something?" Yang Ming asked. "You don't think I have anything to hide?" The teacher tried to justify herself. "It's just that you wouldn't be afraid if you didn't have anything to hide." What a strange student. Thank God there are no other teachers here, or I would be embarrassed in front of them, the teacher thought. "Let's cut to the chase. Why did you want to see me, Teacher Zhao?" Yang Ming asked. Damn it, that was my line. How dare he steal it? The young teacher was indignant. "You don't have anything to say to me?" the teacher asked indignantly. Surprised by such a question, Yang Ming even interjected what exactly he was supposed to say. "Oh yes, thank you so much for your help with the lenses, Teacher Zhao. They're much more comfortable now. I was going to come over and thank you for that, but I thought you were busy working, so I decided not to bother you." The teacher looked at him with a smirk and held out the answer sheet. "Right. If you didn't have those lenses, how would you be able to cheat on a test paper?" He didn't expect to hear that. "What? What cheating? I don't understand. What are you talking about, Teacher Zhao?" The teacher showed the two answer sheets. "You mean it's just a coincidence?" she inquired. "The same mistakes on both tests. They're exactly the same." And then he remembered that he had forgotten to change some of the answers when he cheated. Looking at her gorgeous cleavage, he was immediately distracted and couldn't think about the test paper. Trying to justify himself a little, Yang Ming said that the world is huge, and it might just be a rare coincidence. "Yang Min, look at you," the teacher continued to scold him. "Skipping classes, getting into fights, cheating on tests. Therefore I made a bold decision," Teacher Zhao pronounced. "From today onwards, you will come to the teacher's room after class. I will do the lessons with you," Teacher Zhao said. Those words rang like thunder in his head. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his surprised face. Yang Ming was clearly not prepared for this. To say it was a tragedy was like saying nothing. These were thoughts he had yet to process in his head. The news really gave him a headache. But it didn't take long for it to hurt because someone called his name. He was a tall guy, neatly dressed with a blue tie. He went up to him and said they needed to talk privately. "Could it be Wang Jitao? This guy is famous for protecting the school's first beauty." As soon as they started talking, Minyan intervened. "You two. You're the two of you. Is it because of me that you're having this conversation?" "Mingyan, this is a man-to-man conversation. You don't need to interfere," Wang Jitao said. "Keep your emotions in check." He tried to talk me out of getting involved in the conversation. But he was seething inside, and he clenched his fists so tightly that they turned white. After a moment, he decided to say it to Yang Ming's face. Putting out his index finger, he sort of told off Yang Ming. "I retreat this time because of Meng Yan. But let me warn you, be careful next time, and watch your tongue. You shouldn't talk carelessly to the Manyang," Wang Jitao uttered. Yang Ming did not listen to all this and beat his hand away. "Do not yell at me and mind your own business," Yang Ming said calmly and confidently. "Damn it. I wanted to stand up for the yin-yang and ended up looking like a complete idiot," Wang Jitao thought. Sensing his loss, he was about to leave, and carelessly over his shoulder decided to express everything he thought about Yang Ming. "Look at you. You should know your place and keep away from Meng Yan," Wang Jitao uttered. Hearing this, Yang Ming sent him far away. The enraged Wang Jitao could only grit his teeth and mumble something inaudible in his defense. Walking away from him, Yang Min thought that that classmate was a total dumbass. Feeling guilty, Meng Yan turned to Yang Min. "Are you really going to skip school again, since self-study is about to start soon?" "Meng Yan, our class is full of other students. Why can't you just get behind me and turn your attention to someone else?" Yang Ming inquired. Meng Yan did think why she shouldn't switch her attention to another student, but there was a catch. "I'm the head of the class, and you're the one who constantly skips class, so I have to change your behavior," Meng Yan said. "Is that all, then, if I have problems with my studies? Can I ask you for help?" Yang Ming asked. "Of course you can," suddenly replied Meng Yan. Yang Ming felt his heart flutter inside, but unfortunately he didn't understand anything. He could also ask her to study with him and use this opportunity to be alone with her. That was the end of their conversation, and they went to their classes. Yang Ming decided to go for self-study after all. After all, this way he would be able to get closer to this beauty. The self-study process was finished, and finally the high school students could go home. The stern driver beside the black Mercedes asked young Mr. Wang who had angered him. Wang Jitao plunged into the memories. He felt quite embarrassed by it. "This bastardized poor man named Yang Ming dared to go against me," Wang Jitao said. The driver of the car turned around and asked who was brave enough to go against our dear sir. Should I punch him in the face or explain that he was wrong? "No, not yet. We had a small argument today. It would be suspicious if anything happened to him." "They might think it's me," Wang Jitao said with a smirk. Leaving the school grounds in a black Mercedes, the driver said to let him know when he wanted to deal with him. Meanwhile, young Ming was rushing home on his bicycle. His speed made him breathless, and he even sneezed a little. The next day, he was met by another classmate who couldn't believe his eyes. "Bro, did you really decide to study? All for the first beauty of the school?" "Dude, do you really read a textbook? Do you even hold the right side of it?" a classmate asked. Young Ming studied the textbook and realized that it was all because of the contact lenses in which he could cheat a little. But what was he doing it for? For a pretty classmate? Or maybe for a luscious young teacher? Or to give his father some peace of mind? Studying the textbook, he had just discovered a curious new feature of contact lenses. He can see through a book without flipping through it. Although some pages are upside down, if I look carefully, I can read everything. Thinking about it, he realized that the state exam was going to be a cakewalk. He tried to push these thoughts away from him and focus on studying the school material after all. He looked at his classmate again and thought that today he hadn't skipped class and was studying harder, so she didn't have to worry about him. After a little thought, he decided to write her a little note. The pretty maniac was sitting all immersed in her studies when a note flew to her. This is indeed the note that Yang Min just handed over. Burning with impatience, she made sure to reveal as soon as possible. The note said the following: "I will study hard for your sake." This is what Young Min wrote. And then, the beautiful maniac was completely confused. Was it really a confession from him? Should she tell him at once that it was impossible? Would it be too harsh? If I rejected him right now, he might get discouraged, give up, and stop practicing. Mengyun's thoughts were becoming more and more preoccupied. She looked at him again and decided not to hesitate. She wrote a note right away. Yang Ming was beyond excited as the note contained the following: "I hope you keep your promise," Mengyun wrote. He liked this answer because she didn't reject it, so she silently agreed. He noted to himself that Mengyun was a very reserved girl. Walking down the school hallway, he remembered that it was time to study with another beauty, in the teacher's office. As he approached the office, he heard someone inside. "Zhao Ying, I made a reservation at the restaurant for this evening and I wanted to invite you to have dinner with me," said a male voice. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time. I have a class with a student tonight," replied the teacher. It didn't take Yang Ming long. He immediately knocked on the door as he was asked last time. But in response, he heard a man's voice who asked who is there, that he had come to see Teacher Zhao. But the rude man replied that she was not here and that he should leave. Jan Min turned the doorknob and walked into the classroom. An interesting picture opened his eyes. A rude bastard stood with a bouquet of flowers and his questions pestered the teacher. Entering the classroom, a joyful Jan Min saw the teacher, and of course, greeted her immediately. The enraged suitor shouted at him, "Who are you? Who gave you permission to come in? Get out of here at once," he continued shouting and waving a bouquet of roses. Ignoring him, Yang Ming walked past him and went straight to the Zhao teacher. Ignoring the disgruntled interlocutor, Yang Ming greeted the teacher once more and asked if they could start studying. Zhao's teacher turned to her suitor and asked him to leave since she had to study with a student. The teacher threw the bouquet and ran furiously out of the classroom, not forgetting to slam the door. Turns out to be a teacher among young guys. Looks like I have the great honor of being alone with her, thought Jan Min. Jan Min inquired, "Is this man who came also a teacher of our school?" "Yes, it's the gym teacher from now on. Try to avoid seeing him. I'm afraid he'll want to take revenge for your humiliation," the teacher said. "Take revenge on me as if he can beat me in a fight, a teacher beating up a student? He doesn't want to work in this school," Young Min inquired. "The teacher suggested that we end the idle talk and get on with our studies. Come here every day after school. I'll go with you in the evenings, so he won't do anything to you," suggested the teacher, to somehow secure the student of this horny gym teacher. They had been studying for a long time and the teacher's back arched. Sitting in her chair, she arched up so that her lush breasts were ready to burst out of her delicate blouse. Observing this picture, Yang Min just froze in place. It was like he was swallowed up by these two huge hemispheres. "Young Mina, why aren't you coming?" the teacher asked. A little embarrassed by her question, he asked Ya to wait a little to catch his breath. They studied at school until it was completely dark. After leaving the school grounds, the teacher noticed that it was very quiet at night, even in such a noisy place as a school. Feeling awkward walking beside him at this late hour, the teacher thought. To fix it somehow, she decided to speed up and increase the pace of her walk. Jan Min noticed this and asked her where she was going in such a hurry. The agitated teacher wanted to stop him from catching up with her, but she couldn't say so. So she replied that she was cold and wanted to go home quickly. Yang Ming was a true gentleman, and he immediately knew what he had to do in such a situation. He took off his jacket and slipped it over the fragile girl's shoulders. Feeling the warmth of the jacket made her feel safe. She shared with him that she had come to work alone in an unfamiliar city. It's been a long time. She can't remember the last time someone took care of her. I am a real man. Protecting the handsome man is my sacred duty. said Yang Ming with a smile. Teacher Zhao. Can I call you Big Sister? Asked Yang Ming. Okay, but only when we are alone, replied the teacher. Do not call me that in class, otherwise I will not talk to you, she added sternly. Outside the school grounds, they were blocked by two strange men. Finally, we waited for you. One of them had the audacity in the voice to claim it was a robbery. Two assholes took folding knives out of their pockets and started approaching them, shouting that it was a robbery. Teacher Zhao was frightened and tried to hide behind Yang Ming out of fear. Yang Min decided to use his contact lenses and saw someone hiding behind the dumpster. A little closer, he recognized it as the same gym teacher who had been in the teacher's office. This moron wants to put on a show. The hero saves the beauty, and at the same time to teach me a lesson, thought Yang Min. He put his arm around the teacher's shoulders to make her feel safe, and asked what the robbers wanted to take. Confused by such a question, one even tried to remember what the gym teacher had ordered to be taken. Of course we'll take your money. Give us everything you have. Yang Ming said that no money they don't have, only their lives. That's an old Chinese saying that means they won't give them any money. Stop lying, shouted the robber. Give us your wallets, phones, anything of value. The frightened teacher asked if they should give the money back. I calmed her down and told her that if they wanted our money, they could come and take it themselves. The robber offered to search the guy and the other one will search the girl. I almost forgot. The gym teacher told us to give him a good beating. The robber, who was larger in size, was clearly not distinguished by his intelligence, but he had strong fists. He attacked Yang Ming, and the first one was kicked directly into his chest. That was followed by several more punches to the head. A fist punch to the jaw, which caused the robbers to call for help. Yang Ming picked up one of the robbers and threw him into the bushes. The excited gym teacher was afraid that now they would expose him and he would be exposed. He thought he'd get the student next time. After giving the two morons a good scolding, Yang Min suggested that the teacher go home. Maybe we should call the police, the teacher asked. No, it would take too long. Let me walk you home. They walked a little further, and the teacher said that it was time for him to go home and that she could walk home from here. Yang Min rejected the offer in case there were other robbers. It's my sacred duty to escort the beautiful girl home. They walked a little farther and found themselves at the door where the teacher lives. As soon as they crossed the threshold, John Min inquired where her restroom was. As soon as he entered her apartment, he hurried to the toilet as he couldn't stand it any longer. Such a big toilet. There's also a bathroom. But why is the light on in the bathroom since they just came in? On the other hand, it didn't matter. He wanted to fix his need as soon as possible. And then I heard a voice from the bathroom. Big sister, what are you taking so long to pee? She asked. Jan Min wasn't ready to see a stranger in someone else's bathroom. It wasn't just a stranger, it was a beautiful girl wrapped in a bath towel. Out of surprise, she only had time to shout out, "Who are you?" And the embarrassed Jan Min was happy to see another beauty. This luscious stranger, wearing only lingerie, slammed the door and called him a pervert. Jan Min didn't understand what he'd done, why he was a pervert. You interrupted my process and I still have to get home. Just then, the teacher remembered that it was Xiaoyan. There's no way her girlfriend's taking a shower right now. The teacher opened the door abruptly and in doing so startled him. He was standing in the bathroom holding his hose so he wouldn't splash the toilet. You need to get out of here right now, the teacher pronounced. Her expression changed from surprise to indignation and back again. I'm sorry, big sister. It hurts me to hold back the jet and I can't finish in front of you. Did you come to see me on purpose? Asked Jan Min. From such a fright he might get erectile dysfunction. She slammed the door and called him a pervert too. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd been called a pervert that night. He realized that he had been interrupted once again and needed to finish as his bladder was already hurting. Belle, I'm done now. You can show yourself, Yan Min playfully said. Teacher Zhao was glad that he had finally come out of the restroom. The thing is, I share this apartment, hide in my room for a while. And she shoved him into her room and slammed the door shut. Standing behind the closed door, he regained his breath a little and thought that two girls had seen him without pants in one evening, and he had seen nothing. He was burning with curiosity and all at the mercy of the opaque shower door. Opaque door, damn snakes, I completely forgot about the special power of contact lenses, thought Yang Min. And then he caught himself thinking that peeping was a shameless act. But then again they had seen him, so it would be fair. He was determined that everything was fair and decided to use his contact lenses to see everything in great detail. Teacher Zhao knocked on the bathroom door and turned to her girlfriend. She said there was no one in the room and she was free to go out. At this moment, Yang Ming stood outside the door and thought that the two beauties are very close. The girlfriend opened the door ajar and threw herself into a hot embrace straight from the bathroom. She had just showered, so she was only wearing the conflict of her outer blue underwear. Thanks to his contact lenses, how these two cute girls are cuddling, it really turned him on. The next day at school, it was business as usual. Young Mr. Ivan was walking down the corridor of the school when his phone rang. Young Mr. Ivan, everything is ready, said a voice in the telephone receiver. A guy with green hair was smoking a cigarette and asked the driver who they should take care of. Mr. Wang's driver explained that he'd never met him before, but he had a photo. He came here to make sure it's the same person, so wait for my signal. The green-haired guy was only happy at the suggestion. He was kneading his fists before beating up some stranger. Yang Ming was just stepping outside the schoolyard when the driver called out to him. "Your name is Yang Ming," he asked. Yang Min replied that yes, who are you? Looking at his phone, the driver realized that it was really him. The stern driver said that someone ordered him to deliver a message. "You should stop, because you think too much of yourself." "You seem to have some questions for me," Yang Min inquired. The driver gestured for the two scumbags to attack him. All this time, the two scumbags were hiding behind a tree, waiting for the driver's signal to pounce on the innocent guy. As soon as they approached, they froze, seeing the devil in front of them, in the form of Yang Ming. "Yang He, you misunderstood. It's a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to attack you." "I apologize," bowing his head, said the green-haired guy. This older brother, wearing dark glasses. "I think he said to you other or me to ask Yang Min." The two scumbags ran away scared, apologized, and said they'd be sure to invite him to the cafe for a bite to eat next time. The indignant driver asked where the two scoundrels were running off to. "That 1,000 yuan you offered us. You can keep it." The outraged driver offered to shout that it was wrong. After all, they had already agreed on everything. The guy with the green hair stopped his outrage and told him that if he insisted, he'd get punched in the face himself. The driver was left with nothing. His saviors just scattered in different directions. Janmin realized that someone wanted to beat him, but who he had yet to figure out. And then Yang Ming remembered. It must be the class elder who is angry because Yang Ming got close to Meng Yang. It's worth asking him himself. Janmin found him in the school cafeteria, and he was waiting for a call from his driver at that moment. The headman, "Why don't you eat lunch?" asked Yang Min. From such a surprise, the headman almost dropped the phone from his hands. Stammering, he said he wasn't hungry, and wondered if I didn't go home for lunch. Why he was here. I remembered that no one was home, so I didn't go. "I heard that there are delicious sandwiches for sale near the school," Yang Min replied, and thought to himself that this bastard was acting very suspiciously. Yang Ming left the dining hall whistling his favorite song, and the head of the class realized that it looked like his plan had failed. "Yang Min, I underestimated you. It looks like I'll have to come up with a truly devastating plan." The head of the class was up to something very devious. He wanted Yang Min to lose everything. The family was at home at the dinner table. "Son, your grades have gone up a lot lately. You and Teacher Zhao study every night. Your mom and I talked about visiting her with gifts. What do you think about it?" your father asked. Yang Min. "No way did I expect such a question, Dad. Don't be. Teacher Zhao is already my named sister, but I can't tell them that." He tried to somehow get out of the situation. Yang Ming suggested to Daddy that it would be better to treat Teacher Zhao to lunch. Daddy liked such an idea, and he even decided to give some money. Just find a good restaurant. Sitting in school for classes, Yang Ming was trying to figure out a difficult task. He was already about to ask for help from the Mengyang. At that moment, the headman came up to him and said she wanted to apologize to him. I wondered, apologize? Did he get it right? I didn't mishear him. He wants to apologize weirdly. What the bastard is up to this time? The headman made excuses about the morning's incident, that it was his fault for being jealous of Menyang. He also spoke a lot of unnecessary text while adding seriousness with his hand gestures. Making an angelic expression on his face, he apologized once more. "I just want to be free of my conscience." And as an apology, I had already booked a banquet table at Heaven and Earth restaurant. Yang Min stopped him. "I apologize. I have an extra class. I won't be able to go until late in the evening." But Yang Ming also thought that Heaven and Earth restaurant was a place where rich people went, and since the headman had decided to pay, why not check out this restaurant? "Well, I will come tonight," replied Yang Min. "Well, then I will wait for your arrival with honor," said the headman. Yang Min remembered the difficult task he wanted to solve, and sought the help of the Menyang. The headman's sly smile said that his plan had begun to take effect. He was looking forward to its completion. "What did you talk to the headman about?" asked Mengyan. "Nothing. He wanted to invite me to dinner," replied Yang Min. "He invited you, but you and your tail. But what really?" she asked. "In fact, he told me to stay away from you," I calmly replied. Yang Min. Yang Ming couldn't take his gaze away from Mengyan's beautiful breasts, and had already completely forgotten about the task at hand. After class, Yang Ming went to Zhao's teacher as usual. She checked his results and was pleased that they were getting better and better lately. If he continued like this, he would be able to catch up with the class in 2 weeks. "Of course it will be, since all my attention is on you," Yang Ming thought. Looking at his cheerful expression, the teacher asked, "Did you think of something past now?" "Looking at your progress, I wanted to reward you, so I'll give you a delicious meal," said the teacher. "No, and how could I? And you're teaching me for free, and you want to buy me a drink. I'm not comfortable with that." "Why not?" asked the teacher. "Then how about you pay for my lessons?" Buy me a meal at a restaurant or I'll resent you for the rest of my life. Trying to save the situation, Yang Min agreed. That's the way it is. I'll take you out for a nice meal. Yang Min invited her to one of the cafes she knows that serves delicious and cheap food. Looking at this plate, the teacher asked if the dishes were clean or not. He reassured her that this is a good place. It's been open for 10 years. It's very clean, and the food is delicious and cheap. The waiter confirmed, it's right. Mr. is right. This place has been operating for a long time. You young lady seems to be not from here, but your boyfriend here knows everything. The teacher was outraged that a strange waiter called him her boyfriend. Leaving the restaurant there was a feeling of awkwardness. So to lighten the mood, Jan Min asked, "Don't take it personally. The owner just said the first thing that came to mind, and they always do that." "Do you think I'm ashamed to be your girlfriend?" she asked, and he was very surprised that she wasn't angry. He thought she was angry about it. Moving on. In a dark alley, they were blocked by a nasty-looking guy, obviously a criminal, as he had a big scar on his face. Grabbing a knife out of his pocket, he told them not to move from their seats, and again, anything they had of value, or he would kill them. Young Ming thought about the fact that if he were alone, he'd be 80% sure. He would win, but he can't vouch for the teacher. Young Min silently reached into his pockets and pulled out the money he had. He tossed them to this criminal to pick up and get out as fast as he could. The frustrated teacher Zhao crouched down on her knees and pushed her lady's purse forward. Seeing as they quickly carried out his instructions, the robber said the kid could go. No sooner had we taken one step than he turned again. "Stop. I said you could go, but the girl I didn't allow to leave." Putting his arm around teacher Zhao's shoulders to make her feel safer, Yang Ming asked what he wanted. The robber continued to threaten with the knife, laughing in his face, "You can go, but the girl stays. Don't worry, kid, I'll let her go as soon as I'm done." Yang Ming turned to teacher Zhou and quietly told her to run away from here. Hearing this, she was very surprised at what he decided to do next. Snapping out of his seat, Yang Ming prepared to launch an attacking strike. The perpetrator pulled out a knife and aimed right at him, shouting at him to get off his hooves. Yang Ming deftly dodged the stabbing blow and instantly landed a crushing blow to the jaw. The perpetrator dropped the knife and lost his balance and stayed on his feet only because he was stuck in the wall. But this was not enough for the criminal. He still continued to shout something inaudible and tried to somehow attack our protagonists. In a burst of intense anger, he remembered his punch. He calls it Yang style. His favorite kick is called the flying kick. It came right into the chest of a vicious criminal. After such a strong blow, drops of blood rushed from his mouth. The exhausted perpetrator was in a blackout. No one can get up after a flying kick. Yan Min moved closer to him to make sure the criminal was neutralized. In the criminal's jacket pocket, Yang Ming found a large wad of money. It must be looted money. Perhaps now it belongs to me. After looking around the place where the criminal attacked them, Yang Ming found the teacher's purse, wondering where she had run off to, he thought. And then, thanks to his contacts, he noticed someone hiding in a dumpster. Indeed, all this time she had been hiding behind a garbage can. When she heard the danger had passed, she looked out. "You scared me to death, sis," Yang Ming said in surprise. And then the nicest part happened. She threw herself into his arms. He felt her tight, firm breasts pressed against him. He could even feel the touch of her hard nipples from the excitement. "I was so scared. Are you okay?" she asked. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "It's no big deal, but look at my face. Now I have a cut from a fight with a mugger. What if I can't get married because of this facial blemish?" said Yang Min. "You are bleeding. You keep joking. Can you be at least a little serious?" Zhao said. "I wasn't joking at all. I'm just worried about my future," Yang Min said calmly. "To reassure him that I will be your wife in the future. Let's hurry to the hospital to treat your wounds." "Let's go to your house," Yang Ming said. Zhao thought about what she had just promised him if he didn't want her to be his wife. "Please, there's no need to go to the hospital for a scratch like that. You can just treat it at home. You didn't think of anything strange?" Yang Min asked with a smile. "I thought of something strange," she said indignantly. "Yes, I'm worried about your face," she said indignantly. Without a second thought, Jan Min braked the cab and they went home. The cabbie turned to him. "What's wrong with your face, kid? Did you run into any trouble?" "Yep, ran into a mugger," Yang Min replied politely. "Hey, young lady. It looks like the guy loves you a lot since he showed himself as a man in the face of danger. Such men are still to be found," continued the cab driver. "Brother driver, my girlfriend is too attractive. Honestly, this is the second time we've been attacked." This kind of talk made Zhao very embarrassed as she realized that he was still her student. "She's a very pretty girl, but you can't blame her. Try not to go out at this late hour. Here's my business card," the cab driver added. "If you need to go out tonight, just give me a call and I'll drive you." The cab stopped right outside their driveway. They got out quietly and asked how much they owed for the fare. "Forget it, little brother and sister. Better hurry up. Go home and take care of your injuries." "Thank you, big brother. My name is Yang Min. I'm a student at 4th Central School. Meet me when you have some free time." Of course, you're a very nice person. We'll have a drink together some other time. The cab driver said goodbye politely. Jan Min offered to walk her to the door of her home. One went up to their floor and Zhao knocked on the door for Xiaoyan to open it since she didn't have the keys. The door creaked open and they were greeted by her girlfriend. As it was quite late, she was sleeping in just her underwear. "Big sister, you're back already. Why didn't you take the keys?" she asked. Yang Ming was very surprised at her girlfriend's outfit. The dark purple lace robe covered her lush breasts just a little. The lace panties covered almost nothing. It was perfect for sleeping. All three people felt terribly awkward being in this situation. When she woke up a little, she saw the guy in front of her again. In surprise, she put her hands over her privates. She only had time to turn away and run to her room, once again calling him a pervert. Zhao suggested to wash his face with soap and water in the bathroom. Then she will put ointment on his wound. It is already 10 p.m. Your family will be worried if you don't come home soon. Half an hour later, he was already moving down the street alone. Shit, she hadn't even offered him a cup of tea. Girls are so heartless. Late at night, he was returning home. Near one noisy restaurant, a small group of men were crowded together with beautiful girls. Yang Min noticed that someone was pulling his jacket back. "I beg your pardon." He was approached by a young, pretty girl. She was dressed like a young schoolgirl, wearing a short skirt and high black stockings. "What is it?" Yang Min inquired. The very young girl turned to him, felt terribly awkward and burning with shame. A little even stammering, she suggested that he did not want to spend the night with her. A surprised Yang Min didn't immediately realize what she was trying to say. She was still very young, and you could see her saying it with great effort. Then she gathered her courage and said again, "Do you want to spend the night with me?" she asked timidly. "Spend the night?" Yang Ming didn't expect to hear this now. She looks so young and innocent. Am I so lucky? No way. Is it the most legendary thing to spend the night together? "Then you owe me 3,000 yuan, please," boldly said the girl. "What?" Yang Min questioned in surprise. 3,000 yuan will be enough," she repeated. This is my first time, and with that comes my great excitement." The evening promised to be very interesting. Yang Ming was a little alarmed by these words. "You mean you're still a virgin?" he asked. Such an awkward situation even brought tears to the girl's eyes. "If it's your first time, why are you doing this? Do you really need the money so badly?" Unable to hold back the tears, they began to roll down her cheeks even harder. She said that she really needed the money. Trying to calm her down, he asked her to stop crying. "I'll buy you. Just tell me what happened." "My father was hit by a car, and the driver ran away. We don't have enough money to pay for hospitalization. The hospital said if we don't pay 3,000 yuan by tomorrow, they will stop treatment." Grabbed his hand, she pressed it to her soft breast. "Please buy me," uttered she. Ian Min pulled his hand out. His insides were torn apart. It was as if two demons inside were struggling with his feelings. On the one hand, he realized how sweet and soft she was. On the other hand, he had to be a complete pervert to take advantage of her in such a situation. And then he remembered what had happened to him that night. He said he had a proposition. He pulled money out of his pocket, which he took from the robber. He held out this money to this girl who stood in front of him. "Take this money to treat your father and don't come back to this place again," Yang Min said. Clutching that money in her hands, the girl remembered how eating today was denied by her relatives. A relative said her cousin's going to college this year, so we can't give you money. And the doctor yelled that if they didn't have money, they should get out of the hospital. The hospital doesn't do charity work. She hid the money and thanked him for such a generous gift. The morning begins in the schoolyard, with everyone bustling about and going about their business. Sleepy Yang Ming came to school and was greeted by several people on the doorstep. "Teacher Zhao, what is going on here? What do these police officers need?" Yang Ming inquired. The teacher explained that these police officers wanted to talk to him. "I am a senior investigator of the Criminal Investigation Department of the City Police. Please come with us to the station." The investigator opened his ID card and showed it. "Are you Yang Ming?" the investigator inquired. "Yang Ming, you are suspected of being involved in a murder case. I hope for your cooperation," said the investigator. The teacher intervened and tried to defend the student. "Excuse me, but weren't you just going to ask a few questions? Why do you want to take him away? He's my student, and he has to attend class. I'm his teacher, and I won't let you take him away." Surprised, Yang Ming asked what had happened, what crime we were talking about. Investigators took him by the shoulders and started to take him outside. "Whether it's true or not, we'll sort it out at the station." "Teacher Zhao, please don't obstruct our duties," sternly said the investigator. "Teacher, it's all right. Go to your home. I didn't do anything wrong, so I'm sure the investigation will clear things up." Yang Min tried to calm her down. Once at the police station, he was sent to an interrogation room. The interrogation was attended by the investigator himself and his assistant. A mass of questions bombarded him. Gender, age, occupation, where he resides. The strict investigator asked him what he was doing last night. The indignant investigator's assistant couldn't stand the explanation and demanded that he get to the point. Without thinking, Yang Min replied that he had studied with his teacher until late in the evening, and then we went to eat meat and noodles in a cafe. The investigator tried to defuse the situation somehow, and continued to ask his questions. Where they were staying, what they were ordering. Damn it, old maid. That's what I'm talking about, thought Yang Min. The investigator's assistant couldn't stand it and slammed her hands on the table. What's wrong with your memory and your manners? She asked, as if she were playing a game of good cop, bad cop. Yang Min tried to calmly answer all the questions posed. In the cafe, they ordered beef with noodles. But he couldn't take the pressure, and I reprimanded the assistant investigator that she should learn some manners from her boss. Clenching her teeth in anger, she nearly smashed her fist into his face. That's enough, shouted the investigator. He's right. How can you remain impartial if you behave like that? When interrogating suspects, anger is the most unacceptable thing you can do. So you can't learn anything. And worse, your anger feeds their ego, said the interrogator. After calming his assistant down a bit, I asked Yang Min to continue the story. After we ate, we went home. But they met a robber in the street. The man you're talking about we found with no signs of life, the investigator added. CSU confirmed he suffocated due to bleeding in his lungs. The astonished Yang Ming could not believe these words. Did he really kill a man? Did you find out the identity of the person who attacked us? Yang Min asked. The investigator replied that they had already started an investigation, but no results had been obtained yet, so he asked his assistant to go and check the data. Feeling her superiority, the assistant investigator said that now you have known fear. Enjoy the rest of your time at large. Another assistant burst into the office, shouting that they had found information on the deceased. This man is wanted for robbery, rape, and murder. The door opened abruptly, sending the assistant flying to the floor. From such a blow with the door, the assistant investigator fell on Yang Ming, knocking him off the chair. It is possible that Yang Ming's actions are legitimate self-defense. From surprise, the assistant plopped down right on top of the young man, presenting him with her hips and lush breasts. Trying to come to her senses, she sat on top of him, her short skirt pulled up, revealing her blonde underwear beneath her black tights. That's no good. Get off me now, said Jian Min. Yang Min was lying on the floor with the assistant investigator sitting on top of him. Why are you so heavy? He tried to lift her up and accidentally grabbed her lush breasts with his hand. The assistant's whole body immediately tensed with surprise. What are you trying to do? She asked. Her eyes widened in surprise as he felt a strong male hand on his chest. She tried to fight back and get out of such a delicate situation as quickly as possible, but it looked very ridiculous. The investigator put his hand on his shoulder and apologized for taking so much time. There's a reward for what you've done. I'll talk to the chief about it. The investigator also turned to his assistant to apologize about Yang Ming and take him back to school as soon as possible. I apologize, Commander, but I still have paperwork to do, resented the assistant investigator. The investigator immediately reminded her that she had already been late many times this week, and her attendance this month was far from perfect. The assistant instantly gave her a friendly look and said that everything would be done. A moment more, and Yang Ming was already on the school grounds. Meng Yan was eagerly awaiting his return. That old lady from the station was driving so sharply that he almost threw up, thought Jian Min. Sitting at his desk in the classroom, he tried to bring himself to his senses as he felt dizzy and carsick. He didn't notice Meng Yan approaching him. Yang Min, why didn't you have school in the morning, and what's wrong with your face? Did you have another fight? She asked. Yang Min only excused himself that he had been studying diligently lately, and that he had worked hard last night. I just still have a headache and a little dizzy. Barely made it to school. She leaned right over his face and said, Hey, if it's that serious, let me take a look at you. Yang Min only added that she was very close. I'm sick and only Menyang's kiss will heal me, Yang Ming said, and pulled his lips forward. What are you doing? Menyang was outraged, and without thinking long, she slapped him. She rushed out of the classroom, burning with embarrassment. When are you going to stop making jokes like that? She added. As she ran out of the classroom, she thought about taking the exam and him making such rude jokes. He's so thoughtless. Maybe he's just nervous. Then I should cheer him up. I'm so petty. And lately he's really taken to studying hard. Maybe if he's being asked to do too much, she thought. I wonder if it's just me he's joking around with. No, that's not what I'm thinking. I need to go back and apologize. Threw his arms back and swayed slightly in his chair. He was thinking about his bad luck today, and Menyang was angry. But knowing her temper, she would probably apologize now. Closing his eyes and relaxing a little, he decided to wait for her in that position, continuing to rock back and forth in his school chair. Then suddenly, the head of the class came up. I wasn't expecting such an approach. Fuck, what the hell, he blurted out. Because of this abrupt approach, but he accidentally pushed him and the table shook and fell. In a split second, Yang Ming only had time to grab the old age tie to keep himself from falling. Because Yang Ming grabbed his tie, Wang Jitao found himself face to face in front of him. Damn it. Why did you appear so silently? I apologize. I just came to remind you about the dinner on Saturday. At that moment, Meng ran into the classroom and thought the two boys were trying to kiss. Two young guys were so close and looked into each other's eyes. Menyan couldn't even hide her surprise. What the hell are you doing here? She asked. Menyan, it's not what you thought. Young Min lying on the floor tried to remedy the situation. She apologized for bothering them. I'm really sorry. And just as quickly, flashing her panties, she skipped out of the classroom. A teacher in the hallway happened to notice the situation. Yang Ming knocked the headman to the floor. Do you really want to completely ruin my reputation? He asked. Yang Ming, don't be so hot. You're the one who knocked me to the floor, pulling my tie. The headman tried to apologize. The teacher came into the classroom and saw this incomprehensible picture. Yang Min, did you hear that you were released from the police station? Big sister, I don't know exactly what you think, but it's definitely not what you think. Yang Min tried to correct the situation. The teacher just watched it all from the sidelines and realized that something bad was going on. In the evening, as agreed, Yang Min went to the restaurant. He thanked the headmaster for the invitation. It's me who should thank you. Let's have a drink, the headman suggested. Buddy, I was wrong last time. I'll drink to apologize, and you drink as you wish. Yang Min decided to support him and drink with him. Ian Min, I wondered if the headman had changed drastically. It doesn't make sense. I wonder if he's up to something. It's also so strong. I feel dizzy and my whole body is on fire. The headman only chuckled and offered more food and drink. He looked like he'd be wasted if he'd had that much to drink. Jan Min didn't realize it was some kind of setup and decided to relax. He started drinking vodka straight from his throat. When the bottle was emptied, it dropped resoundingly onto the carpeting. It wasn't long before Yang Min couldn't keep himself on his feet. The sneaky headman came over and patted him on the cheek. And he can drink. If I hadn't put something in the vodka, I'd probably have collapsed before him, the headman said. The headman's eyes burned with anger, and he looked straight into his face. You're really looking for death since you've become my rival. Called his assistants, Wang Zhao told them to proceed according to plan. His two assistants picked up Yang Ming and dragged him from the restaurant straight to his hotel room. Bring him here, Wang Zhao said, approaching the specific room that had been previously booked. Go in, undress him and throw him on the bed, Wang Jitao commanded. On the bed slept a very young girl. Her eyes were blindfolded. She was wearing a short skirt with black stockings, her shirt was unbuttoned, and her large and firm breasts were visible. It's a shame to give him a girl like that. Maybe we should let her try it first? One assistant asked. You moron. Do you know how to use your brain? Wang Jitao asked. What do you think the police will check first? Wang Jitao added. All right, let's go. I hope your medicine works properly. Did you test it? The guard inquired. Young Master Wang, no interjections. Did I say something wrong? The assistant asked. Yang Min began to come to his senses a little. He couldn't understand why he was so hot. He was burning and dizzy. Opening his eyes a little, he tried to figure out what smelled so good. Where am I? In a hotel? Who's that girl? Jan Min tried to get up and see what was going on around him. Where did that sister come from? Wasn't I drinking with Wang Jitao? Is this a dream? Why is she blindfolded? I don't have that kind of addiction. No, that won't do. All right, it's just a dream anyway, thought Yang Ming. Sis, little brother's here. He pulled her leg back and got down to business. She only began to moan that she was in pain. Please stop, she continued. Then I'll take it slow, Yang Min added, and began to move more slowly. Shit, even in my dreams I have so much trouble with girls, but it feels good, Yang Min thought. At that time, Wang Jitao, the headman, was outside the door with his assistants and the hotel administrator. They heard the girls moaning and screaming. She called for help and asked him to stop. Wang Jitao said after a few minutes, go call the police. Don't be afraid of anything later, contact me. And keep your camera ready. When the police arrive, take a good picture. Jan Min was on the verge of arousal and was ready to come. Another moment and it happened. The assistant investigator was pouring milk for her favorite cat. A couple of hours before, the investigator had reprimanded her for the fact that the traffic police had detected a speeding police car. I think you should stay on duty tonight and think about it, the investigator added. Jan Min, after finishing, began to come to his senses a little. The busty stranger felt more joyful and considerably more relaxed. She even decided to smoke a pipe after such a pleasant time. At that moment, the phone rang at the police station. The assistant investigating officer immediately picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. Good evening. You have reached the city police station, she said. Hello. I want to report a crime, said the voice on the other end of the line. I am a visitor to the Heaven and Earth restaurant. I heard a woman screaming from room 315. She was calling for help, said an unfamiliar voice in the telephone receiver. My friend saw a drunken visitor from room 315 dragging a schoolgirl to his room. That's terrible. Thank you for your call. The police will be on the scene shortly. It didn't take long for the police signals to sound and the brakes to squeal, and in this case the police reacted very quickly. A couple of minutes passed and several patrol cars were already outside the restaurant. Several police officers and the hotel receptionist were heading straight for room. Open the door now. We got a report of a criminal inside. With a shout of, "The police are here!" the investigating assistant kicked the door open. She rushed to comfort the young girl. "It's okay, help is here. Save me," she asked. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Yang Ming tried to figure out what was going on and why the police had him in a twist. Gritting his teeth, he tried to speak to be released immediately. "What are we doing?" "Yang Min, you just raped a girl. How can you still have the nerve to snap at me?" "I didn't expect you to be such a pervert," said the assistant investigator. Looking at this picture, I wondered, was it not a dream? How could this happen? He tried to figure out. "Do you think this is all a dream?" the assistant investigator asked. "Do you really think you're still dreaming? I realized that you are a bad person the moment I first saw you. Even the chief of police was deceived by you," the assistant investigator added. "Did I really do it? I only remember having a drink with Wang Jitao. Did that bastard really set me up?" Yang Ming thought. "Enough of this talk. You'll see him," replied the assistant investigator sternly. Not much time had passed, and Yang Min was in the police station. What's more, it's the same interrogation room. In front of him sat the chief of police, who was trying to understand the intricacies of the case. "Yang Ming, what have you done?" he inquired sternly. "Chief, please listen to me. I've been framed. I was drinking with my classmate at the Heaven and Earth restaurant, and then I was drugged. My head was like a fog and my body was on fire and I couldn't control myself," Yang Ming said. "Is it true? So you're saying your classmate deliberately set you up?" "I doubt your words. We will analyze your urine to find out whether you believe it or not," the police chief added. "Urinalysis. For what are my words not enough?" Yang Min inquired. "Just use this paper cup. Later I will tell the assistant to send it to the lab for analysis." "Do I really have to pee from him, right here in the office?" thought Yang Min. Just when he decided to pee in a cup, the assistant investigator entered the office. "Chief, there's a statement from the injured girl," she added. "What are you doing?" she asked indignantly. "How long do I have to tell you to knock on the door before you walk?" the investigator asked indignantly. "Take a cup of urine and send it to the lab for examination," the investigator added. "A cup of urine? No way," the assistant said. "How dare you? Don't you know that we have to take care of all people for the sake of justice?" The investigator was indignant. "I understand, I'll do it." Well, now the assistant agreed, and then Yang Min decided to teach the fierce assistant a lesson. "Let's take the dog with us. Then I'm not going to make 3 difficult moves." "Officer, your hand is so shaky you might spill my urine," added Yang Min, and accidentally pushed the glass away that it spilled right onto the assistant investigator's hand. She was seething with anger. Why should I care about people like him? She resented him. Picked up the test cup, she told him to enjoy his time while still at large. "We'll see who has the last laugh," she added. Jan Min thought about it. For some reason, this scene seemed slightly familiar to him already. It had been the same thing not long ago. How it happened, no one understood, either slippery floor or long heels, but the assistant investigator slipped. A full cup of urine for examination flew out of my hands and fell to the floor, splashing all around. It was like a golden shower. The assistant investigator fell to the floor and was drenched head to toe in urine. Her short skirt and black stockings were completely wet. The chief of police only watched in wonder at what was going on. Yang Ming wanted to do a little meanness to the assistant to teach her a lesson, but he could not imagine that it would happen like this. "Oh, how it hurts," she added. Rubbing her lower back, the assistant sat on the floor in a puddle of urine. The cup was completely emptied as it all spilled over the assistant's pantyhose, skirt, and underwear. A brilliant idea came to mind. Yi Young-min decided to clarify. Why did she do that? "You dropped my urine. How can I prove my innocence now?" "Why did you do that on purpose?" Yang Min asked. "What? Does that mean he's going to jail because of me?" thought the assistant. She continued to sit on her knees covered in urine and began to apologize. She noticed there was still some urine left in the glass. Maybe that would be enough for an expert. "Yang Min, didn't you fill 2 glasses of urine?" The investigator clarified and sent the assistant home to change her clothes. "I'll take the test to the examiner myself," the investigator added. "I apologize for my emotions. I'm all nervous right now, so I flared up," said Yang Ming. The assistant was shaking with anger. She had never been humiliated like this before. She looked at him fiercely. "What a bastard you are!" The aide rose abruptly and was about to strike with her fist, but Yang Ming caught her hand in time and swept the blow aside. Yang Ming's right hand rested on her shoulder, and with his left hand he grabbed her wrist, his strong fingers squeezing her arm. She didn't even have time to say anything. It happened so fast. She only managed to say that she was in pain. "Really? You're the one who taught me this trick," Yang Min added. I'm in a lot of pain. Let me go quickly, the assistant moaned. You bastard, get away from me now. All tearful and frightened, said the assistant. That's when the investigator intervened. Ian Min, now let her go. He shouted at the whole office. The assistant couldn't hold back her tears. Her shoulder was hurting. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Yang Min apologized. She looked at him, but her gaze was full of pain and misery. Covered in tears, she found the strength and walked out of the office. Yang Ming tried to rectify the situation. Chief, I'm really sorry. I acted out of temper. You don't have to worry about that. I'll talk to her, the officer added. You'll spend the night here under observation until we get the test results back. Still, you committed rape. Even if the test results prove you were drugged. You have to be mentally prepared. I understand this is a really difficult situation. Thank you for everything, added Jan Min. The next morning, Yang Min met at the police station. Jan Min, wake up, said the investigator who had just entered the office. Yang Ming, the test results confirmed that you were drugged, but all the evidence was removed from the restaurant. The investigator said, I believe you, but that's not how the law works. The final decision will be made by the court. If so, can I at least see the injured girl? Yang Min asked. I realize what I did is irreparable, but at least I want to explain myself to her. I'm afraid I can't let you see you, but I'll tell her the details of the case. The court ruling could change in your favor if she forgives you. The main thing is not to give up. Your life's journey is just beginning, the investigator added. It wasn't long before Young Min was already behind bars. As is usually the case in such places, several criminals flanked him. Hey, rookie pioneer, what did they put you in jail for? One prisoner asked. Fucking sucker, Brother Bao is addressing you. Are you fucking deaf? Added the second prisoner. I'm not in the mood today, don't you dare come near me, Young Min replied firmly. What an arrogant child, resented the prisoner. I'm going to teach you a lesson, he shouted, clenching his fists in anger. The prisoner swung his arm to strike, but Yang Ming was ahead of him and delivered a sharp elbow strike right into his chest. The prisoner had not expected such a turn of events. His eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. The prisoner fell to his knees and clutched his chest with his hand. He was in great pain. Where did your mood to fight go? Yang Min asked. I told you I was in a bad mood today. So fast. This fellow is a much better fighter than I am, said the prisoner. Brother, foolish Bao didn't recognize you as a guru and thus made a mistake. Brother, I was too hasty. We all make mistakes, the prisoner added. I am Bao Sanli. All those who belong to the antebellum world call me Brother Bao, said the prisoner. My name is Yang Min. I was framed for rape. That's what got me locked up. Brother Bao, I just arrived here. I don't know how things work here, said Yang Ming. No problem. Brother Bao will tell you everything. The noise of the cell with the prisoners changed to a pleasant summer breeze. John Min in the shade of a lush tree, lying on the green grass and thinking about something. Opening his eyes, he tried to realize what this place was, and where was he? Where am I? Wasn't I just in a cell? What's that voice? But it's familiar to me. It's a voice, said Yang Min. It was Meng Yang's voice. She was wearing a lush white dress, flowers braided in her hair, and the warm wind was developing her skirt, revealing white lace stockings and delicate panties. Menyan! Mengyan! Yang Ming continued to shout. Why can't I move and speak? Menyan, don't run around. We are going to take a general picture, said a man's voice. Honey, come to me, she said. Who is that next to her? Menyan, there's a beggar looking at us. Aren't you ashamed? Asked the boy. Why didn't you tell me this before? She asked. And then Yang Ming noticed that it was Wang Jitao, but why are they together? And now I feel awkward. Should we give him some money? You're very kind. It's my blessing to have you, Wang Jitao said. Everything went dark. Yang Ming was plunged into darkness. He was so surprised that he couldn't breathe. This just can't be real. How could she marry a Wang Jitao? It must be a dream. I'm just dreaming, Yang Min continued to rave. It's like this girl from the hotel room showed up. It was you. You raped me. You ruined my life. It's all you. I hate you. I hate you. I curse you. She kept talking. I didn't mean to. I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Ming tried to say something in his defense. Is everything she said true? Didn't you promise to marry me in the future? The image of the teacher appeared. I'm very disappointed in you. You're just a rascal, she added. Yang Ming was on his knees and bowing his head. 3 silhouettes of girls were at his back and threatened him with a knife. Die, you bastard, one of them said. And then, as if in a delirium, he began to hear the words of a familiar song. This song is so tough. What are those familiar lyrics? At this moment, Yang Min woke up. Fortunately, it was all a dream. Some old man in the cell grabbed his leg. Old man, why did you grab my leg? Yang Min asked. And the old man kept humming a song. Brother Bao, you're awake too? What's wrong with this old man? Yang Ming asked. This old man is always so strange, sometimes dour, sometimes puzzled. This is not the first time he sings at night, replied Bao. He's holding my leg so tight, does he think it's a guitar? Don't worry, he'll go to sleep after a few songs. He does that every other day. Just don't react to him and be patient, added the prisoner. Then the old man let go of his leg, and young Min tried to figure out what would happen next. The old man had a crazy look in his eyes, as if he was up to something bad. Hey, old man, stop it now! Yang Ming became indignant, but the old man grabbed him by the leg with all his might and continued to do strange things. Surprised, Yang Ming couldn't understand what was wrong with this old man. Brother Bao, what is he doing? Brother Yang, just don't move. Didn't I say not to resist him? None of us could escape from his grasp. If we start helping you, he'll twist us too, so wait until the end of the song. Why is he singing a love song? Young Ming couldn't contain his irritation. Old man, I'll start fighting if you don't let me go, Young Min added. The silence of the night was broken by the sounds of men fighting. Something seemed to be going on outside the walls of this place. It's finally over. This old man is incredibly strong. I feel as if all my bones are broken, Yang Ming said with great difficulty. The mighty old man only coughed a little and went about his business. He took another look at the motionless body. Yang Ming couldn't put up any resistance. He was completely exhausted. Wake up, get out of bed. Hurry up, hurry up. Every morning in prison started the same way. Strange. I don't feel any pain after last night. Instead, I feel lightness all over my body, Yang Ming said in surprise. What's more than that, though, is that this old man is so lively at night, but sickly during the day. Walks around the prison grounds coughing like he's going to fall to pieces. Brother, let's go to breakfast, he said one of the prisoners, and invited him to go to the mess hall. The prisoners began to queue up near the food distribution. The rice and vegetables here are the best, Brother Bao added. Hey, old man. You're eating too much. We haven't eaten anything yet. Aren't you afraid of dying? The prisoners pounced on the old man and knocked the flatbread out of his hands. Young Ming lifted the flatbread. Why are you so clumsy? Looking at the old man, he asked. Hey you, come to me. Young Min turned to the prisoner. Who are you? He asked. Young Ming grabbed the prisoner by the collar and started shoving the flatbread right into his mouth. You wanted to eat, so eat it yourself. He shoved the flatbread straight into his mouth. Hey you, but stop right now. The second prisoner started to stand up for him. Abruptly, he turned around and asked if he could put a flatbread in his mouth too, to which the prisoner apologized and said it was all right. Jan Min walked up to the old man and handed him a flatbread. Help yourself, it's for you, he added. Thank you, young man, the old man said shyly and reached for a flatbread with his decrepit hand. Hey, you got a good heart. The prisoner who was watching all this from the outside turned to him. This old man is not only poor but also miserable, added the prisoner. I heard that he has been here for very many years. Do you know anything about his past? Yang Min asked. This old man's name is Fan Chan, and he was a powerful figure in one town. He was framed for a woman and ended up here. In the end, the woman left him and joined his enemies. Thank you for your story. All right, well, hurry up for breakfast if you want to eat something else. That's funny, thought the prisoner. Both of them were introduced because of the woman. Meanwhile, the police station was interrogating a girl who was also framed like Yang Min. The room wasn't like an interrogation room. It was a comfortable office. The assistant investigator asked everything about the girl. I don't want to know this man's identity. What's the point of that? The young girl asked. This part of the procedure. You have to look at the photo and recognize the person. It's just a photo, the assistant investigator added. The girl agreed to look at the pictures. As soon as she looked at the pictures, she couldn't believe her eyes. Was this really the same guy who had once helped her in the night? The assistant investigator was very surprised. Do you know him? She asked. Yes, I know him. How could it be him? He was such a good man. Why would he do this? She told the assistant investigating officer about how he gave her a large sum of money for her father's treatment. By the way, the officer said he was put up. He is a good man after all. In that moment, she thought about the fact that he had helped when she needed help. Now she would help him. Officer, I want to ask you, don't put him in jail, the girl stated. How can he go unpunished? He did such a terrible thing to you, shouted the assistant. He helped me before. I want to help him now. Besides, he's been put down. He's a good man. If he is a good man, then he wouldn't do such bad things. A good man wouldn't do that, shouted the assistant investigator. Stop yelling at once, asked the girl. The assistant investigator couldn't believe she was asking for his release. It's too much! Think hard again. What does he mean to you? She asked. With a great deal of embarrassment on her face, the girl declared that he was her boyfriend and she was his girlfriend. You'll talk to the chief about it later. I won't worry about you anymore. I'm going to report to the chief, declared the assistant investigator. It's all right. Thank you, officer, for your attention and patience. The girl replied modestly. At this time, the beating of prisoners continued in the prison. Shouts and whistles and clicks and blows could be heard from everywhere. Some of the prisoners were screaming in pain, while others were shouting, "Do it!" The angry prisoners pounced on Yang Ming and Brother Bao. Brother Yang, do you need help? Bao asked. I want to play big! Come over here! Yang Ming shouted, and the prisoners began to come from all directions. The prisoners were getting closer, and Yang Ming continued to beat them. They couldn't get any closer than a foot away as instantly a punch would come flying at Jaws.
"Everybody stop! She's here! She's already here!" shouted one of the prisoners.
A white Jeep Wrangler pulled up and a girl in tall leather boots got out. "Oh, I just went out to buy something for a while, and when I came back it was so lively." "Who can tell me what's going on?" she asked. "Brother Bao, can't you see the prison monitor? Get away from me, I'm warning you," threatened one prisoner. Brother Bao asked Yang Ming to play along a bit. "I did it," Yang Ming declared. "Big sis, you're finally here." Bald's brother began pityingly recounting how the bald head almost killed him. "I went outside to play a little, and the bald head said I took his place and called people to fight. You have to protect me." "Get out of my way, asshole. Don't touch me. I'll give you 1 second. If you want me to teach you a lesson, go to a jail cell right now," she said. "Which one of you is Yang Min?" she asked. "Come with me on a little trip." They found themselves in a cozy office. Comfortable sofas, an aquarium, a coffee table. She took a sip of hot tea. "Yang Min, it seems like I should be doing a better job of training you. Your training is pretty good. Even the chief asked me to keep an eye on you. However, you're going to cause a lot of trouble, even if you're fed here. Today's incident is pretty big," she added. "Come on, educate me." As if under hypnosis, Yang Min said. She swung her long leg, and in a moment her leather boot was already near his face. Yang Ming seemed to freeze in place. Fast, very fast. It was physically impossible to accomplish this in such a short period of time. Yang Ming was as if he was under hypnosis. "First of all, I hate it when someone interrupts me. Second, my name is Sia, so don't forget to address me as Sis Sia afterwards," she said. "Third, if you're not completely sure of your chances, then don't start silly fights. This world is much bigger than you think." "I can't move my body. My body feels like it's entangled in a snake," Yang Ming said indignantly. "Okay, let's talk about you. You're still not up. Are your legs numb?" she asked. "I'm tied to the floor with a woman. This woman is very dangerous. She has personality issues as well," added Jan Min. "Don't cry or it'll look like I'm bullying you. Give me your hand," she said. "Just now she was as dangerous as a snake. Now she's acting like she's my sister. I should stay as far away from her as possible," Yang Ming thought. "Are you afraid of me?" "I won't eat you," she said. "Sister Sia must be joking." "Thank you, Sister Sia, but I can get up on my own." "I'm not kidding or teasing you. You'll be free soon," she said. "What? Is it true? It can't be. Do you really want to stay here?" "I know the victim took her statement. Go back and clean yourself up. The chief will come to pick you up," Sister Sia added. "I am very excited. Thank you for telling me the good news," said Yang Min. "Anything else?" she inquired. "I want to ask you something. A small favor. It won't be a big problem for you," Yang Min added. "There is an old man who shared a cell with me. He has been here for a long time. He came face to face with injustice and was sent to prison. It should be very easy for Big Sister Sia to help him get out." "I know that, old man. I'll take care of it. Now I get it. That's the only reason why I won't punish you," she said cryptically. In an instant, she was close to him, her hand covering his mouth. Her right foot pressed him against the wall like a sharp spear. "Remember, after talking to me, don't try to hide this lasting thought in your heart," she whispered mysteriously. "I don't want to see the way you fear me the next time we meet. In fact, I'm looking forward to you making the mistake again," she continued to whisper in his ear. "Sister Sia, I won't make another mistake again. But your foot is climbing higher and higher. This woman is too terrifying. She's not only inscrutable, she's eccentric. Remember, no more mistakes," she added. "I have to pack my things. Can I leave now?" asked Yang Min. "Be careful on the road. No wonder the reform rate is the highest in this city," she said. "It is not for nothing that others treat her as their ancestor when she sees her," said Yang Min. As soon as the door opened, he ran away. "We must leave quickly." "Run a little slower or you'll fall," she said after him. "It looks like this kid is quite skillful," pronounced the mysterious gentleman in white suit. "However, his character is not suited for it," he added. He didn't faint under the pressure of his sister Snake King and regained his composure. I carefully checked his heartbeat. He didn't shudder under the Snake King's pressure. I don't remember him saying goodbye when he left. "Little brother was rude," she added. Sister Sia was immersed in her fantasies. She wanted to have some fun with him next time. "How can you interrupt my comments, bitch?" The guy in the white suit yelled and hit her on the head, so she bit her tongue. "Who would want to listen to your senile comments? Pressure from the King of Snakes? Stay out of my conf with your bullshit titles. Don't fantasize like a child. How could you say such shameful words? Shame on you," Sister Sia continued to shout. "And how could you hit me on the head?" With that scream, she kicked him with her foot. A serious commotion started in the room. It was hard to make out who was hitting whom. But then the gray-haired man intervened. That's enough. Behave yourselves. Don't be naive like teenagers," he said. Wouldn't you feel ashamed if your little brother found out? He said with his eyes closed. Master Shifu, please put us on the ground first, they began to beg. It turned out to be the same old man who was in the cell with Yang Ming. He lifted the guy and the girl up high by their feet. Jay, what are you smoking, that heavy smoke smell that could give you away during the operation? Said the old man. Ha ha ha. I prepared these cigarettes for you, Shifu. I just checked their quality. They are absolutely the best grade, added the guy in the white suit. Lena, have you been eating a lot of sweets recently? You've gotten much heavier, noted the old man. No, Shifu, it's my shoes. I reinforced them by making steel linings. She added, don't lie, I saw you eating sweets just now. Did you kick me with the rest of your shoes? You cruel bitch. Have a little chat rather than settle down and have a cup of coffee. You have to try not to let things like that happen. You can't always count on me to finish it right, the old man said in a calm voice. That's right, Shifu, the boy and girl said at the same time, as if they had just been scolded very harshly. I've been in hiding for so many years. I wonder how many people still remember. They still remember the murderous kings. Send out a message that I'm still alive. This should be very interesting, the old man said sternly. Let's play hide and seek. Will they look for me, or should I look for them first? Lighting a cigar, the old man said. The police chief took Yang Ming away and thanked the lady for her attention. See you again, Yang Ming added. Forgive me for causing you trouble by forcing you to take me away from here, said Yang Min. Oh, I was the one who sent you here. Of course I am obliged to take you away. Way careful in the future, said the inspector. Inspector, the victim said she was my girlfriend. Can you tell me what happened? Asked Yang Min. Let's talk about it in the car, the inspector replied calmly. Two girls were watching them from around the corner. That's enough, he's gone. I don't understand why you care about such a scoundrel. Let's just go back. It's raining pretty hard. You might catch cold, a girl said. Miss, can I go now? The injured girl inquired. If you're okay, of course you can go, the assistant inspector replied. Yang Min, I don't owe you any more, she thought. The heavy raindrops hit her umbrella, flying in different directions. At this moment, Yang Min sneezed. Damn, what hot girl is remembering me right now, he thought to himself. In the country house, the beautiful music of playing the piano rang out. Still not good enough. I should practice more, Mr. Wang said. Miss Minion will definitely be touched. Master, you play very well, the maid said. With no Yang Ming in my way, now I will definitely get Mingyan's recognition. Mr. Wang said, Mister, you have a phone call, added the maid. Mr. Yang Min has been released, the voice in the telephone receiver said. What? How is that possible? How am I hearing from a policeman friend that the girl took her charges? Van continued to shout. Shit! Freak! Shit! How can you be so unlucky? He shouted, and threw the phone to the floor. It wasn't long before Yang Min was back in the schoolyard. I didn't expect to be back here so soon. I was away for a few days today, but for me it felt like years. I wonder if that bastard made a scandal about me. If he did, how can I face Meng Yang and Sister Ying? Well, judging from the passers-by, I guess he didn't. From behind him he heard someone's very familiar voice. Marie, she's Minion, good morning, said Yang Min. Shut up, you cheeky bastard. Where have you been all these days? If you keep skipping like this, I won't help you anymore. How can you become a truant again after you've made a little progress in your studies? Meng Yan asked. I don't feel well, just now I was dizzy. But as soon as I saw you, I felt much, much better, Yang Min replied cheerfully. Don't talk nonsense, Meng Yan replied sharply. It's true. Beautiful things make people happy, and happiness helps the sick get well, Yang Min replied calmly. That scumbag Wang immediately approached him and pretended that they were old friends. Yang Ming, why didn't you go to school all these days? Don T give up at such an important moment, he added. I didn't show the pictures of your crime, because I don't want to be traced, otherwise you wouldn't have a chance to talk to Marie either, thought Wang. I won't give up. I just caught a cold. Thank you for your concern, replied Yang Min with restraint. That's not all. We're brothers now after that, I guess, Wang added. Speaking of that dinner, do you remember what happened after I got drunk? Asked Yang Min. I had the waiters take you upstairs to rest. They didn't take care of you. So you caught a cold because of that? I'm sorry. Bastard Wang started to think he suspected him, but he has no proof. Ha ha ha, that's not true. I was just curious as to what happened. I really have to thank you for your taking care of me, replied Yang Min. I shouldn't be so careless. As an apology, dinner next time is on me, said Wang. Okay, it's a deal, replied Yang Min. Hey, you two, when are you going to stop talking? This is so disgusting, Marie said indignantly. It's not what you think, Marie, they replied. It won't forget me. It's almost class time, let's go. Yang Min, the exam starts tomorrow at school. I wish you good luck. She also thought the boys' relationship was very strange. They were enemies just a day ago, and now they're acting like close friends. "Can't we go to class together?" Wang asked. I'll go to the restroom first," replied Yang Min. After they went their separate ways, they thought to themselves. Yang Ming thought that revenge is a dish best served cold. Rascal Wang thought that we'll see. You can't always be so lucky. After everyone had turned in their exam papers, Yang Ming stayed late at school, the very evening. The teacher invited him into the office and was finishing checking his work. The result of all his answers in this exam was 138 marks. "Yang Min, I think this is the end of our after-school classes," said the teacher, looking at his test results. "What's wrong? Why sis in? Did I do badly on the test and make you angry?" Yang asked in surprise. Ho 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 ho, look at this. Be more confident. You see, you don't need any more extracurriculars," the teacher added. And she showed me his test results. "What? 138 points, how is that possible?" Ian was surprised. "Oh, Sister In, this could be a coincidence. There are still a lot of questions here that are hard for me to answer," said Yan. "Coincidence? So you don't think we class is helping?" "Oh, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to—" Ian kept choosing his words. "Take it more simply. As a student eventually becomes independent of his master. Besides, you had to pull yourself up not only in math, but in other subjects too. And now it's time to go home." Calmed him down by his teacher. Ding, 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 ding rang throughout the school. "Exam time is over. Students, put your hands down, please, and have your papers ready for inspection." In the corridor of the school, Janmin noticed the pretty Marie and immediately decided to approach her. "Maria, how was your exam?" Yang asked. Yang Min, you surprised me. About the same as always. But what about your score? You look so happy." "Heh, that was pretty easy," replied Ian. "Great, so you've made good progress in your studies. You make me jealous," Marie added slyly. "Speaking of my progress, yes, I have you to thank for your strict supervision. If it weren't for you, a loser like me would have given up long ago. Thank John." "Hey, don't be so verbose." Marie stopped him sternly. "Watching you is just my responsibility as your classmates," Marie added. "I'm going home to do my homework now. I'll see you later." Jan started twirling around her and coaxing her to go for a walk. "It's a rare chance to have school over so early, and it's good for health to freshen up after an exam," added Jan. The thoughts in Marie's head were screaming only one thing: go ahead and agree. Please, please, please. Marie wanted to go for a walk. Of course she did. "That's right. Knight Yang is willing to do anything to serve your highness," Ian replied quickly. "Ho ho, you fool," Marie replied affectionately. "Your highness, please watch your step," Yang added. Marie snatched her hand from his and playfully ran down the steps. "Just stop fooling around and let's go. Don't run so fast, be careful," Ian added. Marie was afraid to show his feelings. "Why am I so excited? It's just a casual touch, isn't it? I won't wait for you if you keep fooling around," she added. It was a warm summer day. They were walking after school. There were not many people on the street. Most of them were at work or studying. Jan Min told a very interesting story. Once upon a time, there was a guy named Neil. He was secretly in love with a girl named Valya, and they were friends for 3 years. One night, she decided to accept him as her boyfriend, so they turned into... In this case, the word accept in context has to do with sex. "Guess who they've turned into?" Yang asked slyly. "How can I know?" "Tell me now," Marie answered. "I might add, I think you've already realized that they've turned into lovers." Wait a second. While walking through the park, Marie noticed something and started looking at the handmade jewelry. "And I never thought a girl like Marie would buy things from a peddler on the side of the road," Ian thought. "Look, Jan, which one looks cuter?" Marie asked. "They're for you. You were born. These things can only be cherry-picked," Ian added. "You're flattering me again. Wait, I'll decide for myself," I answered Maria with a serious expression. "I'll take both of them. How much will it cost?" "Madam, it will only cost you," replied the salesman. Maria looked hard for her wallet, searched all her pockets, and didn't find it. Oh, crap. I think I forgot my wallet at school. I've been watching this situation, and I knew he had to make it right. She doesn't have any money on her. It's time for the hero to rescue the beauty, Ian thought. "Please take the money. Keep the change," said Jan politely. "I'll pay you back as soon as I find your wallet. Don't worry about it. Just take it as a little gift. You know, I should give you something better to thank you for helping me study." "Marie, don't you think this looks like a date?" Yang asked cheerfully. "Shut up. We're just relaxing after exams. No more jokes. Otherwise, I won't go out with you next time," Marie replied sternly. "So are we going to have a next time?" Immediately, Ian interjected. That depends on your test scores." Thought I'd reassure him. "My driver's here. I gotta go." I think the artist chose the perfect angle for this slide. It emphasizes all the beauty of her young body. He politely helped her open the door and get into the car. Marie looked at him through the tinted glass. She felt warm inside and couldn't understand what was happening to her, why she couldn't take her eyes off him. Young Min walked relaxedly towards home. He had done two big things today. He had passed the exam and he had a date with the most beautiful girl in school. Young Min! A familiar voice called out to him from behind. Unusually, this voice was from a police car. Mr. Chen, good to see you. What brings you here? Yang Min asked. I was running errands nearby and stopped by to see how you were doing. The inspector replied. I thought school ends much earlier today because of exams. But you made me wait a long time, added the inspector. I didn't say that. But how do you know I have an exam today? No wonder you're the sheriff. Ho ho, why didn't you go home after school? Did you go out with your girlfriend? The inspector asked cheerfully. That's right, how would you know? You're really terrific, Sheriff. Did you really go out with a girl? The inspector was surprised and almost got out of the car. Hey, even if I did, how does that concern you? Childhood love along with a police officer's surveillance? I was hanging out with a classmate, not my girlfriend. A classmate, you say? The inspector clarified. Yes, one of the best students in my class. She helped me a lot in my studies. Ian added. Okay, get in the car. Now we can talk about that old man named Fang Tian. Do you have any news about him? Yang Min immediately asked. Yes, I reported his situation to the prison director. He made it a matter of great importance and assigned the case to me. I looked at his case files, as you said. There are a lot of dubious points and inconsistencies in his case. The inspector added. He was jailed for theft, but his sentence is too long to punish such actions. Do you think his deadline was wrong? Or was it extended on purpose? Asked Jan. I'm almost sure of it, but there are some problems, replied the inspector. According to the files, Fang Tian was associated with a historical group of thieves who brought fear and terror to the people of the city. Mr. Chen, as I know he was put down. Besides, the long imprisonment made him crazy, said Yang. Yes, I saw him too. I think his thoughts are disordered, replied the inspector. It may be that his file story was made up, I'm not sure. In any case, I will prove everything I know to the principal and the final decision will be made by my supervisors. That's great. What a poor man. I believe that Director Wang will rectify the situation, joyfully replied Yang. How are you doing? Chard Vaughn not giving you any trouble or trouble? Asked the inspector. No. On the contrary, his attitude towards me hasn't changed. I wonder if he even put me up to it. And whether he is or not, you must proceed with caution. Forget it. How are your exams going? Chen asked. I'm doing great. I'm doing well in my studies. Are you going to go to CJ Technical University? Asked the inspector. I think so. Now I'm very motivated, replied Yan. I was your age once. Let me guess. The girl you love goes to CJ University too? The inspector asked cheerfully. How did you know that? Ian was surprised. Oh, it's written all over your face. Don't forget who I am. Boy, work hard. I have confidence in you and your strength and knowledge, the inspector added. Ho, 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 ho. I hope Maria is also confident in me, replied John. John Min waited for the bus that was going to his house. He tried to pay his fare, but all the petty cash he had spent on jewelry for Maria, he had no change at all. Ian, wait. While someone else was paying, he was approached by a familiar female voice. Use my card. Oh, don't take me for a stranger. Jan was very embarrassed by this. He hadn't expected to meet Marie on the bus, much less have her pay his fare for him. Yeah, I have to skip the formalities. You know, we could be a family, Ian replied happily. Family? Shut up. Don't reach for the kernel after you've reached an inch. Maria was very literate and sometimes responded with proverbs. Ha ha ha. Of course, Yang immediately understood the meaning of this phrase. Hey, don't push me, you blind bastard! A passenger whom I had accidentally elbowed started making noise. Why didn't you take a cab if you don't like jolts, poor man? Jan answered calmly. Perhaps this passenger had some psychological trauma as he wanted to lash out in rage. He had even already swung his fist, but Ian caught his hand and blocked his blow. What a force! The passenger was indignant as he could not move any further. Marina went to the bookstore. What books do you want to buy? Jan asked. Some books with exercises for the entrance exam. I've heard that many schoolchildren study with them. Marie turned to him. Yang Min, I suggest you buy a set of these books too. It will be very useful, she suggested. Instead, Yang was interested in a completely different book. Excuse me, do you have any books on lip reading? He asked the salesman. X-ray vision along with lip reading would be a great skill. Lip reading? It's over there, next to the textbooks for the deaf and dumb schools. The third shelf on the other side, the counselor replied politely. Jan brought the books to the register and the cashier noticed something. These two books also came with the video lessons. You can go back to the shelves and get them from the bottom, she advised. Jan went to the shelves and finally found those video lessons. They were hidden at the very bottom. As he searched for these lessons, his legs went numb in this position. He tried to stand up, at which point he caught his head right under the skirt of a girl who had also come over to pick out books. You pervert! She was outraged. Pervert? Me? What happened? Ian was surprised. The girl looked with disgust at the young man. She was indignant. She only adjusted her miniskirt. But at the same time, she completely forgot about her blouse. The blouse was slightly unbuttoned and showed her beautiful breasts in lacy lingerie. Yang Ming slowly sighed. He tried to shift his attention, but his gaze was fixed. What are you looking at? She was indignant. I'm sorry, beautiful. I didn't notice you just now. Ian apologized politely. You didn't notice me? Okay, but where are you staring at right now? Yang Min couldn't take his eyes off her beautiful breasts. Pervert. I never thought a teenager could be such a jerk. How can you behave so indecently with a beautiful girl? She was outraged. Yang Ming didn't even know what to reply. It came out very awkwardly as he was really considering her. I didn't do it on purpose, and I've already apologized. I think you chose to fight with me. Jan Min tried to reassure her in some way. Hey, don't be such a narcissist, okay? Did you just call yourself a pretty girl? I'll tell you my girlfriend is much prettier than you, Auntie, replied Jan. Auntie. Did you call me Auntie? She continued to resent it. Even though I'm in my 30s, no one has ever called me Auntie. And everyone said I looked young and beautiful. How can this brat call me Auntie? All right, I'm not going to argue, she went on. Young Min went in search of Marie, who was looking for books in the store. Marie, you're done so soon? Of course he found it at the bookstore. Yes, I got everything I needed, she answered cheerfully. Here's something else. And Humory started rummaging through her bag for something. She obviously had a surprise. Here, this is for you, she said, and handed him the book. And she handed him an entrance exam preparation book, to make his results even better. I told you to buy it, but you didn't. Hey, if I don't make you work hard, will you take your studies seriously? Marie asked. Ho ho, how much was it worth? I'll let you pay me back, added Jan. Calm down, never mind. Take it as a gift. Doing these exercises seriously. And let me know if anything makes it difficult for you, Marie added. They left the supermarket building where they had walked around for a while after buying the books. What kind of book did you buy? Marie asked with surprise. An Introduction to Lip Reading? Sign Language Level 1? Maria read the title of the book carefully. Did your father ask you to buy them? She asked in surprise. Do you have someone in your family who is deaf-mute? Oh, that's not true. My father will be in a play that includes this. That's all I know. Ian was trying to think of something to say back. They waited until the bus arrived and I, as a gentleman, let Marie go ahead. Sometimes I think gentlemen do this to look under a short skirt. Never. They were riding the bus. Jan noticed a woman he ran into at the bookstore and they had a not very nice conversation. Since I often rode public transportation, he immediately noticed one kid. This guy wants to touch you, he quietly warned Marin. What makes you think that? She was surprised. It's written all over his face. Let's switch places. Stand in front of me, replied Jan. I wonder how you can be so sure of that. Do you do this a lot too? She asked. At that moment, a guy, taking advantage of the fact that there are a lot of people in the transport and quite crowded, pushed another girl. Hey, what's wrong with you, pervert? Don't deny it, Mr. Dirty Pervert. The girl was outraged. Shut up! I didn't touch you, Miss Ugly. Yang Ming and Mari were very close and heard this conversation too. I've been trying to find a way to teach this guy a lesson. I just have to wait for the right time, thought Jan. And then the moment came. Yang Ming acted very quickly and carefully. He instantly reached out and grabbed the girl by her rounded buttocks and gave her a little squeeze. What was that? She was surprised. Could it be that boy? She turned and immediately slapped him. Pervert. Why did you slap me, bitch? The kid was outraged. A slap won't be enough. I'm gonna send you to the police. Because you grabbed my butt. Grabbed your butt? I'm not that blind. He was surprised. Cut the crap! Save your breath for talking to the police! Stop the bus! The girl screamed. Police? That's all I need. The kid was outraged. At the nearest stop, he immediately jumped off the bus and ran away. Good! What a rascal, a freak! The girl continued to resent him. Marie, did you see that? Just like I said, Ian added. Okay, you guessed it, but I wasn't his target, Marie reassured him. Didn't you see him pushing his way into you? If I hadn't gotten between you, he would have started hitting on you. Do you believe he has such bad taste? She inquired. That means, Marie was thinking. Oh, bad boy, that's not bad, that's smart. They laughed together. How does it feel? She asked. Not bad, answered Jan calmly. All I was thinking about was how to get this guy out of here as soon as possible, replied Jan. I wasn't paying attention in this emergency. Marie thought for a moment. Marie, is something wrong? Ian asked. Hush, look over there. And quietly, Marie added. The girl who was in the store sat down by the window and dozed off. At that time, a suspicious man started to take an interest in her. Auntie, wake up, a familiar voice sounded. Ian immediately thought of the fact that everything done is coming back. This is a really fast retribution. Marie got close to this girl and tried to wake her up, to protect her from the danger of a stranger. Young Ming watched all this and saw that the strange type was not even going to retreat. "Stay out of our business or I'll stab you," the man said and took a knife out of his pocket. Marie didn't expect it, and she was very frightened. Robber, there's a burglar here, help!" Marie started yelling at the whole bus. The other passengers simply ignored her call for help. Young Ming was surprised by such indifference. "Hey, bitch, nobody's gonna help you," the man said angrily. "Die," he threatened me with a knife on the bus because she felt power and impunity. "Save me, Jan!" Marie screamed, and Jan, pushing aside the indifferent passengers, rushed to her aid. "Stay out of this. I'm just trying to scare this annoying bitch." What's going on? Can I really read his mind? Ian thought. Jan sneaked through the crowd of gawkers and grabbed his hand right on the blade of the knife. The passengers almost have jaws, if from such a thing. Drops of blood began to drip right onto the floor of the bus, so the knife was really sharp, although it was surprising that his fingers were still in place. "Jan, your hand," Marie said. What do you want?" the robber asked in surprise. "I want to beat the shit out of you," Ian replied, and I started punching and kicking this criminal. "Ouch! Stop it, you're hurting me," that's all I heard him say. "How dare you steal? How dare you hurt my girlfriend?" Ian was indignant. What a real beating. It's that guy again, the girl thought. At the police station, in the pre-trial cell. "Mister, why did you get locked up?" someone asked. "Oh, it's all because of that idiot. I was close to succeeding, but that Ian guy jumped out at me and started playing the hero." The robber justified himself. "That bastard. Jan, I'll kill him." The other one added, "You devils! You can't even beat me. How dare you cause trouble for Brother Yang? Don't bother, Brother Yang. I'll fix you myself." The prisoner with a red mohawk on his head started knocking them down to fix them somehow. "Oh God, please spare me. It's all my fault." The perp begged for help. "Thank you so much. I had my passport in my wallet. I would have been in big trouble if it had been stolen." Polite. "You're welcome, as long as you don't think I'm an asshole," added Jan. "Passport, are you going abroad?" Marie asked. "Yep, for the Sino-Korean International Student Exchange Program," added the stranger, and they said goodbye. A day later, the school summarized all the exam results. "Youngman, come into my office. 703 overall. That's 9th in the school." "That's very doubtful. I cheated too much after all. I cheated from everyone using my X-ray vision," Ian thought. Did he really write off the others? The other students were indignant. "Ian Min has earned your class honors. He is our honor. Now everyone please return to your textbooks and notebooks. You screwed up, Yang Min," said Chard. "The more important thing for me is that Mary would be grateful to me. Look at my beautiful smile, Mary," he added. "Chard, come on, give me a smile. I like you too," Marie added. "Oh no, not again." "Young Min, I am satisfied that you have become a better student. What is your study method? Let's share with me." The reason why Yang Min began to study better, you realize, of course, but he wouldn't say it. "Mr. Lee, the reason why I did so well on the test is pure luck this time," Yang replied calmly. "Luck? What do you mean by that?" asked the teacher. "Before the exam, I did some exercises that turned out to be very similar to the questions on the test. That's why I scored so many points," Yang answered calmly. "Miss Chu is a witness to that," he added. "Yes, it's true. These exercises were given to him by me," she replied. "I didn't really have any other advantages except that I have a great memory. I memorize everything by heart," Ian bragged. "What, you memorize it by heart?" The teacher was surprised. "If you don't believe me, Mr. Lee, you can pick any chapter from your books and I can retell it," Yang added. "Okay, I have this journal lying around. A chapter from the work Sunbeams at Last, and the teachers opened in the right place." Yang Ming used his X-ray vision ability. Show the contents of the journal. He found the necessary bit in the text and began to say it. Surprisingly, it's all right, word for word. The teacher was surprised. "Good job, I have no more questions. You can leave now," the teacher said. "Yang Min, come to my office after class." The teacher turned to him. "Boy, how dare you hide your abilities from me?" She was outraged. Alas, Sister In was angry with him. After school, Yang Min decided to go back to the study. "I wonder if Sis In is still inside," he thought. I just used my X-ray vision to peek into the office. I don't even have to open the door. This is unbelievable. She's changing in her office, and that Hello Kitty underwear just fits her perfectly. What a turn-on. Young Min was surprised. The blood vessels in his nose couldn't take it anymore, and blood started dripping. "Oh God, I can't take it. I'm going home right now." And Yang Min flew home. What an exciting day today, Ian thought happily. Beep, beep. After dozing off a bit at the computer, he was awakened by a notification in the QQ Messenger. I would like to add that QQ is a popular messenger in China. He opened the messenger and decided to check the messages. "Sincere, are you here?" "Oh, it's her anyway. Gotta take this." "I've been gone since noon. What happened?" he asked. "Sincere, great. You're online. I've been waiting for you," she asked. "Have you really been waiting? Don't tell me I'm your only contact in QQ," Ian added. She bugs me every time I'm online. I'd be surprised if she turns out to be a freak who wants to marry me. They kept in touch on the famous messenger. Bingo! Do you feel honored? So I'm your only friend? Asked Jan. Of course not. I have other friends in my life instead of Kikyu. Oh, have you seen my new avatar? Isn't it freakishly awesome? Jan took a closer look at the avatar. Yeah, it's really creepy. She's creepy? Yeah, the past was creepy too, Ian added. Die, you bastard. That was the answer. Ha ha ha, she's so funny. This kind of communication amused him more than a little. As we follow the correspondences of the two young men, it's already Monday morning. There was a phone call. Mr. Chen, did you want something? Still yawning, Yang asked. Yangmin, I have 2 pieces of news for you. One about Taylor Fong, used to be called Fang Tian, that old man from prison. And the other about your case, the inspector replied. Information about my case? Ian wondered. Yes, we found the person who framed you, the inspector added. It's a waiter from the Heaven and Earth restaurant. He took full responsibility for himself and gave the details of the crime. Yangmin, Chard Wan is very smart. This case is now closed because of this scapegoat. He'll get away with it. I understand, replied Jan. That asshole Chard out, we'll see about that, thought Jan. What's the news, Tylor? He's been released. How about we visit him together, added the inspector. So they went together to find this old man. They went to the farthest part of their town. Good thing they had the right address. Knock, 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 Mr. Fong. I'm Philip Chen, a police officer. I've brought someone to see you. The old man slowly walked to the door, and with a creak opened the old wooden door. Uncle Fonda, do you remember me? Asked Yang. Oh, it's you. Come inside, rejoiced the old man. The old man coughed and moved slowly in his small house. What a poor and lonely old man. I think I should visit him more often, Jan thought to himself. Uncle Fong, you're coughing. Let me get you some water. Sit down. Respectfully addressed to Yang Ming. You are always welcome. The old man replied politely. Great, I'll see you again then. Yang Min and the inspector said goodbye. Be careful, he added, and he and the inspector headed for the car, the old man thought, and began to twirl the ring on his finger nervously. It was unclear whether he was doing it to calm himself or to keep his mind focused. He kept spinning it around like a spinner. Come to me and bring the things I left you, he told his assistant. If you remember, that's the assistant who was the warden at the prison. After the old man changed his clothes, he looked like a gray-haired mob boss. I've made my choice, the old man said thoughtfully. The next day at school, Yangmin was sitting at his desk as usual, a little lost in his thoughts and humming a familiar song. Yangmin, what are you doing jerking back and forth? Are you doing manual labor? He asked. Yes, handiwork, said Yangmin cheerfully. Ha ha ha, you're shameless, how indecent. Marie was watching this conversation. What are they talking about? When they were walking after school, she decided to ask him, Jan, what were you talking to that student about? Why did he say that? That you... Marie continued to say with a little embarrassment. What? Yang asked. Hey, you know what I'm talking about, she clarified. Did you mean handiwork? Jan asked cheerfully. Well, he just does too much handwork. That's how he thinks others will like it. Anyway, I was just swinging my leg and he got it wrong. Calmly explained Yang Min. How do you do it? Marie asked naively. Based on a survey by a well-known organization, 90% of men have their first time with an arm, Marie added. So you're doing it after all? She asked again. Ha 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 ha. I finally got a chance to tease you. You've teased me a lot. Now it's my turn. Ho 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 ho. I'm very happy I was able to embarrass you. Well, because you were always teasing me. You're right. I do it sometimes, but rarely. Very rarely. You know, I don't think I'm gonna do it anymore. Ian decided to remedy the situation. Because now I have you and I don't have to do this. And he reached for her beautiful breasts. Yangmin, you pervert. Don't even think about me doing this to you. She was indignant. Do what to me? Ian continued to tease Marie. Don't pretend. Maria was furious with indignation and such insolence. Eh? I mean, I'll focus on studying under your supervision. That way I wouldn't have the time and energy for stupid things like that. What were you thinking? You Yangmin, don't talk to me anymore. Maria was very embarrassed and bumped him with her bag. Shit, my testicles. As usual, it happened very quickly and unexpectedly. It hurt, and to keep from screaming, he jammed his face right into her chest. Wow, Yangmin, are you okay? She asked in surprise. Oh, that really hurts, he kept saying. I'm sorry, Ian. I didn't mean it. Let me take you to the hospital. She apologized. Don't worry. Just let me stand like this and I'll be fine, I think. And he continued to nuzzle and squeeze her tender and firm breasts. What a sly one. Wow, look at those two. They're so brave. What's the unrivaled master, Is that it? The teachers who passed by were surprised. It's Jan and Marie. Are they in love? The teacher thought. From what she saw, she even began to have tears of the visual. Why? Why do I feel so sad? Is it possible that my heart is broken? Is it possible that I fell in love with him? The teacher thought. But I'm his teacher and we're not supposed to be together. Goodbye, my wishful mistaken love. But the teacher thought and ran away in tears. The school children did not notice anything and continued walking. So they came to a small supermarket. Jan, are you really all right now? Marie asked. Yes, I feel much better, replied Jan. I have to stop pretending or she'll notice, he thought. Passing by a stand with daily pads, Marie remembered that her pads were out and she had to buy some. Jan, can you buy me something to drink? I'm a little thirsty. She decided to divert his attention so she could buy what she needed. Marie, what kind of drinks do you like? He asked just as she was making her choice. Well, Mr. Cohn's green tea will do, she answered a little embarrassed. I wonder if Always or Libresse. Which one is better? So much choice. Which pads suit me best? She thought. Jan, I came back with green tea and saw what she was picking out. Excuse me, maybe I can give you some guidance. How much blood do you have coming out? He asked. Not too much. Marie thought she was being approached by a counselor. She turned around and was very surprised. Yangmin, it's you! It's not nice to do that! She was indignant. Forget it. Why don't you just buy tampons? He asked. Tampons? I never realized you knew so much. I can't use tampons. She replied, embarrassed. Why? Why can't you use them? Ian was surprised. I just can't. Why do you have so many questions? Maria decided to end this conversation. Jan, thanks for walking home with me, but I'll go alone from here. Otherwise, they'll start gossiping here if the neighbors see us like this, said Marie. See us how? Jan clarified. Well, seeing us walking together like you don't know what I'm talking about, Marie added. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. And they said goodbye. Jan, what are you doing here? But suddenly the inspector appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Chen, what a small world. What brings you here? Asked Yang. Ho ho, I live here. What about you? The inspector asked. I was just walking a classmate home, Ian replied, embarrassed. A classmate? Boyfriend or girlfriend? The inspector clarified. The girl. Mr. Chen, you are like a census officer, replied Yang. Ho ho ho. Just curious. Son, hurry home and finish your homework. Entrance exams are around the corner, and college will be the best place to start a relationship, added the inspector. Roger that, thank you very much, Mr. Chen, Yang replied politely. The next day at school, Maria was very excited and decided to ask. Jan, is your end okay? Embarrassed, she asked. Oh? Youngming was confused by such a question and in no way expected to hear it. He had to make a very sad face to make it look believable. What's wrong? Marie asked. I guess I won't be able to do manual labor anymore, Jan replied sadly. Huh? Why? What's wrong? Marie kept asking questions. Last night I learned something from some books Marie shared. If a man has that part seriously damaged, it's a real disaster. Sorry, I shouldn't have joked that way, Marie added. After I got home, it didn't hurt so much, but there was another problem, replied Jan dryly. What kind of problem? Marie asked. I watched, well, adult videos, but he didn't react at all, replied Ian. Not reacting at all? She asked. Uh-huh. He's not reacting. Dear viewers and subscribers, just please do not write in the comments that you have a reaction while watching adult movies. Thank you for understanding. But other comments, of course, write. So what are you going to do now? Are you going to go to the hospital, John? I'm terribly sorry. It can't be cured unless... Okay, let's forget it, he added. If what? Tell me, Jan. She decided to be more specific. I read it on the internet. It said that the best way to cure a man is to let the woman he loves help him. Sly Yang decided to use the situation to his advantage. I see, but does this method work? Asked the naive Marie. Uh-huh, the internet said so, Jan answered briefly. Well, just forget it. It's not fair to you. I decided to make it up to her so she wouldn't suspect a thing. Marie felt very uncomfortable and realized she'd made a mistake. Still, she decided to help him. The guys went to the movie theater, of course. Where else can a guy and a girl be in the dark? The movie's already starting. Let's hurry up. Ian was in a bit of a hurry because he realized his plan would work. They took a suitable seat in the auditorium and waited until the lights went out. If you delay treatment, won't it become incurable? Marie asked. I don't think so. It's not cancer. A little delay won't affect my health, slyly replied Jan. It'll be a secret between us. No one else will know unless we tell them ourselves. Still, I have to try to help you. I've made up my mind, Marie said with full responsibility. Really? Ian was surprised. He thought they were just going to watch a movie, but he liked that option too. But I've never done it, so you have to teach me how to do it, Marie replied, embarrassed. Okay, I'll tell you everything, Ian answered quietly, so as not to attract the attention of the other spectators. Well, I guess just forget about it, said Ian. I think I've gone too far, he thought. No, she answered sternly. She couldn't afford to let him suffer for the rest of his life because of her stupid act. Cover it with your jacket so no one sees it, she added. Are you ready? I'm starting, she whispered. Yeah, of course I'm ready, Ian replied, embarrassed. Marie didn't take it as some kind of fun. She was really uncomfortable and took it very seriously. She struggled with her feelings. He grabbed her hand and decided to help her a little so she wouldn't have to search for him in the dark for long. Ducking under his jacket, he put her hand to his fly. She was very embarrassed, closed her eyes, and imagined what she now fumbled with her hand. She knew perfectly well that it was his tool. She began to squeeze him a little and stroke him. He responds to my touch, she wondered. So is he cured yet? Continuing to stroke, asked she. Of course not. Judging from what the site said, the treatment course must be completed to the end. Otherwise, it would bring negative effects. In clever words, Ian said. Marie continued to make these movements with her hand. She had not had to deal with such movements before, as she was a very well-mannered girl. Jan was so turned on that he didn't notice that he had grabbed Marie's breasts. She certainly hadn't expected that. He gently squeezed and kneaded her firm breasts as far as he could do through her bra and her jacket. Jan, your hand. It's on my... Maria didn't have the courage to say it all the way through. Marie, go on, said Ian softly, and pressed gently against her cheek. Okay, just this once. Marie was clearly embarrassed. Marie, can you please move your hand faster? Ian asked. I'm not a robot, my wrist is already going numb, thought Mari, but still sped up a bit. Marie, I love you. Come on, tell me you love me, Ian said quietly as she gave him a hand job. I love you, Marie replied slowly. At that moment, something began to gurgle. I think you know exactly what it was. Great milk. The guys in the next row enjoyed a milkshake and watching a movie. Is it over? Marie inquired. If it's over, then take your hand away, she replied. Huh? Oh, of course. Jan apologized and immediately removed his hand. Give me something to wipe myself with. How can you be so inconsiderate? She asked. You didn't wipe it off? Marie asked in surprise. Can you help? Ian decided to go all the way. Ian, don't be so insatiable. I know what you're thinking, Marie replied sternly. Jan was very surprised. Had she really guessed it was about helping with the mouth? Marie, Jan didn't finish his sentence. Now we're what? Look, Jan, today was a special occasion, she answered right away. It won't happen again, Marie replied. She turned her attention back to the movie. When Jan heard this answer, he was very upset. Why was he so upset? Marie thought with surprise. At least not until the entrance exams are over, Marie added. Jan was very enthusiastic. Does this mean that she agreed to be my girlfriend after finishing the entrance exam? How else is it possible for us to do it again? After a while, Marie came home. Apparently, Dad and Mom aren't home yet. No wonder, since school ended early today. The first thing I have to do is wash my clothes. There was a stain on my skirt from what Jan had done. I'm surprised it didn't stick to my leg on the way home. This Jan is a jerk, she thought, and with a slight movement she threw off her short school skirt. She threw her things on the floor and went on to change. I'm feeling tired. I'm gonna take a nap. It had been a very emotional day, and she was exhausted. Knock, knock, knock! The mother opened the door and entered the room. Her little girl was sound asleep and didn't hear a thing. Oh, sweetie, you must be very tired. Get a good night's sleep. Mom saw the stuff on the floor and decided to put it away right away. You've thrown your clothes around again. Okay, I'll wash them for you this time, said Mom. Taking the skirt in her hands, she found a very unusual stain. She sniffed it carefully. Let me know in the comments if you do the same. It's nothing but semen. With great surprise, she thought. Well, you know what that stain is. A little time passed and Marie woke up. Her blue underwear is just gorgeous. There was one feature that caught her eye. Did someone come into her room while she was asleep? Where are my clothes? So Mom already took them? She was outraged. Jan, I'm so screwed. What am I supposed to do if Mom already found out? Marie was very embarrassed. Marie, what's up? Are you awake yet? Asked my mom, who was making dinner. Not bad, Mom. Where's my skirt? Marie asked shyly. Oh, I washed your school uniform. Lunch is ready, Mom answered. Marie, have you gotten a boyfriend yet? Mom decided not to delay with the questions and asked straight to the point. A boyfriend? Asked Marie. Of course not, Mom. I won't think about it until I get to college, she said. And then she thought, can Ian be called her boyfriend? Okay, don't worry. I'm just wondering. Now let's eat, she said. It's natural for her to have a boyfriend at that age, Mom thought. Boys and girls, dear students, today is the last day of your school life. Soon you will be writing one of the most important exams of your life, he went on to say. Sneaky Wang looked slyly at Jan and thought that today was the last day of his life. Marie, come out with me for a word, he appealed. What, you can't just say it here? She was surprised. This is very important. It concerns Yang Ming. Wang continued to keep up the intrigue. Maria was very surprised, but still agreed to go out with him. Bitch, when it comes to Yang Min, you're ready to go out, but soon that bastard will be kicked out of school, thought Van. Chard, what's wrong? Marie asked. Marie, you and Jan get along well, don't you? Van asked. That's none of your business, Marie replied sternly. Well, I have some pictures, and I think they'll help you learn more about Yang Min. What do you mean? What is this? Marie was surprised. You just take a look, Van replied sneakily, and handed her a stack of pictures. You didn't want everyone to know, she asked in surprise. Going through the pile of photos, Mary was very surprised. Could it really be young me? Could it really be Ian? She continued to wonder. How else? Or can't you recognize him? Van asked sneakily. Where did you get that? Marie wondered. I got them by accident. From the web editor. You know that the other day, Heaven and Earth called the police on a customer's promiscuous behavior at a restaurant. He took these photos in hopes of publicizing it on the internet. Since my family has stock in this restaurant, of course we didn't want this to spread, and I withdrew it. Besides, I heard what Yang Min did wasn't promiscuous behavior. It was rape. Wang continued to torment Mari with his answers. How did you know all this? It was very hard for Marie to ask that. She was in tremendous pain and uncomfortable. Since the editor is a young guy, my father thought it would be better if I talked to him on behalf of my father. Wang continued to deceive. So you see, I don't want anything from you. I'm just reminding you to watch out for him. Yang Min is not an honest guy, he added. Marie snatched the pictures and ran away. Everything was raging inside her. She had never faced such deception in her life. Yang Min, you bastard! Don't dream of getting Mari's heart. But this time you're dead. Hey, good luck with the entrance exam. Ding, 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 the end of the school day bell. Marie, why don't we go for a walk? Jan asked her. Marie was very upset. She looked at him very sharply. Her gaze seemed to cut him into small pieces. Is something wrong, Marie? He asked. Don't follow me. I don't know you, Marie replied sharply. She turned around and ran away from him. Marie, what's wrong? Why are you mad at me? Ian was surprised. You don't understand what happened. You know what you're hiding from me. Don't come near me again, I hate you, she said. What does that mean? It's strange. Ian ran through the options in his head, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the sneaky Wang? Maybe he told Marie something bad about me, Jan thought. It looks like I should teach him a lesson, added Jan. Damn, silly Mari, how could you believe that scumbag and not me? Ian was surprised. We were having sweet talks this morning, and now you're just rejecting me. Fine, suit yourself. I don't care, Ian thought. Yang Ming was leaving the school grounds in the late afternoon. No sooner had he reached the gate than someone called out to him. Yang Min, come with me, an unfamiliar voice said. I'm busy right now, Yang replied, and didn't even turn around. Busy? He was surprised. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? I'm here to teach you a lesson. I confiscated your bike because of your improper parking. Just follow me if you want it back. You've ruined all my plans. I'm going for a ride with you today. And you remind me that this is the teacher who wanted to ask the teacher out. Even though this teacher wasn't particularly literate, he had quite a bit of courage as he decided to face him. Really, you've decided to get even with me? Yang clarified. At that moment, his fist whistled and flew a time lump into the face of that insolent teacher. Bang, bang, bang. A series of blows followed, Ian continuing to beat all the negativity out of him, if you could call it that. He followed up with a few more blows, and following the bloody snot, the knocked-out teeth began to leave his mouth. Bam, bam, get the bastard! Ian continued to carry out the educational work. I didn't touch you because I was busy with my happy days. How dare you provoke me? Young Min asked in surprise. At this time, in a dark alley, didn't Kong Kim tell me to wait here to teach that asshole a lesson? But where does he go? Please be patient. Maybe we'll go and see what's wrong with him. All right, come on, but make it quick, since he said to wait for him here. Bam bam, Yang Pro kept throwing punches. Damn! I knew about all your dirty tricks, Ian continued. Hey kid, stop a little. The bald bully turned to Ian. I instantly turned around and instantly evaluated the situation. He immediately realized that it was this pathetic teacher's assistants. A punch, another punch, and the bald man was lying next to the teacher. Is it really Yang Ming? He was surprised. The bully remembered how Yang Ming had tormented him in prison. Derek, have you forgotten your treatment? Yang asked. Why did you suddenly stop talking? You were hired by Kong Kim, weren't you? Yang asked. Ho, Young Min. So they let you out? The bully was surprised. Don't talk nonsense and watch your language. I was released before you. Yang added. Sure, I was just passing by. You were just passing by? Ian asked in surprise. And suddenly you want to play the hero? He asked sternly. Of course not. How dare I meddle in your business, Young Min? Everyone you beat up must be bad people, he added. Goodbye, see you later, John Min, Derek shouted after him. Yang Min turned around and went about his business. The whole family is gathered around the dinner table. You've already noticed who the girl's daddy is. Soup's ready, the mom said politely. Marie, what's wrong with your eyes? Have you been crying? Her father asked. Eyes? Oh, it's all right. It's just a speck of dust. Marina knew what to say, so she came up with the first thing that came to mind. Thank you. I won't do it again. She couldn't stand the tension and ran away from the table. Hey, go and do your own investigation. You're the expert, said Mom. Okay, investigation, added Dad. Marie locked herself in her room and cried bitterly against her pillow. She was full of unpleasant emotions, heartache, resentment, and even hatred. "Maria, what happened to you?" her father asked politely as he entered her room. Marina plucked up courage and still decided to ask. "Dad, can you fulfill my request?" "Sure, no problem. What's the favor?" "Speak quickly," Dad asked. She handed him the photos. "And can you keep the results of this investigation secret for me?" she asked. "What's this?" Dad took the pictures and was very surprised at who he saw there. "Dad, I want you to help me. To check if there was a police raid that day. If there wasn't, maybe you can find out if these pictures are authentic or not," Marie added. These are pictures from that day. Where did you get them?" my father asked in surprise, looking at the pictures. "Hey, Dad, you ask too many questions. Just tell me if you're going to help me or not." "Actually, the person in these pictures is a boy from my class," Marie replied shyly. "A boy in your class? Is he really your boyfriend?" Dad asked again. "Of course not, just an ordinary friend." Marie was very surprised by this question and tried to contain her irritation. "Another boy in my class gave me these pictures today," Mari added. "Oh, at least tell me the name of the boy in the picture and the name of the man who gave them to you." "Do you know where he got those pictures?" Dad asked. His name is Yang Min, and I got these pictures from a classmate, Chard Wang, the head of our class. He said he got them from the web editor." A picture began to form in Dad's mind. "Chard Van, you've finally given yourself away. You brought out those pictures and made my daughter cry bitterly. Do you think that I'll just let you go now?" Father thought. At this time at the police station. "Mr. Chen, I hear you're making progress on that case," the assistant asked. "Yes, Chard Van took out some photographs from that incident," the investigator answered sternly. "So that means at least we can confirm that he is involved in this case," the assistant added confidently. Chard Van lied after all. It was a completely fake accident. "With that, we have every reason to suspect that he was involved in the incident," the assistant realized at once. "Mr. Chen, let me arrest Chard Wang right now," she said decisively. "Calm down. Don't make a mess. We have to check everything and act for sure," the investigator added. "First, we have to meet with him and talk about it. We also have to wait for the fingerprint report from the forensic expert," the investigator added. The investigator returned home and decided he would just keep the truth from Marie so as not to traumatize her. "Marie, I can now confirm what Chard Van told you is a lie," said Dad. "I checked the crime record database and didn't find any rapist with the name Yang Min. So, I can say the photo is most likely," Father added. "Is it really true?" Mari rejoiced. "But at the time, the assistant investigator was in the interview room. I think you can guess who she was working with at that moment. Let me remind you that the entrance exam is due the next day. Admit it, did you take part in framing Yang Min? And where did you get those photos?" "No, absolutely not. Well, I lied about the pictures. Van was trying to find a way to find the words. These photos were not from the editor. In fact, they were given to me by that waiter who pleaded guilty," Van added. "Telling a lie, it's not a crime, right?" "Oh crap, it's already 4 a.m. I have to attend the entrance exam in the morning." Wang looked at his watch. "Cut the crap. You've said nothing useful all night. Now I will use the whip and candle on you until you tell the truth," strictly declared the assistant. The investigator realized that Chard Van's father was already pressuring them through his connections. "It hurts. Don't stop it," continued to drink Van. "Chard Wang, you can leave now, but I think we'll meet again." The investigator replied politely. "I hope you enjoyed your night of questioning under the bright lamp. Good luck with your entrance exams." It turned out that I was wrong about Yang Ming, but why didn't he explain it to me? Mari was surprised. "At least he should have at least just called." "Forget it. I'm a man with dignity." At this time, Yang Min was also thinking about it. "Mister, your underpants." The surprised driver was waiting for the Chard van under the police station. "Shut up, we're running out of time. Take me straight to the exam," Wang said excitedly. At that time, the entrance exams had already started. At the entrance exams are announced on a red sign. No outsiders are allowed to enter. There was complete silence in the classrooms. Only the light whistling of the wind could be heard. All the students were concentrating on their tests. With my contact lenses, I should be able to get into CJ Technical University, Yang Min thought. But what was the point now? He remembered Marie saying she hated him. Okay, I'll just do it to make my parents proud, Ian thought. Yang Min exam. Do you think you can get into CJ University? Wang asked. I probably can. What about you? Yang Min asked. Ah, you know who I am. My father made a promise as long as my exam results are not too bad, added Wang. He promised that he would send me to CJ University through his connections, so we could still continue to go to school together. As they say, all grades are good for a powerful father, he thought. My father said to prepare 20 or 30 jade pendants for me. I'll be able to use them to raise girls in the university, Wang added proudly. Speaking of girls, I heard you had a fight with Mari yesterday. You know, I'm going to my father's company later. He recently received a shipment of jade pendants. Come with me. You can take one pendant for free for Mari. She will be happy about it. Wang continued to lure Yang Ming. Oh, I don't want to be such a freeloader, Ian replied calmly. Come on, we're best friends. Forget it, we'll go to Uninian tomorrow, Van added. Yes, my father is going there to expand his jade business, so we can go with him. Jades! I should get the opportunity to try my luck, Jan thought to himself. They traveled to faraway Tengchun County, Yunying Province, where the jade stone is mined. It's only 9 o'clock. It's too early. Let's take a walk, Sneaky Friend suggested. Hey guys, they were approached by a very pretty girl. I think you can guess what kind of services they provide. Would you like to come in and have some fun with us? She asked politely. No, immediately replied Yang Ming. He remembered very well how the last walk ended. How much do we owe? Wang asked. Shit! Are you serious? What are you doing? Yang Ming asked in surprise, clearly not expecting this from his acquaintance. How else? Let's go. Yang Min, don't tell me you're still a virgin. Wang continued to insist. Of course not! Ian was indignant. Oh, I understand. Don't worry. I won't let Marie know about this. It will be our secret. I'll add for myself, but I don't understand what Jan Min is still doing next to that bastard. What's the matter? What are you waiting for? Van kept insisting. He had already found 2 beauties for his amusement. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything right away, Van added. My boyfriend is here for the first time. Offer him one of the innocent girls, please. Wang turned to one of the girls. Hey, I got you one of the innocent girls. I hear they're virgins. Chard Van rejoiced. You're so lucky. I've never done it with a virgin. God, you're so direct. Not every minute is precious. Have fun, Jan, Van said, and went to the room with his 2 girlfriends. Young Min calmly opened the door and walked into the prepared room. The girl immediately pounced on him and pressed down in a passionate kiss. Jan Min didn't expect such a quick reaction from such a cute girl. God, I never thought a virgin could be so active. And they continued kissing passionately. Shit, I can't resist it anymore, Yang Min thought. Ouch! The girl moaned and occasionally cried out in pain. She really was a virgin, Yang Min was convinced. Looking at her sleeping soundly after what happened, Yang Min thought that she was still underage. Judging by her reaction, she wasn't ready for what had happened between them. Ian continued to ponder, just like the girl from the Heaven and Earth restaurant that night. I wonder if she'll be crying and making a scene when she wakes up, Ian thought. 2 demons were fighting back in his head. Just hurry up and leave quietly if you don't want to get in trouble, one was saying. You slept with her, didn't you? How could you be so cruel to leave her here, said the other. Jan, did you have a good time? Asked Chard. If I want to take the girl out of here, will the landlady mind? Asked Jan. I don't think so, but why? Are you in love with her? Van asked. I'll explain later, but help me get some birth control pills, Jan added. The girl woke up in a room all alone, only unclear what she expected to see. Mom was right, all men are like a real animal, she thought. You chose to run away, so don't blame me for what happens next, she thought sternly. Yang Min returned to the room and opened the door. The girl was very surprised to see him. Oh, you're awake now. I took some pills for you. Yang Min greeted her politely. Is that the reason you came back? Is it the pills? If that's the case, you can leave. I know how to take them, she answered. In fact, I want to suggest that you get out of here, Yang Min said with confidence. Yes? And what will I do if I leave here? Immediately, this girl asked. I think you should go to school at this age. Even though your father abandoned you, you can earn a living. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. That should be enough for a while, said Yang. Will you leave me? She clarified. I don't live here, Jan added. I only came here for a couple of days. It doesn't matter, I'll follow you anywhere, the girl replied cheerfully. Yang Ming was still hesitating with his decision. He wanted to help this girl and the situation was incomprehensible. You don't have to explain yourself or prove anything, she added. It's really wrong if you want to go out with me. But what I'm saying is, I don't know anything about you. All I feel for you is sexual attraction, he said. She moved closer to him and looked into his beautiful eyes. That should be enough. My name is Linda Liam. These feelings for me are bound to turn into love, she added. The clothes disappeared the moment she approached. By the way, how old are you? Ian asked. I'm 16 years old now and I can do it. Don't worry, the police won't come after you, she replied. Haha, I mean, sex is bad for the health of young girls, he added. Then why are you going at it like a wild animal? You almost killed me, Linda said. Look, you're the first one to go all wild on me, aren't you? She moved closer to him and suggested we do it again, but in a more relaxed and sensual atmosphere. They were doing it with a focus on speed and their senses. They also left the lights on to savor every emotion. Hey, you're doing this because you like me, am I right? She asked after they were done. Heh, I know what you're thinking even if you don't say it, Lukawa added. She. How can you know what I'm thinking? Ian was surprised. Because you're under my curse, Lukawa added. What? A curse? What the hell? Yang Ming was suddenly surprised. What did you say? I'm under your curse? Are you kidding me? He jumped away from her at that moment. It wasn't me, it was my mom. When I was little, my mom put a curse on me. According to her, the curse would go to the man who took my virginity. With sadness in her voice, she added, "And if this man gives me up, he will die a horrible death." She added, "Really? Don't lie to me." Youngmin was surprised. "I'm not lying. I'm a Hmong descendant of the witch tribe. My mom is very much a witch," she added. "What do I have to do to break the curse?" Yang clarified. "It's impossible to take it off unless my mom can do it," she added. "Well, let's go to your mom's," Ian suggested calmly. "There's just one problem. She's been dead a long time," she added. "She died when I was 6 years old, killed by my father," Linda told me sadly. "My father was a pathological gambler. After he lost everything, he made my mom pay his debt by sleeping with another player. My mom killed herself after that man abused her," Linda said sadly. "Why didn't your mother use her curse or her knowledge?" Ian wondered. "She used it. She warned that man, but it was useless. That man died, killed by my mom's curse," she added. "I'm so sorry about what happened. Selling his wife and daughter, what a crazy father." Yang was surprised. "My mom was afraid I'd be a betrayed man, so she put this curse on me," said Linda. Yang Min gently pressed against her and hugged her affectionately. "Calm down, I won't betray you," he added. When Ian went down to the front desk of this hotel, he met his buddy. "Hey, Chard, good to see you," he added. "God, what have you done? Did you really sleep with a lowly?" he wondered. "I'm not lowly, I'm Linda Liam," she answered sharply. "When my father comes here, please give this money to him." Linda left the envelope with the money with the receptionist. "And tell him that I've spoken to him. I'm no longer his daughter," she added. "God, Jan, is she really going with you? Are you serious?" Van went on. "Shut up. I'm having a hard enough time as it is," replied Jan. "It's all your fault. How can I explain this to Marie?" asked Jan. "I kept that secret for you." And Van patted his chest. "I think you can guess how good he is at keeping secrets." "A secret? Will it work? But that's not important. More importantly, can I break the curse?" Ian thought. "I'll make a bed in my father's room, so I'll leave you two alone," said Van. But as soon as he was out the door, he heard heavy breathing and someone's moans. Not 5 minutes later, he was back. "Why did you come back?" Ian was surprised. "I heard something from behind my father's door, and worried about my pocket money. I decided it was best not to leave it unattended." "Okay, we'll split this room 3 ways, but me and Linda will share a bed," added Jan. "Don't worry about me, just do whatever you've already had time to plan," added Van cheerfully. "Hey, ignoring me?" he asked Linda. "Shut up! I know you want to see a live performance. Why didn't you go to your father's room if you want to see it so badly?" Ian added. In the evening, as they had agreed, they went to separate beds, but the problem was that they were very close. Jan went to bed with Linda. "She took off my panties." Ian was surprised. "What are you doing?" he asked in a whisper. "Behave quietly without attracting attention," she replied, "and she got right down to business so she could savor every moment." "Hey, what are you doing?" "Chard's right next to us," Ian noticed. "Shh, be quiet," she whispered. "Shit! Why does this happen? Always around other people. My first time was at the movies, and now it's near Chard, who sleeps next to us." Ian was surprised. "What is this? What happened? You got me all wet." Ian was surprised. "I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm so horny I even peed my pants," she replied timidly. "Please, don't move. Stay inside me. I really want us to fall asleep like this," she added. "But I have to take a shower. I'm all sticky," Ian said in surprise. "I'm fine with it. Let it be." Linda calmed him down. Linda was hot. They continued it again that night. "Let's take a shower together." In the morning, Ian suggested it. He picked up the little girl in his arms, and without waiting for her positive answer, carried her to the shower. After Linda returned from her shower, she was simply amazed at what their bed had become. "Don't worry, the hotel staff will change the linens a little later. They'll clean up," said Chard. "Huh? Did you see that?" Yangmin and Linda were surprised. "No, I didn't see anything, but I heard everything. You were very loud." "Sorry, but I'm not deaf," Chard added. All the boys gathered around the dinner table. A fat man who looked like a hamster asked, "Who is this guy?" "Oh, that's my girlfriend. She's here to see me," Ian answered calmly. "Look, Jan already has a girlfriend. What about you? Adult movies, girls' night out, and handjobs. Can't you do something useful?" "This chubby guy is Chard's dad, and his name is Jason Chung." "Well, I was thinking of doing something useful, so last night I went to your place. But when I went to your door, I was startled by the screams," answered Van. "Why, for that purpose, you went to my room, Jason wondered. It's great that girl Yana here. Later I'll give you another 20,000 yuan, so you can have fun," Father added. "Later I'm going to the stone market for some random shopping." "Jan, did you say you were interested in this?" Jason asked. "Yes, I want to expand my horizons." "Then let's go together," answered Jan. They went to the stone market. A large number of people walk under the scorching sun and try their luck by selecting raw jade stones. Oh, wow. Jade, that's jade. What luck? Exclaimed separately from the buyers. How valuable are jades? Yang asked. The price of one stone is only 500 yuan. But a raw jade like this can be worth more than 2 million yuan, replied the experienced Jason. Moreover, it can be worked into a pair of bracelets and 2 pendants. In total value, they could be worth 5 million yuan. At once, Jason made an estimate. How do you get a payback ratio of 10,000%? What an incredibly profitable industry! Ian was surprised. You're right, but finding jade is a very rare chance. You see that mountain of rocks? There's probably not a single jade in there, said the bazaar worker. Mr. Wu, bring me some rocks to try my luck, said Jason. Jan decided to use his X-ray vision. He walked for a long time between these piles of rock, scrutinizing the stones to see through them. It's fucking jade, Ian noticed among the piles of rock. Mr. Wu, what about the stones in this pile? Young Ming asked. Oh, it's scum. There's hardly a gem in there. They are priced at a maximum of 100 yuan each, Mr. Wu replied. I see. In that case, can I buy some pieces? I don't know anything about them, but I just want to try to cut something, Yang added. Ian, take whatever you like and put it on my tab, Jason replied politely. Come on, Mr. Chung. It's just leftover garbage. Let him take it for free, Mr. Wu added. Yang Ming. Just what I was waiting for. Son, pick anyone you like and accept it as my gift. He added, thank you very much, Uncle Wu, Yang replied. Fool! If you want to try your luck, pick from the expensive pile. This pile is already all worked up. Chard decided to give him a hint. It doesn't matter. I just want to get experience in it, Yang replied politely. He didn't need any hints or advice, for he had found his stone, and he clutched it tightly in his hand, not wanting to part with it at all. Okay, I'll pick a few stones too and see whose luck has smiled on, Chard added. If you get the jade, you will get a reward from me. It will be a car, Father added. Great, the car is worth 100,000 yuan at least, Chard replied. Linda had been nearby the whole time and was enjoying a cold ice cream. She was a little shocked, and had no way of knowing what these guys had found in that pile of rocks. Make sure you pick this rock, she decided to advise, although no one asked her advice. What do you say about the stone? Yang clarified. This one is not necessary, she answered calmly. How do you know? Ian asked in surprise. I was born with a very accurate 6th sense. My father used it in gambling. But it doesn't work if I use it too often, Linda told me. God, curse along with a 6th sense, this Linda Liam is an absolutely extraordinary girl, thought Ian. Shh, you just don't tell the others about it, he added. Linda wanted to address him. He didn't listen to her and interrupted her halfway through. But what would others think if both stones had jades? One jade can be attributed to luck, but what about 2 stones? A coincidence? That would raise suspicion, Yang added. I'll take these 2 stones, said Yang Min. Ho ho. And I pick a couple of pieces too, said the boys to Mr. Wu. This evening. The hotel has vacant rooms tonight, so you can get your best room. I'll go to my room and polish the stones I've chosen. Downloaded Chard. Jan, this morning when you were choosing the stones, what method did you use to judge the quality? Do you also have a 6th sense like me? Linda asked. No, I'm just lucky, Jan replied cheerfully. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to, she added. Well, it's not like that. My situation is special, it's not so easy to explain, replied Ian. But Linda was already offended and didn't want to hear any excuses. Where are we going? She asked. To the bookstore. I want to buy some books to learn more about jade, replied Jan. Ian reviewed a large number of books and immediately realized that each professor, a different opinion on the matter. Each of them stick to their own arguments in jewelry. What should one choose? Pondered he. Young man, is something wrong? You're frowning all over, the older man asked him. Oh, sir, I want to learn something about jades, but I don't know where to start, Yang replied politely. Oh, it's not that hard. These books are written by collectors. Each collector has their own unique preferences, so of course there are many different books available, he adds. But the value of gems is always set by these collectors, isn't it? John clarified. Not always. The older man replied and went to look for a particular book. If you're really interested in it, you can start with the texture of jade. This book will help you with that, the salesman said, and handed the book to him. Ho ho, it must be amazing for you. This valuable book is a real antique, joyfully replied the seller. Thank you, mister. I will definitely read it. Thanked him Young Min. I gotta go. This is my business card. Just call me if you have any questions, the salesman added. To see that a young man likes to learn is very rare. The elderly salesman rejoiced. Wilson Lowe? I've never heard that name before. But he's definitely an expert in the jade industry, Jan noticed as he studied his business card. Hey, Linda. Jan found her among the many bookshelves. He came up behind her and gently slapped her butt. Linda, are you reading something? He asked. You scared me, she said. At that time, she was looking at the bridal instruction book. Oh, damn. She doesn't feel embarrassed at all, thought Jan. Jan, look, there are so many different sex positions. We should try them all. How about we try some tonight? She asked. Linda, keep your voice down. Don't let the others hear it, Ian whispered. Don't they have sex? Besides, the book is published to be read and discussed, right? Linda was completely misunderstood. What a girl. Is she really that naive, or is she just pretending? Jan thought. This is very personal stuff. Let's just keep it between us, okay? He added. I get it, I'm not going to talk about it. But still, we'll buy the book, she insisted. That's when I noticed the cashier of this store staring at them. I don't want the cashier staring at me weirdly. Buy it? Well, no, let's watch an adult video when we get back, he added. An adult video? That's great. Are we going to watch them tonight? Yes, now let's go back, joyfully she replied. Awesome. You even bought the book. Why are you so interested? Chard wondered when everyone got home. Oh, Jan, it looks like you're very interested in the jades, said Jason. Yes, Uncle Chung, I'm thinking about shopping at random. Maybe I can save up for my tuition. Buying at random. Yes, it's all about luck in this business. But if you want to earn your tuition through that, it's going to be tough, Jason added. I realize that. That's why I wasn't planning on getting heavily invested in this case, Ian added. Okay, just contact me if you have any questions. By the way, what book did you buy? Jason asked. Wow, it's pretty rare. You're good at choosing books. This book is one of the most suitable for beginners like you, he added. Ho ho, except I didn't pick it. I passed a man in a bookstore, and he recommended it to me, Yang added. I see, this man must be an expert, said Jason. Uncle Chung, have you heard of Wilson Lowe? Yang Mi asked immediately. Wilson Lowe? Did you say his name was Wilson Lowe? Jason grabbed him with both hands. Why, is he famous? Yang Ming couldn't understand what was going on. Of course. He is a master in jade carving and a leading jade expert recognized by a wide range of people. He also does consulting for many jewelry businesses, Jason added. I invited him over several times, but it was in vain. You know, jades are always worth a lot more if they're recognized by him, Jason told him. Uncle Chung, this Mr. Lowe gave me his card. He said I could call him if I had any questions. Do you think I should call him? Jan clarified. Of course. Mr. Lowe rarely gives out his business cards. Jan, this is a very good opportunity. Jason was already getting a taste of wealth. If you consider becoming his apprentice, you will definitely become a new star in the jewelry industry, Jason added. Well, it's too early to tell. Maybe that's not what Mr. Lowe meant, Ian reassured him. By the way, Jan, where are your stones? Asked Chard while he was polishing his stone. Or do you not want to mention them because you found out you have regular stones? Decided to play a prank on Chard. Ian had already used his X-ray vision to see that the Chard had agate inside. But I haven't started polishing my stones yet, he replied. Ho ho, then hurry up and polish them. When you're done, we'll give them to my father to test. Chard added. Don't be so proud. There may be jade in my stones, said Ian. What the hell? In the middle of the night, someone screamed from inside the house. It's a real Neaphri-T! Jason's father shouted. What? Jade? Uncle Chung, are you sure? Yang jumped back and skillfully tried to feign surprise. Of course I'm experienced. I didn't expect you to have such good luck, Jason cheered. What can I tell you? Jan won, so no car. He answered his son sternly. Well, I'm satisfied that you're interested in jade, so I'll still buy you a car. He reassured his son. Yang, this is a medium-grade jade. If you sell it as a rough gemstone, its price will be around 200,000 yuan. What do you think? Jason asked. I don't even know what your advice would be, Uncle Chung, Yan asked. As a businessman, of course I want you to sell it to me. But as your uncle, I don't advise you to sell it directly. Jason replied. What I mean is, you can transfer the jade to my workshop to remake it into several pieces of precious jewelry. Then them for sale, you can get about 800,000 yuan, he added. It'll be great. Uncle Chung, I'll leave it to you. And the profit, let's split it 50/Yang suggested. Come on, son. I'm not going to take your money. If you want to share, a 10% processing fee will suffice, Jason added. No problem, Uncle Chung. By the way, can I keep one of the necklaces for myself? Asked Yang. Of course they are yours, added Chung. Just let me know what pattern you like so we win it on it, added Chung. At this time, Chard kept pouting because he doesn't have that kind of luck. I've had sex with him many times, but he's never given me a gift. Isn't he a little stingy? I wondered. Well, for now, that stone will be safe in the safe, said Jason. Janmin thought about trying here for 3 days now. I should call my parents. Son, how are you doing? I'm doing great. You don't have to worry about me. How are you and Daddy? He asked. We're fine. Listen, son, your classmate just called. Classmate, Jan clarified, but he wondered if it could be Mari. That was Marie. She asked you to call her when you got back, Mom answered. I got it. I'll definitely do that. Ian answered immediately. She's a nice girl. Let's take her out to dinner after you get back. I asked her opinion, and she said yes, Mom added. Shoo shoo, Linda is sneaking up behind me. As the old proverb says, you can't keep your own kind and eat into it at the same time, thought Yang. Jan, what are you thinking about? And Linda suddenly hugged him from behind. He was very uncomfortable, and he pushed her away a little bit. I'm all sweaty, careful not to get dirty. I'm going to take a shower, he said. He had a lot of thoughts running through his head. I heard the whole thing, I'm just pretending. Should I tell him that? Linda wondered. The next succeeding morning in the house began with anxious cries. My God, what? The jade is gone. With anxiety in his voice, Ian asked. Yeah, when my dad woke up, he found he was gone. Let's go and check it out, Chard told me worriedly. When did you notice the jade missing? What time did you last see him? The police officers were already doing their job. When I woke up this morning and opened the safe, he was gone. The last time I saw him, I put him in the safe. Jason answered anxiously. Did anyone enter your office after you put the jade in the safe? The policeman asked. Well, I was calling a girl for the night. Jason felt a tremendous amount of guilt. What was her name? Do you have her number? The police officer continued to ask questions about the case. Yeah, I have her business card. She said her name was Lily. Jason answered and handed the policeman her business card. Well, just stay in the hotel and wait for our message. We will continue the investigation, the policeman replied. Thank you, gentlemen of the police, Jason added. Uncle Jason was very embarrassed. He felt awkward, and all the other boys were very embarrassed too. Jan, I'm sorry for losing your jade. Jason tried to find the words. Never mind, Uncle Chung, the police are working on it now. Let's just expect good news. Calmed him down, Yang reassured him. Even if the police can't get him back, I won't blame you, be sure. So, never mind that, we'll just wait, added Jan. Jan, I think it's very strange, she said with a serious expression. What are you talking about? Ian was surprised. I mean Jade. The strange thing is how it disappeared. Despite the fact that I had only been an overnight girl for one day, I had heard other girls talk about how they usually don't touch customers' suitcases because they rarely put valuable things in them. Slowly undressing, Linda said, You mean Uncle Chung stole it? Yang decided to clarify. No, as you know, I have a sixth sense, and I have no doubts about Uncle Chung, she added. What a pity. I was planning to use the jade to make a necklace for you, added Yang. For me? Linda was surprised. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm happy you thought of me. Linda was pleased and even a little embarrassed. Still, even if I can't get it back, I'll find another one and make you one. Ian didn't finish. At that moment, Linda's bra flew at him. What is that? What are you doing? He was surprised. Honey, do you mind what I'm doing? She asked affectionately. She pressed her naked breasts against him. Ooh, ow, oh my God. I can't hold back any longer. Like a beast, he roared. Ouch, I beg you, be gentle, Linda added. The police immediately found the suspected girl and brought her to the station for questioning. Is that her? Yeah, that's definitely her, Jason confirmed. I can see your thoughts, Ian thought. What's with the jade? I have no idea what he's talking about. If that damn fatty's trying to set me up. Since she thinks of it in that light, she's not a thief, that's for sure. Ian thought for sure. The inspector shakes his head negatively. As we found out, she had nothing to do with it. We checked her purse. It's too small to hold a stone of that size. The policeman adds. Besides, when we went to see her, she was getting ready to meet a new client. So the suspicion of her is pretty much eliminated, added the cop. A fatty Jason was upset by that answer. We have reported the case to the police station and the investigators will be here tomorrow. You will have to give them the information they require. Please do not move anything in your hotel room, especially your suitcase, the policeman added. Yang, come with me to the bank. I'll also give you 2,000,000 yuan. Fatty felt he might be suspected. Don't be in such a hurry, Uncle Chung. The police are still working on it, replied Yang. Jan, it's a small sum for me. I'll feel guilty to you if I don't do it. Do you think I'm deceiving you? Said the fat man. Of course not. Why would you think that? If you wanted to cheat me, you would say that jade is useless and buy it from me at a low price. That would be much easier. I've never had any doubts about you, said Jan. It's a relief to hear you say that. But you needn't worry, Jan. If it is not found in the end, I will pay you the price we discussed, said the fat man. Uncle Chung, tomorrow when you go to the market to me, can I go with you? Asked Yang. Of course, do you want to try your luck again? Right, but I'm also interested in it. No problem, but then I'll pay for you. Thank you, but I want to pay on my own. That way it will motivate me. Okay, that sounds convincing. The next day, the three friends, together with the fat man, went to the stone market. A huge room where the stones are piled up and each one is looking for the right stone. Wow, I was hoping to collect a whole bag of jades, but it doesn't look substantial. Most of the stones are in the center or at the bottom of the pile. Of course, it's a bad idea to set aside all the stones and pick from the center. I'll arouse suspicion if I do that. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision and had already scanned most of the piles. See you later, shouted his friend, and he left with Uncle Chung. The price of the stones is 1,000 yuan per 1 kilogram. I have 1,000 yuan. That's enough for 10 kilograms. Yang Ming was thinking. Even if there is no jade here, it would be good luck to find a bag of high-quality agates. The red-haired guy with the small glasses picked up the stone and began to examine it carefully, hoping to find the gem. Oh my god, my luck is evaporating before my eyes! Yang Min became worried. His girlfriend didn't understand why he was acting like this. The red-haired guy tossed that stone aside and Yang Ming immediately noticed it. Hey, there are so many rocks here, do you have to climb here? Another stone hunter asked. Yang Ming ran through the hall and picked up the stone. What an idiot! This stone was cast by my master, laughed the other stone hunter. Master? You idiot! The value of this stone is hundreds of thousands, Ian thought to himself as he took this stone. I also found some high-quality agates. Of course, I used regular stones too to avoid suspicion. He put the bag on the scale. It was only 5 kilograms, 11,500 yuan. Jan, what are you going to do with the stones? Are you going to open them here or take them with you? The fat man asked. What will you do, Uncle Chung? Yang asked. I will send my stones to the city, he replied. When I send my stones along with yours. The next day they'd just woken up and in the yard they could already hear them talking. Linda, get up. We have a plane to catch. Sonia, get up. You can take a nap later on the plane, said Jan. Okay, I'm up already, she answered cheerfully. Ian was a little surprised that she slept completely naked. Is your luggage already packed? Does it need to be double-checked? Jan asked Linda while she was in the shower. Using his X-ray vision, he heard his friend's thoughts. It seemed to him that in his thoughts she was talking to someone. Maybe she has schizophrenia, he thought. In a short time, they were already in the city of Songjiang, remember. It was to this city that they had sent their precious stones. The first thing they did was to go to a real estate agency in Tigria to look for the necessary accommodation. Which one of you is the prospective tenant? I'm a student at CJ University and my girlfriend is from out of town. So she needs to rent a house nearby, said Jan. Let me see, just a second. Professor Lowe, I've brought you some prospective tenants, said a woman from the agency. Okay, let me show you around, said Professor Lowe. Young Min recognized him. Professor Lowe, what a small world. You're the same young man from the bookstore. Surprise, Professor Lowe. Ho ho, do you still remember me? Asked Ian. Son, what brings you to this town? So you're the potential tenant? Asked the professor. I went to an institute in this town, and the tenants are me and my girlfriend. The fat lady was grunting something under her nose. It was hard to make out. Wow, you have a pretty girl, remarked the professor. Hey, are you going to rent or not? A woman from the agency became indignant. Well, we already know each other, so we won't give you any trouble, said the professor. The fat woman at the agency ran back to her office, grunting something to herself. Come on, I'll show you your apartment. So do you, Mr. Lowe, teach at CJ University? Asked Young Min. That's right, I give lectures there, he replied. Here we are. The professor opened the door and let the boys into the apartment. It's beautiful. It's as good as new. No one has ever lived here before? Ian asked. This house was prepared for my son. I never thought he would do this. Well, the past is the past, said the professor. It's a wonderful place. Professor Lowe, let's make a lease agreement, suggested Yang Ming. Oh, forget the agreement. You can live here for free. I look forward to you taking care of this place. The professor just waved his hand. Oh, don't think about it too much. I have no other motives, said the professor. I just wanted to find someone reliable to look after this house. But let me make one thing clear. If you make a mess in the house, I will kick you out, said the professor. Ho ho, Professor Lowe, you can rest assured it won't happen. Yang calmed him down. It's strange. Such a wonderful house, so why wouldn't the son live here? Linda scrutinized a huge picture of her son with some girl. Oh, just take that picture down. I don't think they're coming back here, said the professor. Okay, I'll do it later. Thank you, beautiful accommodation. Thank Jan Min. The keys are right here. See you again, said the professor. Linda, what are you thinking about? Jan asked her, when they were alone together. I think I've seen them before, Linda replied with surprise, pointing to the picture. Really, I've definitely seen them before, she thought. They look very familiar to me, but I can't remember them. Okay, never mind, let's take this picture. She suggested it. Okay, unpack, I'm going to my house, said Yang Min. Sure, I'll wait for you, replied Linda. Should I call Maria? Jan wondered when he found himself on the street in the middle of the city at night. Oh, I'll have to forget about that. Not to mention the curse. Besides, will Mari agree with Linda? And will Linda agree with Mari? Ian continued to think. The next day, Jan decided to visit his old friend. Real. It's great to see you, but what brings you here? Asked the old friend. Mr. Feng, I just came back from Yunnan province and brought some local food for you, said Yang. Thank you for remembering me, son. The old man thanked him. At that moment, the phone rang just as Jan was chatting with the old man. Jan, where are you? Weren't you supposed to come to my house today? I've just arrived. Come to my father's company. It was his friend who called. Yeah, thanks, I got it. I'll be there soon, replied Jan. But the old man was clearly up to something. He didn't like him leaving so soon. Is your friend waiting for you? Asked the old man. Yes, a good friend, replied Yang Min. Have you tried random shopping in Yunnan? The old man asked. Yes, I was curious, replied Yang. You have to be very careful. Someone's been paying close attention to this business lately. Well, never mind. You haven't invested much, so they won't bother you, said the old man. Mr. Feng, what are you talking about? What is the meaning of this? Yang Ming was surprised. I've heard that some people are into stealing jades, but you don't have anything good on your hands, so don't worry, replied the old man. What the hell? My stone was stolen. Could Mr. Feng be involved in this? No, it can't be. He was released from prison just recently, and since then he has been at home all the time, Yang thought. Well, after meeting the old man, he went to meet his friend, and in the carriage he saw a pretty girl. This girl looks familiar, if I've seen her before. He scrutinized the pretty girl. It's him. What a small world. Does he really recognize me? She thought. Please, sit down, I'll be out soon. He politely invited the girl to sit down. Please accept my offer. It's good for my health to stand. He obviously recognized this girl. Thank you. Pretty girl decided to take a look at him. In a moment, the electric train had already stopped, and in that instant she sat down on a chair. Here, it is unclear what happened. Whether by inertia he was pushed by the carriage and he buried his nose in her breast, or he just wanted to do it. I'm sorry. The train stopped so suddenly. He apologized. It's okay, she replied. This scene looks a little familiar. I'm sure I've seen her before, but I can't remember where I've seen her. Dear viewers and subscribers, and you have already remembered where he saw this girl. If yes, write in the comments. Yang Min wanted to start a conversation. Sorry, this is my stop. Goodbye, the girl replied and headed for the exit. Bye, he replied. A bunch of people also suddenly appeared and were also heading for the exit. Yang Min finally arrived at his friend's house in his father's company. Why are you so late? My father's in a meeting right now, so it'll have to wait a little longer. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a beautiful girl entered. Is Mr. Chung in the office right now? She asked. Her purple bra was falling out of her blouse. Mr. Chung? What do you need him for? Asked the boy. It must be another one of my father's mistresses, he thought. I had an appointment with him. I didn't see anyone outside. So I walked in. The pretty girl replied politely. Father, where are you? There's a visitor in your office. A visitor? Who is he? Mr. Chung was surprised. How should I know? This woman, maybe she's your lover, he answered. Ha ha ha. Do I really look like a lover? She laughed. Bean, what a stupid thing to say. Laughed Jan. What is it? He was surprised. I've known her for a long time, so I don't think she's your father's mistress, said Yang Min. Charlotte, what brings you here? Asked Jan. I came to buy something, of course, she replied. Last time you said you were in an international exchange program. How did it go? Asked Jan. Oh, it went well. I just got back yesterday, she replied. My grandfather very soon will have a birthday, so I came here to buy a gift for him, she added. Wow, what a mistake I just made, he thought. After a while, the door opened and Mr. Chung came in. Oh, Miss Xiao, it's good to see you, he said. Hello, Mr. Chung. She said hello. I came to check on how my order was going. She jumped up from the couch and stepped closer to him. Well, Miss Xiao, I must disappoint you and apologize, said the fat man. I received a jade that met your requirements, but by bad luck it was stolen. The fat man continued to make up nonsense. I see, don't worry about it. It's just that my grandfather is interested in these things, so I wanted to give him one as a token of my esteem. Anyway, it doesn't matter much to him, she said right away. Now I'll say goodbye. Call me if you have any good news, she said, flashing her big breasts and lush hips. Uncle Chung, what does Charlotte do? How does she buy such expensive things? Asked Yang. Strange, she told me she works as a teacher. But how can a teacher overpower the price of hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of jade? He thought. I don't know. I think you know more than I do. If your jade hadn't been stolen, you could have sold it to her for a good price. Fatty Chung muttered. By the way, Jana, your stones have arrived. Do you want my factory to process them, or do you want to see it yourself? Mr. Chugan asked. I want to see. This could be exciting, joyfully said Yang Min. Look, it's real jade. There were loud cheers in the factory. You've got jade again! It's unbelievable luck! Yang, the gawkers marveled. Surprisingly, this jade is even better than before. Mr. Chung was surprised. Gosh, why are you so lucky? Surprised Ben. Ha 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 ha. I'm a really lucky guy, Yang Min said happily. I roughly estimated its value is about 2 million yuan, much more than the previous one. Mr. Chung said with a smart look. Really? It's like a hidden blessing. Yang Min rejoiced. Don't worry. This theft incident won't happen again. I will send the jade to the bank for safekeeping right away. Besides, if the police still can't find the stone, I will compensate you, Fatty Chung said. My master, you're back. What kind of master am I? He was surprised. In the evening after a long day of work, he was greeted by Linda. I found out about it on TV. Linda was watching some movie, and there was this line about my master. Come on, you're my master. You can kill me with your curse anytime. How do you like it here? Are you getting used to this place? He picked me up and carried me to the bedroom. I couldn't sleep well without you. Jan, can you stay here tonight? She asked. I'm afraid not. If I stay the night, my mom will be mad. Just wait until I pass the entrance exam at the institute. Are you afraid of being alone? Said Jan. No, don't worry. I'm used to being alone. Besides, I'm a master of curses. Of course I'm not afraid. She replied. Oh, bad girl. I'll punish you, Ian said mysteriously. Yang! Come on! Punish me! Come on, punish me! Let me undress! She began to playfully say. The city has already fallen into the darkness of night. Professor Lowe, I came to see Linda, so I'll be here for a while, said Yang. Welcome. Betty, I'm going to have a talk with Jan, so you can start working on the invitation cards first, said the professor. Invitation cards? Professor Lol, are you having some kind of party? Is your son back already? Asked Yang. Uh-huh. If only he'd come back. Look, 6 years ago, on the eve of his wedding, my son, his fiancée, suddenly disappeared, told the professor. Missing? Ian was surprised. Unfortunately, yes, I was grief-stricken. But life still goes on faithfully, replied the professor. Invitation cards, ho-ho. They're for my birthday next month. I wasn't planning on celebrating it. But a few of my friends and students insisted that I should throw a party. Come to my birthday party if you have time. Some professors from the university will also come. It's a good chance for you to prove yourself, said the professor. Am I disturbing you? I'm still so young and inexperienced, right? Asked Yang. It's not a problem. My adopted daughter and my students will be there. There will be a lot of young people there, said the professor. Thank you very much. I will definitely come. Yang Min thanked him. Jan, why don't you answer my calls? Are you with Linda now? They were messages from Marie. Remember, my father promised me a car. Come with me tomorrow to pick it up, wrote Bean. Fuck off, I'm home now, replied Jan. Jan, are you online right now? At that moment, there was another message from Maria. Jan clearly didn't want to talk to her right now, so he turned on the invisible status so it wouldn't show that he was online. The next day, Jan met with Bean. It's almost noon. It's probably break time now. Let's go get the car after lunch. Bean suggested it. I'll tell you a secret. I was hanging out with a hot chick the other day. Bing said cheerfully. Yeah, can you believe it? And in a nude video chat room, Bean felt like he was floating on air from that story. Jesus Christ, said Jan. Come on, let me show you her profile picture. Bean suggested it. It's Jessica Cho? Yang Ming was surprised when he saw a picture of a familiar girl on the computer. Just because she snitched on me and sued me. Yang Min remembered, and her phrase came to his mind. You don't study as hard, but you still get good grades on your exams. I envy that. She was the best student in my class. Are you serious about her getting naked in a video chat with you? Asked Yang. Yes, I told her my name is Yang Min, laughed Bean. You asshole. Outraged Yang. Not hot, she said her name was Sumi. So I videotaped the whole thing, except this flash drive as my apology, Bean reassured him. Ian picked up the flash drive and a brilliant idea popped into his head. Jessica Chow. You're screwed, he thought. The next day, Bean was all ready with the car. Most likely the car buying process had been skipped. Jan, let me take you to school so you can apply for college. Good boy, replied Jan. You earned hundreds of thousands of yuan from Jade. Why don't you buy yourself a car? Asked Bin. Why should I spend money on a car? I have you as my driver, replied Yang. As they approached the school, Ian saw an old acquaintance and immediately called out to him. Hey, Chard. It's been 2 weeks since we last saw each other. How are you doing? Ian asked. Oh shit, what's wrong with this Ian? Chard thought. How did your entrance exam go? No problem getting into Tsinghua or Beijing University, right? Asked Yang. Damn it. Of course I should have gotten into Tsinghua or Beijing University. I never thought I would be in this situation, he thought. I don't think I can even get into a third-tier university. I'm only getting into CJ Unified School University. What a pity, marveled Yang. Ha ha! What you sow is what you reap. You're a great example of that, thought Jan. That's good for me. What about you? Where are you going to go? Chard asked. I'm applying to CJ University, and Bean has applied to CJ Unified like you. Great, it turns out that the three of us can continue to go to the same school. Chard's happy. Well, now I have to get to class, replied Yang. Damn, this bastard will continue to be my classmate, he thought. Heh, it's just great that you couldn't go to Beijing. I've prepared well to get back at you. The closer you get to me, the easier it will be, Yang thought. When they went up to the classroom, Bean said, Jan, Marie is sitting in the classroom. Why don't you go up to her and talk to her? And don't tell me you don't love her anymore. It was at this time that Marie noticed them and decided to walk closer to them and say hello since she hadn't seen him in a while. Shut up, it's not true. In fact, before Jan could finish his sentence, Maria came up and called out to him. Ian realized it. He heard that she had come up and was already very close right behind his back. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Yang, I heard you went to Yunnan. When did you come back? Why didn't you contact me? I was looking for you, I told Maria. I've been back for 2 weeks. Ian was choosing his words and thinking as he went along what to say. Let me remind you. This is after that young and beautiful girl did his handiwork at the movie theater. I was busy, so I didn't check my messenger messages, replied Jan. Have a seat, Marie, suggested Bean. How did you know I was messengering you? Marie wondered. Bin used my account and told me that Ian was trying to think of something. Okay, I'm not complaining. By the way, which university did you choose for admission? She asked. Marie, didn't you know that? Jan was very surprised to hear her ask that question. Just like Bin, I applied to CJ University, said Yang. But I'll go to a merged school with that university. Ho ho, added Bin. That's great. Then we'll be classmates, Marie said excitedly. I apologize, but it's like they have one university for the whole town. Jan, our teacher is organizing a class meeting. Will you come? Suddenly a chart appeared from somewhere. If Marie goes, I'll go too. I'm the head of the class, of course I'll go. Then I'll go too. All three of them answered. The fee from all participating is 20 yuan per person. Chard said it right away. Yang handed him 100 yuan and said, This is for the three of us. Let them keep the change. Hey, Yang, did you recently receive a large fortune? Chard asked with a smile. Speaking of wealth, who can compare to your family? Ian waved his hands. Ha 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 ha. But I have to graduate before I can enter this state, replied Chard. Released? I'd be surprised if your family's organization survives until then, Ian thought mysteriously. I have a car, by the way. Do you need a ride anywhere? We can stop at the supermarket, said Chard. Oh, thanks, but Bin has a car too. We'll take it. Jan grabbed Maria's hand and they headed for the exit. They got into the car, and as they drove along, they had the awkward sensation of sitting next to each other. No one said a word. The car was completely silent. In the silence of the car, you could hear the heartbeat. It was hard to distinguish who had a stronger heartbeat. Jan couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed Marie's hand. Hey, you two, don't be such a drag. Don't act like strangers to each other. You can't just ignore me. Bin turned around and indignantly said that. Keep your eyes on the road. We need to buy groceries. First thing we'll do is stop at the supermarket. At that moment, Jan's phone rang. Honey, where are you? This message came to him from Linda. It's a little unclear. It's probably the difficulty of translation from the original, because on the screens, he's addressed as Michael and Jan. But in order not to confuse, further I will call him Jan. Is something wrong? Marie was surprised when she saw that he'd gotten the message. Yang was in a very uncomfortable position. He was about to say something, but he was saved by Bin. We've arrived. Ready to go shopping? He asked. Walking through the stores, they felt very awkward, as they had missed each other for a long time and didn't know where to start socializing. I think some of you have been in this situation too. Let's take this appetizer. It should be delicious, Jan suggested. Okay, I just wanted to mention that. Marie replied cheerfully. I think their communication was starting to take off. Interesting, look at them. They have the same tastes, and look at you. Everything I love you don't love. How can we live together? A couple of shoppers were discussing. Those eyes finally meet. Judging by the background, you either realize it or you don't. Let me help you, It's unclear whether I'm pushing the cart or her. I think you realize he's missed her for a long time. As soon as he pressed himself against Maria, the phone vibrated. Very lucky call, silly bin. Ian was indignant. He pulled out his cell phone and was very surprised since it was his friend Linda calling. Hey, why are you calling? He stepped aside a little and asked it quietly. Jan, I've started my period. Can you please buy me some sanitary pads? I can't go out. I'm using toilet paper now. It's killing me, said she. Okay, of course I'll bring them to you. Ian replied. He was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Is something wrong? Why is he so nervous about answering the Bean's call? Marie wondered. Nothing. Bean was just asking where we were. Ian was just trying to find a way to get out of it. The phone rang again. Aye, where are you? I'll come to you. We're in the candy zone. I'll be right there. What the fuck, Bean? Looks like I fucked up, Ian thought. Maria, what are you doing wrong? You look weird, he asked. Why are you lying to me? She asked in surprise. Well, the first call wasn't actually from Bean. He answered a little awkwardly. Who was it from then? She asked right away. From my sister, a little awkwardly replied Ian. Sister? Why did you keep it from me then if it was your sister? Marie asked. And she asked us for one delicate favor and I was shy. Continued to come up with Jan. What's the other favor? Marie asked. She asked me to buy her sanitary pads. Ian felt very uncomfortable, but he had no choice. But if that's the case, that's a different matter. You should have told me the truth. I wouldn't have laughed at you, she said. You wait here, dummy, and I'll go pick out some pads. She flashed her underwear and went to the next row of the store. That's interesting, thought Jan. Girl number 1 choosing pads for girl number 2. If she finds out the truth, I'm screwed. Jan, where's Marie? Ben is finally here. She's mad at you, Jan said with a serious look on his face. Angry with me. About what? Ben was surprised. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Ian replied calmly. Cool. You'll really do it, as expected of you. I'm happy. Marie already agreed to your polygamy? Now you have realized your lustful dream, Bean asked cheerfully. What kind of polygamy? She asked. At this point, it was getting quite close. We were talking about the plot of an online manga. Yeah, the main character is a sex maniac. Guys responded. From now on, no more unhealthy fantasies, Marie said sternly. The city fell into the silence of the night. A short time later, Jan arrived at Linda's house. Here are your pads, here you go, he said. Oh, thank you so much. Now I want you to carry me to the bathtub, she asked affectionately. No problem. You know, you're acting like a child today. Jan laughed and picked her up in his arms. The next day, 3 guys were going to a class reunion. I didn't recognize Maria like that. I was used to her miniskirt. Sneaky Chard was chatting away with his new friends. I think they're up to something again. What do you think? Write in the comments. Jan Min, hi. Come here. They called out to him. What is Chard Wong up to this time? Yang thought. A large number of classmates were placed on several buses, and they went to a beautiful and picturesque place outside the city. The place was called Arnold Reservoir. Jan took the opportunity to get a fishing rod and decided to sit in silence on the shore of a beautiful body of water. But he did not enjoy the silence for long. Jan, do you play cards? We need another player. Called him Chard. Sure, replied Jan. Show me what you're up to. How can it be, Jan? You've won 2 games in a row. The guys were surprised. Here we go. We lost again. Yeah, you're very lucky today. Booing at the boys. You've already guessed how I keep winning? Of course, he uses his X-ray vision and sees the cards they're holding. How about we place our bets? Asked the fat man. I agree. What do you think about that? A second friend, whose name we don't know, supported him. Well, will everything be all right? I'm not sure if we should be gambling. I tried my best to act surprised. It's okay, we're adults. Besides, we're just playing for fun, said Sneaky Chard. Yeah, Jan. Even Chard says that. Are you in or out? Or are you afraid of losing money? All 3 of them decided to beat him. What naive idiots. Well, okay. What time shall we place our bets? Ian asked me excitedly. Are you really going to gamble with me? You asked for it, Ian thought. Let's bet 10 yuan each round. Fatty, 10 yuan? All right, replied Yang. Damn, you couldn't bet more, he thought. Heh. All men are born gamblers once you start gambling. You can't stop so easily, they thought. Oh, you're awesome, Jan. They continued to cheer him on. I'm just lucky, Yang replied cheerfully. You let me win 200 yuan in 5 minutes. Do you think I don't know what you are doing? This is on purpose. I decided to play along. The stakes are very small, it's getting boring. The fat man started to get indignant. Why don't we raise the bet to 100 yuan? Do you agree? He suggested his friend. Make me feel the sweetness of victory, and then inflict total defeat, Yang thought. 100 yuan is not enough. How about 1,000 yuan? Yang decided to raise the stakes further. He took our bait. The charred partners were already rejoicing at how ingenious their plan had turned out to be. At least they thought so at the time. Okay, if you insist, let's do it your way. They made it look like he's the one who initiated the rate hike. Jan, what are you and the boys doing here? That's when Maria came in with Bean. Do you gamble? She was surprised. Her surprise was so strong that it turned to indignation. It's just for fun, replied Jan. Chard Wong, you're the head of the class. How could you take part in gambling? Maria looked at him indignantly. Marie, we're here to have fun tonight. Calm down. We're just having fun. That's right. Not making a fuss, said the Chard. Okay, but Jan, stop when you've had enough. Naive girl thinks it's so easy to stop when the stakes get higher. Sure, don't worry, replied Ian. Ho ho, I have good cards in my hand. Yang Min, you screwed up. The Chard studied the cards that came into his hand. At this point, he began to wink at his assistant. The assistant was the same fat guy who suggested raising the stakes. I think you realize that they decided to cheat Jan for money. Hey, I have better maps than you, Ian thought, and activated his X-ray vision. I bet 1,000, he offered. I'm going up to, the fat man offered. This is where the promotion of our hero for money began. 5,000? Jan, are you in or out? Asked Chard. He too was willing to back the bet, or even raise it.
I'm in, confirmed Jan. Jan, what are you doing?
Surprised Maria. Raise to 10,000, Chard declared, and raised the bet. The fat man immediately backed him up. I'm in too. Jan, stop it! Don't you think it's too much? Maria was already very nervous because the rate was going up more and more. I accept. I'm in, confirmed Jan. Jan, you might want to think again. I also think the stakes are very high. But if you're sure, then you can keep as much as you want, said the Chard. Go on with your play, Ian thought. I'm not a gambler. He must be up to something. He's taking her aside and calming her down a bit. Raise to 50,000 yuan. At this moment, Chard felt like the king of the party. The total pot was about 2,000,000 yuan. Now, this game is getting very interesting. Just so you understand, all bets were in dollars, with yuan drawn in their hands. Jan, are you really going to bet so much? Marie was very surprised and couldn't believe the boys were up to such a game. The bank is more than 200,000 yuan. This should be enough, said Yang. I better stop the rate hike or Chard Wong might do something desperate. So he thought. All right, let's open up. I think they've been waiting a long time for this. Look at their faces. They can taste the victory. 8.9 and 10, sorry guys, my cards are bigger, joyfully declared Chard and revealed his cards. Oh shit, I didn't expect you to have good cards. Fuck you, you were clearly cheating. His accomplices continued to play the act. Jan, why don't you show your cards? What are you waiting for? Be a man and accept your destiny. Yes, don't be a coward, they said. Oh, sorry, yo, I think my cards are better. 9, 10, and Jack. Of course they're better. Ian revealed his cards. Oh shit, your straight is bigger. Are you trying to cheat? The fat man was outraged. Ha ha, you're really playing well, Yang Min. Chard already realized he made a mistake and lost. We'll be the first to leave for lunch. They said goodbye. Damn it, I just lost 160,000 yuan to him. All my pocket money for summer vacation. Chard thought. I really don't care about the 200,000 yuan, but I wanted to see your upset face, Yang thought. Yang Min, what's going on here? Maria decided to intervene and make her presence known. Didn't you see that? It's obvious that Chard Wong and his two accomplices wanted to frame me. But I beat them, said Yang. Jan, I know. You and Chard Wong will never stop fighting with each other. Marie said she knew it was all because of her. But it mustn't happen again, she asked. Now he knows that me and you, Marie didn't finish her sentence. And there's no reason for him to do anything nasty again, she said. What's wrong with you and me? Asked Ian, as if he didn't realize it himself. You fool. I'm your girlfriend now. Chard Wong doesn't stand a chance. He has no reason to bother you anymore, answered Maria. Okay, but if he won't mess with me, then I won't provoke him either, Ian suggested. That's fine, agreed Marie. Mary, look over there. And I pointed to a beautiful tree that grew near them. Cece Chu and Bing Chung. When did they get to know each other? Marie wondered. Cece Chu, that's the name, not the ones in the shot. Jan, along with Maria, approached them a little. For propriety, John coughed a little to draw attention to himself. Bin and his girlfriend jumped up. Shit, Jan, you scared the shit out of me. You can't be so quiet. Bin was indignant. But I didn't do anything. Hey, you're good. When did you two start dating? Yang asked. The girl didn't know what to say. We're not dating yet. Bin took him aside and said it quietly so the girls wouldn't hear them. Ha ha! Congratulations, Bean. She's a great choice. We bros Mari and CICI are good friends too. It all makes it convenient for us to vacation together, said Yang. Sichi, are you really with Bean? Marie asked. No, Marie. You're wrong about us. I just twisted my ankle and he was massaging it, answered Cici. Don't miss your chance, Bean. That's how we got in touch. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Said Yang. Yang, what do you think about Cici Chu? Bin asked when they were at the apartment in the evening. She is a good girl, will make a good wife and mother? Seriously, replied Jan. Perfect. That's my kind of girl. Agreed, Bin. Huh. And I thought you were only interested in sexy girls, wondered Jan, at which point the phone rang in the room. Hello? Hello, sir. Are you in need of a massage? I promise you will feel great. He sounded a woman's voice in the phone receiver. For me, thank you. Ian hung up. What did you talk about? Bin was surprised. They offered intimate services. Jan answered. After a moment, the phone rang again. Jan picked it up. Hello, who is this? He asked. Good evening, sir. Are you in need of intimate services? We have student girls and many other beauties for you to choose from. Offered him. No, don't. Call me here more, replied Jan. Shit, I just want to get a good night's sleep, Ian said with a tortured look. And you could just unplug the phone, Bin suggested. You can imagine their surprise when, just a few seconds later, the phone rang again. Fuck you, Kama. I already told you I don't need your slutty services. Now you're... fuck. Happy? You know what? I've got a beautiful and gentle girl. I don't need your sexual favors. I was already pissed off. Jan, it turned out to be Maria calling. You can imagine her surprise when their call connected. Mari? Wondered Jan. And at that time, some strange silhouette with horns appeared in the corridor. Have you noticed it yet? Well, I missed you and I wanted to call you. What were you just talking about? Asked Marie. At this time, she was only in her underwear, which beautifully emphasized the beauty of her young body. I'm sorry, Marie. I didn't realize it was you. Before that, there were 2 annoying phone calls. Jan apologized for his rude words. It's okay, but don't swear anymore. What are you doing now? Marie asked. Ho ho. I was just talking to Bean about his girlfriend Cici. I'm sure Cici has already talked to you about Bin, said Yang. At that moment, the room door opened. Maybe. I'm gonna take a shower. While Marie said goodbye to him, and from behind the door came a strange face. Hello, everyone. Now let's go back to the names of our heroes because I found a manga where their names have not been changed. Yang Min remains unchanged. Bing Chung, aka Jiang Bing, Mari, also remains unchanged. Chard Vaughn. Now, Wang Jitao. If I'm not mistaken, that's his name in the beginning X. Si Chu is now Zhao Si. Linda Lime is now Lin Lin. That's it. Now back to our story. Brother, did CCC say anything to Marie about me? Bin asked. No, when we were talking, Marie said that CICI was taking a shower, said Young Min. At that time, a strange black silhouette was already outside their door. It's a good thing I didn't ask Young Min to order prostitutes. If I had and Sichi had found out, it would have been the end, Bin thought. Yang Ming noticed what was happening to Bin. He closed his eyes and mentally apologized to Shishi. Wait a minute. Marie said she was going to take a shower. John Minu came up with a brilliant idea. Interesting, I'll just take a sneak peek. Just once, he thought, and activated his X-ray vision. Ah, that glowing white body. It's just wonderful. Damn. It's Zhao Shishi. Yang Ming was very surprised. Oh, what have I done? She's my sister-in-law and I just saw her naked. That's not good, right? Thought Yang Min. Using his X-ray vision, he also looked in the next room. Who's that? It's, Yang Min was surprised. What the hell? Is he really that fearless? Wang Jitao actually called prostitutes for himself. Yang Ming was surprised. Bin, do you have a camera? Yang asked. A camera? Of course, it's in my bag, Bin replied. I'll be out for a while, said Yang, while Bin continued to fantasize on CI. Yang Min went outside and hid in the bushes of Wang Jitao. Hehe, he didn't even cover the curtains, thought Yang Ming. Who's that walking around in the dark? Yang Min saw that strange black silhouette loitering under the windows. He's hanging around Maria's room and Cici! That asshole! What's he doing there? Is he really peeping? Yang Min was surprised. There's no way I'm gonna let someone spy on my girlfriend. You've met your end by running into me tonight. Yang Ming resolutely jumped out from behind the bushes. "Hey, shit! Step back for a second!" And Yan Em clapped him on the shoulder.
Oh! The monster roared menacingly. Isn't that Chen Afu? Surprised, young min.
"You stupid asshole. You think this will work, pretending to be a ghost in front of me?" Yang Min was surprised. Wait, something's wrong. This guy didn't come here to peep. If he did, he wouldn't need a costume. If he's not here to peek, Yang Min thought. So he's trying to scare Marie? This freak is definitely looking for death, Yang Min thought in surprise.
Ha ha ha. How about an interesting idea? At this moment, Yang Min has something in mind.
"Hey, you, in the mask, follow me." Yang Min grabbed him by the bedspread and dragged him along. "Boo boo boo," the masked freak muttered. "Don't you dare refuse the chance I'm giving you. If you continue to behave like this, and I will end you," Yang Min said sternly. Damn it. Isn't Yang Min afraid of ghosts? He thought. "Go ahead," said Yang Ming, and placed the ghost right in front of the window. "Guess who?" "Start what? What are you talking about?" The asshole in the ghost costume was surprised. "I don't know what you mean," wondered the jerk in the ghost suit. "You seriously can't understand this. What did you come here for before? The matter is now," said Yang Min. "Go and scare people. You got it. Don't waste time." And Yang Min gave him a juicy kick in the ass. The ghost approached the window and began to make incomprehensible but frightening noises. "What is that sound?" Wang Zhitao was surprised. He looked around to see where he had heard this terrifying sound. "What the hell is that?" When he looked out the window, he bounced on his couch. "Why are you yelling? What's wrong? Is it because you can't have sex anymore? And you decided to come up with such an excuse?" The girl was surprised. "It's a ghost. It's a ghost outside the window." Wang Zhitao was very frightened. He even almost fainted. The next day, he was very groggy. He obviously hadn't slept well. His associates couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. What's wrong with Wang Zhitao today?" Bin was surprised. "Maybe he's upset because he lost at cards yesterday," replied Yang Min cheerfully. "After what happened last night, I saw Wang Zhitao using his little one in the toilet. He was so scared that he turned impotent," Yang thought. "Wang Zhitao. Oh, Wang Zhitao. Be good and remain such an unmanly man. Now you're impotent, so why are you still fighting me for a girl? For starters, sort yourself out," Ian thought. A little more time passed, and already in August, friends gathered in a restaurant. "To celebrate my son Yang Min's enrollment at CJ University, everyone should eat and drink a lot," his father said. "CJ University, right? Not bad, but it's still worse than the universities in Beijing," said Yang Ming's cousin named Yang Li. "If yours were high enough, you could go to town. But the solution is not that high, you don't have a choice," said cousin Yang Li. "His points are comma enough to go to Peking or Tsinghua, but he didn't want to do that," his father added. "How many points do you have?" "I'm curious about which universities in Beijing you could apply to," said cousin Yang Li. "It's not that much. Only 697 points," Yang Min replied calmly. "I don't know if it's a lot or not." But cousin was very surprised. "I heard that the questions this year were simpler, so the average score is higher than usual. So this score probably won't be considered as high in Beijing." She tried to get out of it. 697 points? That's up over 60 points from my score last year. But maybe so. But the fact that Yang Min got into CJ University already makes me and Auntie very happy," said father. "Yang Min, your cousin has been like this since she was a kid, so don't hold it against her." His father calmed him down. A couple of days later, Yang Min was standing at the bus stop waiting for his transportation. At that moment, he remembered his father's words. "Yang Min, visit Yang Li, and find out what new students need to know." He remembered his father's words, who was always grumbling. "There's no way I'd go to her," he thought. "Oh, John Min, you came after all. Come in, make yourself comfortable. Yang Li is upstairs with his girlfriend. Come up and see her." Yang Min went up to the second floor and heard the girls laughing as he got closer to her. "Didn't we agree to talk in private? Why does she have another guest right now?" Her friend was surprised. When Yang Min opened the door, he saw two pretty girls. Yang Li and her friend. They were both sitting on her bed. "Sorry for the intrusion. Say hello to Yang Min." "Yang Min, what's wrong with you? How can you enter a girl's room like that?" Outraged cousin. "Lily, is that your cousin you were talking about? He's actually quite handsome, not as ugly as you said," said her friend. "Sunji, don't mind him," said cousin. "Oh my god, he's so embarrassed. I'm 80% sure he's still a virgin," said Sunji. "I wonder if she's a whore. Why did my cousin get involved with someone like her? Although maybe she is the same," Yang Min thought. "What are you looking at?" said Sunji. "Her breast size is G? Maybe an H? Or maybe even bigger. Her breasts may be even bigger than Sister Ying's, mind you. That's a teacher from school," thought Yang Min. "Why? Am I not allowed to watch? Do you think anyone will believe in your innocence? Yang Min replied sharply. Innocence? Sunji was surprised. She even stood up and came closer. I didn't wear any underwear today. Do you want to see it? She asked Yang Min. She clearly felt like a queen. Yang Min, how can you talk to my friend like that? How can you be such a pervert? Be more restrained or I'll tell my uncle everything. Cousin was indignant. Am I a pervert? You're the only one who's friends with a perverted girl. Who knows? You might even be just like her, yet you dare to say something like that to me, he thought. Do you need advice from me about when you're going to university or not? Cousin asked indignantly. Yeah, start dispensing your advice. He was obviously bored that he even started picking his nose. It's good to see that at least he turned his back on the girls. Young Min, first of all, your attitude is totally wrong. How are you going to build a relationship with your classmates if you act like it's a school? Cousin said. Yes, I understand, John replied calmly. When you start, your class will probably have a lot of kids from rich families. So you have to work very hard to get on good terms with them, she kept saying. And today I'm going to let you experience the upper-class lifestyle of rich people. So when you meet your classmates, you won't worry and you won't embarrass yourself, said Cousin. Are you really taking me somewhere? Yang Ming was surprised. That's right. Me and Sunji have already planned everything. Soon we are going to our friend's party and you will come with us, said Cousin. My friend Sunji is not dating anyone, so you will temporarily play the role of her boyfriend, she added. You dare talk to me like that when you're actually asking me for a favor? Not to mention your condescending tone when you said you'd take me to gain experience of the upper-class lifestyle. Surprised Yan Min. Sunji now stood in front of him and bent back a little. Yang Ming saw the beauty of her lush breasts in great detail. But those huge breasts are so attractive. Yang Ming froze a little and forgot what he wanted to say. Well, say something. What are you waiting for? His cousin pulled him out of his dirty fantasies. I have one question. Can a temporary guy enjoy the same privileges as a regular guy? Yang Min asked. What kind of privilege do you want from me? IT quote S fine as long as it's doable. Sunji approached him closely and ran her finger along his neck and chin. You said it yourself. Yang agreed. Yang Min, who do you think you are? His cousin was indignant. At least Sunji doesn't talk as harshly as Yang Li does. Although she definitely likes to flirt, thought Yang Min. There are many people who want to get their hands on Sunji. The man who invited us here today is the vice president of the Xiangfeng group. Just be a good boy and act as our defense when we're there. Don't cause any trouble, she asked. Then don't ask for my help. This is who I am, said Yang Min. Damn, it's the Xiangfeng group again. And he's the vice president. So in the future, he'll be Wang Jitao's lackey, said Yang Ming. Lily, your cousin just has that kind of temper. Sunji laughed. What kind of temper? Hey, we're going to change now. Get out of here now. Cousin was indignant. Within 30 minutes, 2 incredibly beautiful girls emerged from the room. Are they really the same girls as before? Why are you looking at me like that? Sunji asked. Of course not. Young Min was very surprised at how they changed for the better. Sunji, that girl is so mysterious. My intuition tells me that she's the type of person who could eat me whole. Yang Min is back in his fantasy. Pervert. Be serious and act natural, don't give us away. Continued to speak in a serious tone with my cousin. Looks like this party's not going to be the same and simple. Only someone like Yang Li, someone who thinks she's always right, can be best friends with a girl like her. Interesting. I can't see through him. You said he's a pervert and a lecher, but I don't think he is. Ever since that incident. In the past 5 years, he's the only man I haven't found disgusting, Sunji thought. It wasn't long before they found themselves in a nightclub. Sorry to interrupt. 3 guests have arrived, reported a club employee. Sunji, you're finally here. I'm very happy to meet you, said the guy with the glasses. This is the vice president of Xiangfeng Group named Gu Tianchan. Vice President Gu, what do you mean? We arrived on time. Why do you say it like we're late? Yang Li asked in a stern voice. Vice President Gu, I only brought Sunji here because you bought me a branded handbag. You shouldn't blame me if you can't get the Sunji because of your haste. That's not what I meant. I only said that because I was looking forward to meeting our lovely lady. Glasses decided to remedy the situation. This is my boyfriend Yang Ming Sunji, introduced him. Her boyfriend, Vice President Gu, was surprised. That's right. Yang Min, let me introduce you. This is Gu Tianchan. He is the vice president of Xiangfeng Group. He is only 29 years old, but you can already say that he has unlimited prospects, said Sunji. Well, hello there. Yang Ming extended his hand for a handshake. You chose to ignore me? I tried to show you some respect, but you completely rejected it. Then don't blame yourself for me not respecting you, Yang Min thought. Dear Sunji, Mr. Gu seems to be very hostile to me. Yang Ming quietly said to her. Mr. Yang, you're mistaken. Please sit down. Mr. Gu invited them to the table. Mr. Yang, what is your job? Asked the rich, bespectacled man. I'm unemployed, Yang Ming replied calmly. He had nothing to hide, so he felt relaxed. My cousin started university this year. How can he be as successful as you? Said Yang Li. I may have brought you together, but it was actually for Vice President Gu. Now I have given a clue that in truth Sun Ji is alone. Why else would I tell you to pretend to be Sun Ji's boyfriend and deceive everyone? Yang Li thought. Huh? I noticed that Mr. Yang had the same last name as me, so I jokingly called him. I added Yang Li. She's ruining it on purpose. Yang Min thought and frowned a little. Since you're doing this, I'll play by my own rules, Yang Min thought, and put the wine glass on the table with a loud bang. Enough, cousin. I know you look down on people like me. He started acting drunk. But Sun Ji and I sincerely love each other. He added. She hasn't had a chance to say anything yet, so why are you so concerned about them? He hugged her tightly by the shoulders. All three of them were stunned by this behavior. They obviously didn't expect it. The two rich bastards even looked at each other. I'll go to the restroom, President Hua offered. President of Hua Jewelry Company. Me too. We'll go together, seconded his suggestion. After seeing them off with a glance, he realized the rich bastards were starting to panic. Sun Ji is so good, why did she choose a guy like that? The bespectacled man was indignant. Don't worry, bro. His friend calmed him down. Don't forget, we still have a backup plan. And his friend showed me a bag of some strange white powder. I think you've guessed what they're gonna do. Get the girls drunk, and then have sex with them. What is it? Are you afraid? His friend asked him. Afraid? What should I be afraid of? Do you think I'm afraid of that little brat? Said the bespectacled guy who wanted to have sex. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Sun Ji family. Said his friend Hua. Glasses, I didn't think of that. Aren't all women the same? As long as you please her in bed, she can't refuse you. The bespectacled man had the courage to snatch the bag of drugs from his hands. Heh. That's right. Then congratulations on becoming the future son-in-law of the Sun family, said his friend Hua. Ha 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 ha. Relax, big brother Hua. When that day comes, I won't forget your kindness. The bespectacled man laughed. Silly kid, now I have the material to blackmail you in the future. You're all in the palm of my hand, thought Hua. Why is the atmosphere so quiet here? The bespectacled man returned to the hall and offered to drink wine. Sun Ji, how about we drink some red wine? He suggested and poured her a glass. I wouldn't drink it if I were you, said Yang Min, knowing full well that this could be a setup. Why do you say that? Sun Ji was surprised. It's just a glass of red wine. What could be wrong with it? Suit yourself. You just ignored my advice? Well, I guess we lost you, thought Ian Min. And don't say I didn't warn you in case something happens to you later, he thought. Sun Ji placed the empty glass on the table, and the bespectacled man smiled pleasantly. Let's just finish up here. I've booked the big karaoke room upstairs. Let's go upstairs, sing and relax, Mr. Hua suggested. It looks like the drug has already started to take effect. I wonder how long it would take for the full effect to kick in. I've been watching, Sun Ji. They went up to karaoke and started singing. Karaoke is very common in Korea. Oh, they're so awful, Yang Min thought, and flicked his lighter to light a cigarette. If you want to smoke, go out and smoke. Are you trying to kill our lungs? We're singing right now and the smoke is choking us. Outraged cousin. Nobody minded. You're the only one who made a big deal out of it. Well, I'll just go to the restroom so I don't have to hear the screaming, thought Yang Min. At that time, Sun Ji felt something was happening to her. Strange, why am I so horny? She thought. Sun Ji, is there something wrong with you? There's a restroom. Why don't you go in there and get some rest? The bespectacled man has obviously been waiting for this moment. I have to go to the restroom right away, she said and ran out of the room. She skidded into the restroom, slamming the door behind her, managed to sit down and remove her panties. How it started. She was so horny, unable to restrain herself. She started caressing herself with her hand. Sun-chi? Aren't you being a little over the top? She didn't notice me here. Surprised Yang Ming, who was smoking near the window. Shit! She went to the restroom. She didn't do it to please herself, right? If that's the case, then our plan has failed, said the bespectacled man.
Brother, are you getting impatient already? Under the effects of this drug, a girl can't take care of herself. She won't be able to control her body even when she's sober, said scoundrel Hua.
What's going on with me tonight? I'm so hot. I really want to find a man to have sex with me, she thought. No, there are no good men in the world. Everyone only gets close to me because of my family, she thought with a little disappointment. But why am I thinking about him right now? Of course, at that moment, she thought of our handsome Yangmin. Big brother Hua, are you sure Sunji won't report me? The bespectacled man is scared. You really don't know what's going on? Said scoundrel Hua. The Sun family is a modern-day noble family. If something shaky happens, do you really think they would choose to report it? Said the sneaky Hua. What's more, if we take some racy pictures, you'll still have reason to be afraid of that, said the sneaky Hua. The girl was very horny and kept caressing herself with her fingers. Yangmin, make it harder, she whispered. Is your imaginary partner really me? I wouldn't say that I have such a dominant character. Yang Ming was very surprised. Or maybe I heard her wrong. Maybe it just happened to be her type, said Yang Min. Jen Min, she kept repeating, not paying attention to what was going on around her. At that moment, the phone rang. Damn, why didn't I change that ringtone? Or didn't put it on vibrate? Yang Ming almost dropped the phone when it rang. It wasn't my scene at that moment. They both stood staring at each other, sweating. She from excitement, and he from disturbing her. The phone call didn't disturb her in any way. At this moment, she continued to satisfy herself. Yang Ming was even more surprised. Can't she see me at all? Is she really blind? Yang Ming was even more surprised. Yang Min? She kept repeating, kiss me. Right now. I think you realize that she was very horny and out of control. Earlier I warned you not to drink that wine, but you didn't listen to me. I'm not responsible for what happens next, said Yang Min. After these words, passionate and hot sex began, right on the wash basin of this toilet. It was wonderful. Hua's older brother. Do you think maybe she was able to satisfy herself on her own? The sneaky, bespectacled guy started to suspect something. I wish I could say no. But she has been there for over 30 minutes. How could she restrain herself for so long? Said Hua. At this point in time, they continued to have passionate sex. The washstand was perfect for this, the perfect height for deep penetration. After a while, she started to feel much better. And she remembered what Yang Min had told her. I wouldn't drink it if I were you, so I've been drugged. This guy's a goo. I'll get you. Hurry up and tidy yourself up so that no one will suspect us. She fixed her dress, and Yang Min fixed himself. Sunji, I was going to say. Yang Min didn't finish his sentence. She interrupted him. Shut up. Just don't say anything, she said. We're all alike, aren't we? We all have needs. When we get out, pretend like nothing happened, she asked. Okay, agreed, Jan Min. Now you care about that? Am I your toy? He thought. It was your first time, wasn't it? I can say I underestimated you, she said playfully. I could say the same thing to you. We're all alike, aren't we? Yang Min decided to answer her in her own words. I think he did a good job. When everything was in order, Yang Min opened the door and walked out of the restroom. You two, what were you doing there? Jaws almost fell over in surprise. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't feel so good. I was really nauseous after the red wine, and my boyfriend took care of me the whole time, she said. Oh, it's true. The bespectacled man was surprised. He finished his wine in one gulp and realized that he had no sex tonight. I think Yang Min will be grateful for the surprise. Forgive us, Sunji. We have some business to attend to, so we'll be the first to leave. The two bastards realized they'd screwed up and decided to leave quietly. Sunji, are they gone already? Cousin finally woke up. Yes, they're all gone. Let's go out of here too, suggested Sunji. Oh, why are you still here? Cousin was surprised when she saw Yang Min. It's not because you want Sunji and I to walk you home, is it? She continued to be indignant. I think you realize that she slept through all the fun stuff and offered a grunt. I'm leaving right now. I'm sick of it. Yang Li called him here to protect them, and now she's cursing at him. Lily, your cousin is very interesting, Sunji said cryptically. Are you kidding me, him? Interesting? Yang Li... I wonder if he has a girlfriend, asked Sunji. How dare someone be so insolent? I'll break his damn legs. Yang Min opened the door to the corridor, and there was his acquaintance walking by, muttering something. Is it really the older brother of the Bao he met in prison? Yang Ming wondered. Yang Ming caught up with him in the hallway and called out, Brother Bao, is it really you? What a coincidence. Brother Bao, what are you doing here? Asked Yang Brother Yang. It's good to see you. Where are you going so angry? Yang asked. Well, after I got out of prison, I started working here as a security guard. I was told by a waiter that someone was causing a disturbance, so I'm going there to check it out, said Bao. Let's go there together. With your support, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, Brother Bao, let's go. Now take my hand away. If they see us like this, they might think we're dating. You know what I mean. Is that him? Again? After walking down the corridor for a while, they saw a familiar face. Young Min recognized him immediately. Is something wrong? Brother Yang, do you know him? Asked Bao. Yes, I met that bitch a while ago, said Yang. I'm gonna give him a good kicking before I throw him out on the street. Bao was ready to fight. Wait, a good kicking. Isn't it too easy to let him go? Said Yang Ming. So, what's your plan to punish him? Bao asked. Brother Bao, why don't you use my plan? And he shared an interesting idea with him. Brother Yang, that's quite an interesting and sinister plan. Bao was surprised. You fucking asshole! You dare to harass my girlfriend? You want to die. Bao was approaching with the others. Who are you? The bespectacled man was surprised. I am the head security guard in this establishment, and she is my girlfriend, said the Bao sternly. I apologize. I made a terrible mistake. I'm sorry, sir. I'll be leaving right away. The bespectacled man began to stammer and mumbled something to himself. You asshole! Trying to run away after pinning my girlfriend? Pretending I don't exist? Bao was outraged. Then how do you think we should decide this? Asked Goggles. How? First, let's go to my office, said the Bao sternly. You know what the wise man said? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You're a man and you wanted to rape my girlfriend. What do you think your punishment should be? You have to bring a woman so she can rape me? Asked the bespectacled girl. A woman? Dream on. Bao smiled slyly. Hehehe. Delon, he's yours. Make him feel good, okay? Bao called for his familiar. This cute boy is really adorable, said a tough guy named Dulon. Who are you? Get off me. No, don't touch me, continued shouting from behind the door of the office. How was it? Did you like it? And Bao kicked him in the ass. Ouch. Ouch. No. The bespectacled man was crying and sobbing. Yeah, I liked it, said the bespectacled man. So you had a good time, didn't you? Then how about one more time? Asked Bao. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. What's the matter? Asked Bao. Brother Bao, your friend has come to see you. A voice came from behind the door. A friend? Who? It's Yang Min, Yang's brother. Yang Mi has entered the office. Brother Bao, are you busy? Asked him. Brother Yang, long time no see. No, I'm not busy. Just some asshole has been messing with my girlfriend. I'm thinking of drowning him in the river, replied Bao. Yang Min, save me. The bespectacled man started to beg. Hey! Who told you to say Brother Yang's name? Bao kicked him in the ass again. Aren't you the vice president of Gu? Why are you here? Asked Yang Min. Senior, Big Brother Yang. Save me. I don't want to die, whimpered the bespectacled boy. To die? Brother Bao, let Vice President Gu go. He is my girlfriend's friend, said young Brother Yang. You and I live by the same concept. You must realize that we care about our reputation more than anything else, said Bao. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you. If you're gonna let him go, there's gotta be a good reason, said Bao. Ian looked at that pathetic little brat and didn't even know what to say. He's my subordinate, said Yang Min. That's right. I'm Big Brother Yang's subordinate, Big Brother Bao. For the sake of Big Brother Yang's reputation, please let me go, whimpered the bespectacled man. Is it true? Then why didn't you say it before? Bao asked sternly. I was afraid of causing trouble for Big Brother Yang. I was too scared to say anything, whimpered the bespectacled man. Well, all right. I'll keep you alive, but only because of Brother Yang's reputation. You'd better remember that. You're one of Brother Yang's men. I won't hurt you, even though I want to, said Bao. But if the day comes when Brother Yang no longer needs you, that will be the day of your death, Bao said sternly. Yes. I will be Big Brother Yang's subordinate for the rest of my life. Don't worry. I won't dare to do anything that can bring trouble to Big Brother Yang anymore. Vice President Gu began to bow low to the floor. Okay, but don't forget that I wrote down your words. Big Brother Yang covered for you this time. For now, I won't show this recording to anyone. It can also be used to control you, Bao said sternly. If you do anything else to besmirch Brother Yang's name in the future, I will publish this record on the internet, and the whole city will see it, said Bao. I wouldn't dare. Vice President Gu began to bow low to the floor. Okay, that's enough. Get lost. You are insulting me with your presence. I and Brother Yang will make up for lost time, said Bao sternly. Brother Yang, you're really very sneaky. This guy is now very grateful to you. Now he will not dare to cross you in the future, said Bao. It's all thanks to your help, Brother Bao, said Young Min. He finally finished at the nightclub and went outside. It was already late at night outside. That call I got in the bathroom was from Linda. Damn it, I forgot about the curse. He took out his phone and decided to call her back right away. Yangmin, where are you? I miss you. Why didn't you answer the phone earlier? Asked Linda. Well, I was in a meeting and didn't hear the phone. He was trying to think of something. Will you come to me? Since my period just passed, you won't need to use a condom. We're in for a hot night. I'll come back tomorrow. I can't right now. It's really late. I have to go home. Okay, then I'm hanging up. I'll miss you, she answered. After a while, Yang Ming went back to his house. Youngmin goes shopping for clothes tomorrow, said his mom. Clothes? He was surprised. You already have a girlfriend. How can you still dress in such childish clothes? Why don't you go shopping with Marie tomorrow? I'll give you some money for that, Mom suggested. Mom, Marie might be busy tomorrow. I'll go another day. Yang Min tried to think of something. She is free. Why should she be busy? Maria just called and asked about you, so I asked her if she could go to the store with you tomorrow if she was free. She said yes. The next day, he was waiting to see Marie. Looks like I won't be able to get to Linda's until late at night, he thought. And here his eyes widened with surprise. He saw a gorgeous beauty, wearing a beautiful white sundress and white stockings. Sorry for the wait. I sleep a lot during vacation, so I overslept. She said politely. It's okay, I just got here. Still got a couple minutes before 8 o'clock to both get in early. You sure know how to make me feel better, joyfully she said and grabbed his strong hand. Yang Min, what do you think of these t-shirts? Asked Marie as she picked out a pair of matching t-shirts with the same pattern. Not bad. Why don't we try them on? Miss Zhao? That's when Maria saw her teachers. They obviously didn't expect to see each other in this store. Is it really the two of you? Surprise teacher. Sis in. School starts soon, so we decided to buy some clothes. The teacher looked at it very suspiciously. Sis in, you're going on here. Marie and I are going out, said Young Min. What a pity, Young Min. I wanted to say. The teacher didn't finish the sentence. Young Min, Maria called him sternly. I apologize, Miss Zhao. But Young Min has bad manners as usual, Marie said. It's okay, it's okay. The teacher didn't say anything, but was very thoughtful. The teacher who came with her was happy about the situation. Yang Min, do you have a problem with Mr. Jin? Marie asked. Problems? It's much more than just problems, he replied. At that moment he felt, or saw with his X-ray mood, that a mugger was moving through the mall. If you don't want to die, get out of my way, shouted the unidentifiable guy in the cap who stole the wallet and ran through the mall. Get out of the way, shouted the thief. He ran through the crowd of people straight towards Yang Ming and Marie. Yang Min was about to do something about it, but a young teacher beat him to it. Hey, stop right now, he shouted. What are you doing? We still have things to do. Resented Miss Zhao. This is a great once-in-a-lifetime chance to show coolness in front of Miss Zhao, he thought. When injustice appears in the streets, I show up to eliminate it. The young teacher obviously decided he was Superman. The mugger didn't give a damn about this Superman. He kicked him in the stomach to stop him from running away. Stop it! Stop hitting him! Otherwise I'll call the police! Miss Zhao was trying to save the stupid teacher. Mind your own business, girl. Unless you want me to beat you up with him, the robber shouted menacingly. At this moment, Yang Ming came up from behind and ripped off the robber's cap. After a moment, he grabbed him by his hair. Are you looking for death? He asked sternly. Yang Ming lightly lifted him up by his hair so that the robber would calm down a bit. Ouch! Ouch! Let go of me! Screamed the robber like a girl. Sis Sin, are you okay? Yang Ming asked while holding the robber at arm's length. Yes, I'm fine. What can't be said about Teacher Jin Gan? She said. Well, don't worry. I don't think he'll die. He was trying to play the tough pepper. Even if he is so weak, he's just an idiot, said Yang Min. It wasn't long before the police arrived. Whose money is this? Asked the policeman. Of course it's my money. What are you doing to me? Continued to resent the robber. I'm innocent. Why are you detaining me? The robber continued her outrage and asserted her rights. Wait, that's my money. He stole it. A young girl appeared from the crowd. She was out of breath and could barely stand on her feet as she caught up with the robber. What a small world. Isn't that the girl who looked familiar? The one I ran into on the bus recently? If she's hurt, maybe I can find out her name, thought Young Min. The girl looked around and noticed him too. Why do I keep bumping into him? She thought. Is it so hard to leave the past in the past? She thought in surprise. He has a girlfriend after all. She noticed that Mari was standing next to him in a white sundress. Is this your money? the policeman asked. His question distracted her a little from her thoughts. Yes, it's my money. There should be exactly 1,000 yuan in there. Here's the ATM withdrawal slip, she said and showed the receipt. After they finished testifying at the police station, they went outside. So, tell me, aren't we model citizens? Haha, this is the second time recently. Marie laughed. Strange, the victim wanted to keep her name a secret. What a pity, thought Yang Min. But I hope you won't be so cruel in the future. Just remember his head. You pulled him so hard that his head bled. It was red. So scary, said Marie. Fight fire with fire against fire. Haven't you heard that before? They used to call me Crazy Jan. Mad Jan, that sounds awful. And you were with that nickname, right? Marie asked. Does it sound horrible? Said Yang Min. And then he remembered about me. Did she forget about me? In the afternoon, he went to Linda's house. Yang Min, I missed you so much. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself into his arms. Okay, enough already. You're home all day and you don't even go out. You're turning into a recluse. I like to be with you. When you're not here, I'm asleep, said Linda. Wait, isn't that shirt from the couples collection? I saw it in a commercial on TV, said Linda. Yang Ming didn't see that coming. Really? She recognized that shirt. He thought, I actually have a second one. I didn't bring it with me, but I'll bring it to you another day. Okay, laughs. I've never worn doubles before. I just took a shower. Do I smell good? She asked. Super. You really smell great. What kind of shampoo do you use? He asked. Hurry up and take off your clothes. I want to do it. I tried to give you a hint, but you don't understand. How can you say no to a girl at a time like this? It was already late at night outside the window. Young Min was sound asleep, and his snoring sounded all over the room. Linda couldn't sleep. She picked up his t-shirt. He lied to me. He just bought it today. Why is he lying to me? Cradling it against her, she inhaled its scent. That scent doesn't belong to me, but I can still feel his feelings. He sure loves me, she thought. He still doesn't know the exact meaning of the curse. These thoughts comforted her a little, and she pressed herself against his warm chest. This made him wake up a little, and he saw Linda's sweet sleeping tightly pressed against him. Would he just leave without saying a word? Linda woke up later than he did and saw him leaving. You're not awake yet? He asked quietly, and looked at the lens, which was fast asleep. Ho ho ho. Looks like my little cutie is still asleep. Then I can do whatever I want and she won't know it, he said when Linda opened her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Stop fooling around, I'm getting up now. She woke up. Come on, I made you something delicious, said Young Min. Young Mi left Linda. It's getting pretty late. It's already dark outside. Oh, old big sister Charlotte. I almost called her an old lady, said Yang Min. What are you doing here? She asked. I have a friend who lives here, don't you? Replied Yang Min. I'm here to see my father. I see. Then I won't keep you. I'll see you later. And Yang Min said goodbye to her. His friend Ben came over. Who was that just now? She's so hot, he said. It was my friend, replied Jan. Her body is amazing. But more importantly, she has the charm of an older woman. And those black stockings are so seductive. Maybe you could introduce me to her? Ben asked. Okay. On the day you go out with Zhao Shishi, I'll call her so you can ride together, said Yang Min, cheerfully. Damn it! Just pretend I didn't say anything, shouted Ben. A few days later, all the friends met at CJ University. They were on their way to register new students. Classmate, do you need help? Classmate, do you need to go somewhere? I can walk you if you want. The older students started harassing me. Hey, don't you get it? I was the first to come up and ask questions first. What did you say, you bastard? The students started swearing. We'd better look for the dormitory ourselves, said Yang Min, and he and Marie went on their way. That day, late at night, the friends were walking and talking, heh. Now we're dorm neighbors. I wonder who else is going to live with us. At that moment, he saw a 7 Series BMW drive up the road, and an old acquaintance of theirs got out. Youngman Ben, what are you doing here? He asked. We're going for a snack. Class President Wang, why don't you mind your own business? Asked Yang Ming. Why did I run into this walking disaster? Are you going out for a snack, then take me with you? Right now, I don't have any business that urgently needs to be done, he asked. They walked around the city for a while and went into one of the restaurants to get something to eat. As soon as they got inside, Yang Ming noticed a girl he knew. Is that Zhao Jiajia? What the hell is she doing here? If you've forgotten, I'll remind you she was in a nude video chat room. Zhao Jiajia noticed him too, and they exchanged glances. I guess they both weren't happy to see each other. That bastard Ben, how could he pretend to be me while chatting with her online? It's not good. That slut Zhao Jiajia will ridicule me for always hiding my true feelings or something. It's better to pretend that I don't know her and get out of here. John Min headed for the exit. Why don't we sit here? Wang Jitao suggested, the last thing Yang Ming wanted to do right now. This hottie. Isn't that the girl I've been chatting with online lately? I should find a chance to talk to her, Wang Jitao thought. Zhang Bin, you're going to be a businessman after graduation. You and I are alike. We'll both follow in our father's footsteps. When the time comes, my father will make me president of Xiangfeng Group. And in the future, you guys can contact me whenever you want. I will definitely take care of my old classmates. He continued with a caustic smirk. But Zhang Bing was not particularly pleased by this statement. The person I corresponded with a couple days ago also said he was the heir to the Xiangfeng Group. Could it be that person behind me? Zhou Jiajia wondered. Into the same establishment swiftly entered two young fellows. Brother Chen, are there any new disciples sitting behind these two? Said the first one. Yes, it looks like it. It can't be that we didn't notice such beauties before. The latter replied thoughtfully. Are you both freshmen at Songjian University? They quickly moved closer to the girls, and Chen casually asked them about their place of study. Uh-huh. How did you know? Asked Zhou Jiajia. Heh. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the vice president of the Taekwondo club. The guy decided to introduce himself first. Are you interested in joining us? He continued. We just started studying, so we need a couple days to decide which clubs to go to, said the girl sitting next to Zhou Jiajia. From now on, we're all university comrades. I'm sure we'll become friends quickly. The guy unceremoniously sat down next to Zhou Jiajia. This angered the girl. Hey, you! What are you trying to accomplish? Wang Jitao abruptly jumped up from his seat and threatened the guys who were trying to suck up to the girls. What are we trying to accomplish? Who are you to ask? Chen exclaimed threateningly, and the two of them jumped up from their seats. You guys don't know who I am? Okay, let me tell you. My father is the president of Xiangfeng Group. Now you better leave or you'll regret it. Wang Jitao threatened the boys in a boastful manner. Ratch! So you're just someone's rich brat. With a mocking smirk in tone, Chen said, encouraging Jitao. You. That made the already angry guy angry to the extreme, and he seemed ready to kill the guys with the most sophisticated methods. Just then, the enraged Jitao grabbed the wine bottle and furiously ran up to Chen while swinging it around. But the guy wasn't going to expect a punch, and as soon as he got close enough to him, he took a left punch to the jaw and knocked his opponent off balance. He went to the floor with a crunch. Hello, Zhang Biao. I'm at Dranon Tianbao restaurant near the entrance of Songjian University. Someone is picking a fight with me. Send some people over here. Wang Jitao sat on the floor in shame and resolutely called for backup. Here the guys did not hesitate, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, knocked the phone right out of the hands of the defeated guy. You're pretty cocky. Decided to call for help? Chen put Jitao down and pressed his head to the floor with his foot. Stop it! Stop fighting! Break them up, someone! Finally, Zhou Jiajia couldn't stand it anymore and jumped up from her seat to settle the situation verbally. Why don't you get out of here? Yang Ming exclaimed irritably, still sitting at the table. There are people here trying to eat. Stop making so much noise. Yang Ming stood up and decided to finally get this matter over with. Ha! Another sucker who's not afraid to die? Who are you now? Don't tell me your father is also the president of some company. Chen started to actively push the guy. My father is just an ordinary worker, Min said expressionlessly, and the boys began to approach with determination. But if you don't stop this nonsense and get out of here, Yang Ming said this, and then stopped talking expressively, showing his seriousness. You mess up my mood, and I'll kick your asses. Then, without prelude, he abruptly began to threaten them with violence. Huh? Chen was frightened by the guy's fierce determination, anticipating his further actions, and prepared to defend himself against the attacks. But then the guy grabbed a chair that was not far from his table to use as a weapon. Yang Ming accelerated, holding the chair and smacked Chen with all his might, leaving marks on his face. He naturally staggered back, and he fell to the floor. He was foaming at the mouth from the impact. The friend was very stunned that his friend had been completely overpowered so quickly and easily. He probably needs to see a doctor. You should take him to the hospital. Yang Ming admonished the injured man's buddy, which he reluctantly complied with, because he obviously needed medical attention after being injured like this. Just wait, I remembered you. The wounded Chen, who was barely being led by his friend, was still not giving up. Bitch, Yang Ming said lazily. President Wang, are you okay? Ming jokingly asked, seeing him rubbing his jaw while still lying on the floor. It's fine, thank you for chasing them away, Yang Ming. Relieved and embarrassed, Wang Jitao thanked him. Are you ladies all right? Jitao immediately stood up and asked as if nothing had happened. We're fine, thank you. Zhou Jiajia thanked the guys for saving her from the intrusive admirers. Oh, your name wouldn't happen to be Adorable_Baby, would it? I'm the prince underscore of underscore the underscore big underscore wave, inquired the guy to start the conversation, since he knew for sure it was her.
Ha ha, what a coincidence. The girl giggled cutely, feigning slight surprise.
Well, will you introduce me to your friends? Jiajia inquisitively asked, looking at the group of guys nearby, and thus continued the dialogue with the guy. These two are my classmates from high school. We treat each other like brothers. The one who kicked them out just now is Yang Ming. He can be a bit testy. I hope he didn't scare you. He happily introduced the guys to the girl. His cheek still had the mark of the blow on it. Hi, my name is Jiajia. So your name is Yang Ming? You have the same name as my former classmate in elementary school. The girl introduced herself, but Ming recognized her from the start. Really? He looked surprised. Obviously, he wasn't very happy to see them among his friends. What a coincidence, I used to have an enemy whose name was also Jiajia. Yang Ming turned away. There was nothing to hide anyway. Heh, it really is an incredible coincidence. Jiajia only grinned. Ha 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 ha. So many people with similar names in the world. It looks like we were destined to meet. In that case, given the circumstances, how about we all eat together? It's my treat. Wang Jitao decided to soften his friend's mood and smooth over the awkwardness between the two. You can stay. Me and Zhang Bing have had enough, so we are leaving. Yang Ming did not want to stay in this girl's company anymore, and left with the others after saying goodbye. Jiajia sighed in relief. She wanted to avoid crossing paths with him as much as Ming did, though she tried not to pretend to know the guy at all. Yang Ming, you just hurt that guy. Aren't you afraid that they will try to take revenge? Chen Mengyan asked the guy in surprise. This matter has nothing to do with you, so why did you interfere? The girl enthusiastically continued to question Yang Ming as they walked privately away from the others. It is true. Would it be bad if this dog Wang Jitao was beaten to death? Zhang Bing heard the girl's question from the edge of his ear. He too was curious how his friend would explain his act. I also feel conflicted about it, but right now, I can't fight Wang Jitao. Annoyed, Yang Ming thought to himself. I just couldn't stand the arrogance of those two. Min casually said the first thing that popped into his tired head after a long day. Why have I become so weak lately? Jitao sadly remarked as he strolled alone around the campus in the afternoon, munching on a donut. In frustration, he violently threw the red wrapper of the treat right onto the sidewalk. The impact made the wrapper bounce a few times before landing in the middle of the road. Hey, you there! How dare you litter the campus? There's a fine of 50 yuan! An elderly campus worker shouted from behind, demanding that he pay the fine. Do you have to pay a fine for something like this? Wang Jitao was taken aback by such a demand. Hurry up and do it. I'm warning you, if you continue to treat me like this, I'll report it to my superiors. Menacingly assured the guy, the old man threatened to get in trouble with the campus authorities. He was waiting for Jitao to move further away from him, so he kept looking around. Now they were far enough away from each other. Haha, you idiot. If I had known you had so much money, I would have told you to pay you 200 yuan. The man gloated and took off his false beard, which he needed to be more convincing to extort money from inconsiderate students. Hey bro, how do you get to the Comp Technology building? Meeting an acquaintance at the campus, Yang Ming quickly asked. A computer? What's that? The guy asked in surprise, not understanding the acronym. Comp means computer, Yang Ming explained to the old-fashioned guy. Oh, so you should go to the red light building. Why didn't you say that before? That one asked Yang Ming in a perplexed manner. Red? What? Min was immediately taken aback by such an ambiguous answer. I study in the red light building too. Are you a new student? I'll take you there. The student decided to help, but Yang Ming still didn't understand what to expect next from such a place with an unusual name. What is it? Do you think the name is a bit strange? The man asked casually. You're still asking? Min thought in surprise. That's just what people call it. That's the reason people who study there are called whores. Take me as an example. I am called a slut, and you will also be called a slut in the future, explained the student. But there were still a lot of questions. What the hell? Why did I put so much effort to get into this university? If only I had known that I would be called a whore at the end, doomedly thought Yang Ming. My name is Jiang Weihan. If you have anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask me. Weihan eagerly offered his help to the guy and held out his business card. Really? Do all students have business cards these days? Ming thought about the offer. On my business card, I specialize in helping those who have missed courses, helping them prepare for exams. I also act as a personal tutor. Yang Ming read everything carefully from beginning to end. Hey, it's always good to have something as extra income. If you need anything, just give me a call, Jiang Weihan said in farewell. Yang Ming? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a female voice was heard from somewhere behind. Yang Ming and Wei Han leisurely turned around at the sound. Two pretty girls appeared in front of them. Zhou Jiajia was in front. She was the one who turned to Ming. Among the incoming students this year, are there any pretty girls like her? Zhang Wei Han thought. Obviously, he liked her looks very much. Is this little bitch here to become a whore too? Yang Ming thought. Hey there, whores! He shouted to the girls walking towards them. RDJ? Shh, whores? The girl was indignant, and afterward she thought worriedly. Wait a second. Maybe that big underscore beach in QQ was really him? Did he call me a whore because he saw that video? No. There's no way he's that Yang Ming. Zhou Jiajia was getting more and more worried with every second of reasoning. Fellow students, please don't misunderstand him. Zhang Weihan began to explain and reassure the girls. This guy is very inexperienced in talking to girls. Yang Ming remarked to himself about the guy's inexperience. He said so because we are from the computer technology department and... Zhang Weihan continued. But the girl wasn't really interested in listening to him. The main thing was that she was relieved to hear that it had nothing to do with her. Oh, so that's why... She interrupted the guy and thought, he's the same as before, always likes to tease others. But back then, he was only nice to Su Ya. The class of the computer science department began. How come? Is she in the same class as me? Zhou Jiajia sat beside the not-so-nice girl and smiled at her, thinking. And now, everyone calm down. The teacher came in sharply and slammed his hands on the table to silence everyone. My name is Zi Wenzhou and I will be your instructor. Tomorrow you will have a day of rest, after which your month of training will begin. The instructor introduced himself and began to tell the work plan. As for the uniforms, we'll talk about it at the first training session. Shi Wenzhou continued to speak, but Yang Ming didn't listen to him and only thought, the number of girls in my class is regrettably small, and Zhou Jiajia is the only one of them who can be called pretty. But I just can't stand her. Yang Ming continued to be tormented by his thoughts. Here it was night over the campus dormitory, but almost no one was asleep. Lights were on in almost every room. Yes, I've already looked into him. His name is Jijun, and he is the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Yang Ming and Zhang Bing entered the room and heard their fellow student talking to someone. Isn't that the guy who tried to strike up a conversation with Marie? Right, and the vice president of the Taekwondo club is the other guy who also tried to make conversation with Mari. This time, that four-eyed guy must have lost this time. Yang Ming thought to himself, yeah, I'm thinking of forgetting this one for the first time. I just transferred, so I don't want to cause a scandal. The new neighbor kept talking. Yang Ming thought to himself, so this guy is our roommate? Excuse me. I was talking to my family. My name is Tian Dunhua. You guys are my roommates, right? Dunhua said hello and introduced himself in front of them. The guys stretched out their hands to greet each other. Tian Dunhua, right? My name is Yang Ming, and this is Zhang Bing. Yang Ming introduced himself and his friend and thought, this four-eyed Tian's last name? I'm a sophomore transfer student. It's nice to meet you both. Friendly, replied Tian Dunhua to the guys. Oh, aren't you the guy who was with the pretty girl earlier today? Dunhua said enthusiastically, which flattered Ming. I heard what you just talked about on the phone. Do you have hatred for this Liu Jikazun? Yang Ming asked. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, but I just transferred here and I don't want to cause trouble, so I'll forget about it this time. Tian Dunhua explained. Ha 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 ha. Someone already taught him a lesson. Our friend Yang Ming beat him to a bloody pulp in a restaurant not far from here. Zhang Bing walked over to the guy and clapped him on the shoulder while chuckling, a look of confusion on Dunhua's face. For real? Oh man, now I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. Bro, you're really something, Tian Dunhua exclaimed enthusiastically, looking at Ming with rapt attention. Such a violent reaction puzzled the guy a bit. Bros, let's find a place to have a few drinks, my treat. Dunhua suggested we celebrate. Alright, let's go. Thank goodness we don't start training until the day after tomorrow. Zhang Bing agreed to the idea. A month later, fail. These exercises are so easy. But why can't so many people do them? Yang Ming wondered, scratching the back of his head after practicing again. Hey kid, you're doing pretty good, Instructor Yang Yun praised the kid. Yes, you could say that. My only regret is that I didn't have time to learn a little more. Yang Ming was very pleased with the instructor's praise. In that case, I'll give you my number, okay? You can call me anytime you're free. Only I never turn on my phone during training, suggested Instructor Yang Ming. Understood, briefly and clearly replied the student. So the guys decided to go and have some fun at a barbecue joint. Ha ha, old Tian. You're awesome, man, Zhang Bing exclaimed excitedly while holding a lulia kebab in his hands. Tian Dunhua was once again treating the guys. You actually broke your teacher's leg because of your girlfriend? Respect, Bin exclaimed enthusiastically. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have changed the university. Tian Dunhua told the story of his expulsion. I heard something happened to the vice president of the Taekwondo club. Yang Ming listened carefully to the students' conversation. Oh, right. It just happened yesterday. Liu Zhujun and his girlfriend tried to get a hotel room, but they thought she was a prostitute and arrested him. One of them went on. Mistaken for a prostitute? But how? Another of the students asked in amazement, because how could that be? The girl wasn't a whore, she just dressed up sexy. It was a one-night stand, nothing more. He hastily answered his friend's question. So, the police let him go right after questioning him. But as soon as Liu Zhaojun left the police station, he was stopped by a dude who claimed to be that girl's boyfriend. Hesitantly, he continued. He beat Liu so that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Finally, the student finished his story. Meanwhile, everyone at Yang Ming's table was also eavesdropping on this guy's story. Ha! He deserved it! Zhang Bing and Tian Dunhua shouted out with glee as they were amused by this story. I know the feeling. He was beaten as soon as he got out of the station. Maybe he was framed. Min thought seriously, remembering how he had been treated in a similar way. It was probably Waz Jitao, that guy is very primitive. Looks like I should get rid of him as soon as possible. Yang Ming continued to think unhappily. Linda? His phone rang. The number was familiar. Hello, Yang Ming. Linda called Yang Ming in anticipation of seeing him since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wilson Lowe stopped by for a visit. Tomorrow is his 50th birthday, and he invited us to his anniversary. The girl continued excitedly. Tomorrow? How did I get a gift on such short notice? He said that he didn't want us to give him a gift. Concernedly said Yang Ming. Okay, Bean and I will pick you up tomorrow. Already relieved, the boy said. He'd figured out what to get. Yay! Zhang Bing was happy too, and he and Dunhua clinked their beer mugs in honor. What? You want to give the jade as an anniversary gift to Wilson Luo? The next day, the guys went to pick up the gift. After surprisingly clarified the man, Zhang Bing was also surprised at this decision of his friend. Here, Linda, Min and Bin had arrived at the celebration and were about to go inside the luxurious building. Please put the gift here. A voice sounded as Linda and Yang Ming entered the room, holding the gift. No, I'll personally give it to Wilson, the boy said firmly. Mr. Lowe is very busy right now, shouted the employee and thought. How much of a valuable gift can a student afford? Hurry up. What's your name? I'll check you in. The man continued, but Min noticed another older man being let through to Wilson. Who is handing him a gift right now? Yang Ming asked. Chairman Yun of the Yun Jewelry. His gift is worth at least 10,000. What can you match him? Irritatedly asked the administrator. My father is Zhang Jifang of Zhang Jewelry. We are here on behalf of my father. Zhang Bing shouted at the impolite worker. Zhang's Jewelry? Oh, are you also here to establish a good relationship with Wilson? Chairman Yun asked, which made Bin angry. I advise you to take back your gift. It is nothing compared to mine. Arrogantly said the man, and Zhang Bing couldn't stand it and shouted. We'll see about that. But Yang Ming didn't pay attention to this at all because something surprised him. Qing Xiao? Yang Ming exclaimed. The doors opened in front of him, and the elderly couple and their pretty daughter walked in. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to my father's anniversary. Now, the banquet has officially begun. Qing Xiao said her welcome speech and announced the start of the banquet. Xiao Qing is Wilson's daughter, but I've never heard that Wilson has a daughter. Besides, Qing's last name is Xiao, and Wilson's last name is Lao. How can they be father and daughter? Yang Ming wondered. Elder Liu, please accept a humble gift, Yun said modestly. Jade! Wow, Chairman Yun actually gave Jade as a gift. He opened the gift box and there was Jade. This really stunned the audience and everyone began to whisper and some of them began to marvel audibly. It's not big though, and the quality isn't that good. At least its value is between 200 and 300,000 yuan. Wilson Luo thought to himself in admiration. The company just received a whole shipment of jade items. If I can get Elder Liu to appraise them, the prices will double. That's why I brought this amazing gift that will surpass all others. Yun continued to mull things over in his head. Stop! This is the jade I lost in Tengchun County. Suddenly an insight came to Yang Ming. I didn't think he'd show up here. Who exactly is this Chairman Yun? The guy seriously wondered about the identity of the giver. It seems that this jade... Linda started to voice Ming's thoughts, but there were too many people and the guy interrupted her. Yeah, I know, let's talk about it at home. Yang Ming decided that it shouldn't be made public here. Wait! We have a present too! Shouted Zhang Bing. Everyone forgot about their gifts after such a huge presentation, but the guy had a gift just as good. Qing Xiao was surprised at this turn of events. What kind of gift was there? Oh, my apologies. We have one more person with a gift. Please welcome Yang Ming. Qing Xiao said. Eh? It was clearly Zhang Bing who had just shouted. So why did they introduce me? This old lady Xiao. Could it be that her eyes are so bad at seeing? The guy thought to himself. Eldest sister Qing, since when did you become eldest Liu's daughter? Yang Ming inquired carelessly. We can talk about this some other time. Although I have to ask, why are you here? Are you also one of father's disciples? Xiao asked. Okay, we can talk about this another time. For once, Yang Ming was embarrassed. This is a gift that I present to Mr. Liu Weishan on behalf of Zhan Jewelry, Yang Ming said, holding out the gift. Yang Ming, I already told you that you don't have to give me anything. Why are you so kind to me? Liu asked gratefully. Elder Liu, I represent Zhang Jifeng and Jewel Zhang, and present this gift to you. Please accept it, the young man said patiently. Ah, all right. Finally accepted the gift from the celebrant. One last gift. It has to be the best, right? The chairman said gloatingly. He was sure they would bring some trinket. Yes, yes. Open the present for all to see. The audience really warmed up, teasing, thanks to such an expensive present, thinking that there would be no better gift. Yang Ming, my student and soulmate. I am going to open this personalized gift from Yang Ming myself. Liu said, because he thought that the gift from Yang Ming would be much less expensive, and that it would not be an uncomfortable situation. It's all right. You can open it here so that everyone can see what's inside, assured Yang Ming and irritatedly thought. You wanted to see. Then look. All right, Xiao Qing, help me open it. The father politely asked the father to help his daughter while handing over the gift. Jade! It was twice as big as the jade presented by Chairman Yun. Qing Xiao and the entire hall were even more shocked by this gift. It was unexpected after the chairman's presentation. The birthday boy couldn't find words and thought in a daze. The quality of this jade is much better than Chairman Yun's. Its market value should be at least 2. Yang Ming, this gift is too expensive, concernedly said the old man. Elder Liu, don't say that. This gift is for you from the bottom of my heart. Yang Ming was relieved. Now the lad staggered out of the hall to eloquent stares, but there was a sepulchral silence. The chairman was particularly displeased. After all, he had wanted to impress the birthday boy, but Min had outshone him. Brother Yun, who are you so angry with? Someone patted the man's shoulder and he turned around. Brother Hua, it's you! The chairman exclaimed in surprise. Are you angry because this boy stole your glory? Asked Hua. That boy! He had nothing to do with it. This jade was clearly planted by Zhan Jifeng. Yun exclaimed indignantly. That boy is not so simple. Thoughtfully, but with a wicked grin, the chairman's buddy said, I had dinner with him once. I think he's Sun Zhouli's boyfriend. Don't you follow Sun Zhouli? He kept inciting me. Sun Zhouli? Bullshit. Then why haven't I heard about it? The chairman was surprised at the news. Oh, right. Who is that girl next to him? The man inquired. They're very close. Maybe he's cheating on Sun Zhouli? Hua's buddy was pulling all the strings. I need to hurry up and get a picture of them together to show Zhouli. You can blame it all on your bad luck, said the chairman, and hurriedly captured the couple on his smartphone. You ruined my plans, Yang Ming. Do you mind if I have a little fun this way? I don't think you'll like it. Hua thought gloatingly, taking a little revenge with the help of the chairman. Dad, do you really think that this jade was a gift from Zhang's jewelry? Qing Xiao asked her father after the party. Why do you ask that? Father asked. I went to Zhang's jewelry shop recently, but Zhang Jiefang told me that they don't have jade of such high quality. Qing Xiao told her father about her recent trip to the jewelry shop. If that's the case, could it be that this jade belonged to Yang Ming? Wilson exclaimed in surprise. Hey, how am I supposed to get out if you idiots parked your car blocking my car? Shouted Jiang Bing, sitting in the car and trying to drive out of the parking lot. What did he yell? Asked the first one. He said that our car was in his way, replied the second hooligan. That's right. Right. We stole your spot and won't let you leave. Their girlfriend joined the conversation. I can say that you're the one blocking my way. You're not going to dictate your rules, are you? Angrily continued to threaten them. Yang Ming walked out of the car, slamming the door loudly. I'll give you 3 seconds, so hurry up and start the car and get the fuck out of here, or you'll be fully responsible for what I do to you after the time is up. Now Min rightly began to threaten the insolent men. The bullies hesitated as soon as they saw the guy. That's him. One of them pointed a finger at Min. Wait a second. Who sent you to my soul? Asked Yang Ming and thought unhappily. These 6 came here to cause trouble, and their target, is it me? Let's not waste time talking to him. We'll talk to him as soon as we've beaten the crap out of him, shouted their leader, calling for action. The hooligans were armed with bats. But Yang Ming didn't wait until he was beaten up and hit the leader of the hooligans in the jaw, which immediately defeated him. While one was sitting on the floor, Yang Ming made a kick with his foot at the second bully. Just like that, he quickly dealt with them. Only their friend was left, but she didn't dare to fight, seeing her comrades lying helplessly on the floor. "Don't! Stay away! Do you have any idea who my boss is?" she exclaimed fearfully, her body trembling and hoping that Yang Ming wouldn't attack. "So you mentioned him? Just tell me who sent you." Jian Bing shouted irritatedly at her, holding the huge horn keys in his hands, because that was what they were trying to find out. One of Xiao Guang's classmates was looking for him. He sent a photo and asked me to teach this person a lesson. The girl held out her phone, which showed a picture of Yang Ming. This photo was taken near the White Swan Hotel. I didn't seem to have offended anyone. I hope so. Yang Ming started to recall his actions. Oh, right. This person told us to go to the Romantic Life tea house after we were done with this case, and find a person named Liu Xiaosheng to take our money. The head of the team cut into the conversation and told everything that was known. "Okay, I get it. You go and find this person. I will follow you," Yang Ming said threateningly. He was going to find out who exactly was grudging him. "Have you accomplished the mission?" asked the customer to the team members. "Yes, we beat him up," said one of the company members. "Respect. And this is your reward." The man said this contentedly and handed them the money while sitting at his desk in his office, but he didn't know that behind his back was an enraged Yang Ming. "Liu, you have so much free time, don't you?" Yang Ming asked reproachfully and slammed his head on the table, still holding his head. "Yang Min, why are you here?" He started questioning the guy. "Tell me, what did I do to you?" Min asked sternly, not letting go of Liu. You didn't hurt me in any way. There's no point in telling you I'm Chairman Yun's driver. It's just that I couldn't help but react to you acting so arrogant during the gift-giving," the man replied. But the guy wouldn't let him go. "I want to kill you and cut you into pieces!" Liu suddenly shouted. And Ming thought in surprise, "What? Why the hell did the six get angry, more so than someone who actually cared?" Chairman Yun didn't even say anything, but the driver expressed his displeasure instead. "Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore." Yang Ming said this and let the guy go, but still gave him a kick in the ass, and at the same time the camera was filming him. Standing with the camera grinning was Chairman Yun. "If Sun Zholi finds out you're a savage, you're dead," he shouted, putting the camera away, for what he needed had already been recorded. "Yang Min, son of a bitch!" Somewhere in his office, the chairman shouted. How did that little hooligan seduce Sunji? He couldn't stop his anger. Yang Ming spent half an hour with Sunji. Chairman Yun recalled Hua's words. He couldn't believe that he had managed to sneak up on Sunji. He picked up his cell phone. "Clavi!" Yun shouted viciously into the phone. "There's no way out," he shouted into the phone. "Who is it?" asked on the other end. "We need a back door," the chairman said. "This is the company's back door. What can I do for you?" the man on the phone asked. "I need to get rid of one person," Yun said decisively. "Yang Ming, you are so generous," said Zhang Bing to a friend while driving his car. "You just gave a gift of about $2 million. Aren't you upset?" Inquiring, he asked Ming's friend if he regretted his decision. "A gift is money, but friendship is priceless. Elder Liu has helped me a lot. Jade is a small thing, by the way. I gave a gift on behalf of your father. You should be happy." Yang Ming serenely replied to his friend and wondered if he was happy. "Give me a ride. I need to stop by an elder I know." Yang Ming kindly asked his friend to give him a ride somewhere. He arrived at a modest house, which was probably on the outskirts of the city or just outside of it, with a view of the mountain from the doorstep. "Oh, I thought you'd forgotten me," said the old man to the boy. "Damn it, if you're not happy to see me, then I'll leave," said Yang Ming angrily. "I bought you something." The guy started putting the purchases on the table. Meanwhile, the old man thought, this guy is just what I need. Ruthless to his enemies, sweet to his friends. "Yang Ming, do you think you are strong?" the old man asked casually. Yes? Ordinary people can't compare to me," the guy calmly answered him. "Oh yeah? What about the unusual ones?" he asked the question defiantly. "Hey, old man, what do you mean?" The guy just as defiantly replied, rubbing his hands together. "Have you forgotten who helped you with those bandits?" Min shouted at the man. "Oh, all right, let's eat," said the old man, inviting the guests to eat. "I pickled the cabbage. Come back in a couple of days and I'll treat you to some pies." After lunch, they said goodbye and the old man invited him to his house. "Good. See you later." The boy said goodbye and assured him that he would visit again. Boom! Just then, something rapidly began to approach him. The boy quickly noticed it out of the corner of his eye. He managed to react and dodged the blow in time. "What the fuck?" he thought, still his cheek had been grazed. Blood spurted out in a scarlet trickle. The blows didn't stop, forcing the guy to be vigilant all the time. So fast! Shit! If I miss a hit, I'll die! These unhappy thoughts hit him like a bucket of cold water. But the attacker slowed down abruptly, but he still had a knife in his hands and was still approaching Yang Ming. He had a crazy smile on his face. Suddenly, the knife fell out of his hands and blood gushed out of his mouth. A knife had been stuck in his back, and he was now lying in front of Yang Ming on his stomach. This event and the sudden defeat of the enemy greatly surprised and alarmed him. The old man was still standing in the gate, behind the corpse. He was the one who stabbed the knife into his back. Yang Ming noticed with horror that the guy was clearly not alive. This kind of thing didn't happen every day, so his surprise was understandable. Dead. I killed him, the old man said calmly, not sharing Min's surprise. He clearly seemed to be hiding a lot. This is not a good place to talk. Take him to my house, he said in a commanding tone, asking me to take the corpse away so as not to make too much noise. Is he the old man I saved? Yang Ming thought, taking the guy's breathless body in his arms and following the man. Put him here. I'll take care of him later, the old man said to make Mina. Grandpa took out some suspicious vial. Afterward, shook it up a bit and opened it, and started pouring the contents on the corpse with a very serene face. After that, a toxic vapor started emitting. Acid! What the fuck? A cold-blooded criminal! It turned out that he was helping the corpse by dissolving it with acid. That is, getting rid of the evidence. Yang Ming was amazed by this sight and the fact that he thought it was a decrepit old man doing all this. Any questions? Ask. They went into the house and the old man sat down on a chair wiping his hands. Min didn't know where to begin. This man. The guy was trying to pull himself together, but he wasn't doing a very good job. That man tried to kill you, Grandpa finished instead of Min. So I killed him. The old man finished cheerfully. But you, the boy said excitedly. Right? The old man said slyly. Look at the eye of the tiger in the painting. He continued, and Yang Ming turned around, seeing the picture of the tiger's face. Boom! Zing! And he threw the knife, hitting the target. How did you do that? Dumbfounded, the boy asked him. Surprised? It's a small thing, the older man assured him. A trifle? Then what's not change? Old man, you're hurting my pride! Min couldn't stand it and shouted, while the old man stood smugly with his arms folded. You should think about who wanted to kill you. I found this on him. He said that and handed Yang Ming's picture to him. This photo is from my high school journal. I got into some trouble, but nothing serious. Not serious enough to kill me. Yang Ming thought about how much trouble he was in. Scared? Enemies who hide themselves are most dangerous, but not to you. The old man decided to inspire the boy with this news. Who are you? Yang Ming shouted at the old man, as he was very ambiguous in his behavior, and his awareness was also striking. Yang Ming, do you really want to know who I am? He asked coldly. I can tell you, but think about it. When you find out the truth, you'll have to accept it, or I'll kill you. The old man finished majestically. What are you talking about? The boy asked excitedly, eager to find out what he was hiding. In fact, it will be useful for you. The old man continued speaking. After I tell you everything, you will become my disciple, my successor. He decided to make a very interesting proposal to Yang Ming. I agree. He immediately agreed, which pleased the old man, and then thought admiringly of the offer. His skills are unfathomable. He wants me to be his apprentice? That's fucking amazing. Okay, listen carefully. Already serious, he continued to initiate Yang Ming into the new things. In this world, there is a group of specialists. They're called professional killers. And I'm #1 in the world's most famous assassins. The old man told the guy who he was. They call me the King of Murder, he said seriously. King of Murder? He asked shocked. It was hard to believe this old man's greatness. But with his actions, he had already proved that he was clearly not a simple old man. I'm different from everyone else. Everyone works in groups, but I'm a loner. Like me, my master was an assassination king. A kill king is an unbeatable mystique among the world of assassins. Assassination kings never let go of their targets. No one knows who we are. He went on to talk about their world and his high title among his kind. I went to prison to evade Interpol. I played dumb for a couple years, and then I met you. The old man talked about his hard life, and it embarrassed Yang Ming. I've had an apprentice before. I think you two have met. But he has a big problem with diligence and can't be a killer. He apprenticed with me and became a pro thief. He told me about his past bad experience in learning the craft of assassination. But he raised an excellent thief. He noticed you and has been watching you for a long time. You fit my requirements and can be my successor. The old man explained how he had chosen Yang Ming for this difficult role. Holy shit! Yang Ming was stunned to find out what he had gotten himself into, and how professional he had acted in choosing an heir to his title. Don't tell anyone about this, not even your closest friends. Remember, in this world you can't trust anyone but yourself. The old man warned the boy not to talk about it, because there might be enemies everywhere. Come by tomorrow night at 7. I'll perform the initiation ceremony, and from then on, you'll be the new king of killing. He invited Yang Ming to his house for the initiation ceremony, and after that, a whole new life awaits him. Come to me every day at this time and I will train you. He announced the training and that was the end of it. Okay, I got it. The guy said goodbye and left. Here's the action taking place in the back door office. Why hasn't the Grey Wolf returned yet? The man with glasses said this while looking out the window from the back door office. He was waiting for his colleague who was supposed to finish off Min. It's been over 11 hours. Any news? Asked a blonde-haired girl in a red evening dress, holding a glass of wine. It's just a student. What could have gone wrong? Asked the man in the hat, smoking a cigarette. Boss, call him. We're waiting for him to get a drink, said a guy with a huge scar that stretched across his eye and nose. Brr! Ring, 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 brr! It was the phone on the table in the dorm room. The phone that was found on the killer is ringing. It must have been a call from the back door office. Yang Ming reached for the vibrating phone. The call rang in the middle of the night, but as usual, hardly anyone was awake in the dormitory, and the lights in the rooms were off and on. The display showed the number of the incoming call. Hello? Grey Wolf, where are you? Yang Ming took the number T as what was said on the other end, but the guy didn't say a word. Hello? Grey Wolf, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? The guy was shocked. He didn't answer anything. Now I know the hitman's nickname was Grey Wolf, and he works for an organized crime group. We need to take some time to figure out who called from this number. Oh shit, why didn't he answer? Shouted a guy in a hat from the office. What's wrong? You can't get through? Asked the girl in the red dress. I got through, he just didn't say anything. The guy answered. Not even a word? The woman asked tensely, her face a black mask around her eyes. Maybe something really did happen to him. He couldn't let some kid kill him. The man suggested tensely. Let's try to find out at least something before we jump to such conclusions. The masked girl said calmly. Maybe we've gotten someone else's attention because we've been so active lately. Let's lay low for a while and deal with the situation. She suggested it. The time on the clock was already past 10 p.m. Yang Ming was sitting at his computer and a new message came to him. Barbaric teacher, are you okay? Has your broken heart healed yet? Heh, we've already made up. The boy grinned. Barbarian teacher, is that normal? Well, congratulations. How did you make up? Is there any truth in this world? Actually, it's called affection. You just have to make an effort to maintain the affection. As long as there's mutual attraction, it's really easy to resume a relationship. Barbarian teacher. Seriously, is there any truth in this world? Yes, of course. You must fight for your own happiness. Thank you. Now I know what to do. Written by a barbarian teacher. You're welcome. Written by Yang Ming. I have to fight for... The girl was lying on the bed by the laptop. Big sister, what are you doing? A sweet voice came from outside the door. Yan, are you back already? Asked that one. Aha. I was afraid you were scared to be home alone, so I decided to come back, said the younger sister. Honey, go to bed. It's very late. Do you have school tomorrow? The older one told her to go to bed. Who are you calling a kid? That's the guy you like. Isn't he my age? Wang Xiaoyan asked her sister. There's nothing between me and Yang Ming. She started to justify herself, blushing instantly. Huh, who said I meant Yang Ming? Xiaoyan said slyly. The girl thought for a moment. Yang Ming? His name is Yang Ming? Concernedly asked the girl. Huh? Is something wrong? The older girl asked. No, not really. Xiaoyan replied sadly and became downcast, and then thought, my big sister is very kind to me. I can't break her heart. That's right. You went to the same school, so maybe you've seen each other there? The older sister noticed. No, we're on different campuses. We're waiting for the new campus to be completed. Xiaoyan started to deny knowing Yang Ming. That makes sense. Maybe we can be classmates in the future, the older one said dreamily. What do you mean? Xiaoyan asked, wondering what it meant. Big sister blushed a little and smiled slyly. Here we are. A new school day has begun. Today the students had to choose a responsible head teacher, who will be responsible for their class and will deal with organizational issues. Tonight, everyone is feasting at my expense at a restaurant under the pretext of university. To celebrate my new position and thank everyone for their support. Made a generous offer to the class to celebrate newly minted head teacher Sun Jiwei. Nice. Awesome. Everyone appreciated the new headman's suggestion and cheered him up with words, but Yang Ming sleepily thought, fucking boring. Hey, classmate, can't you hear that our senior is giving a speech? Asked a student, seeing that Min was rapidly leaving the classroom. I have a date with a girl right now. I'm leaving, waved the guy away. Don't you have any respect for me? Sun Jiwei asked his classmate, who refused the offer. I have things to do. I don't care about you and your parties. Yang Ming mumbled. He still had a lot to do, after all. The old man was waiting for him to be initiated as an assassin. Hey, motherfucker! By inviting you, I'm giving you a chance to go out. For the last time, are you coming or not? The headman said fiercely to the boy. I'm not going. Yang Ming turned away from the guy and walked like nothing happened. Dumbass. The headman didn't understand why this guy was so cocky. You're not going. Fuck it. Walk looking back, Sun Ziwei shouted furiously. Ziwei, let's go. Don't pay attention to him. His buddy tried to calm him down. Here came the night of the day on which the ritual must be. Second little brother. You're here, said the thief professor to Min.
A second younger brother. This could easily be mistaken, couldn't it? This is what Sun Wukong calls Jubaji, Yang Ming remarked.
Ha ha ha. The master is already waiting for you inside. The man laughed and invited the boy inside, for they were already waiting for him for the ritual. Yang Ming, today will be your dedication. And also my retirement, said the old man while looking at the painting of his predecessor as soon as Min entered his house. In other words, a new assassin king had come to the throne. He summed it up succinctly. Okay, the boy said excitedly. Kneel. The king of assassins began conducting the dedication to his office. O great founders. He began to recite a kind of incantation for initiation and lit incense. From today I, the fourth king of assassins Fang Tian, leave the life of assassins to the new king. From now on, Yang Ming is the new fifth assassin king. This is the end of the initiation. Good. It sounded from somewhere in the room, as if it was the otherworldly forces agreeing to accept Min as the new king. Show me your strength. Hit me. Tian wanted to test his new strength, so he asked him to hit him. What? The guy clearly didn't want to hit, not even the former king of assassins. Will Grandpa Fang be able to withstand my punch? Yang Ming was about to attack, but the old man easily intercepted his arm. I didn't even feel it. Where did your strength go? Tian said teasingly, but the punch was indeed weak. I can't get my hand out of his grip! I can't even move it a little! Ming thought in astonishment. He was still standing there and couldn't get his hand out of the master's grip. Strength is the foundation for an assassin. Tian said this, and smiled at the lack of the slightest resistance from the guy. You mean I'm not strong enough? Min remarked disappointedly. Yes, but you have a good physique. At the very least, you should take some time to train with me, Tian instructed. I have 10 capsules of ointment. You have to put it on your hands and feet every night, and every morning you must go beat the tree. You must train for 10 days, 3 hours each. Come to me when you're done with your training. He told Min the plan of action. I'll make sure the tree is destroyed by then. If you fail, I'll give you a hell of a workout. The old man threatened to get the boy to take his work seriously. The next day, the sun had not yet risen. Yang Ming went to try to destroy the tree. The next day he came again. The blow was stronger this time. The next day, too, the guy didn't forget about 3 hours of training every day. So these days flew by unnoticed in attempts of self-improvement, to show the result to the master, and not to disappoint not only him, but also himself. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have made something to eat, said the girl as Min uninvitedly walked in to visit her. It doesn't matter. We'll go to lunch somewhere else. Calmed the girl guy and finally went inside the apartment. Here's one for you. Min held out the laptop to Linda. Is this laptop for me? The girl was embarrassed. It was obvious that she was very pleased with such a useful gift. Thanks. I really wanted it. There's nothing for me to do at home, so I'm lonely and bored here. Linda threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. Now she would have some entertainment. Wilson recently invited me over. He's taking us to lunch, said Yang Ming. About the place they'll go to. He'll talk to Wilson at the same time, and he and the girl will spend time together. Go change and get ready. The guy gave the instruction because the girl was in a homemade top and short shorts. Okay. Linda went to change for the meeting. Xiaoqing, said the guy as soon as the girl came out to them. They were already at Wilson's house. They entered the room. Linda and Yang Ming stood next to each other, and Xiaoqing stood across from them. Your girlfriend is beautiful, complimented Xiaoqing's girlfriend. Thank you. You're good too, awkwardly said Yang Ming, and afterward he thought unhappily. Fuck. When I first met Xiaoqing, I was with Marie. Now Xiaoqing knew about his affairs. Yeah, but I remember. Someone once said I wasn't as pretty as his girlfriend, right? The girl recalled his words to himself. He was just kidding. You're much prettier than me. Linda started to deny it. Huh. You're so cute. When you grow up, you'll be much prettier than me, Xiaoqing said and stroked the girl's head, which she clearly liked. By the way, and you and Wilson? Min decided to ask, because he couldn't find out the answer the last time they met because they weren't in a very private place. Oh, about that. Professor Lau is my godfather. The girl explained why she called him father and him her daughter, but now it all makes sense. Now tell me about the jade you gave my father. Is it yours? Xiao Qing asked, a question she had been curious about since her godfather's birthday. That's what we thought. He'll talk to you about it. You should be well prepared. The girl warned me. Okay. Yang Ming scratched the back of his head. Yang Ming, this is my goddaughter, Xiao Qing. She's an engineer at SJ University. Wilson introduced the girl. Wilson, that's where we met her, Ming told me. Seriously, what's the coincidence? Xiao Qing, you have to take care of Yang Ming at the university, asked the professor. Okay, Xiao Qing obediently agreed. Yang Ming, your gift is too generous, Wilson said after they had eaten lunch and talked for a while. I recognize your goodwill, but it would be better if you took it away. He continued, looking at the present Yang Ming had given him. I think you really need the money now. You can sell this emerald for 2 or 3 million. You don't have to thank me like that every time I help you. The man wanted Min to take the gift back because it was too expensive. Honestly, I knew it. The best place for an emerald is in your hands. Cheerfully, the young man explained his act. Well, if you say so, have it your way. This emerald is perfect for processing. Finally, Wilson agreed and explained what he was going to do with the gem. As soon as I finish engraving it, I will return it to you and then you will sell it to the highest bidder. That's what the man suggested. Yang Ming was surprised by such an offer and thought, fuck, this is an unbelievable investment. After Mr. Liu processes it, I'll be able to get a shitload of money for it. Everyone wants him to process their emeralds, but he always turns them down. Okay, have we reached a consensus? I'm too old to keep something like that, said Master Liu with a wave of his hand. It is early morning again. The sun has not yet risen and it is still dark. But Yang Ming does not forget his promise and comes to destroy the tree. The bark of the tree has already been destroyed. It feels like it's soft like a sponge, Min thought in surprise as he continued to beat the tree. Why did you come back? Tian asked the disciple who had returned early. It's only been a week and I've already managed to break a tree in half, Min said smugly, not expecting the old man to return so quickly. Great. Now your strength will be enough to get you started. But as a killer, skill comes after strength. Wisely, the master said and handed the bundle to the boy. Yang Ming was quick to learn and practice at the same time. This activity was very entertaining for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to learn. Here is Sunji's posh estate. The girl picked up the letter that someone had sent her. I can't believe that transportation companies accept packages without a return address, the girl said with a sigh. Out of the letter were photos of Yang Ming kicking the chairman's driver's ass in a disc, probably with audio recordings of their conversation. Yang Ming! The girl shrieked and jumped up from her seat in surprise upon seeing these things. Did he send me those pictures? Puzzled, the girl thought. No, why would he do that? Especially since he doesn't keep in touch with me. Sunji sighed and wondered who had sent these things and for what purpose. Isn't that Yunguan's driver? The girl looked at the picture of Yang Ming kicking the one, and recognized a familiar face in him. Maybe someone told him I was Yang Min's girlfriend. He purposely put on this show to shit on him. Sunji immediately figured out Chairman Yun's plan. Yun Guangdu, your driver endured the beating for nothing, the girl said quietly. She was fed up with this man and now he wanted to make Ming look bad. Sis, I'm back! The boy greeted her and entered the room, the girl standing in a very frivolous pose, leaning on the table. Jiwei, how are you? Tell me, what do you want? Sunji asked the one and immediately turned to face him. Last time you promised to buy me a car? Well, I want a Ferrari. Wei told me what he wanted. How much is it worth? The girl asked interestedly. About 4 million, answered the kid. Even for Sunji, it was a decent amount of money. Did your uncle give the okay? The girl asked sternly. No, sadly replied the boy. 4 to 5 million is a lot of money. You shouldn't throw money away, isn't it? Let me buy you a Porsche. Sunji made a reasonable suggestion. Thank you, sister. Wei thanked her. So that son of a bitch is no longer afraid of our taekwondo club? Asked a guy from over there. But you were the one who screwed up the new students back then, Renjian Ren said without letting go of the dumbbell. President Ren, this freshman even made an arrogant statement. He said he would do the same even if it was our coach. The guys who were fighting with Min, the head of this club, started to tell us. Really? Motherfucker, he must be nuts. Let's beat him up so he knows where he belongs. Renjian Ren was extremely angry after hearing the guy's story. Zhang Bing walked calmly through the campus, saying hello to his new buddies. That guy! He's one of them! Chen shouted, pointing his finger at Bin to the club president. Malloy, stop! Ren took the boy by the shoulder, stopping him. Who are you? Do I know you? Asked Bean, turning around. He saw an unfamiliar man. Huh. Maybe you'll recognize me then, shouted his friend Senya while grinning evilly. Ouch! This was all Zhang Bing could shout out. The crowd beat him mercilessly. His mouth was foaming, and he was lying on the floor, not trying to resist. Ren, if anything, this dude is a 6. The head douchebag's name is Yang Ming, Chen told the club president. Kid, get up and go tell Yang Ming that I'm calling him to the arrow, Ren Jianren said with a fighting attitude. What? Did Zhang Bin get beaten up? Shouted Min to the whole dormitory. Okay, wait for me. I'll come right away. He continued to speak loudly into the phone. He was going to visit his friend and deal with his abusers. Shh, keep it down. Zhang Bin just fell asleep. Marie asked the guy to keep his voice down because the sick man only managed to rest. The doctor examined him, said he had a couple of bruises, nothing serious, but he'll have to stay in bed for a few days. Qing Xiao told the boy how Bin was feeling. I'm going to eat with Marie. Stay with Zhang Bin, okay? Said the girl as she was about to leave with Marie to finally have lunch. Hey, stop pretending, they've already left, Min said with a smile, and he immediately recognized him. You got me? Heh. Bing smirked. You're just taking advantage of Zhao Xishi's sympathy. I can easily rat you out, Ming threatened his friend. That beating was worth it. It's only in situations like this that you can understand a person's true feelings. I didn't know Cece was so worried about me. I didn't know Cece cared so much about me, he said dreamily, clearly enjoying the girl's attention. By the way, the guy who beat me up challenged you to an arrow, he added seriously. Uh-huh, said Min. He was already aware of it. Bro, did you hear that? Rumors were already actively spreading at the university. There's someone in our university who dared to challenge the president of the Taekwondo club, said the guy walking with his friend ahead of Min. Who's already spread these rumors? When did I ever challenge him? He thought. On the street, they say that these two are fighting over a girl. The first one's buddy started talking. Seriously? He was surprised. Each rumor was more unbelievable than the last. I saw the video in a school conference. Anyway, this situation isn't going to go away that easily. As he walked away, one of the guys said, he should have accepted the challenge, but now he has mixed me with shit. If something happens and the school investigates, I will be the prime suspect. Yang Ming thought about the possible problems. He took out his laptop and decided to see what the video was about. It was titled, Yang Ming and Liu Zhaojun, fighting over Zhou Ji and Jie. The guy even choked up in surprise. Someone had filmed them fighting. Hello, is this the school news manager? I want you to delete a new post, he said over the phone. Students now have the right to say what they want. As long as there is nothing against the government or religious freedom, we will not delete this news, told him on the other end. The guy was staring angrily at his phone screen. He suddenly noticed a new post on the website. Recently, we got a call from Yang Ming asking us to delete a post related to him. He even swore at the manager maybe he's hiding something. The post read, What the fuck? Is that manager fucking crazy? Min thought, this was obviously set up by someone. Women's dormitory. Joe, look. It says here that Yang Ming fought for you, said her friend after seeing a new post with a video of the guys fighting. I saw that. I think it's pretty funny. The girl said because she and Yang Ming didn't like each other, and he wasn't fighting for her. I think Yang Ming has a taste problem. How could he not fall in love with a beauty like you? Her friend said confidently. Please don't remind me of that time. I acted like a complete fool with him back then, Zhou Jiajia said. Well, it looks like God is on your side this time. If this spreads... The girl's friend started thinking up a plan. He will only hate me more, Jiajia said resolutely. She wasn't going to get Ming in trouble. Even so, it was Liu Zhujun's handiwork. My friend couldn't seem to calm down. Yes, Zhou Jiajia confirmed it.
But soon those posts would be gone, said the girl and sat down at her laptop. What? You mean you? Asked her friend in surprise.
Yes. The forum admins are on their side, however. They are out of luck. If they don't delete the posts, I'll put their forum down for a few days. Decidedly stated the girl. She wanted to help Yang Ming, especially since he was in trouble thanks to her too. Men's dormitory. RDJ? The posts about me disappeared? The guy logged back into the forum but found nothing there. They had indeed been deleted. And there have been many posts exposing Liu Zhaojun. Fighting, humiliation, sexual harassment of students and teachers. Yang Ming looked at everything on the site. Who is helping me? Said Min and thought deeply. This is clearly not the site manager. After all, he is not on his side. But this person is clearly from the university. At noon on Monday, the Karate Dojo clubhouse was full of people.
Why is Yang Ming still missing? He wasn't scared, was he? Said the president of the Taekwondo club. It's only 2:30. It's still early, Jojun said.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, pigeons started flying out. Pigeons? Why are they here? What the fuck? The audience was stunned. And then, abruptly, Yang Ming comes out, dressed up, wearing a hat and scarf, and white doves flying ahead of him, an extravaganza. Wow, what the fuck? What is he? A mafia boss or something? President Ren thought in shock. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was counting on. Let it all be a fun performance, Min thought as the crowd behind him whispered. He had managed to make an impression. Then it would be easy. He went on to think that it would be easy to handle all of this. Wow! Suddenly he throws his black hat into the astonished crowd. With a roll of thunder, the hero arrived. Yang Ming was obviously playing to the audience, but it looked epic. Everyone in the hall was still whispering and discussing Min's appearance in the upcoming battle. Are you done? Can we start? Irritatedly asked the club. Apparently Yang Ming had overplayed his hand and he was no longer so frightened. I can't describe my power in words, so read a poem, said Ming and turned around. There were only 3 red papers on his back and ass, which read, I can break the Great Wall on the northern cities. I can kick down the doors of the South Seas. I will hit you with a brick. How would you like to fight? The boy asked excitedly. How? Karate style, President Ren replied expectantly. Wait a minute. Min stopped him. Did you say karate? But I don't even know the rules. Of course you'll win, since I don't even know anything about it. Yang Ming started haggling and bargaining. Well, actually, he's right. Yeah, that's not fair. The crowd began to discuss the appropriateness of karate fighting, and it got very loud. Then what do you suggest? Agreeing, Ren asked. Let it be a no-holds-barred fight. Min replied it would really be fair. As you wish. I'll use karate and you fight as you see fit. Ren agreed, but before he did, he thought, no rules? But I can still use karate and beat you. Can I do whatever I want? Again the boy questioned. That's right. Anything, the club president shouted to him. Oh, great. Then I'll use my strongest techniques? Yang Ming asked a rhetorical question, riling up his opponent. Asshole! Use whatever you want. It won't work anyway. Ready? Shouted the president of the Taekwondo club. The kid had succeeded in annoying him. I'm gonna do a quick workout. You've already warmed up and I haven't, the boy said. But Ren was about to attack, and he missed and fell down. Are you done? Ren asked annoyed, because Min had been stretching for a very long time. He was stalling as much as he could. Aha! Ready, the guy assured him. For real? The club president thought he'd take a little longer to show off. Can you stop talking? You're a man. You should talk less and do more. Why are you such a slob? Min said with a sneer. What? Min was surprised at the guy's insolence. Catch! And President Ren angrily threw himself at the guy, jumping out. But Yang Ming easily dodged his punch. Is that karate? Yeah, it's nothing special. The guys in the bleachers were discussing the fight. Now I'm going to use my strongest move. Watch out, Yang Ming warned the man. What? Ren shrieked. The guy had pulled out a brick and was about to accomplish what was written on the piece of paper on his ass. And he swung a gray brick right at his face. Catch! He shouted and plunged the brick into the man's face. If I used any of my grandfather's moves, I'd kill him in a second. But I'm not going to kill him in public, so doing so is the best solution. Min thought, after knocking out his opponent, there was some blood on the brick, and the man was lying on the floor. Yang Ming is so mean. How could you bring a brick? Disgruntled voices were heard from the back of the grandstand. Well, actually, he mentioned he was going to hit him with a brick. A girl in the stands stood up for him, but really the club president was all for it. And really, he claimed he would do it, so you could say he won fair and square. That's right. He even gave a last-minute warning. The other 2 girls chimed in. I think Yang Ming is a genius. That's true, but he said he doesn't know karate, so he'll fight the best he can. That's right. They were still talking, but mostly everyone was in agreement with the guy's victory, while Ren was still lying there with a brick mark in the middle of his face. Looks like my plan worked. Min thought excitedly, because he didn't win fairly because he had used a weapon. But since he had said so many times before the fight, he was able to get away with it. A minute earlier. Are you worried? Do you think Yang Ming will lose? Asked Zhou Jiajia's friend, who looked tense from the upcoming spectacle. He won't lose. He won't lose, the girl assured her. You're so sure of him? Do you know him well? Asked her friend. Maybe so. However, he has changed a lot, said Zhou Jiajia as she watched the start of the fight. At this moment, Yang Ming was just striking with a brick. Changed? Why don't you forget about him then? The girl said carelessly. She didn't want her friend to get jealous of him. No, he was much warmer toward me, she said, remembering something. What? Her friend asked in surprise, wondering why she'd started treating him like that. A couple days later in a college sorority house. Hey, Chang Bin is asking me out for dinner tonight, but it seems like he wants to sleep with me. Do you think I should go with him? A friend asked Marie. Think about it carefully. If you think it's worth tying your life to him, then go, she said awkwardly. Yang Min took advantage of my gullibility. He made me do it to him, and even invited me home. Marie thought sadly, but she should have realized that Min's accusations were unfounded. And now, after we went to college, we cleared the relationship. We love each other, but for some reason there was nothing physical. The girl pondered, annoyed. She missed the physical manifestation of love from her boyfriend. Cece, what's it like when you kiss? Marie asked. Oh, it's beautiful, she replied happily, and must have been remembering their kisses with Zhang Bin. You two have kissed before, haven't you? Why are you asking me that? Cece asked, puzzled, since they had been dating for a long time and it was very strange. We didn't really kiss. Very embarrassed, Marie thought. Yang Ming has never moved on to this. I can't take the initiative, can I? The girl became downcast when she thought about it, and Cece said, Actually, I like Chang Bin. He said he would marry me. While fixing his style in front of the mirror, Chang Bin asked Yang Ming's opinion of his hairstyle. He replied that it wasn't bad, and asked if it was important since it wasn't their first date with Cece. Chang Bin replied with a smile on his face that today was a special day, and most likely today he would be able to win her over. Yang Ming smirked and said that he would rather conquer himself when he lay down to satisfy himself. Chang Bin pretended not to hear him and followed him out, humming something to himself. Taking the phone in his hands, Yang Ming wondered if he should call Marie to see what she was up to. He pondered whether he should push things forward with her. At this moment, unexpectedly, Yang Ming received a phone call from Linda. Yang Ming didn't understand what Linda wanted. After all, he was at her place yesterday. Yang Ming picked up the phone, said hello, and asked what was wrong. Linda, standing in her room with a downcast look, said Yang Ming's name. Yang Ming anxiously asked Linda what was wrong. She suggested we take a little walk since she just missed him. It's a sunny day in the city. Yang Ming met Linda on the city street. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, he asked if she was okay and noticed that she didn't look good. Linda fell passionately into Yang Ming's arms at the same second, saying his name. A romantic atmosphere reigned. With a trembling voice, Linda told Yang Ming in his ear that she didn't want to lose him. Yang Ming was confused. Agitated, Yang Ming once again asked what happened to Linda, and said that he wasn't running away anywhere. Snuggling against Yang Ming's chest, Linda said that they would never see each other again, but she didn't want to. At that time, Marie came out from around the corner. She was confused to see Yang Ming hugging another girl. At that second, Marie had an epiphany. In a stupor, she realized why things were going so well between them. Yang Min had another woman. Remembering how they strolled hand in hand, Marie asked herself why Yang Ming was still with her, whether it was true that all his sweet words were lies. Linda, staring at Yang Min's chest, kept saying she had to leave him, and he asked what was going on, asking Linda to tell him everything. Marie watched the scene from afar. Sobbing, with eyes full of tears, Linda suggested that Yang Ming take a walk and promised to tell him everything. Yang Ming agreed to Linda's proposal. At this time, Marie was hiding around the corner, bitter tears rolling down her cheeks. Sitting on a bench, Linda told Yang Ming that her grandmother had come to find her. Yang Ming was confused, for he thought her grandmother was missing. He asked if that wasn't great, wondering if Linda missed her. With her head down, Linda said that it was true, and she was glad. Yang Ming exclaimed that it was good news and asked why she was so upset. Linda tearfully replied that her grandmother wanted to take her away. Yang Ming grabbed Linda by the shoulders and asked if she minded Linda being with him. Remembering her grandmother's stern image, Linda replied that she had been in town for a long time and she had been keeping an eye on him. Her grandmother knows they are together. Jan Min asked what Linda's grandmother thought of him. Linda replied that she said the young man was not bad, even more so. Linda added that, however, her grandmother learned something else. This information shocked Yang Min. He assumed that Linda knew about his relationship with Marie. Unsure, he asked if she knew. Linda replied that she had previously decided that she wouldn't talk. She said that she didn't care, as long as Yang Ming treats her well. Linda added that she had something to say to Yang Ming now. Yang Ming found himself in an awkward position. Linda informed Yang Min that actually the girl knew that he was with Marie back in high school, and now she will leave, and he can be with Marie. Shouting to the whole street, Yang Ming asked Linda what she was talking about and said that he wouldn't let her go. Calming Yang Ming down, Linda said that actually Grandma is taking her away because she wants to teach her something, and after she finishes her training, she will come back. Linda stood in a confident pose and said that witchcraft was a complicated and mystical thing. It was very hard to learn and required special materials and conditions. Lida added that that's why she should go back to Yunnan with her grandmother. Yang Ming said okay then. Yang Ming asked Linda when she would be back. She replied that her grandmother said that if she succeeded, she would be back in a year, and if not, she would be back in 4 years. Pulling herself closer to the embarrassed Yang Ming, Linda said that she was leaving tomorrow. Bringing her lips close to Yang Ming's ear, Linda suggested that he stay with her tonight. Lying in bed with Yang Ming, Linda told him that her family's curse allows him to be with other girls. Yang Ming was surprised and confused. He interrogated what the girl meant. Lying on the bed with Linda, Yang Ming asked the girl what she meant. Linda replied that it meant that as long as she was in his heart, everything would be fine. Linda added that as long as he loves her, the heart curse won't work. Yang Ming asked Linda in surprise if he meant that as long as he loved her, he wouldn't give her up. Linda told him not to get excited. In a serious tone, Linda said that if Yang Ming dared to forget about her after she left, he would die in great agony. Yang Ming realized the true meaning of the curse of the heart. Playfully touching Linda's nose, he assured her that he couldn't forget her. Linda remembered one more thing about the curse of the heart. It has a side effect. These words shocked Yang Ming. He was surprised to hear about the side effect since he didn't feel anything bad. Linda explained that people with the heart curse would have increased strength, but their needs would be higher. Yang Ming still didn't understand what she was talking about. Yang Ming gently pushed Linda and said that it was nothing, adding that after all, Linda was enjoying herself. Linda playfully said that Yang Ming couldn't understand it, and that it was very difficult for her to satisfy desire. She could barely keep up with him until the end. With an arrogant look, Yang Ming finally realized that because of this little girl let him have another woman. Confused, Linda asked what was wrong with Yang Ming's face. He replied that it was nothing. She could go on. Introducing the man in the arms of the two ladies, Linda continued the story of the effects of the curse of the heart. She added that once poisoned, he could hardly be satisfied with one woman, so he must find another girl. Her grandmother also told her that many men would forget that first one because of the new ones. The girl added that at this time, the heart curse would finally poison him. Yang Ming was shocked by this information. Yang Ming asked in surprise if this meant that the curse of the heart was as if it harmed people, and if it could make a person betray. Embarrassed, Linda apologized and said that she didn't want to upset Yang Ming, but she didn't know that. With a smirk, Yang Ming said to Linda not to take it to heart. He added that good men like him who love new things aren't very common these days. Linda got angry and called Yang Ming a shameless man, and that if it wasn't for the poison, she wouldn't have let it happen. The morning came. Yang Ming woke up in bed alone. Yang Ming wondered if Linda had left. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a note lying on the table. Yang Ming picked it up and began to read it. It contained an appeal to Linda's husband. She wrote that although she had never called him that before, but in her mind, Yang Ming had long since become her husband. Looking at his face when he was sleeping, she didn't want to wake him up. Linda had to go. She asked Yang Ming not to miss him. She will be back soon. Linda hopes he won't forget her while she's gone. Getting out of bed, Yang Ming saw that Linda had brought her laptop. With a smile on his face, the young man thought that she was going to contact him online. The next day came. Sun Zhui told Yang Ming that the school was holding a promotional event with the city government department. Sun Zhui, being in the office, added that each class will assign some students to go to the train station to promote in the promotion. The class committee decided that Yang Ming is on the list. Thinking about it, Yang Ming asked himself if advertising is not physical work, and he told Sun Zhui that he would not go anywhere. Sun Zhui angrily told Yang Ming that he had no right to refuse because it was the committee's decision. In his mind, Sun Zhui thought that Yang Ming was a helpless person and that he had no right to refuse. With a bored look, Yang Ming replied to Sun Zhui that he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Ming still wouldn't go. Leaving the office, Sun Zhui said that he had already given the list to Mr. Ji, and if Yang Ming didn't go, he should tell him himself. Yang Ming thought Sun Zhui was trying to annoy him. With a sly expression on his face, Sun Zhui mentally threatened Yang Ming, thinking that he would make his life hell and force Yang Ming to do all of this. Sighing, Yang Ming thought that it was okay. He would go. It was Sun Zhui, and he should be careful in the future. Getting up from his desk, Yang Ming considered going to practice first. Yang Ming walked outside and thought that speed and strength were things that were either there or not. Night fell. There was a loud scream in the street. While walking through the forest, Yang Ming heard this woman scream. He thought it might be a ghost in the middle of the night. Looking out from behind a tree, Yang Ming saw a strong masked man threatening a girl lying on the ground. The girl asked what the man was doing. After threatening her with a knife, he demanded that she give him her valuables, her wallet, phone, and necklace. By threatening the girl, the man hoped that she would just give him her money without resisting because he really has no other choice. The robber thought that if money had not been needed to save his life, he would never have committed such a crime. At this moment, it hit Yang Ming. He realized that he could read people's minds again. The girl, frightened, told the man that she could not give him her money. Angry, the man asked if the girl valued money more than her life. The girl replied that this money was for her father's medicine and she could not give it away. Screaming, the man asked how could there be such a coincidence. He said that he had come here to rob people so that his mother could be cured of her illness. He interrogated if the girl was really going to buy the medicine for her father. Yang Ming watched this scene from behind a tree. Yang Ming thought what a tragedy, and that he was about to beat the man. Yang Ming came out from behind the tree and asked the man how much he needed. Pointing the knife at Yang Ming, The robber asked who he was in surprise and told him not to come any closer. Yang Ming replied that he was only a student. Yang Ming asked if he needed money and asked the robber to tell him how much he needed. Puzzled, the man asked if Yang Ming wanted to give him money. The robber said he needed 2,000 and asked if Yang Ming had that much. He explained that his mom had appendicitis. Taking the money out of his wallet, Yang Ming told the man to hurry up. Time is of the essence. The robber was dumbfounded. He asked Yang Ming if he was really going to give him the money. The man fell to his knees and bowed his head to Yang Ming. He asked to accept his gratitude. He said his name was Hu Zhenhan, and he would not forget his generosity. Yang Ming didn't understand. Could it really not be done without this? Taking him by the shoulders, Yang Ming said no thanks and asked him to stand up. At this moment, Yang Ming realized that this person had incredible strength. Yang Ming could barely lift him up. When the man stood up, he said he would go and called his name once more, Hu Zhenhan. Turning to the girl sitting on the ground, Yang Ming asked if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. Blushing, she asked if Yang Ming had really given him the money. Yang Ming replied why not, that maybe his mom was really sick and he needed money. The girl agreed with him. The girl thanked Yang Ming and said that she would go. Yang Ming asked if she was also from Songjiang University of Technology. He added that they were on the way and suggested walking together. The embarrassed girl thought that maybe he recognized her and quickly dismissed these thoughts, because it was impossible. But she continued to wonder why Yang Ming paid for the night and then left. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. That's when he realized they knew each other. The events of that night came back to the girl's mind. She wondered if he remembered everything, since she was still a girl. Yang Ming asked if she was robbed on the shopping street that time. Yang Ming interjected, wasn't this already their second meeting? He noticed that he still didn't know her name. Embarrassed, the girl replied that her name was Shen Lin. The girl thought she shouldn't tell him her real name. Night came. Yang Ming walked the girl to the bus stop. Shen Lin thanked him and said she would take the bus. Yang Ming waved to her and told her to be careful. After picking up the phone, Yang Ming remembered with loving eyes that he hadn't talked to Marie for a whole day and thought he should call her. Bringing the phone to Jan's ear, Min heard someone's voice. The voice from the phone asked loudly what Yang Ming needed. The young man thought the voice sounded like a parrot. Yang Ming introduced himself and asked for Marie to be called in. On the phone, he heard him say goodbye and hung up. Yang Ming was confused. Yang Ming didn't understand why Marie's phone was off and she wasn't picking up. Yang Ming went back to the dormitory. Entering the room, Yang Ming asked what's wrong with Zhang Bin. He noticed that he was too excited, and Qian said he was. He added that John Bean took his girlfriend's virginity last night and he can't be happy about it. The next day, while walking down the hallway, Yang Ming asked John Bin if he saw Marie to ask her to call him back. John Bin asked if they had a fight. Yang Ming replied that he didn't know. They hadn't seen each other yesterday. The young man assumed that she was angry because he didn't visit her. Go outside. John Bean said he'd give her this. The boys said goodbye. After a while, Yang Ming's phone rang. It was John Bin who called and said that Marie wasn't in class that day. Yang Ming was surprised and asked why she didn't come. John Bean replied that he asked the teacher and that the teacher said that Marie wasn't there yesterday either. She's on sick leave now. Jan Bean was shocked and asked if she was sick and thought it was serious. John Bean, sitting in the classroom, said he was starting class and needed to finish talking. Yang Ming ran to Marie with all his legs, but he was stopped by a woman. Yang Ming said that his girlfriend was sick and asked him to let him pass. The woman replied that she couldn't, so he might be lying. Passing by her dormitory, Yang Ming thought that apparently he would have to think of another way to get there. Looking at the dormitory, Yang Ming thought that Maria's room was not too high up. On the 3rd floor, he climbed the fence, jumped onto the dormitory window, and thought that his training with Fang Tian had finally paid off. Opening the window, Yang Ming saw a surprised Zhao Sisi and realized that he had jumped into the bathroom. He asked the girl not to scream. Zhao Sisi asked why he was here. Blushing, the girl asked why he climbed in through the window. Yang Ming said it was a long story. Yang Ming added that he thinks Marie is mad at him, and John Bin said that she didn't show up for class today and he's here to visit her. Yang Ming said that he had to go. Zhao Sisi thought that she was very jealous of Marie. She asked herself if she was angry with Jiang Bing. Would he be the same and climb into the dormitory to comfort her? Yang Ming walked to room 307 and knocked on the door. He quickly ran around the corner. A voice came from behind the door asking who was there. Marie opened the door and sadly noticed that no one was there. Yang Ming appears right before the day, shocking Marie. Marie didn't recognize him, thinking there was a burglar in the dormitory or a pervert in the hallway. A crunch sounded. Yang Ming cried out in pain. Maria realized that Yang Mina was standing outside the door. His fingers were red and swollen. Excitedly, she asked if his hand was okay. Yang Ming said it was fine and offered to go inside. Yang Ming explained that if the cleaning lady saw him here, she would immediately throw him out. With swollen fingers, Yang Ming added that climbing up to the 3rd floor was not easy. Marie asked what he meant, Marie realized that he had actually climbed up here and suggested he come in. Yang Ming closed the door behind him. Marie asked him what he was up to. Marie was very embarrassed because she was wearing nothing but a bra and a nightie. Yang Ming began to comfort the girl, because there was nothing he could do about that hand. Besides, it seems to him that with their relationship, there is nothing left that he can't do. Marie asked what kind of relationship they were talking about and said that there was nothing between them. Yang Ming was puzzled and asked Marie what was wrong. Marie tells him not to play dumb, that he knows he cheated on her himself. Marie said they should break up. An awkward silence hung in the air. Yang Ming said that he should confess to Marie that the young man has another girl besides her. Marie's eyes filled with tears. Yang Ming asked Marie to wait and let him finish. Yang Ming added that he did not want to lie to Marie. Her name is Linda Lee. They met in the summer after graduation. He brought her from Yunnan. At this time, Marie was shedding bitter tears. Wiping away tears, Marie asked if that meant he had voluntarily brought home a mistress. Lowering his head, Yang Ming said that she was only 16, and he didn't want her to stay in a place like that. So he brought her here. Marie was outraged that they were doing such a thing in the bathhouse and accused Yang Ming of having no conscience at all. Yang Ming started to justify that things weren't as they seemed. It was just that Marie was pissing Yang Ming off with her actions. He doesn't know what Wang Zhao said to them then, but Marie suddenly started ignoring Yang Ming. Marie said she called then and apologized for everything. Yang Ming, recalling that scene, said that by then he had already taken Linda, and so he avoided Marie for a while. Since Yang Ming confessed, Marie angrily demanded to answer her question about which one of them he would choose. Yang Ming asked Marie not to start, because they are both equally important to the young man. Marie firmly stated that she thought Yang Ming thought too much of himself. She asked him if he wanted to sit on 2 chairs at once. The guy awkwardly agreed with that statement. Marie hit Yang Ming with all her fury, calling him names and wishing him dead. A battered Yang Ming asked Marie to let him explain everything. He stated that he just couldn't leave Linda. Her mother had put a heart curse on him. Yang Ming went on to explain that any man who entered into a relationship with someone like Linda was cursed, and if they tried to break up with her, they would immediately die. Marie incredulously asked Yang Ming if he was sure he wasn't lying. Yang Ming confidently stated that he had no reason to lie. Yang added that there is something else that Marina knows about. Presenting Wang Zhao's image, Yang Ming said that the pictures he sent to Marie were real, but he framed Yang Ming. Marie asked why Yang Ming was telling her about it. She asked if Yang Ming would like her to be one of his girlfriends in the future if he meets another girl. Resolutely, Yang Ming said that he is a man responsible for his actions and he must pay for his mistakes. Marie sighed and declared that Yang Ming could go. Excitedly, Yang Ming asked what about their relationship. Marie replied that she needed time to think things over and asked him to let her be alone. Yang Ming agreed, telling Marie to take care of herself, or she had gotten even skinnier lately. Marie agreed. The embarrassed girl asked if Yang Ming's arm hurt a lot. Yang Ming calmed her down, told her not to worry, and thought it was great because she still cared about him. As Yang Ming left the building, he felt relieved that he had finally confessed to Marie. But no one knows what lies ahead. At that moment, the phone rang. Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked who was calling. Song Jiwei answered the phone. He said that the principal called Yang Ming in to see him about his morning absenteeism, and he'd better hurry up. The principal was now on the 2nd floor in the IT department. Yang Ming thought it was Song Jiwei who snitched on him. Yang Ming came to the auditorium to see Teacher Shi. The latter told him to come in. The teacher told Yang Ming that he had heard that he and Song Jiwei did not get along well and asked if it was true. Yang Ming was surprised and said he didn't know who said that to the teacher, but he didn't think they had ever talked before. Yang Ming had a thought that the teacher might be on the same side as Song Jiwei. The teacher told Yang Ming that there was no need to lie to him, and added that he knew everything about the two of them. Yang Ming replied that since the teacher knew everything, it was true that there were some disagreements between the two of them. The teacher agreed but said he didn't think Song Jiwei had anything to do with Yang Ming's truancy. Showing the teacher his swollen hand, Yang Ming explained that he had accidentally pinched it with a door this morning and was in a lot of pain. The teacher sighed and asked Yang Ming to call him next time if anything happened. He said that he was going to make Yang Ming write an explanatory note, but he could see from his hand that it wasn't necessary. The teacher reassured Yang Ming with the fact that he would take care of Sun Jiwei. The teacher asked Yang Ming what he thought about the class president position. He said that Sun Jiwei is a bad leader, so the teacher wants to replace him next semester. Yang Ming replied that he didn't think he could handle it. The teacher said that Miss Xiaoqing from the IT department asked him to look after Yang Ming. The young man was very surprised. Yang Ming explained to Mr. Shi that he has been skipping classes since middle school and has always been very independent in terms of learning. And if the teacher wants to take care of him, he can just ignore it when something happens. The teacher was puzzled and asked Yang Ming if he was going to study on his own, and if he wanted to skip classes, how he should explain it to the teachers. Yang Ming replied that he promises not to fail any exams. He is confident that he will do well. He asked to take care of his grade point average, as Yang Ming doesn't want it to drop. The teacher agreed on the condition that the boy would pass all the exams this semester, in which case he would let Yang Ming study on his own. But if he failed a single subject, he would have to study like everyone else. Leaving the classroom, Yang Ming replied that he understood and said goodbye to the teacher. In the evening, Tian asked Yang Ming if he was going to karaoke tonight. Yang Ming replied that of course he was going, and asked Jiang Bin if he would go with them. Yang Ming thought he could visit Bao Sanli on the way. Karaoke lights burned in the night. Tian sang at the top of his voice while Yang Ming sat with his ears plugged. Yang Ming asked why Tian had transferred to another school in the first place. It seemed to him that Tian's family had a lot of influence in Eastern Sea City. Yang Ming said that it seemed like Tian just got into a fight and broke someone's leg. Tan replied that the guy he had done had connections in the government and was very persistent, so the school just had no choice and he transferred. Tian yelled that there was no need to rehash the past, because the famous karaoke king was back, and he finally had a chance to show them all his skills. Yang Ming walked out the door, saying that he would be back soon. The young man was supposed to visit Bao Sanli. There was a knock on Bao's door. He angrily told the knocker to get lost and not to stop him from talking on the phone. Yang Ming opened the door and said he was the one who knocked. Bao was surprised that it was Yang Ming. He felt embarrassed and asked what Yang Ming wanted. Bao said into the phone that he would call back since he had guests. Yang Ming asked how brother Bao was doing. Bao said, without even asking, that he had lost to Yu Xiangde twice. Bao added that he used to try to play a little dirty, but lately Yu Xiangde has been getting support from other cities and he thinks they have teamed up. Bao told him that Yu Xiang and he control the southern and northern parts of the city, and if Bao retreated, Yu Xiang would bring the entire Songjiang underworld under his control. Bao said that the underground actively invest in the entertainment and real estate industries. Whoever becomes the boss of Songjiang will become the richest man in the city. As Abu did not move Nina inch under his onslaught, Yuxiang Di is beginning to lose patience. Yan Ming replied that it wasn't bad, and thought that even the criminal gangs of other cities had their eyes on Songjiang. Bao said that he was just discussing the matter when Yang Ming came. Eastern Sea City has already agreed to cooperate with Yuxiangde in hopes of kicking Bao out of the city, and then they plan to divide the spoils equally. Yang Ming was surprised by this, and asked if Yuxiang was completely an idiot. Yang Ming added that dividing the spoils equally is like going into the mouth of a lion. Bao said that he didn't know if it was on purpose, but he should seize the chance if he wanted to overthrow Bao. Inspired, Yang Ming asked what Bao's plan was. Bao called himself a pathetic loser. At night, an unknown person tells Mr. Mu in the phone booth that he has successfully tracked down a young miss. She is studying at Sunjiang Technical University. Mr. Mu is told over the phone to stay out of sight and protect her from the shadows. Mr. Mu ordered a report to be sent to him about her situation, including her new friends and those with whom she socializes. The man said he would make sure that young miss was in no danger. Bao asked Yang Ming if he would mind lending him a hand in this situation. Bao said that if Yang Ming helps him, Bao's chances of winning will increase greatly. Bao told Yang Ming not to worry. They just work together. When things calm down, Yang Ming can pick something in Songjiang. Yang Ming awkwardly replied that Bao misunderstood him. He doesn't dabble in the underworld, and asked what he would do with the plots of territory. Besides, Yang Ming is just a student. He was interested in how he would even be able to help Bao. Bao objected that Yang Ming could help him. Bao explained that as for the situation in Sunjiang, now large-scale conflicts are out of the question. The conquest and loss of territory is determined by small battles. The loser will simply leave Sunjiang. The probability of surviving to the victorious end is slim. Yang Ming asked Bao if he wanted him to fight them. Bao nodded and said yes. Yang Ming countered that he had no intentions of joining the underground society right now, and asked why don't they just sit out for a while. Bao replied that he respected Yang Ming's opinion, so he would not force him. Yang Ming returned to the karaoke where the music was playing. Yang Ming sat on the couch and thought that since he had gained his powers, too much had been dumped on him. He wondered what he wanted: money, women, or power. Yang Ming reflected on the fact that Yu Xiangde is usually very vindictive, and he had not made a good impression on him last time. After he finished with Bao Sangli, perhaps he would come after Yang Ming as well. The young man thought that it would be nice to have some power in the underworld. 12 on the street of the city, Hu Jianhan looks around anxiously. His eyes fall on the girl, and he realizes it's the same girl he robbed. The robber called out to the girl. She turned and looked at him fearfully. The girl realized that judging by his tone, he wasn't here to rob her again. Plus, they were standing in front of the school, so he wouldn't do anything. The girl asked if the robber was looking for her. Hu Jianhan replied that no, to be honest, he was looking for Yang Ming, but he accidentally bumped into her. The man asked if she knew where Yang Ming was now. The girl said she would give Hu Jianhan his number so he could meet Yang Ming. The robber was overjoyed and thanked the girl profusely. The girl turned around, waved at the robber and said she would go or she would be late for class. Hu Jinhan waved back. Yang Ming is sitting in class. Suddenly a phone call comes in. Yang Ming received a call from an unfamiliar number. The young man picked up the phone and a voice came out, asking Yang Ming if it was Yang Ming speaking. Yang Ming picked up the phone and introduced himself. Hu Jinhan answered the phone and said he wanted to pay back his debt. Yang Ming asked in confusion what kind of debt. The young man didn't remember lending money to anyone. A man said that his mom needed emergency surgery that night. Yang Ming replied that now he remembered, and that there was no need to return the money. It would be better for Hu Jinhan to buy something useful for his mother. The man objected that he couldn't do that, and asked Yang Ming to tell him where he was, so he could come to him. After looking around, Yang Ming said that it would be inconvenient here, and that it would be better for the young man to find him himself. Yang Ming walked out of the office. A man said on the phone that he was at the main gate of Sujiang Technical University near the corner store. Yang Ming replied that he would be there soon. As they approached the designated meeting place, Yana Ming called out to Hu Jinhan. When the man saw him, he shouted that Yang Ming was the savior. Yang Ming asked him to stop talking like that and call him by his first name. Hu Jinhan asked how he could. After all, Yang Ming saved not only his mother but also him. That day he robbed the girl, unable to respond. He does not know what would have happened if the young man did not help him. Yang Ming awkwardly asked to just call him Mr. Yang, since savior sounds a bit strange. Hu Jinhan agreed and handed Yang Ming the money left over from the operation. He said it was 1,100 bucks, which he would return right away. After he finds a job, he'll pay back the rest. Surprised, Yang Ming interrogated if the man had no job. Hu Jinhan said she was, but his boss fired him. He worked for 2 months without getting a penny. Yang Ming asked why. The man replied that everything was deducted from his salary. When he worked at the hotel, he tried to stop some customers from harassing the waitresses. However, they complained, and the owner cut the man's salary. Yang Ming noticed that Hu Jinhan was preventing the owner from enriching himself, and no wonder he fired him. The young man said that everywhere there are rules to follow, and if he was going to keep his position, he would have to follow them, otherwise he would be eliminated. Surprised, Hu Jinhan asked if he was supposed to just sit and watch. Yang Ming replied that if he had the opportunity to become a big shot in an industry, he could make his own rules. A young man asked if the hotel was small. Hu Jinhan replied that it was. The hotel was not very big, and asked how Yang Ming knew that. Yang Ming replied that no one would challenge the rules unless the business was large scale. Otherwise, they would have their own rules. Waitresses would be waitresses and bartenders would be barmen. While giving the money back to Hu Jinhan, Yang Ming asked him to keep it for now. The man could return it when he found a job. The man replied that he couldn't do that. Yang Ming offered to buy something useful for his mother, for she was very weak after the operation. Pointing to the car, Yang Ming told the man to get in. Hu Jinhan agreed. They arrived at the hospital. Hu Jinhan asked the girl if she had seen his mom. The girl was glad that he had finally come back. And the girl said that when his mother went to the restroom, a bunch of ambassadors rushed into the hall, pushing everyone out of the way. Then she was pushed to the side, her wound reopened and started bleeding a lot. Hu Jinhan was shocked by this information. Hu Jinhan ran with all his legs. Yang Ming looked at him in surprise. Yang Ming grabbed Hu Jinhan's hand and asked where he was going. A man said he was going to go find the man who pushed his mother and kick his ass. Yang Ming asked how he was going to find him and said to pick himself up and follow him. Hu Jinhan agreed. When Yang Ming approached the nurse, he said hello and told her that they were relatives of the old woman. The young man explained that they had been told that she had been taken to the emergency room. Excitedly, Hu Jinhan asked what was wrong with his mom. The nurse replied that her wound had reopened and she was already in the operating room. With a shout, Hu Jinhan asked if the girl had seen who pushed his mother. The nurse replied that she hadn't seen. Shouting, Hu Jinhan demanded that the girl wasn't lying. He said that this corridor was clearly visible and asked how she could not see him. The girl said that they were in a hurry, and they were all wearing sunglasses, so there was no way she could remember their faces. The nurse added that she heard them shouting that they were Brother Day's men, and that if the doctor didn't come, they would smash the hospital. Pensively, Yang Ming thought she was talking about Yu Xiangday. Hu Jinhan apologized to the nurse and asked if she was okay. Embarrassed, the girl replied that she was fine. In a serious tone, Yang Ming asked where they went. The girl replied that all their injuries were minor, and when they were patched up, they just left. The nurse added that they had not even paid, although it was unlikely that the doctors would have dared to ask them for money. Angry, Hu Jinhan asked why they didn't call the police. Yang Ming remarked that if they don't call the police, it will just be a matter of long for hospital services. And if the police come, they can only force them to pay the debt. But when the police leave, they will come back to take revenge. At that moment, a doctor came out of the operating room. He said that Hu Zhenhan's mother was no longer in danger. They had performed the operation, but she would stay in the hospital for a couple more days. The doctor added that they would have to pay extra for the surgery. Hu Zhenhan said that it happened in their hospital and they should take responsibility. Walking up to Hu Zhenhan, Yang Ming asked him to calm down and offered to pay and then see how she was doing. Yang Ming recalled that in the car, Hu Zhenhan said that he had served in the special forces. The latter replied that he did, but he couldn't give details. The special forces soldier he once defeated joined as a mercenary after he quit the army, and now he is lavishing from his huge salary, while Hu Zhenhan was fired from his job as a security guard. Yang Ming asked what Zhenhan thought about working underground. Sitting on the bench, Yang Ming asked what Zhenhan thought of the underworld. The latter angrily replied that they had injured his mother, and if they caught his eye, he would beat them up. Yang Ming asked what if they don't get caught. Zhenhan replied that he didn't care about them then. Yang Ming asked if he wanted to give it a try. The young man thought that Zhenhan was the perfect candidate for the job. He wasn't greedy and didn't act willfully. Zhenhan was surprised and asked again if Yang Ming wanted him to join the underground world. Yang Ming replied that if Zhenhan helped him, he would never go hungry again. Yang Ming said that he needs to become the one who observes the rules. Zhenhan explained that he doesn't want to do evil things. Yang Ming said it depends on what he considers evil. Yang Ming gave an example. If two soldiers from two different countries fight each other, who is good, who is evil? Zhenhan replied that he did not know. Yang Ming said that was the point. He could do anything as long as it was without malice. The young man added that there will always be an underground no matter what, but having power, he could set rules forcing people to introduce themselves more civilized. Zhenhan said he understood and asked what was required of him. Yang Ming replied that soon, the Sunjiang underground will start beating. One friend of his is a very influential person in the southern part of the city, and his enemy is Brother Day, whom the nurse was talking about, Yu Xiangde. Yang Ming explained that Zhenhan's job was to help his friend fight against Yu Xiangde. The young man added that he would find someone else to help Zhenhan keep a low profile. Zhenhan rejoiced and thought that he would destroy the guy who hurt his mother. Zhenhan bowed and said that this way he could repay his debt and asked him to take care of his mother if anything happened to him. Yang Ming agreed. Yang Ming said to take care, although he thinks Zhenhan has reviewed the movies a bit and the underworld is not so dangerous. The guys came to the hardware store. Holding out a phone to Zhenhan, Yang Ming told him to use it to communicate. The SIM card is anonymous, so one cannot worry. Yang Ming also asked to keep his phone on 24/7 as he could call anytime. Zhenhan said he understood him. The next day, Yang Ming thought he should call Bao Sanli. He picked up the phone and dialed Bao. He asked what was wrong. Yang Ming, walking down the street, asked how he was doing with Yu Xiangde. Bao said that everything was just fine. One of his guys managed to cut up the ambo Yu Xiangde and had to go to the hospital and get stitches. Yang Ming said he was at the hospital with a friend today and heard about it. He immediately guessed it was Bao's doing. Bao asked if Yang Ming had thought about his offer. If he was in, he would be his right-hand man. Yang Ming said he would think about it. Yang Ming hung up the phone and thought that before, Bao had talked about the two of them ruling the city alone. But now he was saying that Yang Ming was his right hand. At least in the future, Yang Ming will have many more opportunities. All he can do now is wait. Because of Sun Zhiwei, all of Yang Ming's plans for the weekend have gone down the drain, and he must now stand on a busy street handing out pamphlets, along with Yang Ming and everyone else who doesn't get along with him. Looking at Zhou Jiajia, Yang Ming thought that she was here too. Yang Ming was very surprised to see her just pick up a pamphlet someone had thrown and throw it into the trash can. Yang Ming wondered if she was one of those psychos with a split personality. And at this moment, Yang Ming heard someone demanding to stop yelling at her. Yang Ming saw Sung Yu asking the man how dare he just throw the brochure on the ground. She said that decent citizens don't litter. The angry man replied that it was his brochure, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. A bald man approached the two men and asked what the hell Leopard was doing here. He demanded that he move his hooves, since Brother Day said that today they would review their whole plan. Leopard laughed, and pointing at the girl said the chick was trying to teach him manners like he was a kid. The leopard demanded that Sun Yu dare not teach him good manners next time. Zhou Jiajia walked over to them. She shielded the girl from the leopard and told him not to let himself go too far. The leopard enthusiastically called Jiajia a chick and invited her to have fun with him. At this moment, Yu Shuai came up to Zhou Jiajia and asked Leopard what he had gibbered at her and demanded that she apologize. The guy pushed the leopard. The guy said he hoped the guy had written a will. Yu Shuai shouted to his friends that these men were picking a fight and needed to be taught a lesson. The leopard slapped the guy in the face and asked him if he was overheating in the sun. Holding the guy by the scruff of his neck, the leopard asked if he thought he could just punch him and threatened to grind the guy into mush. The leopard grinned and told Jiajia that that kid was a total loser and offered to go with him. He promised that she would never be sad again and she wouldn't have to worry about money. Song Yu grabbed the girl's hand and thought that she couldn't leave it like that since Zhou Jiajia had stood up for her. With a smirk, Leopard asked if she wanted to go with him too. The bald man said that was fine and they could all have a good time together. Yang Ming thought that these two can do anything, and he doesn't want to interfere in Zhou Jiajia's affairs. But Sui Yu is still the class vice president. She is not like Song Jiwei, who is always scheming behind people's backs. The bald man noticed that Yang Ming was looking at them intently, and said so to Leopard. He asked if Yang Ming was jealous of them, and if he asked them nicely, they would take Yang Ming with them. Yang Ming said that they never learn from mistakes. He told the girls, hand out the flyers next, and he would take care of these clowns. Yang Ming thought that he was literally already ready to intervene, and the man didn't need to ask him to do so. Walking up to the bald man, Yang Ming asked why he always gets such dumbasses. Seeing this, Sun Yu thought that he was finally doing something. The bald man had already swung to hit Yang Ming. Yang Ming with his foot tossed the man aside. Leopard shouted that they had warned Yang Ming that they were Brother Day's men. He said that Brother Day is not someone to mess with and they are not done with Yang Ming yet. Yang Ming asked if they were talking about Yu Xiangdi's jerk and said, tell him to start writing a will. Leopard angry asked if Yang Ming is threatening Brother Day. Leopard thought that most people in Songjiang know that Brother Day is not the last man in the mafia, but only a few know his real name, and those who do know don't dare to say it. Leopard concluded that Yang Ming is possibly connected to the mafia, since he acts like he's one of Bao Sanli's men from the southern district. Carrying the bald man on his shoulders, the leopard said that Yang Ming could shaft. He demanded to tell Bao Sanli that Brother Day was not done with him yet. They would see how long he would last. Sui Yu thanked Yang Ming. She said that she felt like those bogeymen would try to get back at them. Yang Ming said not to worry about it and that they wouldn't mess with them again. Yang Ming told Jiajia to stop getting into other people's trouble, or she might get hurt. Jiajia was surprised that Yang Ming actually spoke to her first. She was embarrassed. She thought he wanted to scold her. And she thought that maybe he wanted to say that the girl shouldn't have done all those things back then. The teacher demanded that everyone line up in a row and asked them to tell what had happened. Yu Shuai said that everything was fine, except for the fact that Yang Ming had a fight with a couple of scum. The teacher wondered how Yu Shuai even got into the student council, since he had lied to him now. The teacher asked the guys what happened. The guys looked at Yu Shuai judgmentally. The teacher thought Yu Shuai was an idiot. He could pretend like he misspoke and try to look like a good guy. Sui Yu said she would explain everything. The girl told everything to the teacher. The teacher asked Yu Shuai why he, in his story, did not mention how he was beaten up. And now that someone else has dealt with everything, he is sticking out his chest again. Yu Shuai said that he meant that Yang Ming's methods were too radical, and he should have gone and brought the teacher. Yang Ming asked why then Yu Shuai didn't go after the teacher. Yu Shuai replied that there was an emergency and he had to do something. Yang Ming said that he was right, but if Yang Ming had gone to look for the teacher, then Yu Shuai would be in the hospital right now. The teacher said that nothing could be done now, and he was glad that no one was hurt. The teacher said that everyone was free, and they could either wait for the bus if they wanted to go back to the university, or they could go about their business. Yang Ming stopped the cab and thought he hadn't been home for a long time. Yang Ming arrived home. His father was sitting at the table and his mother was carrying food. Yang Ming asked how they were going to eat it all. His father noticed that Yang Ming hadn't been home for a long time and warned him that he wouldn't let him eat all the goodies. At this moment, Yang Ming's father's phone rang. Father picked up the phone. Yang Li was calling him. Yang Ming's father asked what was wrong and asked her to speak more slowly. The girl reported that her dad had been kidnapped. Yang Ming's father was shocked by this information. Yang Ming's father furiously asked who kidnapped him. Yang Ling replied that she didn't know. He stopped answering his phone last night, and then she got a call from the kidnappers saying that they had him. The girl added that they said her father is safe for now, but they will kill him if they call the police. Yang Min's father asked if they had called the police. The girl convinced him that they hadn't. She called him right away. Yang Ming's father told her to wait at home. He and his family were on their way. Night came. Yang Ming and his parents arrived at his cousin's house. Yang Ming asked Yang Li to tell him everything again. The girl angrily asked, what was the point of telling him this since he was just a kid? She told Yang Ming to stay out of it. Yang Ming explained that he only helps her because her mom has always taken care of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't care. Yang Li asked her uncle what they should do now. Yang Ming asked if these people had demanded anything from her, a ransom, for example. The girl replied that they did not demand. The caller only told her to wait for his next call. Yang Ming replied that there was no need to do anything then. They should just wait. The girl disagreed with him. She got angry and asked if Yang Ming wanted her father to be killed. Her mother said that Yang Ming is right and they can only wait. Since they haven't made any demands yet, they won't harm her father. The woman added that they will decide what to do when they know what the kidnappers want. Yang Ming thought that the girl's breasts were much smaller than Sun Zi's, but Sun Zi was much smarter. He noticed that the saying, "The bigger the breasts, the less brains," is not necessarily true. The girl's phone suddenly rang. She was afraid it was the kidnappers calling. Yang Ming said to the girl, "Turn on the speakerphone." She asked fearfully what to say to the politicians. Yang Ming told her to behave naturally. They would make their own demands. Yang Ming told the girl to answer quickly, or they would suspect something wrong. Yang Li picked up the phone. The kidnappers asked if she had called the cops. The girl replied that she had not called and asked if her father was all right and what they wanted. The kidnapper replied that they should prepare RM300000 and wait for his call. In that case, her dad would be safe. The girl asked the amount in surprise. The kidnapper asked if that was too much. The girl stammered and started to answer. The robber interrupted her and said he was giving them 1 hour to get the money. He would call again when the time was up. The girl held her head and asked what they should do. Yang Ming said to collect money or report to the police. The girl's mother said it was too much money. The girl was going to turn to her uncle. At this moment, Yang Ming remembered that the girl was good friends with Sun Ji, and her family was quite rich, so they could borrow from them. Yang Ming thought that given Yang Li's personality, if they lent her money and something went wrong, they would never get it back. Yang Li tearfully did not understand how she could forget about her friend. She will definitely think of something. The girl will call her friend right now. Yang Li picked up the phone and called Sun Zi. She said that there was a big trouble. Her father had been kidnapped. The girl said she would wait for her. Yang Ming thought it was great that someone else would intervene, and now Yang Li would stop behaving so unbearably. Sun Zi arrived at her friend's apartment. She wondered why Yang Ming was here too, but quickly realized that he was Yang Li's cousin. Yang Ming said hello to the girl. She looked at him coldly. The girl sat down on the couch and nodded. It bothered Yang Ming that they had spent a whole night together, but maybe she really forgot it because of the aphrodisiac. Yang Ming sat down next to the girl and stared at her. Sun Zi said that she had already told Yang Ming that that time was a mistake. She hoped that he would realize that. Yang Ming said that Sun Zi couldn't be sure that such a thing wouldn't happen again. The girl disagreed with him. Sun Zi always tried to forget what had happened. She thought that she almost plunged headfirst into such a stupid relationship. The girl is going to be with Feng Chun, so she should make sure of everything before becoming his woman. Sun Zi thought back to how she had agreed to his offer to book a hotel room. Sun Tzu thought back to their conversation in the hotel room. The girl had told Feng Chun that something had happened at home. Feng Chun asked if something serious had happened. He told her not to worry. He would always be there for her. With a downcast expression, Sun Zi said that her father's company had gone bankrupt. Now they had a debt of tens of millions hanging over them. Feng Chun was shocked at what he heard. He asked not to joke like that. The girl said it was true, and the debt collectors were already at her house. She did not know what to do. She might be in debt for the rest of her life. Feng Chun asked if she was trying to drag him away with her. He accused the girl that she was going to make him take care of Sun Tzu's debt after they slept together. The girl replied that in case the company was unable to pay the debt collectors would not pursue them. Feng Chun demanded to forget about it and stated that they were breaking up. Sun Zi tearfully asked what he was doing because Feng Chun himself said that he didn't care about the girl's family and fortune. The guy said everyone just wants money from her and he got lucky this time, only because of how irresponsible her romantic entanglements are. Otherwise, he would have been screwed. Lastly, Feng Chun complained that he had spent $300 on that number. Yang Li asked her friend what happened, what she was whispering about with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's father asked his son if he knew Sun Tzu. He replied that he did. His cousin introduced them when she called the young man to dinner. Yang Ming added that she even made him pretend to be Sun Tzu's boyfriend, and the girl blushed and thought that the lie had come true. Sun Zi laughed and said that Yang Li's younger brother had helped her a lot back then. She might even have to bother him again. The girl asked Yang Ming's parents if they minded. His parents affably said that of course they didn't mind, and assured the girl not to worry about it. Yang Ming whispered to Sun Zi that she was right, and he had helped her a lot back then. Yang Li awkwardly asked her friend if she could lend her 3 million. Sun Zi replied that she didn't mind, but she wasn't sure if Uncle Yang would be able to return in one piece when she handed over the money. Yang Ming asked if it was true that the kidnappers had forbidden calling the police. Yang Li cried and said it was true, and asked what she should do now. Yang Ming reflected that Sun Zi and Yang Li both come from rich families, but they are completely different. Sun Zi always gets his way, while his cousin doesn't even try. Sun Zi noticed that even though the kidnappers had forbidden her to call the police, she could still ask her people. The girl said that she would help Yang Li in any way she could, but she wouldn't blame her friend if anything went wrong. Yang Li agreed with the girl and said that they would follow her plan. A downcast Yang Ming thought that if Yang Li was going to obey his girlfriend and everything, why did he even come there?
Sun Zi picked up the phone, called Uncle Zhao, and asked him to prepare 3 million in cash. She also ordered a couple of strong guys nearby to wait for her instructions.
Yang Li asked why the girl didn't want these people to just bring the money to their house. Sun Zi replied that they should be extremely careful. If they forbid calling the police, it's quite possible that they are keeping an eye on Yang Li's family, and if they find out that they have outside help, nothing good will come of it. Yang Ming was puzzled that Sun Zi was always one step ahead of him. Yang Ming used his powers and noticed that someone was watching them. And Yang Ming saw that the person who was watching them was listening to music. The young man thought he was an amateur. Yang Ming felt that he should inform Sun Zi, and if everything went well, it could be a great opportunity to find the real culprit. Yang Ming asked the girl to move aside with him. He needed to talk to her. Yang Ming thought that if Yang Li found out about this, he would just freak out, and then the kidnappers might suspect something. Sun Zi was angered that she thought Yang Ming was still trying to flirt with her. She didn't understand if Yang Ming didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Yang Ming and Sun Zi retreated to the bathroom. The young man closed the door. The girl didn't understand what he was up to. Suet Zi blushed and asked if Yang Ming was really thinking about such things at a time like this. Yang Ming didn't understand and asked what the girl meant. The girl didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. She wondered if Yang Ming wanted something more than just a conversation. Yang Ming told her that the girl was thinking about some unseemly things, and he needed to talk to her about something important. Yang Ming thought that considering what happened in the restroom last time, Sun Zi didn't seem to understand at all. Yang Ming told everything to the girl. She asked if Yang Ming wanted to say that someone was watching the movements inside. Yang Ming agreed, and added that there was a man in a baseball cap standing at the northeast corner of the house. He is definitely in cahoots with the kidnappers, however. He is the only person they have hidden in the area. He can't follow them in the bathtub. Sun Zi asked how the young man knew so much. Yang Ming asked if the girl thought he was in cahoots with the visitors. Shouldn't the girl trust him a little since they spent the night together? Sun Zi remarked that this was too suspicious and asked Yang Ming how he knew so much. Yang Ming reassured Sun Zi and said that he had taken some time to survey the surroundings on the way here, and this was the only place where they could effectively hide someone, so it wasn't hard to spot them earlier. Sun Zi asked if the young man was sure that that person was alone. Yang Ming said he was sure of it. Yang Ming told Sun Zi to have her men detain this man, and then they would interrogate him. Sun Zi took the phone in her hands and said that she would inform her people right away. Yang Ming asked her not to tell Yang Li yet because she was getting too emotional, and he was afraid that she might accidentally reveal the plan when the kidnappers called her again. Sun Zi was delighted that Yang Ming had thought things through even better than her. Yang Ming embarrassedly said that as her boyfriend, he should help her, considering what she might have missed. The angry girl told Yang Ming to back off and walked out of the bathroom. Yang Li assumed that Yang Ming them and Sun Zi had something. Sun Zi said that making Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend had gotten Yang Li into a little trouble, and Guo Jianchao was looking for him again. The girl thought that maybe she really was right, since it had been a long time since Guo Jianchao had been looking for her, and recalled receiving Yang Ming's childhood photos. The girl wondered if Yang Ming had beaten up Guo Jianchao because of this. Yang Ming thought that for her sake, he had sorted out the source of the problems. Sun Tzu's men grabbed a man wearing a baseball cap. They sent a message to Sun Zi that they had managed to catch the man. When the girl read the message, she was happy. Sun Zi nodded to Yang Ming. The young man nodded back to her. Sun Zi told Yang Li that the person who is supposed to bring the money is here. She will not be gone for long. Yang Ming offered to go with her, because the girl would not carry away so much money alone. Yang Ming's father suggested that his son go with him. The young man replied that his father should stay there, because in case the kidnappers called again, he would need someone to keep an eye on things. The father agreed with his son and told them to be careful. Yang Li asked her friend what to tell her if the kidnappers called again. The girl said to say that the money was ready and to ask where to leave it. Yang Li agreed. Sun Zi went with Yang Ming to get the money. Yang Ming said that he realized that he should just walk beside him and smile widely. The couple walked to the car, with one of Sun Zi's men standing beside her. The girl said that Yang Ming was one of her men. Sun Tzu asked if they had interrogated him. Her man replied that she had not ordered it, so they had not touched him yet. Yang Ming resolutely asked the man who ordered him to come here. The man was lying in the car with his hands tied. He vehemently said that Yang Ming better let him go quickly, and if Brother Xiang found out that he was unreachable, he would kill the hostage. Yang Ming asked who Brother Xiang was and why he had kidnapped Yang Dasheng. Yang Ming thought that the culprit was not clever, giving himself away with his guts. The man told Yang Ming not to even think about telling him anything. Yang Ming thought that the man looked like he knew everything, but if he said he didn't know anything, Yang Ming would only ask a few questions. Yang Ming told Sun Zi that he thought her men could get him to talk. The girl nodded in response. Sun Tzu ordered her man to make him speak. Her man replied that he would do it without any problem. Yang Ming suggested that the girl take a walk around the neighborhood, because it wouldn't be very peaceful here soon. The young men heard screams coming from the car. After 10 minutes, Sun Tzu asked if there was any progress. Her man replied that the kid was a tough nut to crack. He wouldn't say no matter how much he beat him. He asked for a little more time. With a bloody face, the perpetrator stated that he would never crack. Yang Ming thought that he simply had no choice. Yang Ming pressed the sore spot on the criminal's back. The one curled up in pain and asked me to just kill him since he wouldn't talk. The man thought of just telling everything, but quickly dismissed the thought as Brother Xiang would definitely finish him off. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming noticed that he had heard his thoughts. Yang Ming read the kidnapper's mind after learning that Brother Day was involved. He guessed that his ability only activates at critical moments. Yang Ming thought that if he could activate the ability, he would be able to find out everything he needed to know from the kidnappers. He asked where Yang Dashan was being held. A thought flashed through his mind that this was not like a normal kidnapping. The kidnapper lied that Yang Dashan was in a cave on the Western Star Mountain. He was actually in a shed near the mine. Yang Ming asked why they had kidnapped Yang Dashan. In response, Yang Ming was told a lie that the kidnappers wanted to make money that way. In fact, Brother Day wanted to teach him a lesson. Yang Ming's hunch that Yu Xiangde was involved was justified. He realized that as long as the ransom was not paid, his uncle would be fine. If Yang Ming lets the guy go, Sunji will be dragged into the case. He doesn't want the family to face the underworld again. He decided to escalate the conflict between Bao and Yu Xiangde. Yang Ming leaned over to the guy and asked if he had anything else to say. He punched the kidnapper and got up from his seat. Yang Ming came to Sunji and told her all the information about where Yang Dashan was being held. Sunji is surprised at how quickly Yang Ming solves things and asks him about the plan. He tells her to keep the money and stall, and he's going to go find his uncle. Sunji wants to go with him, but Yang Ming stops her and tells her to help Yang Li. Yang Ming suggests lying to Yang Li about not having collected the required amount of money yet. So he leaves again. The girl agrees. One of the subordinates runs up and says that the guy in the baseball cap got a call from Shun's brother. A subordinate changes his voice and answers the phone pretending to be Luzi, which is the name of the guy in the baseball cap. Brother Xiang orders the situation to be monitored further. Yang Ming and Sun Ji stand aside and hear the whole conversation. The girl returns to the family and says that Yang Ming and her assistants went to get the missing part of the money. Yang Li's phone is being called again by the kidnappers. Yang Li informs them that there isn't enough money yet. They are given another hour of time. The girl is worried about money, but Sunji reassures her. And she thinks that Yang Li is selfish and doesn't care about Yang Ming at all. On the way to the mine, Yang Ming notes to himself that ever since his uncle got rich, they've pretty much stopped communicating and the guy rarely showed up at the quarry. Yang Ming orders the assistant to stop the car. He decides to use the ability of his lenses to see some people or a barn. With his eyesight, the guy finds the right barn. There are 3 or 4 people inside. Sunji's assistant says he only needs one fist to deal with the kidnappers. Yang Ming orders him to knock them out and carry them to the van. Following the order, the man opens the barn door with his foot. The kidnappers are surprised by this action. One of them turns to the man and asks who he is. In response, Sunji's aide himself begins to wonder who they are and what they forgot in his alleged barn. The kidnapper explains that they need the barn for a small business, and after giving a large sum of money, asks to walk around until morning. Sunji's assistant pretends to agree, but as soon as the kidnapper turns his back on him, the man becomes enraged. He knocks out all 3 kidnappers with one punch. Yang Ming sends a smiley face to Sunji's phone. The girl breaks the news to Yang Li that her father has been found, and in her thoughts is amazed at how Yang Min manages to fool around in such situations. Yang Li asks enthusiastically if it's true. Sunji says he will call his ward now and find out the details. The girl calls Yang Ming. He briefly recounts the situation and asks her to tell him that it wasn't him who saved her uncle, but Sunji's ward. She calms him down by telling him that she's already taken care of everything. Yang Min promises to be here in 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the whole family meets Uncle Yang Lashan. Yang Li hugs him. And standing off to the side are Sunji and Yang Ming watching them. His parents are asked by Yang Ming to return home first as he still has some things to do. A guy walks up to Sunji's car. He then knocks on the car window, drawing the girl's attention. Yang Ming opens the auto door, and Sunji asks what he wants with pretension. A young man asks if Gigi has missed him lately. The girl doesn't understand what he means. Sunji says he's being disgusting, and why doesn't he disappear? She warns that if Yang Ming continues, let him get out of her car. Yang Ming is surprised that he pissed off the girl. She tells him to hurry up because she still has things to do. She's asked by Yang Ming if she is going on a date with her boyfriend. Sunji replies that if she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't ask Yang Ming to pretend to be one. Tonight, her younger brother comes to visit her. Yang Ming informs them that he is going to borrow their truck. Already driving the truck, Yang Ming called Hu Jianhan, asking if he needed help. Yang Ming said he was in the parking lot outside the hospital and ordered Hu Jianhan to sort out his affairs and come to him. Uncle's kidnappers end up in the back of the truck. All but the kid in the baseball cap are now under the effects of psychotropic substances. Yang Ming figured that in Bao Sanli's hands, these guys are as good as dead. Besides, Luzi had seen him and might spill his guts. Yang Ming hits Luzi on the head with the idea that being nice to your enemies is not something you can do. The guy thinks he's an invalid, most likely, Yang Ming assumes. He's fallen into a coma and won't wake up for a while. Yang Ming picks up the phone to call Bao Sanli. Bao picks up the phone, asking what he's calling about. Yang Ming tells him that his friend caught Yu Xiangdae's subordinates. Bao Sanli wonders who his friend is. Yang Ming informs him that his friend is a man who is interested in Songjian's underground world, and Bao will soon have a chance to work with him. Bao clarifies whether it was Yang Ming's friend who asked to speak to him. Yang Ming says no, because he's not particularly close to this person. There was just a conflict because the aforementioned friend accidentally saved his uncle from Yu Xiangdae's clutches. Sitting on a chair, Bao scratches the back of his head and asks what his uncle's name is. In response, Yang Ming calls out Yang Lashan's name, to which Bao Sanli is very surprised and asks if uncle is okay. Yang Ming briefly relates that his friend's men accidentally rescued his uncle and now he's okay. Bao sighs disgruntledly. Smirking, Yang Ming wonders if Bao would like to receive Yu Xiangdae's men that he managed to catch. Bao Sanli freezes in surprise. Yang Ming is approached by Hu Jianhan in the parking lot. The guy asks what he needs to do. Pointing at the truck, Yang Ming says that the kidnappers from the truck have been drugged with psychotropic substances. They should be brought to the nightclub and follow the plan that Yang Ming and Hu Jianhan agreed on earlier. Hu Jianhan comes to the nightclub. Bao welcomes a guest to one of the club's tables. Hu thanks him for his generous hospitality, and the two of them drink a glass to Bao Sanli's health. Bao says thanks again for the guy who brought the 4 guys who were kept in the truck before. Sanli asks if he wants something in return. Hu Jianhan replies that these 4 are a gift and he doesn't need anything. An excited Bao Sanli wonders again if this is really a gift. The guest assures him that there is no need to doubt. He just leaves these people to him. According to Hu Jianhan, his boss said that there will be many more opportunities for cooperation, so there is no need to rush to thank him. Bao politely asks who Hu Jianhan's boss is, but his question is not answered as Hu Jianhan talks about how his boss' personality is quite unusual and does not like to be disturbed. Pretending everything is fine, Bao Sanli wonders what Hu Jianhan's boss Hu Jianhan wants from him. As Hu Jianhan said, his boss is not too interested in Songjian's underworld right now. Mr. Bao is expected to give good news in the future. Bao Sanli thanked the boss for his good wishes, but he himself was worried because he thought that Hu Jianhan's boss might demand his share. Hu Jianhan went back to Yang Ming's room. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the guy was chatting with someone. To him, Yang Ming is someone who cares about his friends, so Hu Jianhan is sure that Brother Yang won't mistreat him. He interrupts Yang Ming, telling him that he's finished and it's time to go home. Whispering, Hu reported that Bao Sanli didn't suspect anything and no one followed him when he left. Yang Ming was satisfied. Soon there would be an opportunity for Hu Jianhan to show all his abilities. Yang Ming leaves first, asking his friend to take care of his mom. After getting into the truck, Yang Ming noticed Shen Lin passing by. The guy called out to Shen Lin and offered her a ride. Shen Lin is worried because it's dangerous to get in with a man in the middle of the night. But it's more dangerous to walk, especially since Yang Ming gave her a ride earlier, so she agrees. Already in the car, the young man asked her why she was coming home so late. Shen Lin blushed as she replied that she was tutoring her student. Warned about the dangers of walking at night, Yang Ming advised her to find a job closer to the school. The girl said that the student had become very attached to her, and she simply could not refuse him, continuing his homeschooling. Mentally, Yang Ming sympathizes with her, since earning money is really not easy. He discreetly put some banknotes in Shen Lin's bag for her to use later. Yu Xiangdae was pacing around the room at this time. He was indignant. It was late in the afternoon and he still hadn't managed to reach Daxiong. But instead of Daxiong, he suddenly received a call from Bao Sanli. Picking up the phone, Bao Sanli reports that Yu Xiangdae's men are at his place. Yu Xiangdae interrupts the call in a rage. He stares at the phone screen for a while and then dials Brother Snake's number. Yu Xiangdae agrees to his proposal. The following events take place in the afternoon at Liu Weishen's house. He offers Yang Ming a look at his new acquisition, which was hidden under a red handkerchief. Yang Ming looks at it in confusion. Underneath the red cloth was a small statue of 3 green horses. Yang Ming shrieked enthusiastically. Liu Weishan plans to send the statue to an international Asian auction and give the proceeds to Yang Ming. The boy is even more surprised by these words. Yang Ming says that such an incredible work of art cannot be sold. Liu Weishan replies that he made the statue for his own pleasure, and that other people are willing to pay good money for it. An old man like Liu Weishan doesn't need money. The man shows a few more pieces of jewelry, and says that all of these pieces are made from leftover materials, and can be auctioned off as well. Yang Ming agrees. Liu Weishan asks if Yang Ming is interested in participating in the international auction, the one in Hong Kong. Uncle Liu says that if Yang Ming is interested, they can go to the auction together. They come to the kitchen where Liu Weishan's wife, Liu Weishan, and Qing Qing, who has recently returned home, are waiting for them. Liu Weishan offers to eat together. Qing Qing tells what Xie Yongqiang said about Yang Ming and about his deal with him. Yang Ming replies that there are always a lot of things going on in his life. Qing Qing interjects to ask him if he's referring to the fact that he goes on dates all the time. The girl also wonders why she hasn't seen Linda lately. Yang Ming briefly says that she has some family problems and went home. Qing Qing encourages the guy, saying that Linda loves him and she will definitely come back. Yang Ming silently agrees. Qing Qing's next question was about Marie because isn't she his real girlfriend? She asks Yang Ming why he suddenly switched to Linda and if he's cheating on Marie. The questions make the young man wonder. Yang Ming hurriedly reassures the girl by saying that he and Linda were classmates in high school. Liu Weishan's wife asks her husband if their son and daughter .in.law were with them now. Would they also enjoy the food like Yang Ming and Qing Qing? Liu Weishan agrees, and offers to accept Yang Ming as their godson. The boy says that if Aunt Chu and Uncle Liu don't mind, he would be honored to be their godson. Auntie replies that on the contrary, she would be very happy. Yang Ming then suggests that in the future it should be referred to simply as Ming. Liu Weishan calls his godson the next day, informing him that the auction invitation is ready and should be picked up soon at Officer Chen's office. In the distance, Yang Ming notices an elder. They say hello, and the man says he's happy to meet Professor Liu's godson. After a couple hours, Yang Ming come to the police station. As he opens the doors, he notices Uncle Chen, the very officer his godfather had spoken of. An officer asks Yang Ming about his vacation plans in Hong Kong. The young man assures him that he only needs to go to Hong Kong for the auction, to see and gain experience. Officer Chen is calling for his assistant Xia Shui. She will help finalize the paperwork. The girl arrives, which makes Yang Min feel awkward since the last time they saw each other was when the guy was taking tests. Yang Ming apologizes for bothering Xia Shui by calling her sister. She grudgingly asks who he called sister while she decides in her mind that Yang Ming deserves to be taught a good lesson. The girl orders Yang Ming to go ahead. She will tell him where to go. The guy is surprised since he doesn't know the police station, and Xia Shui is the one who should go ahead. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he notices something amiss. The assistant officer swings her foot at him, about to strike him. Yang Ming stops her right hand punch. Now Xia Shui can't free her hand. The guy is holding her leg. Embarrassed, the assistant officer orders Yang Ming to let go of her leg, but he continues to hold her. Xia Shui almost shouts her order again. Yang Ming says she's wrong and he just can't let her go after she tries to kick him. Xia Shui threatens him, again ordering him to let him go. Yang Ming refuses, saying that if he does, the girl will hit him again. Shu promises that he won't kick Yang Ming anymore. She figured that just because she promised not to kick him, it didn't mean she wouldn't kick him with her hands. Yang Ming, as if reading her thoughts, repeated the same words that Xia Shui had just thought of. The assistant officer threatened him again, promising to scream now. Two policemen were passing by and noticed what was happening in the hallway. One of them assumed that Xia Shui was angry at the guy for rejecting her, and now he had stopped the girl from hitting him. Xia Shui herself then looked angrily at the youths, calling them blabbermouths in her mind, and they hurriedly ran away from her. Xia Shui couldn't take it anymore and moved from her seat. In the next instant, she jumped, intending to hit the guy again, but this time with her fist. But instead, Xia Shui plowed Yang Ming to the floor, falling on top of him. Officer Chen noticed that Yang Ming and Xia Shui were taking a very long time to walk. If they don't come back soon, they won't have time to finish the paperwork. He sets out to look for them. The officer was very surprised to find them in the hallway, both lying on the floor. Chen delicately coughed and asked Xia Shui and Yang Ming what they were doing here, reprimanding them to behave appropriately in the workplace. In one voice, the guy and the girl said that it was not what the officer thought, and they were not in that kind of relationship. The man guessed that Xia Shui was picking a fight again. She was embarrassed, explaining that she was just fooling around. Officer Chen told her to go back, and he would finish with Yang Ming himself. Time later, Yang Ming flies to Hong Kong with his godparents. At the airport, they are met by two men who were waiting for the guests, with a sign with Liu Weishan's name on it. Yang Ming notices them and tells his uncle about it. One of the greeters was a man with purple hair, sent by Mr. Zhang. He greets Liu Weishan and informs him that he has been ordered to escort the professor to the hotel. In the early evening, at the hotel, the godfather called Yang Ming. He is warned to get up and get ready for dinner. Lin will pick them up at 5:30. The guy quickly gathers himself and walks out into the hallway. Someone knocked on Ching Ching's room. Deciding it's Mom, she covers herself with one towel and opens the door, but Yang Ming is on the doorstep. Ching Ching hurriedly leaves the room, saying that she needs to get dressed. Yang Ming, who has come in, also turns away. To himself, the guy notes that it's gotten a lot harder for him to look at girls since Lan Lin is gone, and things are complicated with Marie. Yang Ming notices something clicking behind the door. The door opens and Ching Ching returns to the room. She is wearing a white dress with jewelry and has her hair gathered. Yang Ming looks at the girl's image with admiration. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy asks Xiao King what it was. She says that he came in right after their mom left, so Ching Ching thought it was her on the doorstep, but she was wrong. After that, the girl called Yang Ming names. Again, in his head, the young man admonishes the girl. She better not talk to him like that. He doesn't understand why she keeps calling him names when he already explained that situation at the bookstore. Xiao King laughs, saying she's joking and is ready to go. Before leaving, she explains that Mr. Jun is a very important man and should avoid antics in the restaurant. After remembering the information, Yang Ming is silently indignant, reflecting on the fact that the girl keeps calling Mrs. Chu their mother, as if he and Xiao King are a married couple. On the morning of the auction, the first lot was a jade pendant from Liu Weishan. The host assured the guests that there was no need to doubt the authenticity, as all items in the auction were matched with an estimate of value. The man then solemnly pronounced the amount of the lot. The starting price of the jade pendant was $500,000. Everyone in the audience was very surprised. Yang Ming was nervous. The value of the pendant was twice the value of the jade. While the young man was thinking about how the people here were obsessed with collecting, his godfather fell asleep. Liu Weishan was not at all interested in the results of the auction. Auntie Chu explained that last night Liu Weishan didn't sleep well, so he fell asleep at the auction. The price for the jade had already reached 36 million. Yang Ming mentally wondered how he managed to become a millionaire in a few minutes. In the end, each of the items from Liu Weishan went for more than $3 million, with the inkstone selling for $8 million. Yang Ming couldn't believe that he managed to become a millionaire in one morning. He thought it was too big a gift for him. In the afternoon, the statue of the 4 horses that Uncle Liu Weishan had shown to Yang Ming before was sold. Its starting price was $100 million. As a result, it was purchased by Mr. Huang Hongqin for $380 million. Yang Ming was amazed at such an amount that went as net profit. Liu Weishan's lots were over. Next was an item of underwear worn by Hu Lim. Yang Ming muttered, "How is it that some actress's underwear was being auctioned?" He felt like leaving. But after the underwear, Mrs. Shuya's ring was sold. All the money from the sale of this jewelry would go to the Hope Foundation. Yang Ming immediately recognized this ring. Zhang Xiaotian, Mr. Zhang's son, asked Xiao Ya if this wasn't her favorite ring. The next question was why she put this ring up for auction. Xiao Ya didn't give a clear answer. He leaned over to the girl and assured her that he would return her ring. Xiao Ya was upset. She had previously written so many letters, but after not receiving a reply, she decided that Yang Ming had forgotten about her and it was time to sell the ring. Shuya's name seemed familiar to Yang Ming. He remembered his childhood friend with a similar name. He couldn't believe that it could really be her. The bidding is underway. Ching Ching noted the popularity of Shuya and that the price of the ring is already over 100,000. Yang Ming doubts its authenticity, believing it to be a copy as the real ring must be lost. The guy offers Xiao King to bid on the ring. She asks if he didn't like the owner of that ring, and now Yang Ming is trying to get it. He replied that he had given a similar ring once before, and now he wanted to buy the item for himself as a keepsake. Yang Ming offers 150,000 for the ring. Zhang Xiaotian is in indignation at who dared to compete with him. The entire auction house belongs to him. Xiaotian raises the bid to 200. Shu, I am surprised. She never thought that this ring would be wanted for such a high price. Yang Ming is offering 250,000 for it. Zhang Xiaotian's last bid was 300. This auction is in American dollars, not Hong Kong dollars. For Zhang Xiaotian, this amount is the limit. He thinks Shu Ya is shocked by his generosity, and 300K for the ring is worth it. Yang Ming raises the bet to 400. Zhang Xiaotian is angry he can't bet more, and the ring goes to VIP number 7, to Yang Ming. Now Shu Ya feels like she's lost something important. The girl gets up from her seat and runs to Mr. Jun. Running into his office, she says she wants to back out of selling the ring and asks Uncle Jun for help. She wants to pay twice as much to the buyer. Mr. Jun explains that the ring has already been purchased and cannot be returned. That's the rules of the auction. Xiao Ya asks if he can meet the buyer, to which he also receives a negative answer. The buyer's identity must remain confidential. A frustrated Xiao Ya walks out of the office and says she won't bother Mr. Jun anymore. At this time, Jun Xiaoqian comes into the guard room. In return for videotaping the auction, he offers the guard a promotion, to which the man agrees, thanking his boss. In the video footage, Zhang Xiaotian notices Yang Ming, from whom he is now going to take the ring. On the way to the room, Yang Ming and Xiao King are talking. The girl says that he was the center of attention today, spending 400,000 at a time. Confused, Yang Ming asks if she's rebuking him for that. She explains that she doesn't blame him. Let him spend his money wherever he wants. It's just that the ring wasn't worth such a huge amount of money. Qing also says that she has wanted to try the local food for a long time, and therefore, if Yang Ming is now rich, he should treat her. Yang Ming agrees, saying that before the girl gets married, he will feed and provide for her. Xiao King and Yang Ming are walking along the evening streets of Hong Kong. The girl marvels at the liveliness of the place, and notes that it is more beautiful here than in Songjiang. She says that the food in the neighborhood is really good, suggesting that Yang Ming go somewhere and try it. The guy agrees. There are already 2 people watching Yang Ming from around the corner. They were sent by Mr. Jun to find the young man. In a car that was parked nearby, 2 guys are also sitting in the car, watching the people from Mr. Jun. The guys in the car mistake them for thieves who are plotting to steal something. A guy with blonde hair leans over to his friend behind the wheel and asks if he needs to intervene. The friend agrees, but it needs to be dealt with quickly. They decide to get rid of Mr. Young's men. The car starts up and now moves abruptly towards the guys who are watching Yang Ming. One of them is startled by the sudden appearance of the car. A car pulls up beside them. One of the people watching yells to the guys in the passenger compartment, "Are they completely blind?" Now these 2 get out of the car. They are holding a rope and a small knife. The man who had previously shouted indignantly at them now asks what they want. After tying up the 2 men who appeared to be thieves, they taped their mouths shut. The red-haired boy wondered where the one they were following had gone. Yang Ming is confused. He definitely didn't have any enemies in Hong Kong, and Xiao King sighs in relief as he asks who it was. Yang Ming replies that he doesn't know. The girl asks again how he noticed them. Yang Ming talks about noticing them in the car. A thought flashes through his mind. Maybe it's just a skirmish between 2 factions. One of the guys in the car seemed familiar to Yang Ming. He tries to remember where he saw him. But Yang Ming returns to Sister Xiao King, offering to eat beef noodles. Noticing that his sister has gone off to the side and is now talking to a strange guy, Yang Ming is surprised. Here on the street, the girl meets Sun Han. Calling her Ching, he says he didn't expect to see her here. Xiao King is indignant, explaining that he shouldn't call her that. Sun Han apologizes for his old habit and asks how Xiao King is doing, if she's doing okay now. He repeats that he's just worried about her, then offers to find a place and catch up on the time they haven't seen each other. Xiao King refuses. Here Yang Ming walks up. A disgruntled Sung Han asks who he is. Xiao King grabs Yang Ming under his arm and introduces him to Sung Han as his boyfriend. Sung Han says in confusion that it's nice to meet you. Since Yang Ming is Xiao King's boyfriend, Sun Han offers to sit down and talk somewhere. Yang Ming refuses, grudgingly explaining that Sun Han doesn't need to bother, and Yang Ming wants to spend time with his girlfriend. Sun Han replies that he's not in any trouble and offers to buy them dinner. Xiao King grabs Yang Ming's hand and tells him that they have to go and is about to run away. Following, Sun Han asks why Xiao King came to Hong Kong and if she wants to give him her number. Xiao King explains that they can't have anything in common, and he should stop acting like this. Sung Han says that he realizes that Ching hates him, and that he made a mistake. The guy intends to approach her, but is stopped by Yang Ming with his hand, ordering that Sung Han pull himself together and stop calling his girlfriend Ching. Sung Han threatens his status by calling Yang Min a bug. He turns to Xiao King again, thinking that she is trying to make him jealous in this way and that Yang Ming is not her boyfriend. Xiao King hugs Yang Ming's hand again and tells Sun Han to stop flying in the clouds. He admits that he's never forgotten her and he knows the girl feels the same way. Yang Ming intervenes, threatening to call the police if Sun Han doesn't stop now. An angry Sung Han asks who Yang Min thinks he is and why he's minding his own business. Xiao King tells Yang Ming to call the police. He threatens Xiao King again, lastly telling Yang Ming that something is wrong with his girlfriend's body. When Sun Han leaves, Xiao King becomes visibly sad and asks Yang Ming to go with her to some bar to take a break. They find a bar called the Blue Lagoon. It's quite bright inside. The two sit down at a boisterous counter and a waiter approaches them, asking what they'd like to drink. Yang Ming orders himself a Corona, and for Xiao King, he chooses a Bailey's on the rocks. Xiao King asks what a Bailey's is. The guy explains that it is such a sweet alcoholic drink. It is not too strong, and it is usually preferred by women. When the drinks arrived, Ching tastes hers, and she really likes it. She says it tastes great, but you can't get drunk on it, so she tries Yang Ming's drink. Yang Ming tells him to drink slower while he watches Xiao King drink from his bottle. As he watches her, he wonders if this is an indirect kiss. Xiao King orders 2 more bottles of Corona. Yang Ming is sure that there was some unpleasant history between Xiao King and Sun Han. He'll just give her a little drink to find out about everything. The guy slows the girl down, saying that drinking so fast is bad for your stomach. Xiao King turns away and pronounces that she will be fine. She then asks Yang Ming if he will abandon his older sister in the future. The young man assures her that she will forever be the named older sister to him. Taking another bottle of Corona each, Xiao King offers to drink Yang Ming with her. They clink glasses. Finally, Qing asks if Yang Ming wants to know who Sun Han is. She said that she and he had once studied together in an engineering university, and were initially a couple that everyone envied. They were even going to get married and had a premarital checkup the day before the wedding. The results said that because her body wasn't very well developed, Xiao King might have trouble getting pregnant. Sun Han, as soon as he heard about it, ran away the next day. Yang Ming calls him stupid in his mind. Xiao King continued with the story that they were supposed to get married the next day. Everything was ready for their wedding, but her fiancé just disappeared. All the guests were eagerly waiting for Sun Han, but he never arrived. Xiao King had to cancel everything that day, and if it wasn't for the advice of her godparents, she wouldn't have known what to do. Yang Ming says there's no point in wasting energy on hating this man now, especially since she has support in the form of him, her godfather and godmother. Xiao King sits down closer to the guy and asks if he will protect his big sister forever. Yang Ming says he won't let anyone hurt his family. Yang Ming and Xiao King are approached by an unknown man who offers Qing a drink with him. Yang Ming throws an empty bottle at a stranger and tells him to fuck off. They immediately get up from their seats and a waiter runs up to them, asking them not to damage the restaurant's property. The cheeky man who had previously sat with Xiao King is now sitting with a bottle in his mouth. Before leaving, Yang Ming hands the waiter a wad of bills as payment for the drinks and compensation. Once outside, Xiao King says that it was so scary out there. Yang Ming explains to her, it's not safe to walk around such places at such a time, and should be more careful in the future. Xiao King puts her arms around his neck, snuggling closer into the guy, and tells him that everything will be fine if Yang Ming is with her, and then asks why he's being so nice to her. Yang Ming is confused, because of how close his named sister is to him now. On the street, holding up his named sister, who has written for the evening, Yang Ming stops a cab. In the car, the guy gives the address, Huizhong Hotel. The cab driver nods. After arriving at the right place, Yang Ming takes Xiao King in his arms. She is already asleep. Wandering the corridors, the guy finds Xiao King's room and tries to ask where her keycard is, but the girl is still asleep and doesn't answer his question. Yang Ming realizes that he will have to look for the keycard himself. Sensing through her sleep that Yang Ming is searching her, Xiao King calls the young man's name and asks how he can take advantage of her position. He explains that he's just looking for the room key. Qing says that in that case, she will allow him to continue his search. Mentally, the guy tells himself that he must stand his ground and not give in to temptation. He considers words said drunkenly as not serious. After finding the room key, Yang Ming puts Xiao King on the bed. She whispers that she feels bad, the alcohol smells bad, and asks Yang Ming to help her undress. The guy is very surprised by her request. He pulls her dress off in one motion. In the dream, Xiao King is stirring, and Yang Ming is confused about the situation. The girl continued kicking in her sleep, but the young man noticed the underwear near Qing's bed. Apparently, he had taken it off the girl along with her dress. He notices that he didn't see any hair, suspecting it might be a white tiger. Yang Ming again suggests that Sun Han may have run away for this reason, as some villagers believe that a woman being hairless is bad luck. The guy is worried because he took off her underwear, and maybe when Xiao King wakes up, she might suspect he was up to no good. Xiao King cried out in her sleep that she wanted water. Yang Ming compared himself to the righteous Liu Xiaohui and brought some water in a cup for the girl. Getting out of bed, Xiao King suddenly kissed Yang Ming on the lips. Yang Ming is dumbfounded, thinking she wants to drink water through him. He was holding back as best he could, but now he can't anymore. The guy throws the cup of water aside and takes off Xiao King's bra. They end up in the same bed. Afterward, Yang Ming and Qing spend the night together. The next morning comes. Yang Ming wakes up in Xiao King's room at the Huizhong Hotel with her in his arms. He doesn't know how to explain the night he spent. Yang Ming sits on the edge of the bed, pulling out a cigar and a lighter. He worries what will happen if the godfather finds out what he did to his daughter. Then Yang Ming's cigar is abruptly snatched from him. It was Xiao King who took it away, saying it was too early for smoking. The girl complains of a headache after yesterday. Yang Ming thinks she either doesn't understand or is faking it. He visibly stews as he tries to explain what happened that night. Xiao King doesn't understand and asks if she gave him trouble yesterday. Yang Ming immediately replies that it didn't trouble him at all, but he still has some things to say. Qing explains, everything that happened between them is a normal physiological reaction. so there is no need to worry. Yang Ming says he'll take responsibility for what happened, to which the girl snickers, asking how exactly. Is he going to marry her, or what? Xiao King goes on to explain that even if Yang Ming wanted to marry her, she would still refuse. She says she is 12 years older than him and nothing can happen between them. As the conversation continues, Xiao King asks what people and parents will think if everyone knows that she is his named sister. Yang Ming makes a surprised utterance about what their relationship means. The girl convinces her that when they are together, let Yang Ming continue to treat her like a sister. The time was getting closer and closer to 6 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming sighs and sits down on the bed, uttering that he understood. Xiao King notices the boy's sad face. Coughing, the girl begins her speech. According to her, Chinese language is very complex and deep. The same thing can have different meanings. Yang Ming doesn't realize it at first. In his mind, he ponders the fact that the named is pronounced Gan. Without thinking, Yang Ming remembers that Gan also means to make love. He asks Xiao King if she means that when they are alone together, they may not pretend to be named relatives. Qing says she said nothing of the sort. Even though the girl seems so innocent, Yang Ming said that he understood her hints. Xiao King asks if she is in his eyes a child who doesn't know anything like this. Yang Ming decides not to say anything more, and then with a smirk decides to offer the girl something. He climbs on top of her, offering to spend some more time together. Xiao King refuses, climbing out of Yang Ming's embrace. The guy doesn't understand why she said no. He is told that it was the first time, and if Qing can't walk, her parents will suspect something. Yang Ming apologizes. The girl asks not to blame herself after suggesting a shopping trip. Xiao King then moves closer and lifts the young man's chin with her index finger, encouraging him to think about whether they will spend this night together. Yang Ming promises to be the perfect boyfriend tonight. Xiao King reminds them of their roles again, and asks Yang Ming to make sure that everything that happened stays between them. Yang Ming nods in agreement, after which the young man asks if he can go. Xiao King allows it, saying that it's almost 6 o'clock and she should tidy up. Her mom and dad will wake up soon and shouldn't suspect anything. Looking at Yang Ming's satisfied face, the girl asks why he is sitting up and commands him to get off the bed. At this time, someone will happen at the door, to which both Xiao King and Yang Ming are surprised. Xiao King is startled and asks who is there. In the hallway, her mother answers her, wondering if the girl is up. Qing says that she has only recently woken up. Mom says that she wanted to go to Yang Ming's house, but he never opened up to her. The woman asks if Xiao King knows what's wrong with him. The girl says he's in her room and they discuss together where to eat tonight. When Xiao King enters Xiao King's room, her mother immediately notices the unmade bed and reprimands the girl. The woman herself intends to clean her daughter's room. Yang Ming and Xiao King were very frightened by this as there were marks on the bed from the night they had spent. Qing stops her mother, promising that she will make the bed a little later, and Yang Ming says that there is no need for cleaning at all, as the hotel staff will clean the room themselves. Then Auntie Chu turns around saying goodbye that they will join her for breakfast. A few hours later, in the afternoon, Xiao King and Yang Ming walk the streets of Hong Kong together. The guy reminds her of the offer to go shopping. Taking Yang Ming's hand, the girl asks where they will go together. She's offered to go to Disneyland. At Disneyland, Yang Ming buys 2 annual passes that allow unlimited visits to the park for a year. According to him, this is a good deal for those who have children. He puts his arm around Xiao King and hints why they shouldn't have a baby. Shocked at such a suggestion, Xiao King steps aside and Yang Ming apologizes for his words as he said them without thinking. With a rebuke, the girl says whether it would not be better if, on the contrary, she could not get pregnant. After this conversation, they have fun together, having time to buy souvenirs and toys at Disneyland. Xiao King abruptly turns to Yang Ming and suggests that he tell him the whole truth. The boy doesn't understand what she means at first. Qing explains her question. Since Yang Ming even bought the limited edition toys, she wonders what the relationship between them is now. Yang Ming asks not to be jealous if he tells the whole story. Xiao King asks why she should be jealous when on the contrary, she will be happy when Yang Ming has a girlfriend. Stopping, the guy confesses that Marie is really his girlfriend, but now their relationship is at an impasse. Xiao King wonders if Lan Ling is the reason for this. This question makes Yang Ming uncomfortable, and he doesn't know what to say. Unable to find an answer, Yang Ming decides to tell the whole story from the beginning. After hearing Yang Ming's whole story, Xiao King concludes that he really isn't guilty of anything, then asks if he infected her with the curse. Yang Ming replies that the curse only affects men. She asked again if Yang Ming would allow this cold war to continue. Yang Ming explains that if he makes another mistake or overreaches, he will be hated even more. Xiao King decides to help Yang Ming upon his arrival. At this time, blows are heard in some ambrar in the woods. The guys who had previously caught the 2 men who were watching Yang Ming are now beating them up, prying out information. One of them confesses that he was sent by Jun Xiaotian for them to steal the ring. The young man asks why Jun Xiaotian wants the ring, but his ward doesn't know. The other guy tells his partner that these 2 seem to have accidentally interfered with their mission. But the partner continues to beat up Zhang Xiaotian's men because if it wasn't for them, their target wouldn't have gotten away. Having finished with them, the second young man asks what to do with them. The previously beaten guy suggests feeding these people to the sharks. In the news feed of the same day, Zhang Xiaotian notices the news that 2 dead bodies have been found in the sea. He recognizes Brother Black and Kuroglaze, whom he sent to retrieve the ring. Zhang Xiaotian decides to stay home for a couple days. In Liu Weishan's room, Uncle Liu himself and his wife are having a nice conversation. The door to the room creaks open. Yang Ming and Xiao King enter with gifts. They are cheerfully greeted, asking if they had a good time. Xiao King handed them gifts. They were clothes they had bought especially for Liu Weishan and his wife. Uncle Liu informs them that they should go to bed early today because they are leaving for Shanghai tomorrow. While Xiao King was chatting sweetly with her parents, Yang Ming was trying his best to hint at tonight's night together. Qing Qing says goodbye to her parents, saying she will go to bed. Yang Ming is upset as he was hoping to spend time with Xiao King. A guy and a girl walked out of Liu Weishan's room into the hallway. Yang Ming looks sadly towards Xiao King, who apparently goes to her room. But before leaving for the room, Xiao King hands the guy the keycard to his room. The girl then slammed the door loudly, leaving Yang Ming alone in the hallway. Yang Ming leaves a do not disturb sign on the door of his room in case he oversleeps again, after which he takes out the keycard for Xiao King's room and runs to her door. On the door, like his own, he again leaves a do not disturb sign. Once inside, Yang Ming notices that the lights are already off and Xiao King must be sleeping. Yang Ming stopped beside Xiao King's bed and looked around at the sleeping girl. He thought that she had really gone to bed as soon as she came back, but it doesn't matter to him. Yang Ming takes off his clothes as sleeping with Xiao King is a dream come true for him. As he lay in bed, a girl turns to him. He is both embarrassed and surprised by the fact that Xiao King has been awake all this time. She moves closer and kisses Yang Ming on the lips. That's how they spend their time until the wee hours of the morning. With the first rays of the sun, Yang Ming woke up. There was still an hour left before departure. A few minutes later, already dressed, Yang Ming is panicking as he packs his bags. His godparents will wake up soon, so he is in a hurry. Soon, Uncle Liu and Auntie Chu enter the room where Xiao King and Yang Ming are waiting for them with their suitcases. Auntie Chu notices something wrong with her daughter's leg and asks what's wrong. Qing Qing replies that her leg was sore from walking that night. The couple is then asked why they have circles under their eyes, whether they slept well. Xiao King blames Yang Ming for everything. At 12. But the girl rushes to explain, saying that Yang Ming woke her up in the middle of the night and told her to get up. The boy realized what the girl meant and also started to justify himself, telling his godparents that he was just afraid of oversleeping the flight and had mistaken the time on his watch. Auntie Chu says that it's no wonder why they have such a condition and suggests they quickly pack up and go. And back in her hometown at Ji-Yun's house, her mom demands an explanation. She asks where such a large amount of money came from in the girl's bag. She recalls recent events. On the day when Ji-Yun was taking this bag, she met Yang Ming, who had a huge wad of money with him. After that, the money from his hands disappeared. The girl guessed that it must have been Yang Ming who had put that money in the bag. The plane lands in Shanghai. Yang Ming returns home where he's greeted by his father. The man asks about the godfather and why he didn't stop by for a visit. Yang Ming says that everyone is just tired from the flight and will stop by another time. Then the young man gives his parents the gifts he bought for them in Hong Kong. At that time, he received a call on his cell phone. Yang Ming got a call from Shen Lin and he asked her what happened. The girl asks if he is busy right now as there is a request for him. Yang Ming replies that he is not busy and finds out the address to go to. He tells Shen Lin to stand still and wait for him. Yang Ming will come in 10 minutes. And just a few minutes later, Yang Ming called out to the girl, heading towards her with a bag in his hands. He tells how at the last meeting he noticed that the girl's bag was rather shabby, and in Hong Kong, he decided to buy her a new one. The guy remembers that Shen Lin called him for another occasion and now asks what she needs. Embarrassed, Shen Lin awkwardly offers to be Yang Ming's boyfriend. To discuss this topic, Shen Lin suggests finding a place to talk more comfortably. They go to a small cafe where they continue their conversation. The girl repeats her request that Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend. He asks what the purpose of pretending is. Shen Lin told him the truth about her mom finding out about her sexual experience. Shen Lin lied about her boyfriend, and now her mom insists that she bring him home. Shen Lin says that Yang Ming is the only person who can help her. Yang Ming asks who Shen Lin was really having an affair with because he suspected he was being cheated. The girl can't tell his name since that guy doesn't even know what Shen Lin looks like himself. Tapping his fist on the table, Yang Ming resented how dare someone do such a thing, then vaporized as if nothing had happened. Shen Lin laughs seeing someone cursing themselves so much for the first time. Yang Ming agrees, but immediately clarifies if he has to pretend to be her boyfriend even after meeting her mom. Shen Lin says that one meeting will be enough.
They are then brought their order. She clarifies if she needs help again in the future, will Yang Ming help her? Not realizing what kind of help we were talking about, the guy got a little confused. Having explained all the nuances for himself, Yang Ming proposes to proceed with the meal. Shenlin remembers the money in her bag and asks Yang Ming if he put it there. He replies that he just didn't have any pockets, so he had to put the money in her bag. Shenlin admitted that her mom thought the wrong thing, deciding that her daughter was doing something indecent with rich people. Yang Ming apologized. He didn't think of the consequences. Shenlin also asked to tell her mother that her father's hospital admission was also paid for by Yang Ming. The boy wondered when he had time to pay. This is where Shenlin tells us that she was a student who was selling her body. Then Yang Ming met her and helped her. The girl thanked him for his help that day. Yang Ming seemed to understand, so he decided to clarify. Didn't she say she was a virgin last time? She said it was true, but shortly afterward it was no longer true. Shenlin then decides to confess that this is not her real name. Her real name is Lin Jiyun, so she asks to be called that tonight. Yang Ming remembered this name. This girl had introduced herself to Chen Fei as Yang Ming's lover because he had paid 3,000 for her father's treatment. This evening, Jiyun's house. The girl is met by her mom. Jiyun brings Yang Ming inside. The guy greets her mom. The girl's father, who is reading the newspaper at this time, ignores their presence for now. He hands the woman the gift he has brought and introduces himself with a bow. Jiyun's father shows up, and Yang Ming, also presenting a gift for him, suggests that they have dinner at a restaurant. He had already made a reservation for the whole family. Jiyun takes the guy aside, whispering that he's only pretending to be her boyfriend, and such waste was unnecessary. Yang Ming replies that even if he's pretending, he should do whatever it takes to make sure her parents don't worry anymore. They come to a restaurant called Heaven on Earth. Jiyun's parents turn to Yang Ming. Isn't this place too expensive for dinner? A girl asks him what he will do if her parents like him. The guy replied that he just didn't want to embarrass Jiyun and didn't look that far. In his head, he assumes that her parents have already compared opinions about him. Already at the restaurant behind the booked Jiyun, her parents and Yang Ming sit down for dinner. The guy offers the girl's father some drinks. Jiyun sadly thinks that Yang Ming is too kind to her and he has somehow invaded her life again. She then decides not to think about the problems. Jiyun will deal with them as they come. After having dinner together, almost at night, Yang Ming walks the girl and her parents to the cab, saying goodbye to them. On his way home, Yang Ming decides to visit old Fan since he has missed a lot of training already. He goes to the man's apartment and greets the old man, but the man ignores Yang Ming after being silent for a while. Fang warns that someone is targeting Yang Ming and he should be careful. The guy is surprised by this information. He questions old Fan about what happened and tries to find out the details, but the man says he doesn't know the details. Yang Ming thinks maybe it started back in Hong Kong, and then asks where Fang found out about it. Fang says he has his sources and Yang Ming will eventually find out about them. But in the meantime, he has several discs of insider information from different companies on hand. Fang explains that the tapes have different competitions, gambling, and other things that he asked Dongjun to purchase. After taking the discs in his hands, Yang Ming is satisfied and thinks that with the help of the assassin training organization that provided these disc recordings, he can become like Dongjun. Fang orders him to take these discs home and study them carefully. In addition, the man reminded that Yang Ming should not neglect body training. Fang said that so far the guy wasn't strong enough, and if within the country the danger wasn't that great, but overseas he could easily be killed. Day, Songjiang University of Engineering, the main dining hall. Someone called out in the dining room to Marie as she was carrying her lunch. A girl notices a former teacher from school, Zhao Ying, and she's invited to sit down with her. Marie asks why Zhao's teacher is eating lunch here, to which the woman says that Marie doesn't need to call her teacher now since they are both students here now. Zhao was recently accepted to this university for graduate school. Marie remembers this. Zhao asks again not to call her teacher anymore. To Marie, she will just be Sister Ying. Zhao then wonders how Marie is doing with Yang Ming and why they are not together. The girl is visibly saddened by this question. Afterwards, she says that it seems like Yang Ming doesn't love her anymore. Zhao gets up from her seat and walks over to the girl and tries to comfort her, saying that it could be a simple misunderstanding. She suggests that Marie go to a place where there are fewer people and talk more about what happened. At this time in the men's dormitory, Yang Ming dozes at the table in his room, pondering the discs from Old Man Fan. A young man comes into the room. He says he has news for Yang Ming. Yang Ming is told that Zhao Ying is now a student at the university. The boy is surprised that his former teacher is now here. The young man who came out kicks Yang Ming with his elbow under his side and suggests that maybe Zhao Ying is here because of him. Yang Ming asks him to stop talking nonsense. He's told that Yang Ming won't know if this is true unless he talks to Zhao Ying. The guy notes in his mind that they really haven't seen her in a while. He arrives at the women's dormitory and, finding the right room, knocks on the door. No one opens the door for Yang Ming. He wonders if Zhao Ying isn't home, But even if she is, where is her roommate now? At this time, Yang Ming is being watched from around the corner by the man who followed him in the car in Hong Kong. He tells his partner Feng Dao that this is very suspicious. Otherwise, how could he know where the boss lives? Feng Dao replies that the latter is right. He speculates whether Yang Ming has learned the secret of their organization. Feng Dao's partner, Feng Dao, asks whether Yang Ming should be killed or kidnapped. Yang Ming himself already notices the guys, remembering that he's seen them before in Hong Kong. He wonders how long they've been following him. Yang Ming slowly walks over to the corner they were standing behind and tells the guys to stop hiding. The boys shriek in surprise and ask Yang Ming how he spotted them, but he doesn't say he saw them with his lenses. Yang Ming is ordered to confess who they are and why they are following him. He says they followed him in Hong Kong. Now they have come to Songjian. The boys are surprised at how much Yang Ming knows. Feng Dao's partner confesses that they had been following Yang Ming since before Hong Kong and planned to kill him there, but didn't think he would escape. From the information Yang Ming receives, he is shocked. Feng Dao says to deal with him. Both guys jump out from around the corner on Yang Ming, but with a leg kick, he stops both of them. Feng Dao's partner flies a little to the side, crouching down a bit. Feng Dao himself crashes into the wall from such a blow. Yang Ming's next punch is a swinging punch with his fist. He kicks Feng Dao in the ribs, causing the guy to almost fly into the air, but the impact on Yang Ming's body gives him an electric shock. Both guys run away, and Yang Ming, falling to the floor from the discharge, guesses that the clothes of one of them can cause an electrical charge. The guys run outside and ride away on a motorcycle. Yang Ming can't understand what they want with him. The young man then recalls their recent conversation about the boss and the fact that he lives in this room. Since he came to the teacher that now lives here, Yang Ming wonders if their boss is Zhao Ying. A little later in the afternoon, Yang Ming calls Xiaoqing asking where she is now. Xiaoqing replies that she is now at the university. A guy proposes to meet her. She asks if we should meet right away. After which, Xiaoqing shouts that Yang Ming must have overheated in the sun. Yang Ming says that Xiaoqing misunderstood him. He then makes a speech about how there is nothing wrong with a younger brother visiting his named sister. Xiaoqing even gets up from his chair at such words, saying that Yang Ming had not even thought of such a thing. But then the girl changes her mind, saying she's waiting for the guy in the control system building. In room, Yang Ming says it's coming soon. He quickly hops in the car and heads off to the right address. After running through the corridors, Yang Ming finds the right office. Only now does he notice that the sign on the door says that this is the deputy director's office. Yang Ming is surprised that Xiaoqing works in such a position. Once inside, Yang Ming asks if Xiaoqing has really become the vice principal. The girl asks the guy to stop as someone might come in here. He asks Xiaoqing to calm down. No one will come in anyway, but the girl insists, so Yang Ming lets her go. Yang Ming notices that someone is actually coming this way. The guy takes a seat on the couch, and a coworker bursts into Xiaoqing's office, holding one of his coworkers by the collar. The man with glasses says he has caught a spy. As evidence, he provides a camera, saying that this spy was taking pictures of the medical management technology they are developing. The man with glasses also talks about how they didn't even have time to release the product when the computer research department of Shunfen's group somehow finished the research earlier and released their product to the public. Afterward, the man suspected that there was a spy among the employees. A man mistaken for a spy explains that he is being set up because he only bought a camera for his grandson and wanted to test it out. A man in glasses, named Wu, asks why he photographed every line of code to test the camera. It is explained to him again that this camera doesn't even have a memory card. In amazement, Wu examines the camera. The man he mistook for a spy even offers to search himself. Yang Ming watches everything carefully. He offers to do a search at the deputy principal's office and make sure he doesn't have the memory card. But Yang Ming, with the help of his lenses, notices the place where the old man hid the memory card. The guy rises, deciding to put in a few words, which draws the attention of those present. Yang Ming introduces himself and, after watching from the sidelines for a while, suggests that the police be called. Xiaoqing interrupts him. The girl thinks about how nice it is to be protected, feeling like Yang Ming's wife. Meanwhile, the old man tries to persuade Xiaoqing not to call the police, saying it would be an embarrassment to the university. But the girl doesn't listen to him and recruits the police. Yang Ming says they will soon find out if it's a mistake or not, and asks the old man to keep his mouth shut for now. A police car arrives at the body of the building. Yang Ming tells his suspicions to the man in charge, informing him that the old man is hiding a memory card somewhere on his body. Two police officers take the professor by the arms and lead him to the restroom to search. The old man does not understand why he should be searched. Professor Wang is explained that if he's not examined now, further conversation will take place at the police station. The man agrees on the condition that if nothing is found on him, the police are obliged to search everyone else. In the restroom, the professor is reassured by informing them that they will only proceed according to protocol. Yang Ming approaches the officer. He asks a policeman if it is true that some criminals can hide something in their anus. He is told that it is true. Yang Ming grinned. After a long search, one of the investigators found a clue on the suspect. Yang Ming saw that Xiao was tired and asked if she wanted him to give her a massage. She didn't deny it and agreed. Thinking over the whole situation, she asked him how he knew someone was coming in. As he continued to massage, he replied that he just felt it. Xiao Qin thought Ming was still very young, not knowing people, and said she was very worried about him. Becoming embarrassed, he began to move closer and closer to her. They were so close that nothing could stop them. They were surrounded by such a warm and romantic atmosphere that as they drew closer, they merged in a kiss. Meanwhile, at Xiangfeng Corporation, Chairman Wang Xifan was perplexed when he asked Xiao Huang what had happened to Professor Wang. He said he was arrested red-handed. Then, Chairman Wang ordered Xiao Huang to handle everything and hand over the case to him. At Deputy Detective Xiao Jin's place, he introduced himself as Huang Yukai of Xiangfeng Corporation. The deputy director asked why he came and if he had anything to do with her. He said she knew exactly what he wanted and asked for a price. She asked him to leave or she would call the police. He shrieked and agreed to leave, but he said in a threatening voice that he knew a woman as confident as she was, and asked if she knew what had become of her. Xiao Jin started to feel nervous, but replied that she didn't want to know. He went on to say that some foreigner had taken her virginity and thrown her into the sewers. She was about to say something to him, but when he interrupted her, he bribed her and told her she had time to give her answer before she went home. Lastly, he said if she didn't believe him, she'd face the consequences herself, or she could just forget the whole thing. At that moment, she was very wary, but she did nothing. The street in front of the main building of Xiangfeng. Calmly leaving the building, nothing portended trouble, but something abruptly startled Jin. The car rushed straight at her and was so close that Xiao Jin had no time to jump back or run away. Meanwhile, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Someone had texted him some unknown number. He wondered who it was. He looked at the message, and it said why he hadn't shown up for class in a few days. Yang Ming asked the person to introduce himself because he had unknown number. It was Zhou Jiajia. He knew who it was, but he hesitated a bit. In the room of two girls, they were Jiajia and her friend. Staring at her phone, her friend asked Jiajia if she had a good idea or not. And then she started to have images from the past where she once thought that by separating Jian and Su Ya she could be with him. But failing, Su Ya transferred and Jian became a bully. Moving away from the building, Yang Ming saw a lot of people. Abruptly looking closely, he saw that as Xiao Jin was caught by the car, he already wanted to catch her, but he didn't have the time. He picked her up and tried to ask if she was all right, never got an answer, then tried to memorize the numbers, but there was paper on them. He used the power of his lenses and saw the numbers. And he also saw the driver of the car that hit Xiao Jin. Waking up on the way to the hospital, Jin asked Yang Ming to help her get up, but he only asked her to wait for him to drop it off. Already at the hospital, she was told she only had a slight concussion and a few bruises, then the doctor left. Min started to ask Jin what had happened, but she said that the driver was just not paying attention and didn't see where he was going. But without speaking out loud, she definitely saw the driver, and it was Huang Yukai who wanted to teach her a lesson. Then Yang Ming began to describe the man he saw through the lenses. A little surprised, Xiao Jin asked how he was able to see so much. Then she decided that if he could see so much further, the truth would not be squeaked out. Then she told how he came and introduced himself as Huang Yukai of Xiongfeng. He remembered Wang Jitao, who was apparently involved in the situation. The girl confirmed that Wang Shuifan works for them. Then Jan asked that the matter be left to him, and he promised her that he'd deal with Yukai, who would bear the consequences. Jan reached the right man and began to pursue him. At one point, Huan Yukai was on his way to Bar Dynamite. 3. Then Yang Ming decided that if he was so fond of intimidating people and giving them accidents, then, without thinking further, he started walking into the bar. But then he stopped because he had an idea. He saw Yukai's car around the corner. He started doing something in his car, then finished and shaken with hands. Janmin sweated a little and smiled to himself. Turns out he wanted Huang himself to have an accident. When Huang Yukai had already left the bar and got behind the wheel, he received a phone call. As he was speeding up, he said he would be there soon. He began to skid from side to side as he braked sharply. Then Yang Ming clearly said that he also felt sorry for him because he could have put the bomb right under the bar where he went. When Huan could no longer handle the controls, he looked toward the sound coming from the street. There was a truck running at full speed and approaching a few meters every second. Frightened, he realized his brakes weren't working. One more second and he's hit by a car. The next morning, Xiao Jin turned on the news. To her surprise, it said that there had been an accident yesterday, and that the owner of the car, Huang Yukai, was no longer in critical condition, and that the culprit was still being sought. And then she remembered what Yang Ming had told her before she left. That news was also watched by Yang Ming. He was glad that Yukai didn't die because if he had, the idea would have failed. Then looking at his phone, Yang saw that Xiao Jin was calling him. When she picked up the phone, she started by telling him what she had seen on TV. But before Jan could say anything, she asked him if he was involved in the accident or not. He immediately started making excuses, saying that it wasn't him, but the truck. so there was no way he could be involved in the accident. And then he realized his mistake, and that he shouldn't have said that. She immediately asked how he knew about the truck. She knew he didn't watch the news. In a concerned voice, she said he knew it was an assassination attempt and he could go to jail. He started denying that he did it, and before he hung up, he told her to be careful. At this time in the classroom, when Yang was already sitting at his desk, Joe Jajia came up to him and asked him if he had slept well. When he saw her, he was surprised. He asked her what that text was yesterday and why she approached him like that today. She stuttered and wanted to say, "I love you." But he didn't wait for an answer and interrupted, letting her stay sitting with him. Although Yang Ming despised Jajia, he was very sorry for hitting her. He apologized and said that he was young and stupid. She shrieked and told him she was always looking for an opportunity to apologize for the past. Out of fatigue, he sighed. And then he asked me to leave it all in the past and never bring it up again. She huffed and said nothing. And Jan realized that she had overreacted a little and been too harsh. And already, when Yang Ming lay down on the desk for a nap, she turned to look at his hair and said to herself that maybe next time she could confess. In the study, Chairman Wang reflected on the fact that first his brother was taken away by the police and then Huang's accident. He decided that his competitors had done it all. He took the phone off the table to make a call. Before making the call, he decided he would deal with his older brother first. He dialed Xiao Jin's number. With anger in his words, he asked if she had changed her mind yet, and she didn't want anything else to happen to her. All I heard back was a question about who it was. Before hanging up the phone, Chairman Wang only said that he would give her some more time. Then she no longer wanted to leave Yang Ming in the dark, or else he would do something else, just like with the accident. She called him back and asked if he was alone or not. Tensing up, he answered that himself. Then Jin rocked about the call. He interrupted and said to leave everything to him, and she asked only to be careful. In a street store, he asked for a telephone. After dialing the chairman's number, he waited for an answer, when already the chairman picked up the phone and asked who it was and what he needed. Yang said that he only had one question: what he was trying to accomplish. He also added that he could do to him what he did to Huan Yukai. Yi Sifan immediately realized that Huang was only a warning and she was the real target. He asked what he could have done to offend and what he could do to remedy his situation. Yang Ming, on the other hand, replied as long as he doesn't help Shuifan, then he won't interfere with him. He was very angry, but his life was more precious to him, so he agreed. He clenched his fists in anger. Xiao Jin is already in Xiao Jin's office. Chairman Wang called her and asked her what about that matter. She replied that she would not take the application for Shuifan. And then she began to rapturously tell her to keep the same opinion because he too is a victim. She replied that she would provide all necessary evidence. She thanked him and immediately thought of Yang Ming and had a question about how he was able to Shunfeng Group do this. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiajia's friend said that she was too passive and should take the initiative, and then Yang would definitely take action. She didn't like that idea, and so she said that she thought Yang didn't like girls like that. A friend slyly grinned and said that all men are horny, and that even if they don't show any interest from the beginning, no one can resist the face of a pretty girl. Then Jiajia asked her friend why she had changed her picture to such an obscene one. The friend replied that it was only to help her seduce Yang Ming. The friend also went on to say that a girl gets a guy, and that only a thin curtain separates them from each other. Then Jiajia said that it is very easy for a girlfriend to talk. What if Yang Ming gets a girlfriend before? She will make the first move. Then her friends supported her and said she would always be there for her, whatever she decided. And she also continued that it was not worthwhile to go on like this. Then Jiajia said to Wan Shui that she had already made up her mind. Then Jiajia decided that she would have a good talk with Su Ya and she should forgive her. Meanwhile at Yang Ming's uncle asked if it was true that he was starting a company. Yang replied that of course he wanted to start a jewelry company and work together with Zhang Bin, and also added that he would have 60% of the shares and Zhang Bin would have 40%. Well, here Zhang Bin said that all the money for the jewelry company is given by his godfather, so he can't accept such a large share. Added, and Yang Ming's uncle that Zhang Bing is right and his personal relationship should not affect the business. And added that he will give $1 million for a 20% stake. Min agreed and then said they would do as Uncle Zhang suggested. Already at home, Jianmin wanted to discuss something very important with Mom and Dad. He started his story by saying that he wanted to start a company with Bean. Dad asked where he was going to get the startup capital. He replied that his uncle approved of the idea and they were going to open a jewelry store and the godfather could us with the money. The father agreed and said that since he was so sure, he would not object and all he could do was to support him morally. I thanked my father with joy and said that would be more than enough. Then Mom added that if he wanted to help his godmother, we should go visit him. Walking out, Yang opened the door and saw Sister Xiao Jing on the doorstep. He immediately introduced Xiao Jing to his parents. She was very embarrassed because she wasn't ready to meet his parents today. When I went to the kitchen to make tea, and when I had already made it, I brought it to the living room. But something went wrong and things started falling out of the tray. But she was caught by Jan and told that she must be feeling unwell and thought she should go and rest. She got very upset and said she was sorry. He didn't realize what had happened and followed her. When he came up to her, he asked her what had just happened. She told him it was because of him. He remembered about Shinhan and asked if he had called her. She didn't say anything. He took it as yes, and although already teach him a lesson. But she resisted and told him not to do any more reckless acts. But she also thanked him and said she didn't know what she would do without him. He hugged her and said that there was no need to thank him. The main thing was that she should remember if anything happened to her in the future to let him know. She thought about not wanting to keep secrets from him, but some things she could keep secret from him, even if she didn't want to. She thought it was about time she told Yang Ming about them, but she didn't know how to start such a conversation with him. But just at that moment, Ian saw his mom walking through his lenses. When his mom came out, they said goodbye and parted ways. Already when Yang returned to the dormitory, his friend began to ask if he had cheated him with the fake. He wondered how it could belong to Suya, even though it was clearly Yang's. John replied that it was his because he had paid for it. But the friend said he means different there in the light you can see there is his signature. Jan was very surprised at this because he had not seen it before. He couldn't make out what Suya or Shuya was writing there, but it didn't matter anymore. He figured if she sold that ring, he wasn't important to her anymore. When he left the room, he received a call from Chen An. Picked up the phone, there was An's voice saying that he and Bao Sanli had reached an agreement. Jan replied that he is awesome. Yang said to let Bao gather his forces and leave the gang of 4 snakes to him. An agreed. Yang pondered that accepting Fang Tian as his master and becoming the king of assassins, and also uniting the Sunjiang underworld. Is he doing the right thing? He asked himself this question. Yang Ming arrived at the headquarters of the 4 snakes, stopping at the workshop. But he was stopped there by one of the employees. He asked to change his tire, but the employee said they were closing and he should leave. Then Jan began to ask him to do him just a favor. The employee still agreed and told him to bring his car in. When he parked the car, he started to analyze the circles and realized that there are only 2 main occupancies. It is the workshop, and that the serpent's brother probably lives in the second building. Then the second worker asked the other worker if he had disturbed the boss. The second worker began to deny it, saying that he was moving very quietly. It was John who heard this and realized where the brother serpent was. He got in his car, thanked the employee, and drove out of the building. Yang Ming Tepper knew exactly where Brother Snake was. In the men's dormitory. Speaking on the phone, Yang asked if there were any spies on the part of Bao Sanli. His friend replied not to worry because he put signal blockers in their communication devices. Jan agreed and said he would leave everything else up to him and to wait for his call. Yang Ming was called out by his classmate and suggested to him that he and his classmates all sit at the same table in class. Jiajia's friend put her hand on her shoulder and said that she wanted to talk to Min about the reunion. Jiajia hesitated a bit. Then she asked Mina, will he be at the junior high school reunion in December? He said that he didn't have any friends in middle school and that he would think about meeting up. She didn't know what to say and thought that he really didn't talk to anyone in middle school, and Sue was his only friend. Then Min began to remember the past, and Sun Haoming had always been top 10 in the class, and only he could take the time to comfort Yang Ming. And he asked if Sun Haoming would go. She wasn't sure but said she could ask him. Overjoyed, he asked her to remind him before the meeting. His answer made her very happy because it would be a chance for her. And after their class was over, he left. As he rode his motorcycle, he got a twitch. As he stood in front of the house, he saw 2 silhouettes of a man and a woman in the window. These men and women sat together on the bed and talked about something. And then Yang Ming flew through the window, shattering it. A woman was very frightened that a stranger flew through the window. He picked up the first item on the table, and he threw it at the woman. A man asked who he was, and he said it didn't matter. I suggested that he pull his hand out from under the pillow because he could see through the lenses that there was a gun there. And shrieking, he said he didn't even think of using it, the gun, because if he killed the mine, the whole organization would finish off his family. The man realized that it was a matter of life and death and thought he could escape. He was about to try to get the gun, but the moment and the knife was already in his hand. The man asked who he was, and Min said he was an assassin, and if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have talked to him. Beginning, he said that his boss is not happy with what he did in Sunjiang, and he has 2 choices. He either bails or dies. The man asked if he really wanted him to leave Sujiang. Then he threatened if he dared to show his face in Sunjiang again. Jumping out of the window, he agreed that he had better look for a coffin. That man was taken away with the girl! Yang Ming reported that the 4 Snakes gang was finished and that it was already possible to proceed with the plan. The others were a little surprised that he took down the gang so quickly. The next day, Jiajia was called by a guy and said that he had worked late and then finally solved the problem. Jiajia wondered if he had done it. He said admiringly that it was definitely him and not everyone could do it. She replied that she thought maybe he had asked someone for help. He started to say that he was doing everything by himself. Jiajia said she thought he was the one who asked her yesterday. The guy asked if her nickname was Little Hacker. He just nodded. He realized fearfully that she was the one who had helped him with the task yesterday. Then he answered her not to take it into her head. Jia turned to Yang Ming and said that she looked at the alumni group yesterday and San Haoming wasn't online, but she helped him send a message. She said that as soon as San answered, she would tell John right away. He thanked her. She smiled and asked for it to be provided to her. Ming realized that Jia had changed, but he couldn't get close to her. Hao's brother, Yu Sande, threw a challenge to Yang Yamin and his aides. Declared Mina's helper trouble with all his feet to another. When he came running, he showed me the dueling visa letter. He asked his brother Hu what he thought of it. He also replied that he thought he would agree the boss wants them to keep their heads down and avoid large-scale fights. Another cried out that Yu Xiande had recruited some underground boxers. Then he said he could ask Yangmin brother Hu and asked if he knew him. He replied that he didn't know him, but he actually knew him very well. He declined the offer and said that Yang would not do something like that. He asked who they were going to send to the duel. Hu's brother immediately said he would go, on the day of the duel. Speaking on the phone, asked brother Yang if he had acted rashly. He denied it, but said that if he lost, he would be disappointed. That foreign underground boxer looked really creepy. If he doesn't get out of there alive, he asked me to take care of his mother. Ian shouted that they had indeed lost their position, but if he survived, he could definitely get it back. He replied that he understood. The bell rang and the duel began. After a long battle, he put down that boxer with a kick. He was declared the winner over that boxer. In the girls' dormitory, 2 girls were talking. One asked if she would go with her today. She and her friend were approaching the bar, embarrassed. The friend told her that they were going to have fun at the bar and took her by the hand and dragged her along. Her friend ran up to one of the guys shouting, "Darling." Lin immediately thought that her friend looked too loose. Jae Seon introduced Lin Ji-yeon to her boyfriend Bi Hai, and immediately introduced him to the owner's brother. This bar, she only said an awkward hello. Kai, the owner of this place, said that he runs the place, and that no one would dare to do anything to her. She told him that she was sorry, but she didn't have tutoring today and she had to go. He asked why she was leaving so early. She started apologizing and saying she really had to go and offered to have a drink next time. She didn't know what to do and was already thinking about running away. He remembered Yang Ming, who always helps her when she gets into these situations. She approached Kai and asked her to call back to cancel the class. She stepped away from them and called the mine to ask for help. When he picked up the phone, she asked him to come get her because she had gotten into trouble again. He said shakily that he would be coming to see her soon. He stood up and heard from Jia, "The class is not over yet," but he didn't listen to her. When he was about to leave the classroom, the teacher asked if everything was all right. Yangmin replied that something had happened at home. He was driving so fast that the police started chasing him for speeding. The policewoman asked him to pull to the curb, but he drove on. He was already told if he didn't stop, he would be shot, but he just kept going faster and faster. Then she started shooting at the motorcycle. He thought she wouldn't shoot at him, but she opened fire. Then turning around, looked at the policewoman, he saw Xia Shui, putting a gun to his head. She said she knew he was part of a biker gang that had been causing a lot of trouble lately, and wanted to put him in her car to take him to the station. He replied that just because he rides a motorcycle doesn't mean he's part of a gang. She did not believe him. He asked to hear him out. He said he was in a hurry and would find her at the station as soon as he was done. She replied that he could finish all his business after he got out of the police station. He said that his girlfriend was attacked by hooligans and doesn't know what might happen to her in the meantime. He added that he was only in a hurry because of this. She believed and told him to leave the bullies to her, and she drove to that bar in a police car. Already near that bar, Yang ran out of the car and ran to Lin. He got out of the car and ran to the bar. On the way he activated his X-ray vision. There she was already drunk next to Kai. He ran up to her, took her, and then pushed the owner, that is Kai, away from her. Kai got angry and started asking Yang Ming who he was. He said with certainty that he was her boyfriend. At that moment, Lin's friend came over and said she would have known if she had gotten a boyfriend. Then a half-awake Lin confirmed that Yang Ming is her boyfriend. Kai shouted that he didn't care who he was, and that he wasn't welcome here. He also told him that he would hurry up and get out, or... Then Yang took Lin by the hand and said they were on their way. Then Kai shrieked, saying, "Don't even think about it," and with all his might he pushed the Ling. Jan was very angry about it, and angrily he asked him why he had raised his hand against her. And then he kicked him with all his might, then picked up all of Kai's handmaidens to him and asked if all was well. Then one of them cried out that none of them should leave here. Then Jan and Lin were surrounded by a gang of men. Then the policewoman told them to. She asked Yang Ming what was going on. Then he replied that they were in trouble, and these men would not let them go. When one of these men said, "One more good girl and everyone will stay here," and ordered all the guys to grab them. Then she pulled a gun on one of them in the forehead, and she told them not to move, identifying herself as a police officer. In shock, they said it was all a misunderstanding. He added that it was a misunderstanding and that she should put the gun away. Then he asked everyone to disperse, and that there was nothing to see here. She turned away from him and hid the gun in her pocket. Then that man looked at Ian, and with a look she told him to just wait, and Ian gave him a look that said he was done for. The man turned around and walked away. The policewoman approached Lin, and wondered to herself why Lin called him her boyfriend, even though she would never say such a thing. She asked if they were really together. She stammered and said no. Then he told her to get going. He sat down so she could sit on his back. She didn't want to, but he asked her to play it cool. When she sat on him, he thought to himself that he couldn't help her but wanted to protect her. When they left the bar, he walked towards the police car. Putting her in there, he banged on the ceiling of the car. Then the policewoman also asked him if he needed to go to the hospital, but he said there was no need and he was fine. He was surprised that such a cruel little lady could care about him. When she came closer, she said that she was not asking him, but Lin Ji-yun, and he had a little just hit his head, and why would he go to the hospital? Blushing, he thought he must be overconfident. When he got into the car, he said that he had already sent Lin home and they could go to the station. Then she asked where he got the motorcycle. Answered that he bought it for $500. She immediately suspected it might be stolen and said she would confiscate it for a while. Jan said there was some misunderstanding between them. She reminded him that last time he behaved the same way and harassed her. But Min also reminded her that she had kicked him first, then they fell, and he was on top. Embarrassed, she replied that it was all his fault because he was the one who pushed her. Sighing, he replied that you can, and so to speak. She pulled something out of her hand and revealed that she had been recording their entire conversation. And as an apology, she wants him to take her out to dinner somewhere, and he will let her eat whatever she wants. He agreed and asked if he could go already. Already getting out of the car, she told Jan if he cheated on her with dinner, everyone would know about it. Let's look at the clock. He said he should be on his way to Aunt Shen's for dinner by now. When he entered the apartment and his aunt asked him if it was him, and could he tell Yuner to get out of her room already. He obeyed and went to her room. He went in and saw that it was just starting to transfer. Startled, he began to tell her that dinner was ready and for her to be on her way to the kitchen. She wanted to scream, but he covered her mouth and told her to be quiet because her mom was at the door. Aunt Shen heard something. She went to her daughter's door asking if she was okay. Yang and Yun were very afraid that her mom was about to enter the room. With a quick sweep, Yang Ming wrapped a towel around Yun. She came out to her mom and replied that she was fine, but the aunt glanced at the floor and saw a bra lying there. The cunning aunt realized that her daughter was not wearing any clothes. She knew that children in her day had nothing to be ashamed of. As she left the room, she reminded her that she had a leg injury, and not to overexert herself doing anything. Yuner turned around to Yang and started blaming him for everything. But he only replied that he could not have known that this was where she would change clothes. Then already Aunt Shen called Yun to the table. Somewhere on the outskirts of a small European town, Fang Tian approached the big house and thought that he had not been here for 40 years. When the man came out of the main doors, looked at the old man, he asked if it was really Fang Tian, cried out, and told that old man that he thought after all he had done for him, he would let him in. Fang was surprised that he was still angry about that incident, answered that the sons-in-law of the butterfly family always became the king of assassins, but he had broken that tradition. Then the old man replied that he had found a successor, and then he asked why not let his successor join his family of butterflies, to which he replied that he had only one daughter. He asked where his student was, he would like to see him. Meanwhile, at Sunjang University, the girlfriend Lin pointed her finger at Yang and said it was him. I asked what they wanted him to do. Some guys said he contacted the wrong guy. When one of them was about to say something, Yang punched him in the face with all his might. He flew to the edge of the hallway. One of them said to Brother Kai and Brother Hai that Yang is quite strong. The other guy told Jan that he would give him a chance to fight him one-on-one. John asked if it was one-on-one. Then Yang Min punched him and said that he was unworthy. Everyone looked at that guy with horror. A friend wondered why boyfriend laziness is so strong. Then Yang asked the others if they wanted to fight him one-on-one. They immediately cried out that they didn't want it at all. And yet the Sinkai of one of Brother Bao's men, he will definitely not leave this matter unattended. Yang then asked, does he mean Brother Bao Sanli? And said that they had once shared a cell together in prison. Here the man immediately thought that he might be a criminal, but even so he had never been in prison before. He bowed low and apologized for the inconvenience. His name was Bi Hai. Yang Min accepted his apology and told Bi Hai not to bully Lin again, or he would be in big trouble. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I'll help you look after the Ling. No one will dare to do anything to her, a friend said politely. The man ordered his men to take the man to the hospital quickly. Turning to Ian, he asked if he wouldn't mind discussing something with him. He replied that he was just leaving for the women's dormitory and they could talk on the way there. Then this guy said what would be a revelation to him and introduced himself as Bi Hai, an unremarkable leader, and just a little man who always wanted someone to follow who could help him make plans or come up with ideas. Yang thought that he really needed someone like this guy, because Hu Zhenhan is brave but always too straightforward, and he is not good for scheming in the shadows. Yang Min agreed that this guy is not bad for this role, especially together with this girl. It's like they were born for this. He told them that now the two of them could follow him. Then he asked them to leave because he needed to talk to someone. Suddenly a guy with flowers ran up to Mari with whom he wanted to talk. He overheard that guy telling her that she was especially beautiful today and gave her flowers. but she turned him down, saying she couldn't accept them. Then Jan ran up and snatched the guy's flowers and said he would take them instead of the girl, and he told the fat guy to get lost somewhere. Yangmin took and gave these flowers to Mari, saying that she was especially beautiful today. Marie told him that he definitely knows how to give things away. And he'd done it right in front of her. He smirked a little and agreed with her, but she also added that that wasn't all. He actually bought her a gift. The guy behind him started yelling and asking who he was and why he stole his flowers. Jan asked if he hadn't tried to give flowers to his wife. All he did was help her accept them. The guy yelled and asked Marie who he was. Then BH came over. Then Yang pointed his finger at the guy with the flowers and asked him if he was his friend. B dragged this guy away with him, asking some questions. Marie asked who it was. Jan replied that he didn't know him. Maybe it was a friend of the guy. That's when Jan remembered the present. Marie asked if it was a Mickey Mouse doll. He told her they thought alike and gave her a Mickey Mouse. In the school canteen, Yang Ming took a tray and went to get food. As he passed Marie, he saw that she was sitting with Mickey Mouse. Some strange girl wanted to sit instead of Mickey Mouse. Marie yelled at her that the seat next to her was already taken and to stop bothering her. And the girl yelled back that she knew she wasn't as innocent as she looked. The girl also added that Marie was holding space for her lover and asked who he was. Then from behind, Yang Min threw a plate of rice on the girl's head. He walked up to Marie and said they would eat the rolls first because he dumped rice on some dog. The girl came up behind him and told him that he could continue to sit there if he had the guts, and threatened that Yao's sister's men were coming after them to teach them a lesson. In just a few minutes, Yao's sister and her boyfriend walked into the dining room. The girl immediately pointed at Min and Marie and said they were the two who bullied her. Those two looked at Yang Ming with horror, and he only told Marie not to worry. Leaving the dining hall, Yang Min told Sister Yao and her boyfriend not to throw away their authority. They were walking down the street and Marie asked if he knew the guy. And remembering that situation, she asked if he asked her to beat up that fat guy who wanted to give her flowers. Then he took her hands and asked if he should have just watched his wife being molested. She suddenly said that there was nothing wrong with it. She would just turn him down. She turned around and when she was about to leave, told him he'd been foolish. He Yang wanted to stop Mari. She asked him not to go after him, and he was at her apologizing and apologizing. In his mind, he said that Pihai intervened of his own free will, and he did not order him to do anything. Then, and he turned around and said that if she didn't want him to follow her, then fine. She looked back. She was upset that he followed her and went after her. She got very angry and wanted to throw the toy away. But at the last moment, she stopped. Marie said in tears that she was ready to forgive him, but that he had ruined everything again. She added that it would be better if he never ran after her again. Then Min called the policewoman and asked if he could come to the police station and help her deal with the Van Sweffen case. When he had already arrived at the police station, the policewoman looked up to see that Jan was escorting some girl, and cried out, told him to stand where he stood and not to move. She asked why he had his hands up. Again, he'd done something wrong, and he just replied that she always starts shooting, so how could he not raise his hands? Last time he almost died, and he was just riding a motorcycle and it left him with a scar on his soul, he replied. She laughingly asked if he thought she was seriously aiming at him. She was just trying to scare him a little. She also added that she should thank him, and she didn't think he could actually look her in the face and talk to her. She asked what he was going to do, run away or what. I immediately said no, he was just trying to go quietly. Did he really see her, she asked. She was told that how could he even dare to look at her? What if she said he was a pervert? Couldn't he try to think of something nice? Then he took the example of what she would have in the future, and suggested that it be called Sunny John. She hesitated and asked why Sunny Yan. When it reached her, she cried out his first and last name, but he had already taken Jin by the hand and fled. Laughing, I put Jin in the car and told her not to worry, because they always joke like that. She asked him if he liked that policewoman. He shook his head and told her not to make any more jokes. When Min came to Lin, said that he came to see her and also brought some medicine with him. He asked her to sit on the couch to help her apply the medicine to her leg. He began to apply the ointment to her leg, but she was in so much pain that she cried out. He asked if she was in pain. If so, he would be a little lower. He looked at the leg, trying to apply the ointment as gently as possible. At that moment, she felt something strange. She sprawled all over the couch. He finished applying the ointment to her leg. He handed her the ointment and told her he would help her apply it again next time. She thanked him. When he was leaving, they said goodbye. In the evening, already at Marie's house, she got a call from Ian apologizing to her, saying that he had indeed acted too rashly. He also asked her to look out the window and told her he was waiting for her in front of the dormitory. She ran out of the dormitory with an angry look and asked where he'd been walking all this time and called so late. He replied that he was helping at the police station with Zhao's sister. If not for that, he would have come earlier. He grabbed her arms very tightly. And then he said that he had finally succeeded in securing his position as her chief admirer, and he didn't want to lose it. She said she forgives him, but just this once. Then he suggested that she go out to dinner because he was very hungry. Already, as they reached the cafe and sat down at a table, he asked Marie how she was going to spend Christmas. She said she hadn't decided yet. Asked if he had anything to suggest. Then he started saying that Christmas night was the perfect opportunity to lose your virginity, and asked if she would dare to spend it with him. She agreed and said they'd go to the beach then. But he said it would be too crowded and they could just watch the movie. Embarrassed, she called him a pervert. He asked why, and he was serious about just watching a movie and had nothing to say about it. She replied that she didn't have anything to say either. The next morning in the park outside the hostel, Yang Ming and Marie were just taking a stroll. Then Jia came up behind them and greeted them. She asked Marie if she was a Mina girl. Then Marie warily asked who she was. Then Jia extended her hand and introduced herself as Zhou Jia, a classmate of Yang Ming's in middle school. Then Marie held out her hand to her too and introduced herself as a Yang Ming girl. They shook hands with one another as a sign of their friendship. Then she said it was time for them to go. She went on to say that they would meet up again sometime and chat. They went off on their own, leaving Zhou by herself. Then Jia thought that she was exerting enough effort, and there would surely come a day when Yang Ming's heart would soften. Yang Min suggested we go to the movie in pairs because he had 3 tickets for couples. Mira didn't mind, but said that his classmates and middle school classmates couldn't go there. He asked if she was talking about Zhou Jia. She nodded and asked me to stay away from her in the future. She had a feeling she liked me. He said that was impossible and asked if she still didn't realize who he was. In the house of Master Fang Tian, when I went into the house, he thought the master still hadn't returned. Then some man asked him what he was Yang Min, right? A little scared and not expecting anyone to be behind him, he sweated with fear. With horror, he turned around and asked who it was. He replied that it was none of his business, but he offered to learn some skills from him. Blushing a little, he said it all depended on what he could teach him. The man said that Yang is a disciple of Fang Tian, and he will not harm him, reassuring him with these words. He added that someone wanted him to come here and ask him if Yang would study with him. Yang Ming immediately suspected that something was wrong with this old man, but agreed to learn from him and asked him to tell him what he would learn. He replied that he would teach medicine if the killer wanted to live a little longer without it. A surprised Jan said that he was a doctor, but he repeated that it was none of his business. Then he threw him some strange book. He easily caught her with his attention on her, but when he looked away from the book, he saw that the man had disappeared. Then he went out of that house into the courtyard. His phone vibrated. It was a text from someone. Looking there, he saw that it was a message from the Lan Ling. It said that she was the one who asked her grandfather to bring him a volume of their clan's medical skills. He replied to her that there was a bad signal in the mountains, so he didn't always answer right away and asked her to wait for him. He also added that he already has the volume and he thinks about her all the time. Christmas night. One of the guys who went to the movie with them asked where Tian Dunhua was. Yang said they'd be here soon. When they had already arrived, Yang Min was a little surprised. He saw that among them was Jia, his classmate from middle school. The guy who came with them said they came to a group of 3 and asked if everything was okay. Yan Min anxiously looked at Marie, who was very angry. Then he took his friend's hand and told him they would step back for a few minutes to talk. He asked me what happened, but I asked him why he had brought his Jia with him. Then that guy replied that Wang Shui said she would only accompany him if he took Zhou with him, and he couldn't do anything about it. I said let him score and asked him which car he would go in. He replied that in Zhang's car, of course, because his car too shabby, and ran away. Then Zhou's friend asked if she could go with Yang Ming. She replied that she didn't care whose car she rode in. Then they all got in their cars and drove off. When they were on their way, Zhou said that Wang Shui insisted on going with her and apologized for the inconvenience. Marie told her not to worry, and the more people the merrier. Zhou then moved closer and said how beautiful Marie was, and that Yang Ming was very lucky to have such a pretty girl. She blushed and replied that hardly her boyfriend was a womanizer. Then Mira began to ask what Min was like in high school. She said that he was a good student and even came second in the National Math Olympiad. She was surprised by this because she would never have thought that Yang Ming could study like this. Mari said that when they met, he was the kind of guy who always skipped class and did poorly on tests. Taz smiled wryly and said that I really loved Mari and that she should take care of him. She added that she should be sure to let her know if she ever decided to leave him, and she didn't mind if he was her boyfriend. To grinned and said sure. But I thought the opposite, that I'd never let a day like this come. Then Marie asked if Yang Min had a girlfriend in those days. Zhou spun back her chairs at the memory of it, and said that in those days she was exceptionally focused on her studies and did not pay much attention to them. The world sighed and began to look out the window. Meanwhile, in Min's mind was for them to stop scaring him. The most canon of Christmas for them, it was not the right day. Already at the movie theater, Min parked at the main doors. Then one of the security guards came up to him and asked him to stop parking because you can't park in front of the main entrance. But Min replied that the whole parking lot was full and there was also a car parked in front of the main entrance. Then the guard said his car was too old and having it here would affect the image of their establishment as well. Min got angry and reminded the guard that he came as a customer. He got out of the car and said that what car he drove shouldn't matter. But the guard only replied that he could not park here and to get out. They began to argue, shouting in such a way that the captain of the guard heard. Then the captain of that guard came up and hit him on the head, and said that it was the car of the second leader, Hu Jianhan. The captain began to apologize to them and said that the guard was still new and had not fully mastered it yet, and invited them. When they were about to enter it, he told that captain that it was his friend's car, and to make sure that nobody scratched it. The captain breathed a sigh of relief that everything had ended well. Then Min and the girl met up with the other guys. As they were about to enter, a girl ran up to them. She stood up to reach for Yang Ming and yanked him. When he turned around, a girl told him if he wanted to buy a flower from her for only 10 yuan. Yang Ming agreed to buy one beautiful rose. But then the girl asked if he could buy a few more because if she didn't sell enough, she would be beaten. He asked what it meant, but she told him not to ask. Then Yang Min saw some man in a black jacket following them. Then he thought maybe she wasn't the only one walking around like that. Then Yang offered to Zhan Bin and Tian Dunhua to buy flowers for their girls. He called Marie's name and handed her a red rose. Yang Min handed Mary a flower and said it was for her. She sniffed it and blushed. Then she seized him by the hand and said Zhou Jiajia alone was left without a flower, and could he now eye her to buy one. He was puzzled as to why she was asking this of him, but agreed and went to buy a flower. Just a moment later, Yang Ming handed Zhou Jiajia an equally beautiful flower. Zhou Jiajia was very surprised. She took the flower from him, and for a while she looked at him smiling. Yang Min went away from everyone and called Uncle Chen and told him that he was near the KFC on Huahai Street. He met some girl and thinks she is being forced to work by some local gang. The uncle asked if he was out with his girlfriend. He said yes. His uncle advised him to get her something Disney-themed. But Yang Ming asked to focus on the child he was talking about first. Uncle replied not to worry because Xia Shui was on the road with 2 officers. Yang Min calmed down a little. Already when they entered the movie theater and sat in their seats, sitting on the chairs, he put his arm around Marie and leaned closer to her to kiss her. She wanted to kiss him already, and she was ready. Yang Ming realized that he had been in love with his girlfriend for 3 years, and now he could finally hug her. Marie asked what was wrong and why he was slow. She opened her eyes and saw that he was only looking at her. Then she asked what he was doing and for him to let her go. He apologized and said he was a little stunned by her beauty. She was a little upset. Then he suggested she pick up where she left off. Embarrassed, she asked why he was saying these things to her. He offered her a kiss by taking her around the waist. Before they could say anything back, they kissed. When they were no longer short of air, they pulled away. Breathing in a lot of air, she said it was the first time, and she was a little out of breath. He told her to breathe through her nose, and asked if she could come to see him on New Year's Eve, but replied that of course she would come. Then he got up and said that if she was waiting for him, he needed to go to the restroom. The others also said they needed to move away, leaving Marie and Jiajia alone. Jiajia slowly began to approach Marie. Not realizing what was going on, she asked what was wrong. Ta only smiled back at her a little. A girl named Jiajia sat with a friend in a movie theater. She said she was bored sitting by herself. The other girl told her that she used to sit next to Tian Dunhua and Wang Shui. Marie's girlfriend also said it sounds really awkward. Jiajia said she feels like the third extra. She is sure that Dunhua hates her. Marie told her friend that she just needed to find a boyfriend. Jiajia said that she has a boyfriend who likes her, but doesn't reciprocate her feelings. Jiajia added that the guy probably doesn't even like her. Her girlfriend was surprised and said that she was very beautiful, and there was no way someone could not like her. The main character came over and said that he had a little too much to drink. He sat down on the chair and hugged Jiajia. A guy wanted to kiss his girlfriend. He was so drunk that he confused Jiajia with his girlfriend Marie. Marie watched with great amazement as her boyfriend kissed her familiar girlfriend. Marie was very angry, she shouted with all her might to the protagonist. Marie shouted hysterically and asked Yang Ming what he was doing. The protagonist only now noticed that it wasn't his girlfriend sitting next to him, but Jiajia. The guy sharply asked Jiajia how she had gotten here in the first place. She didn't know what to say. Jiajia realized that she was not wanted here. She decided to leave as soon as possible. She got up and headed for the exit, followed by Yang Ming and Mari. The guy realized it was time to justify himself. Marie couldn't believe he'd done something like that in front of him. The protagonist, as an excuse, said that he kissed Jiajia, mistaking her for Marie. The girl asked in surprise that he couldn't tell them apart. Yang Min said rustically that it was his puncture and apologized to her. Marie told him that he kissed Zhou Jiajia, and so he should apologize to her. The guy said he'd apologize to this girl too. Marie told him she wouldn't let him kiss her again today. She doesn't want to touch another girl's drool. The guy hugged her and told her slyly that Zhou Jiajia was not worried about Marie drooling when he kissed her. Yang Min made persistent attempts to kiss the girl. She kept resisting. Jiajia found another seat near a girl she knew at the movie theater after the incident. She asked him why she looked so happy. Jiajia told herself calmly that she turns out to be smiling. After watching the movie, Marie met Jiajia and offered to go home with her. She immediately agreed. They got into a cab and drove home. Marie apologized to Jiajia. Marie explained to her girlfriend that Yang Min didn't do it on purpose. Jiajia cheerfully replied that she had no thought of holding him accountable. Jiajia thought that if Mari realized that she didn't really mind when Yang Ming kissed her, it would lead to a misunderstanding between them. She wondered what she should do. Marie promised her girlfriend that she would make her boyfriend apologize to Jiajia. Jiajia was not satisfied. She thought it was not enough. Marie asked her what else she wanted. It's enough that Yang Ming will take responsibility. Marie told her friend that she could make it look like she was being sent by someone she liked. The girl didn't realize that the driver was watching their conversation closely. Marie told her friend that Jan Min may not be as good as the guy she likes, but he's still good. The girlfriend agreed with her. On Christmas Day, the main character went to his girlfriend Ji-yoon's house. He was greeted by Ji-yoon's aunt. She said that the girl didn't go to bed until the morning. She suggested the guy wait in her room. The main character went into the room and there was a girl lying quietly sleeping on the bed. Young Min thought to himself that he would just wait for the girl to wake up. A girl got out of bed and said in her sleep that she needed slippers. She didn't see the guy sitting on the chair. The girl got up and went to the bathroom in her slippers. Yang Ming thought that one of his abilities had been activated. He didn't understand why Ji-yoon was naked. After going to the toilet, the girl got up and decided to go back to her room. She thought to herself why Jan Min had not come yet. Back in the room, the girl noticed that the main character was sitting on a chair. She was surprised. He didn't have time to say anything. The girl ran to the bed screaming. The protagonist shouted to her that he didn't see anything. Startled and ashamed, the girl grabbed the sheet to cover herself. Ji-yoon covered herself with the sheet in fright and turned her back to him. The guy didn't know what to tell her or what to do. The girl hysterically asked him why he was still here. The main character came to visit a girl he knew. He asked her to go shopping. She asked Yang Min if he needed to spend time with his girlfriend. The guy immediately answered her simply and cheerfully that she was his girlfriend. He went shopping. A guy and his girlfriend decided to pick up some fashionable clothes. The two of them had fun. They were able to scrimp and have a good time. The girl thanked him and said it was late and she had classes in the afternoon. The boy offered to drive her to school. A guy came to visit his acquaintance who worked in the computer science department. The Zhaoqing girl was resting. She didn't expect someone to come to her now. Yang Min went to her office and greeted her. She asked him if he should be with his girlfriend right now. The guy said he came to see her and wants to take her with him. He just doesn't know if she'll agree. Zhaoqing happily told him that she would go with him. The guy asked where she wanted to go. The girl told him she wanted to take a slow walk on the beach. Yang Min asked her if she had ever gone to the beach with Sun Han. Zhaoqing replied in the negative and told the guy to never mention that person again. The main character asked why she didn't like the guy and if he was making her life difficult. Zhaoqing said that if she didn't come to Song Han tonight, he would refuse to cooperate with their university. The guy asked her if she was fed up with her life. She said she was just going to retire. Zhaoqing added that Sun Han doesn't want to work with the university because he doesn't like her. Young Min said that he would find this guy and talk to him. The girl told him that Sung Han is a very sinister figure and she is worried. The protagonist said that he would be easier to handle than Huang Yukai's case. Zhaoqing told him to be careful. Late at night, Sun Han was sitting in his office. He was very angry. He couldn't believe that Zhaoqing still hadn't called him back. He added that the university could forget about buying research equipment. His secretary told him that Zhaoqing was not his equal. Song told his secretary that Zhaoqing was his first love, and she should belong only to him. Suddenly, there was a heavy bang on the door. It opened and the main character walked in. Sun Kan asked the old guy who he was and why he didn't knock. Yang Ming, looking at Sun Han sternly, told him that he had come to deal with him. Sun Han suspected Yang Ming of being Zhaoqing's lover. In response, Yang said he could call him whatever he wanted. Sun frantically dialed the buttons of the phone trying to call security. Ian stated that he could yell all he wanted. He had already cut the phone wire anyway. Yang Ming defiantly took out an iron spitzu from his pocket. Min threw the iron spike toward Han with a sharp movement of his hand. The iron spits pierced Han's arm and the table, thus immobilizing him. Sun asked what he needed. In response, Yang said that this iron spits he needed to get out and return to the cafe. Han begged and tearfully pleaded with Min not to pull out the iron spits. Suddenly, Han lost consciousness. After a while, he came to his senses. Waking up, Sun found himself hanging from the balcony, head down. Han asked Min to drag him back in. In response, Min said his arm was already stiff. Khan begged him to spare his life, giving him anything he wanted in return. Ian dragged Sun's frightened and trembling body inside the room. Ming said, knows that Han wants to spend the night tonight with Zhaoqing. Khan offered research equipment at a 20% discount. Yang Ming demanded to sign the contract. Sun suggested that perhaps they were in a hurry to do so. Ian picked up the steeple again. Startled, Han stated that he would sign the contract now. Meanwhile, at the university, specifically in the computer science department, Ming went back to Xiao. She asked what did to Han. Yang said it's nothing, he'll just get a couple stitches. Ming gently and casually took Xiao Qing's velvet hand. Holding her hand, Jen reminded her that they wanted to go to the beach. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing went to the beach. They walked along the shore. Xiao noticed an oyster seller who was clamoring for everyone to buy his oysters, which might have a pearl inside. Xiao Qing passionately lit up at the idea of purchasing one of the oysters. As she approached the counter, she saw a young couple picking out one of the oysters. The merchant opened the oyster, in which was a beautiful pearl, and remarked that fortune had smiled upon them. Yang Ming thought it was just like the jade market. Qing called out to Ming. Xiao chose an oyster and told him she wanted to try her luck on it. Qing reviewed each oyster, searching for what she thought was the perfect one. After a while, she chose 2 oysters. Xiao asked Ming's opinion on her choice. Ian said there were pearls in them, but they were small, and one of them was deformed, so he offered to take the others. Qing wondered why, after all, they looked pretty good. Ian said it's rare that the outside doesn't depend on what's inside. Ming chose one of the oysters. Xiao remarked that it was rather ugly. Xiao suggested a competitive moment, whoever has the bigger pearl wins. Yang Ming agreed, and said if he won, she would be on top today. Qing examined the chosen oyster a few more times, hoping that there was a pearl inside. Xiao stated that she believed in her victory. In turn, the salesman offered to open it. Inside the oyster was indeed a tiny pearl. Xiao sincerely rejoiced, as she thought that victory was already in her pocket. The merchant offered to put the pearl on the thread. Qing enthusiastically agreed. Yang Ming suggested to Xiao, open his oyster and take a look at what was inside. Ming's pearl turned out to be larger, which the seller congratulated him on. Jan asked the merchant to put the pearl on a string, which the merchant did. Already in the form of a beautiful necklace, Ming put it around Xiao Qing's neck. Yang and Xiao strolled along the shore. The weather was amazing on this day. Qing asked him if he knew much about oysters. Ming wondered why she was asking. Xiao replied that if he didn't want to, he could choose not to say. Xiao gushed that he had won either way, and they engaged in carnal pleasures. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but Xiao Qing interrupted him, saying that there was no need to trust so blindly. Yang Ming said he trusts her and knows she won't hurt him. Qing asked him how he knew if she would ever betray him or not. Ian said he was willing to take the risk, and that he didn't believe she would betray him. Xiao said that besides her, others would surely betray him. Ming replied that she was the only one who would know his secret. Xiao asked Yang what he wanted to say about the 6th sense back then. He admitted that it was a lie. Qing calmed down by replying, "Good thing he's careful about such things." Ian said he doesn't have a 6th sense, but his abilities are similar to it. Qing asked Yang how he, without super ability, knew that there was a big pearl inside. Xiao asked Ming if he can see through things. Yang replied that she has sexy lingerie on tonight. Qing asked if he could see her naked. Min said that was the answer to the question. Yang added that she didn't need to go to the hospital for an ultrasound or x-ray. Qing declared that he was a pervert, for he could peep at others in this way. Ian replied that it was the only time he had used his ability to look at her body. Xiao asked if it was true. Ming answered positively, and added that he wasn't as bad as she might have thought. Qing swept up. What happened with Yukai and Han is not in line with his abilities. Yang urged her to calm down. Min bent down and picked up a small pebble lying on the sand. He asked if she could see those seagulls. Xiao replied in the affirmative. After which, Ian threw a pebble at one of the unsuspecting seagulls. The stone hit the seagull and it screamed, flying off in the opposite direction. Qing asked if he had hit the seagull. Yang answered in the affirmative, and mentioned that this martial art was taught to him by his teacher. Xiao said, "No wonder Han was scared." Ming replied sorry she didn't see that moment. The next day at school, in one of the classrooms, Yang came to school and met Jiajia, noticing that she was early. Zhou replied that if she had come to class, she could have met him. Min wondered if she meant him, and asked if the reunion was tonight. Zhou excitedly replied that the event would take place today. She shyly suggested to Ian that they go to the event together. Ming and Jiajia drove up to the hotel, and he asked if the meeting would take place here. She replied affirmatively. Min and Zhou went inside and sat down together. She was sneaking glances at him. Suddenly, the girlfriend took Jiajia's hand and dragged her behind her towards the crowd of graduates who hadn't seen her in a long time. Sui Gaozi met Yang and called out to him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Min in turn was not very friendly. He sighed unhappily. Yan saw Haoming in the crowd, who was greatly welcomed by those around him. Gaozi said hello to Haoming. In response, Sun looked at him haughtily. Sun was surprised to see Yang and told him so. Yang replied that he was here for him, but thought Sun wouldn't come and wanted to leave. Gaozi motioned for Haoming and Yang to come to the table. In response, they ignored him. Yang asked the first thing that came to mind, which was where Sun was studying. Haoming replied that he dropped out for a girl. Yang interjected. He dropped out of university for her. Sun said he didn't want to discuss it here. Yang thought it was true. He was a good student, and replied that they would discuss it later. Jiajia turned around, eagerly searching for Yang Ming in the crowd. Suddenly she was called out by an unknown man, asking if she was alone here. 2 unknown guys forced Zhou into lewd dancing. She asked them to stop and threatened to call for help. Suddenly Guanzi burst into the conflict and said she was with him and his friends, threatening physical violence. The unknown intruder asked if he knew who he was contacting. The bully didn't think long and punched Sui hard in the face, after which he fell to the floor. Sui's friends stood up for him. The intruders threatened to beat them to a pulp if they messed around. One of the villains reached out his hand towards Jiajia, aiming to grab her. He grabbed her hand and dragged her behind him, hinting at intimacy, while the other remarked that they were a bunch of pansies. Suddenly, Ian appeared and punched the one who tried to drag her away. Min told the other to take his friend to the hospital or his death would be on his conscience. Brother Bai suddenly appeared, being told by one of the villains that they were supposedly attacked by Yang. Bai pointed out that this is his territory and Min is having a debauch here. Ian replied that he'd better watch out for his sixes. The intruder said it was all a lie and suggested that Bai lock them in the basement. Yan suddenly punched the rascal, indicating that right now he should be silent. Bai reacted negatively, muttering that Min was overstepping his bounds. Ian explained to Bai that they had disturbed the peace of one of his friends and pointed out that such behavior would not be good for business. Bai demanded an explanation from one of the intruders. In response, he began to mumble, and Bai realized that Min was telling the truth. Brother Bai promised Yan to punish those rascals accordingly. Bai's boss suddenly showed up and angrily asked him if he was tired of working here. From surprise, Bai was confused and didn't know what to say back to him. The boss pointed out that Bai's men hit Guanzi. Bai said he didn't know about the young master's presence. Sui reassured them and said that it was already fine and everything was resolved. Guangzi urged everyone to cheer up, assuring them that everything was already fine. At this time, Jiajia tried to stop Yang, who was heading towards the exit. Sui suggested Zhou take a rest and apologize for the situation. Jiajia said it was fine and postponed the conversation. Guangqi was upset that the performance had failed. Suya was tormented by the thought that he couldn't get Jiajia to favor him because of Yang Ming. Zhou thanked Ming, to which Yang replied that it was okay. They were classmates after all. Jiajia said that if it was in the past, he could have been with those guys. Ian teasingly asked her if she thought he was such a bad person. Zhou confessed that Suya never forgot about him and wrote him many letters. Min was out of breath. He didn't know how to react, causing him to shriek angrily. Jiajia instantly tried to explain to him how this happened. Yan interrupted Zhou with an apology, and muttered that she had no right to hide her letters from him. Jiajia still explained to Yang that she saw Mr. Wu opening letters in his office. Ming asked Zhou how she could know that these letters were specifically from Suya. Jiajia told Yang that Wu Zizhen read those letters aloud and she heard everything. Yang Ming grabbed Zhou and demanded to know what was in those letters. Night came. Jiajia told Yang that Suya had written to him that she would wait for him, and Wu read it and scoffed at it. Ming angrily shrieked that Wu Zizhen was a bastard and broke the table with his fist. Ian angrily asserted that he was obliged to find him, and those letters had better be intact or there would be irreversible consequences. Sun suddenly appeared, and told Yang how sorry he was that with his strength he was not in Haomin's circles. Ming interjected whether Sun considered him strong. Sun suggested that Yang play a game with everyone. Min asked what kind of game it was. Haomin replied that it was called sort of like a safe kiss. Yang saw Sui with a box, who was suggesting that everyone write down the names of their classmates, and afterward, everyone would pull out a random piece of paper. Min thought to himself that he would have to make out with one of the girls through the plastic sheeting. At this time, it was Ian's turn. He wondered which sheet he should choose. He noticed that the sheet with Zhou's name on it was lying off to the side for some reason. Ming realized that the last person to pick up the sheet was Guangqi, so he was the one who wanted to pull out the piece of paper with Jiajia's name on it. Sui told everyone that the leaves were over and it was time to find a partner. Everyone shouted that it was kissing time. Yan held a piece of paper with Zhou Jiajia's name on it and looked at it. Suddenly, Ming saw an unknown guy who decided to trick Jiajia into kissing him. Min showed the sheet with Zhou's name on it to the cheeky man and said that he had approached the wrong girl. The unidentified man decided to avoid conflict in this situation and ran away. Yang and Jiajia were left alone. Ming said he didn't expect them to be paired up. Zhou embarrassedly replied to Yang that she didn't expect them to fall for each other either. Yang asked Jiajia if they could proceed to the final stage of the game, namely the kiss. Zhou was embarrassed and agreed, her small, delicate cheeks pinking. Jiajia put the plastic wrap to her lips, anticipating the kiss. Zhou closed her eyes and reached for Yang. He thought to himself that it was just a kiss. They kissed, Zhou thought, as if their lips had actually touched, or if this tape was creating that effect. Yan kissed Jiajia. Her lips reminded him of mint flavor. It felt good. Suddenly, Ming discovered and shrieked that the tape had torn. Zhou opened her eyes. Jiajia saw that the tape was indeed torn. She was surprised. Yang noticed that the tape was made of rice paper. Jiajia agreed with him. Min saw a young couple at the end of the room kissing through the same tape. He noticed that only their foil was rice film, and the sheet with Zhou's name on it was on the side of the box. Yan asked Jiajia what she thought of the situation and if she had any suspicions. Zhou replied that the hotel belongs to Sui, and he put the staff up to it. Framing guests is not unforgivable, so she was careful before. Yang told Zhou that Sui deliberately made the whole thing up since he's in love with her and that he's a match for her. Jia got angry and shrieked at Young that she hated him, after which a confused Joe ran off in an unknown direction. Min exhaled. He realized he hadn't been entirely correct with her and headed off to find her. Ian was ashamed in a way, and he realized that she absolutely had to be found. Ming went to the balcony where a crying Jia stood alone. Joe saw Ming. She stared into his eyes for a few seconds before turning to him. Jia apologized to Yan for overreacting. Min in turn also apologized and said she could love whoever she wanted. Joe replied that she liked Yang. Min said with embarrassment that it was her business, and in such matters it was up to her to decide. Yang remembered that Sui had given everyone tickets to the amusement rides, and suggested that Joe keep him company. Jia agreed. Yang and Joe were involved. They had fun on the rides and generally had a good time. Ming offered to finish the game and return to the lobby. Jia didn't willingly but agreed. On returning, John asked at reception where everyone was and was told that everyone was waiting for them. And apart from them, everyone had received their room cards. Ian was handed a gold card from their shared room for that night. Min was surprised. He didn't know how to behave in such a situation. After all, there was no choice. He asked why one card, explaining that he and Joe didn't have the kind of relationship to share a room. The coworker said he had absolutely no concern about the relationship they were in. The employee added that there was one card left and that this was the end of his work. Ian tried to explain the situation, but it didn't matter anymore as there was one card left. Walking leisurely down the corridor, Ming asked what they should do with Jia now. Joe offered to take a look at the room. Ian suggested that there might be 2 beds. Ming and Joe leisurely opened the door and stepped inside the room. They found that the room had only 1 bed and 1 couch. Min said since there are no other rooms here, they will have to make do with what they have. Joe replied positively. Yang suggested that Joe sleep on the bed and he would sleep on the couch. Jia agreed. Joe had taken the hint that if he wanted to, he could go to bed with her on the bed. Min replied that she didn't want gossip about her in the future, and it hurt her. Yang suggested Joe be the first to use the bathroom. She agreed. Jia went into the bathroom, changed her clothes, and prepared to take a bath. But as she tried to turn on the faucet, water rumbled loudly inside. Suddenly, due to the strong flow, the shower head broke off and water rushed out of the pipe onto Joe. At this time, Yang was sitting on the sofa as he heard Jia's screams. He became wary. Min went inside the bathroom to find out what was wrong. He saw a wet Joe in the bathtub, and streams of water were coming out of the pipe. Jia looked helpless. She asked Yan to help her stand up. Min hurriedly held out her hands. She held out her hands to him in return. He pulled her drenched to the skin from the tub and gently took her in his arms. Ian carried Joe over to the bed, and just as gently laid her down. He wanted to help her. Afterward, he covered her with a sheet to keep her at least a little warm. After a while, Min inquired how she was feeling. Jia said it was fine and thanked Yang for his help. He replied that he was not to be thanked and that he had seen her charms. Joe interrupted Ming and said that she felt very cold. She looked at him pityingly. Jia offered Yang a hug to keep her warm. Ming was very surprised. Joe said it was fine. Min replied that he had business tomorrow, so he would leave first, and advised her to go back to the university. Min took his time getting into his car and thought about what had happened for a long time. Ian was riding in his car when suddenly a police patrol driving behind him ordered him to stop the car. Min stopped the car at the curb. The police patrol similarly slowed down. Jia got out of the car. Leaving the car, Yang asked what was wrong. Shui said that he had promised dinner, and she was waiting a long time, so Yang said they could have dinner now. Sia said she was at work now, but she would wait for him outside the station tomorrow night. Ian agreed. Min thought to himself, he can't find Wu at the university, and Shui was also getting in the way. The next day, late in the evening, Yang waited for Shui outside the station. Zhu got into the car with Yang. He said not to slam the door. Sia said that the car was old and would fall apart. Min said not to jinx it. Yang and Shui went to dinner, the car rumbling and making popping sounds on the way. Eventually, the car broke down. Yang claimed that Shui jinxed it, and that they would have dinner afterward. Xia said she called her uncle, and he would give them a ride. Uncle arrived, and with a smirk asked Zhu that she was going on a date with her boyfriend. Xia said they were just friends. Yang confirmed. Uncle laughed and hurried them into the car. They arrived at the restaurant. The uncle said he was hungry too, and offered to have dinner at his expense. Jan replied that he would pay. Uncle swept up that Zhu has a good and generous boyfriend. Xia's boss and his daughter Marie entered the restaurant. Zhu turned around and saw them on the doorstep of the restaurant. She recognized Marie and the girl. Walking a little further into the establishment, boss Xia politely said hello to Uncle and Xia. The uncle suggested they have dinner together and introduced John as a future son-in-law. Mari shrieked nervously, and at the same time with confusion that Min was terrible. Ian tried to explain to her that it was a mistake. He himself didn't realize how he got into this situation. Yan took Marie's hands and said that he and Xia Shui were only friends. Marie asked Min why his uncle called him his son-in-law. The uncle interrupted Marie and Jan's conversation, saying that it was not allowed. Uncle angrily told Min that you can't be so duplicitous with Shui. Marie ran away with tears in her eyes, Jan in turn trying to stop her. Sia's boss stated that it's not allowed. Sia's uncle yelled at Ming that he already has Shui and he's looking at someone else. Yang stated that they are friends with Xia. Uncle told Xia that she could use her position to kill Yang. Xia stated that she and Yan were just friends and that they had already talked about it. Without thinking long, Min ran after Marie to explain to her what was going on. Jan ran over to a crying Marie to comfort her. She begged to be left alone. Min told Marie that Uncle Chen had gotten it all wrong, and he explained it to him. Jan wiped Marie's tears and asked her not to cry. Marie replied that she wasn't crying at all. Min and Marie slowly brought their lips closer, their pulse quickening. Then they kissed. At this moment, Uncle Chen hurriedly approached them from behind. Jan asked him why he had come, and his uncle said that he would like them to come back and have dinner. They all went back to the restaurant together for a quiet meal. Marie said she was going home with her father, and Jan replied by wishing her luck. Xia asked Ming who was his Lin then, if his girlfriend Marie. Ian replied that it was a very long story, and suggested finding a suitable place to explain everything. Min and Xia got into a cab and drove away as they suddenly saw hooligans beating up an old man. Zhui, in a rather abrupt manner, asked the driver to stop the car. Xia got out of the auto, said she was from the police, and ordered her to stop. One of them said if she played with him, he would forgive the debt to the old man. He told Xia if she didn't have a gun, he could give her one, at which time the old man said he didn't owe them anything and asked her to leave. The bully said he had a gun in his pants and he could show it to her. Zhu became nervous, and she didn't even think of forgiving such insolence. She wanted to pounce on him. Suddenly she was grabbed from behind by his accomplices and held by her arms. Seeing this course of events, Yan hurriedly got out of the car. He immediately grabbed the two intruders and lifted them up, showing his superiority. After which Ian angrily threw the bullies toward the trash cans. The main one of them suggested that she might actually be police. By then, a police patrol had arrived on the scene. Yang told Xia that the police had arrested them and they could get in the car. Shua agreed and suggested they continue on to the bar. Meanwhile at the bar, Ming and Shua sat down at a table and continued their dialogue. Xia asked Yang what's up with Lin. Min replied that Mari is his real girlfriend if she understands him correctly. Xia asked Yang if Lin was or is his mistress. He didn't hold back. He told me what it was really like, originally. Ming wanted to help Lin. Xia approved, and agreed to have a drink with him at his expense. Then she would keep his secret. Yang asked Xia if she saw him as a source of free food. She replied affirmatively, and urged him to drink. Ian hinted that she'd had enough to drink. She replied that he was saying that because she was a woman, and she wasn't given to big cases for the same reason. Ming assured Xia that she would have a chance, she agreed, and added that she would work hard, and again called for a drink. Empty alcohol cans were scattered carelessly on the table. In a moment, Zhui had significantly overdrunk, and she felt like she was flying. Xia blurted out that she was an airplane. She literally felt weightless. Ian tried to calm her down, but all she said in response was that she wanted to fly high. Ian held her. She fidgeted. He accidentally grabbed her buttock and thought something soft. Afterward, he offered to take her home. The next day in the office of the impatient Sun, a meeting of the directors was held. Director Ma asked Sun why the price is 5 times the original price. He said if he doesn't want to, let him not buy. Xiao asked Sun what was the matter. He replied that as a businessman, it was his duty to strive for maximum profit. Sun told Xiao that he wasn't afraid of the kid she had planted, and that he would get revenge on him. Director Ma stated that there was some misunderstanding between the two. Sun assumed they wanted to clarify somehow this very misunderstanding. Ma asked Suna what they should do to solve the problem. Song haughtily walked closer to Xiao and smirked greedily at her. Still in the same manner, he said that she must satisfy him tonight. Just like that. Spreading a smile, he added that in that case, the problem would be solved. They were terrified, and from the surprise did not know what to do to influence the situation. Yang came to Qin's office and wondered why she was looking for him. Xiao said that they wanted to sign a contract with Han, and he increased the price 5 times. Yang replied that he had gotten naked. Xiao said that Sun will take revenge on Yang and wants her to come to his place tonight. Min said he would go to Han's tonight instead of her, she worried. Qin tried to talk Yang out of this venture, but Min convinced her otherwise. Xiao couldn't resist and still gave Ming Han's home address. Meanwhile, the evening came. Sung Han sat relaxed, sang wine, and waited in anticipation for Zhao. Suddenly, Yang appeared in the office with threats. Sun asked indignantly how he got in here. A completely calm Min sarcastically replied that he couldn't fly, so he walked through the front door. Khan realized he was trapped, and soon called the guards for help. The guards ran into the office and surrounded Yang. Sun urged them to beat up Min, one of Han's masters, showing off his martial arts skills. Still in the same sarcastic manner, Ian urged him to stop as he didn't want to offend his elders. The guard tried to deal with Ian. Even though he realized he was much stronger than him, Jan said it was time for him to rest and threw an iron spitz at him. The other opponent was stronger, and urged Min to fight on his fists. Yang replied that he would satisfy his whim. At this moment, the master stepped closer and abruptly threw himself at Ming. Ian smirked, knowing full well that with this course of events, he would be at an advantage. And he still handled the mad guard with equal ease. Han realized that Yan was really too strong. He didn't understand where such strength came from in this kid. Suddenly, Sun rushed to the end of the study, where there was an ajar window. Han tried to climb out the window to jump onto the canopy, assuming that was a good idea. However, Min was faster, and in time to arrive, he grabbed Han. Yang said it wasn't high enough here and he could raise it higher. Sun begged for mercy and begged for forgiveness. Han told Yang to imagine him as a small, harmless child. Min was surprised and said that then he was the father who had come to punish him for wanting to do something to his mommy. Han was on his knees. Min knelt down to him and said that as a father he could not leave him without punishment as he had misbehaved. Ian glared at him sternly and gave him a hard slap. Sun was really acting like a child. His demeanor spoke for him. He was out of it. Started scratching himself and talking about wanting to die. Han begged to let him die, his gaze slanting somewhere to the side. Min tells Sun that he's not going to die, and he's not going to kill him yet. Sung interrogated if he was sure he wasn't going to die now, grabbing him by his pants. Ian replied if he really wanted to die, he could help him. Khan fell into despair and called Ming father, begging him to have mercy on him at the same time saying that he felt he wanted to die. Yan interrogated Sun if he really wanted to die, because what he was saying now could be construed as a request for death. Ian walked over to him and bent down to touch Han's neck with his fingers. It was as if Sun came to his senses for a while, and as if ashamed to thank Min. Yang surpassed martial art masters and gods compared to Ba and Qi. He was on a different level. Han asked him if this was a touch of death. Yang told Han the saying, "Who knows more will die sooner," and told him not to tell anyone about him. Sun replied that he would not betray him because he was his son. Ian looked at the others and said that this request applies to everyone. Hunter Ba replied that he was paying favor for kindness, and given that Sun agreed, he also wouldn't tell anyone about him. Min demanded a signed contract and it was best not to upset him. Sun agreed. Ian ate the meat and said to bring him the same tomorrow. Han said he would personally bring it to him. Min noticed he wasn't leaving yet, and asked Sun if he was kicking him out. Han pitifully replied that in no way did he want to chase his father away. Ian clarified if he needed to be told twice what needed to be done, to which Sun replied that he would do everything, and would not upset him again in any way. Min didn't believe Han, for he had been through this moment with him before, and took the spits in his hands. Yan waved it in front of Sun's face, reminding him of the past encounter. He pointed to his lower body, and ordered Sun to take off his pants. An angry Han replied that he had no children and begged him not to do it. Ian said he didn't care. Min said he'll take a couple pictures of Han stripping, and if Sun does something wrong again, Yang will send the pictures to the media. Ian ironically asked Sun if he had any better ideas. Han didn't squirm this time, and said he would undress if necessary. Suddenly Min saw a video camera on the table and said that he would film everything on it then. Han asked not to. Yang asked Sun if he was hiding something in the camera. Sun replied that there was nothing wrong there, and asked him to give him the camera. Sun started to undress and dance, asking Yang if it was going well. In response, Min laughed and said he was a good dancer. Ian opened the camera, and from the material he saw in it froze in place. The tape had dirt on Soon where he and a girl were cuddling in bed and more. As he familiarized himself with the contents, Ian noticed that there was a lot of interesting stuff in there. Min said that was enough and that he was taking that video camera with him. Han helplessly agreed and couldn't believe this nightmare was over. Sun thought about how his pig wife might see this video, and he would be in her servitude for the rest of his life. Khan suggested that the guards go to the hospital because they might have broken something, and they thanked him in return. Sun asked them not to tell Director Wang everything. They agreed, figuring it was best not to upset Yang anymore. Outside the window at this time, the city had fallen into a mysterious night silence. Min was pleased with himself and realized that Han was hooked. Because of this video, Sun wouldn't cause any more problems. The next day, a satisfied Yang returned to Xiao. She greeted him enthusiastically. They sat down on the bed and chatted carefree and had fun. For a moment, their faces were too close. They gazed at each other. Their lips drew closer together and they kissed, stepping into the night's leisure. The next day, Han brought Xiao a kebab and said he would sign the contract. Xiao asked Sun if he was offended that she didn't come yesterday. Han called her mother, assured her everything was fine. He just hit his head yesterday. Chin asked Sun where the contract was. Han showed her the contract. Xiao said she would call Director Ma now. Suddenly, a delegation including Principal Ma entered the office and wanted to talk to Manager Sun once more. They were surprised to see Han, and Sun said it was a pleasure to meet them. The representative was surprised at Han's politeness, for Ma had said Sun was a conniving villain. Xiao said that Han personally came to the office to sign the contract. Ma asked Chin if she accepted his offer. She replied that the deal would be done at the old price. Xiao turned towards Sun and queried his intentions to sign the contract at the old price. Khan confirmed. Moreover, he will make a discount of 10%, making the total amount 28%. Principal Ma couldn't understand what the catch was. Everyone was shocked at Han's generosity. They questioned him again. Sun confirmed that the deal would go through at the original price, and plus a discount. Ma tried to ask why the terms were different yesterday, but Chin interrupted him, replying that Sun had explained to her that he had hit his head yesterday. Song confirmed Xiao's words. Director Ma asked Han if he was okay. Khan replied that he was fine and urged them to sign the treaty. Director Ma and the delegation agreed with pleasure, and at the same time with misunderstanding. After reading the contract, the assistant said there was something wrong with this contract. Everyone tensed up again. The aide had commented that the terms of this contract were quite acceptable to them, but not to Khan. They realized that it was very strange. Han had become so respectful overnight, and Xiao doesn't want to talk about it. However, Director Ma thought it was not worth missing such a chance, and they signed the contract. Han offered Yang a kebab. Min remarked that he was doing well, and asked where the two martial artists from yesterday were from. Han said he was sent to a security detail by their boss Wang. Min wondered who this boss Wang was. Han told Yang that Wang Shifan is the president of the Wang family's Xiongfeng group. Min wondered why he had sent the martial artist to Sun. Han said Wang wanted to pull him into the smuggling network. Shifan has always been in the smuggling business. Ian asked if he had told Van about him. If not, he didn't need to do so. Sun replied that he would not reveal Min's identity to anyone. Yang asked what his identity was. Han replied that he knew Min was pretending to be a student. Yang said to be on guard with Wang and that he didn't want anything to do with him. Sun replied that he would do anything for Min because they had to destroy Wang. Yang realized that Sifan's business was illegal, which is the reason to come after him. Meanwhile, Marie asked her mother's opinion about her outfits. Her mother reassured her because she had already seen Jan's mom. Marie said this is the first face-to-face meeting, and it's totally different. She was anticipating and thinking about how the first official meeting would go. Marie was going through outfits. Her mother had said she was a child to Jan's parents, and urged her to wear some outfit already. Meanwhile, at Yang's house, his mother woke him up to bring her future daughter-in-law. Min replied that he would go get her now. Min and his teacher had fought her mistress last night, and he wanted to sleep like hell. Jan's father rebuked him for sleeping long enough, knowing what day it was, and told him to buy a present for Marie. Min replied that he understood, and that he would be sure to have everything in the best possible way. Already dressed in his tuxedo, Jan called Marie and told her he was waiting for her at the meeting place. Marie hurriedly apologized, and asked how long he'd been waiting for her there. Min and Marie finally met. She was beautiful, dressed in a superb dress, he in a charming tuxedo. Jan asked Marie if this was the dress she wore back in high school. She said it was. She was pleased that he remembered. Min said the first time she wore it was to gym class, and that's when a high school student knocked her down. Marie remembered that Ian had helped her up then. Min had admitted that he had always liked her and watched her every day. Slowing down, Marie turned around and questioned if he was telling the truth now. Ian also stopped and, looking her in the eye, replied that it was true. Min said he'd been in love with her for 3 years and he was happy he'd gotten together with the girl of his dreams. Marie remarked that he put it that way, like it wasn't serious. She wondered if she'd known sooner about his feelings. He'd still be looking at other girls. Marie asked why Jan hadn't told her about his crush sooner. He replied, back then he thought he wasn't good enough for her. Another reason was memories of a relationship in middle school. Marie asked about Suya whether he was talking. Min walked over to the vending machine. Min bought water and carefully handed the bottle to a thoughtful Marie. They sat on a bench in the park, and Yang told her that with Suya they were not close to a relationship. Min continued to talk about how he and Suya never confessed their feelings for each other. Marie became emotional and cried, her tears dripping onto the bottle of water. She said that Wu was a bastard who prevented them from communicating with Suya. Jan wiped away her tears and reassured her, telling her that it was all in the past and it was there to be. Marie then asked him bluntly if there was room in his heart for Suya. In response, Ian was thoughtfully silent, but his eyes read that Suya had not disappeared into his life without a trace. Marie said it didn't matter anymore. Min thought Marie was really the best, and asked again if she really didn't care. Marie said yes, and said that he was happy with her. But this was the last time. She knew that Suya was abroad, and that Jan's feelings wouldn't affect anything. Min sincerely rejoiced and said that it meant everything was fine. In response, Marie asked him who he liked more, her or Suya. Ian said it was a stupid question. He told her to think for herself, since Marie was the first girl he'd introduced to his parents, and reached up to kiss her. Marie said he wasn't allowed to kiss her yet. Min smiled in response. Marie hugged him then, and kissed him on the cheek in a completely childish way. Min smiled and hintingly asked if this was his reward for determination. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, he wiped the lipstick off his cheek. Marie playfully jumped up, and running away said it was supposedly revenge. Min watched her follow and smiled. He liked her airiness. After a time at Jan's house, his parents, Min and Marie, were sitting at the table and exchanging pleasantries. Jan's mother said he was lucky to have Marie. Mina's mom suggested that Marie meet her parents and discuss their engagement. Ian interrupted her mother, saying they had just started college. Mom replied that it didn't matter. What mattered was that she liked Marie and wouldn't accept another girl. Jan's mother told the story of the family pendant Marie, how she joined the John family and was given it by her grandmother Mina, and that the pendant was now hers. Marie was extremely excited and touched. She accepted the gift from Jan's mom. Marie put the pendant around her neck. Her mother added that when their son's fiancé came to their house, she would give the pendant to her. Marie thanked Mina's mom and thought to herself that she would definitely be Jan's bride now. The next day, Jan's family along with him went to visit Uncle Dashan. Min was wondering what Uncle was going to tell him. The uncle welcomed the guests and asked them to come inside. Ian thought he was too polite, or he was influenced by the past situation. Ian was called out by his sister Lily, who was sitting proudly alone at the table. Min looked at his parents, who were chatting with Uncle Dashan, and thought it was the right moment. He walked over to his sister and gave her a purse he had brought from Hong Kong. She asked Jan if it was a real Louis Vuitton bag and how he could afford such a gift. Min said it was up to her to believe it or not. Suddenly, the younger brother showed up and thanked Jan for the sneakers and said that everyone is jealous of him now, since such shoes are not sold here. Ming asked him about Jiang Song if he was hurting him anymore. Xiaobo replied that Song is now at his beck and call because everyone knows that Yang is his brother. Suddenly, Uncle clapped his hands together and called everyone's attention to him. Uncle Dashan said he called everyone because he had good news. He has set up a real estate development company that will be operational from next year, and now the Yang family will have influence in Songjiang. Uncle suggested going to the club in the afternoon. Everyone supported him. Jan thought it was childish of him to call everyone to show off. At this time, night was gradually enveloping the city, and the Yang family came to the KTV nightclub. Uncle Dashan encouraged everyone to relax and have fun since the owner was his friend. Xiaobo told Yang that it was an expensive place. Ming replied that he would write him a couple of checks sometime to bring his Shenhua here. Meanwhile, everyone was having fun and relaxing without denying themselves anything. Auntie asked Dashan why Lily was in the bathroom for so long. Uncle said to go check on her since it had been over 20 minutes. Uncle made a request to Yang and Xiaobo to go get the missing Lily. Min and her brother strolled toward the restroom looking for Lily. Suddenly, Yang Ming heard voices. He slowly leaned against the wall. Looking around the corner, he saw that Lily was being accosted by an insolent Li Mingri. As Mingri claimed that Lily stepped on his leather shoes and she should pay 5,000, Lily replied that he was trying to bilk her out of her money. Li slammed his hand into the wall. Leaning on it, he blocked Lily's path. He said the shoes were sharkskin and threatened that he'd better give her the money. Lily responded by saying that she was from the Yang family and that he was getting an earful. Mingri asked what she could do to him, and stated that she hadn't heard of the Yang family, and that her family was full of idiots. Suddenly, Yang, who had punched Li, intervened and ordered him to repeat what he had said. Min once more, but in a rougher manner, told him to repeat what he had said. Li Mingri guffawed that he didn't say anything and asked him who he was. Min reminded him that he had called his family idiots, and that Min was from the Yang family. Li apologized to Min and said it was addressed to her and not him. Yang said he heard everything and shouldn't be taken for a fool. Wang Lun and his unknown friend were walking beside them and heard what was happening. Lun sharpened his focus on the conflict when he saw Mingri at the epicenter of events. Mingri also recognized his friend in the guys passing by and called Wang Lun for help. Running up to Min, Wang Lun declared that he was letting himself go too much. He tried to hit Ian, who in turn dodged easily. Lun flew past Yang Ming and didn't understand how it happened. Ian threateningly told him not to stick his nose where it didn't belong. In the course of events, another tried to stand up for Wang but was met with the same fate. Min, completely at ease, restrained his fist, making it clear who was the strong one here, and hit him back, throwing him to the other end of the room, which he clearly didn't expect. Ian charged Mingri for insulting his family and calling his friends underdogs. How now he will settle accounts with him. Suddenly, a crowd of people, led by Brother Ji, saw everything going on. They surrounded Min and demanded an explanation, Li claiming that Min had attacked him. Then Uncle Dashan intervened in the situation, saying that no one dared to threaten his daughter. In a moment, the entire Yang family, led by his uncle, was a meter away from them. The uncle demanded an explanation as to why they wanted to cause trouble for his daughter and nephew. Ji said he didn't know they were his daughter and nephew. Ji ordered Mingri immediately apologize to the Yang family. Li apologized to them and said it was a small misunderstanding. Dashan advised Mingri to be smarter in the future and ordered them to get the hell out of here. Li and the others agreed and ran off in an unknown direction. Uncle asked Ming and Xiaobo to mention his friend Bao's name in situations like this, and to say that Ming is Yang Dashan's nephew. The entire Yang family was together again. Everyone was saying that Yang Sr. had become better than he was before. At this time, Min thought that he should accept the fact that Uncle had gotten his moment of stardom. Min was at home the moment Haomin's voice called out to him from the street. Yang looked out the window and saw Sunya offering him a ride on his motorcycle. Min went out to Sun and asked him if he was afraid of being arrested. Sun replied that he wasn't afraid of being arrested, especially now there weren't many people on the road. Min got on the motorcycle and asked where they were going. Sun said that the senior boss was going for treatment and wanted him to take him to a good place. Suddenly there was a police patrol behind them, which was already halfway to catch up with them. Yang thought that it was some kind of bad luck, and that once again he had fallen for Xiao Shui. At this moment, over the loudspeaker, Shu ordered them to stop for illegally carrying a passenger and illegally modifying a motorcycle. Sun asked Yang what they should do now. In response, Min asked how fast they could go. Haoming replied that because of the improvements it was pretty fast. Shu recognized the passenger as Yang and asked to get his friend to stop the transport. Sun shrieked indignantly at the fact that she also knows Yang Ming. In response, Min hurried Haoming to increase his pace or she would catch up with them. Sun urged him to hold on tighter. Haoming greatly added to the speed, urging to hold on tightly. They flew at breakneck speed and did not notice any obstacles in their way. Zhu finally realized that she wouldn't be able to catch up with them as they were getting farther away. She stopped the car and got out onto the road with her cell phone in hand. Xiao called Min, asking why he didn't contribute to stopping the motorcycle. In response, Min pretended not to know what she was talking about or what was going on. She told him not to play dumb. Repeating that they should have stopped, Ian continued to play the part, saying he wasn't driving right now. Zhu said she saw him on the back of a motorcycle. Ming denied the accusation and said he wouldn't have done anything like that. Yang told her about his friend who has a motorcycle, and he and his friend hit a rock. They flew off the bike. Shui said she was hanging up. Sun laughed and said that Min was a master at making up various fairy tales. Suddenly, Haomin's motorcycle hit a rock. They realized that things were bad. Yang and Sun flew off the bike in different directions. Sun flew into a tree and Min was lying on the road. Not far away lay a smoke-filled motorcycle that was still making noises. Min pulled himself up, asking how Haoming was feeling and if he needed hospitalization. Sun flew into the tree, still laughing from the story Yang had told Shui. Min paid attention to the beautiful nature and saw a sleeping bird in a tree. At this time, Brother Bai drove up and asked Sunya if he had learned how to ride a motorcycle, that he called and asked for help. Haoming said hello to Bai and introduced his good friend in the person of Yang Ming. Brother Bai was very surprised to meet Yan. He wanted to show off his stateliness. Bai said hello to Min and said his name is Bai Kang, but everyone calls him Big Brother Bai. Yang said hello to him, calling him Bai Kang. It could be seen how Bai tensed up. Brother Bai swept up, telling Sun that his friend is cocky. Haoming in turn asked Min, calling him Big Brother Bai. To which Ian replied because they were not related to him or even acquaintances. In response, Min suggested to Bai, calling him Big Brother Yang, which made Bai furious. Bai noticed that Yang was brave and suggested they go to a banquet at his boss's house, where Min would realize that he didn't need to be so arrogant. Haoming showed Yang with all his appearance to be more polite. However, Min was not going to make any concessions. Meanwhile, the weather was very pleasant, and the sky was as clear as the ocean. They pulled up to the front door, and Brother Bai announced that they were in position. Ian got out of the car and read on the sign that it was a security company. Ming remembered that this was the company he had helped Bao and Hao open, and they had invited him, but he had forgotten, Yang realized. It was Zhenya's doing. The security guard at the entrance demanded an invitation to the event. Bai was surprised, saying he didn't need them, and stated that he was here with his brother Hai. The guard replied that he should wait aside because Brother Hai hadn't arrived yet, and Po demanded that he not block the entrance. Min teased Bai by saying he almost had a pass. Bai replied, since Yang was so tough, let him try it himself, and declared that he was the leader of all of Songjiang inside. Suddenly Bai saw Brother Hai walking past them in the pandemonium. Pleased with him, Bai called out to him. In response, Hai pronounced that he had brought his friends with him. Bai said they were his younger brothers, and he wanted to show them this incredible event. Bai cheekily beckoned for Yang and Haoming to follow. Bai urged Ming to address his boss, Brother Hai, while Hai himself was covered in sweat. Suddenly Hai got angry and slapped Brother Bai hard, to which, rubbing his cheek, a humiliated Bai asked him why he did it. Hai yelled at Bai for forcing Yang to call him Brother Hai, because if Brother Yang would just call him by his first name, it would already be magnanimity. Brother Hai politely asked Brother Yang to go inside. Min replied that he didn't want to draw much attention to himself. Brother Bao suddenly showed up and called out to Yang, but Uncle Deshan ran up to him. Ming was surprised by his uncle's presence. Bao replied that he was referring to young Ming, at which time Uncle yelled at Ming about what he was doing here, because students don't belong here. Min said he was invited by a friend. Dashan ordered him to show him the shitty friend. Brother Bao interrupted Uncle Dashan's scolding as he patted him on the back, and claimed he was the one who invited him. Mina, he is the shitty friend Dashan is talking about. Uncle was confused. He said that they became friends with Brother Yang when they went through difficulties in prison, and urged not to speak out like that. Uncle Dashan apologized and said it wasn't exactly what he meant. At this time, Bao's brother suggested to go drink Ming. Yang introduced his friends Sun. Bao and Hao Ming said hello. Uncle Dashan stood and stared after them. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Ming. Preparations for the event were in full swing, and there was a pleasant atmosphere around. Yang Ming and Hao Ming talking and walking around the grounds. Min said hello to the guests, leaving Sunya in their company, and withdrew himself. Yang went to look for his uncle before he told his parents everything. Dashan called out to Min and suggested he discuss everything. Min agreed. A while later at the cafe, Min and his uncle were sitting at a table, and he asked Dashan if he would tell his parents everything. Uncle said he had no need to do that, and pretended that nothing had happened. Min thanked him, and asked him what he wanted to talk to him about. Dashan demurred, and asked Min if he was offended that for the sake of business, he could sometimes neglect the younger generation. Min did not understand his uncle, and said that it was his business to love or not, and that he owed nothing. His uncle replied that there was a reason for this behavior of his. Uncle told Min how he went for promotion but was rejected in favor of someone more powerful. Then he started his own business. Ming's father and young Xiaobo's father were against it, saying it was risky, and they ended up having a big fight with him. They stated that if he did so, they were no longer brothers. In response, Dashan said when he succeeded, whatever they turned to him. After that, Dashan still quit and went into business alone. He never thought he would end up in such a quiet place, but he lost contact with his brothers. Min said he knows how his father can sometimes be too conservative, and that the situation is not worth so many years of bad relations between the three families. Uncle admitted that he was angry at his brothers, which was why he treated the kids and Min badly, but he realized by his almost 50 years that it wasn't right. Dashan said that Min might have noticed Yang Li's bad attitude towards everyone since his attitude affected her, but he wants to change things. Dashan explained why he was acting like this and wanted to ask Ming more about Bao Sanli's situation. Ming assumed that Uncle Dashan and Brother Bao were quite close, which he told him. Uncle said he did. Min said he helped him when he was kidnapped. Min thought to himself that he didn't need to tell his uncle much. Dashan was genuinely surprised, and questioned Ming again if he was sure it was him. Min replied that Uncle should not mess with Bao Sanli and the others, as it could be bad for the development of his business. Dashan understood Ming, and said that sometimes you have to do such things to advance. Also asked Ming to put in a good word for him to Bao. Bao wants to open an entertainment district, and his uncle wants to succeed in this business, although he realizes that it requires no small effort. Min said to his uncle, "If you spread yourself across 2 businesses, you may not get anywhere." Dashan replied that he was old, and there might not be another chance like this again. Uncle Dashan stated that he wants to achieve high goals while he has the opportunity. Min said he would help his uncle, but if it doesn't work out, is he ready for such consequences? Dashan remarks that Min is like his father. Yang says that maybe his father is wrong, but Min knows what he's talking about and his uncle better listen. Suddenly my uncle's phone rang with a call from an unknown number. Dashan slowly picked up the phone where he was informed of Yang Li's kidnapping. Min asked his uncle what he was told on the phone because he looked worried. With tears in his eyes, Uncle Dashan pronounced that cousin Min had been kidnapped. Ian urged his uncle to calm down and tell him in order what had happened. Dashan replied he was told that they had Yang Li and demanded that it was Ming who came to them. Yang was surprised. Min was pensive. Maybe they want money, or maybe they just want him, or maybe they don't know him, or are completely stupid. At this time, it suddenly dawned on him. Perhaps it was them. Uncle begged Ming to save Yang Li. In response, he asked if Dashan was worried about his health. My uncle said he was afraid and that it might be better to go to the police. Min said he would save her himself, and urged Dashan to go home and wait for their return. Min was called and told to come to Xiangshan Park alone without the police, and then to call a specified number. Jan arrived at the meeting place and, as planned, called the number. The phone told him to head through the main entrance to a tall tree. Min assumed he wasn't being followed. Next, he was to find a hollow in the back of the tree, in which lay a black bag with instructions for his next steps. Min read the instructions that told where to go, after which it was necessary to call them on the phone again. Ian thought it was them. He assumed they were amateurs pretending to be professionals. He also assumed that this was usually done to reduce risk, but in fact they were just driving him around in circles. He didn't understand what was going on. Min did everything, sat back in his chair and called them again. They told him he had made quick work of it and that he was right back where he started from. Ian thought they were stupid. After which he must arrive at the outskirts of the city. There is a bar called Luck where he will be waiting. Ian thought he'd heard of this place, and it seemed to have been closed after some kind of murder. So I guess this was the bar. Min drove up to the agreed-upon spot, a bar with a good luck sign. To better understand what he was dealing with, he used his X-ray vision. He looked through the walls of the bar, searching for Yang Li, but she wasn't there. Min saw a drinking party of people playing cards. He noticed that they were extremely confident. He walked closer, and looking out from around the corner, he saw Li Mingji. He realized that this was going to be an easy showdown for him. However, he was originally going to find Yang Li, so he also noticed that they weren't so stupid to hide her somewhere. One of the company pondered audibly, saying that this kid is taking too long to get there. The others picked up on the theme, and another said that he was the one who needed to worry, not them, while a third suggested calling him again and scaring him. Suddenly, Min appeared in the room breaking the glass, and said that they didn't have to call, but rather let them tell me directly what they wanted. Li Mingzi nervously jumped up and asked Ming how he got here. Yang replied that it was a silly question, for he had been waiting for it himself, and asked where Yang Li was. Minzi replied that he would deal with Yang Li later, but now it was time to teach Min a lesson. Yang asked if he wanted to pounce on him again. He said others would deal with him this time, and called the two men to action. In response, they froze in place. Minzi asked what they were waiting for and ordered them to deal with Min. Ian said that their faces were familiar to him. They denied it, replying that he had imagined it. One of them said they were unlucky to get the job, while the other pointed out that Min beat them up last time, but he doesn't think he's special. Minzi again urged them to attack Min, and if they felt he wasn't paying them enough, he would add another 2,000 for beating him. They looked at each other and, unsure but still came to a joint decision. One of them declared that he would now repay his debt to Min, and that his time had come. He tried to hit Yang Ming, but Ming defiantly dodged. Then the man threw a few more punches, but Min easily dodged them. Suddenly, Ian stopped his punch with his hand, once again showing off his skills. He gripped his fist and held it back confidently, indifference in his eyes. After which, Ian still as mockingly asked if that was all he was capable of. Yang Ming pulled his arm and twisted it. The guard whimpered in pain. Then Jan, still holding him back, asked if he wanted him to let go of his hand. Min let go of his arm, though, and landed a heavy blow, knocking him back into the wall. Ian asked him why he was pulling his arm with such force. After all, he had said he would let him go. At this moment, Ming was pounced on from behind by another guard who had gained confidence. Yang caught the bat with his hand and then twisted it, thus hurting his arm. Min went over to him, saying he was weaker than last time. The guard realized that they couldn't handle Yang because he was too strong, but would he let him go this time? Min caught himself thinking he could hear what he was thinking. He tried to remember how long it had been since the last time they'd seen each other. Ian crouched down beside him, the guard wondering why Min was looking at him like that, and if he was going to beat him further. Ian had an epiphany, for he had heard his thoughts again. Then he realized that he could finally explore this special power within himself. He thought about Min. Maybe he's the type. Why is he looking like that then? Ian said he wasn't, and urged him to still think. He didn't understand what was going on. Over all of this, Minji was quietly watching from behind. He wanted to do everything discreetly. Suddenly, Minji pulled out a knife and started sneaking up on Min's back. He tried to attack Ming, but Yang sensed it and turned around ahead of him and kicked him. Li Minji flew off to the side, after which for a short while he lost consciousness. Suddenly Min stopped hearing thoughts, accordingly unable to continue exploring. Yang realized that Li Mingji hadn't changed, and he was actually mean, and Wang Lun was just a common coward. Min turned back to the beaten Minji and Lun, looking menacingly into their eyes. Minji told Yang that he knew where Yang Li was, and he would tell him everything, asking him not to kill him in return. He told Min that Yang Li was in the basement and they weren't doing anything with her. The others said he had nothing to do with it. Yang forgot to check the basement. Min hopefully used his X-ray vision again. Ian saw that she was downstairs and it looked like they really hadn't done anything to her. He thought it would be a lesson to her if he came after her a little later. Min came back and beat Minji for interrupting his research. The latter whimpered in pain. Yang said he'd turn a blind eye to the kidnapping. But for everything else, Minji is obligated to compensate him. Li interjected, how to compensate. Li Mingji asked Yang what exactly he should compensate him for. Min replied, for wasting too much of his time on them. Ian added that they made him drive to the park, run around the tree. Then they pulled goons on him, and after that they had more questions. Minji asked what he wanted. Min told them to give their business cards. On their business cards it was written that they are general directors of auto service, and their specialization in car brands. Whereupon Min charged that one was paying him 2 million and the other 10 million, from which they were at least puzzled, and did not know how to solve the problem. Minji said it was impossible, and he didn't have that kind of money. He wouldn't be able to give it away, and said it was better to kill him then. Jan replied that he repairs Toyotas, which means he has plenty of money, noting that 10 million isn't that much money. Minji stood his ground and said that there was no such money. Min offered to pay him in installments, but then the total amount would be more than 10 million. Yang asked Wang Lun what was better for him, paying the money or dying. Lun pitifully replied that he would rather give every penny than die. Min said that he had good prospects for the future, and that he would not be bothered by him again. In return, Wang Po thanked him. Ian ordered them to scram, and take those 2 others with them, as he also didn't miss the opportunity to remind Minzi of his duty. Meanwhile, Yang Li sat in the basement without any hope of rescue. At this time, the door was ajar, and she jumped up and asked who was there, and demanded to be let out. Yang Li carefully stepped closer, and once again questioned who was behind the door. Suddenly she heard someone on the other side, quietly saying her name. She realized from her voice that it was Yang Ming, which she asked him comfortingly. Yang replied that it was him, and for her to move away from the door and he would try to kick it down. Yang Li moved away from the door, telling Min to do so. He kicked in the door. Yang Li snuggled into Min's arms, saying that this was finally over. Ian noticed that she was to blame for the situation, but he had come to save her. Yang Li didn't know what to answer, so she just remained silent, tears welling up in her eyes. Min calmed her down, telling her that he'd gotten rid of Minja and the others, and that her uncle would be coming for them soon. But if he'd known how it would end, he wouldn't have interfered. Yang Li may have sincerely thanked Ming for the first time in her life. Ian was very surprised and questioned what she had just said, or if he had heard it. She repeated her words of gratitude and apologized for all that had happened in the past. Min said she was not feeling well and suggested calling an ambulance. In response, Yang Li said she sincerely apologized and there was no need to make fun of her. Ian said it's okay, and you don't have to apologize to him, but just try not to get involved in situations like this. Meanwhile, Yang Ming came to Liu Weishan's house where Qing was waiting for him. Mina met Xiao and asked why he was taking so long, because Mom and Dad were already waiting for him to have lunch. The godmother appeared in the room, and she remarked that Min was grown up and her sister had to look after him, and that they didn't look much like brother and sister. The godmother said they looked more like a couple in love. They were indignant, Min thought to herself. She couldn't possibly understand anything, could she? The godmother asked what was wrong with their faces. Couldn't she make a joke anymore? Yang smiled and said that it was okay, and she could make jokes like that. Xiao, on the other hand, didn't want to hear her mother make such jokes. Then the godmother went on to say that they weren't really brother and sister, and that they would make a nice couple. She added, too bad Min already has a girlfriend, or else she would have brought them together. Yan and Xiao gently touched their hand fingers together. They looked at each other embarrassedly. Father Qing pointed out that it was unnecessary to make jokes on children in such a manner. He urged them to dine, and to ignore her jokes. In reply, the godmother said that everyone here was their own, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Xiao's mother kept asking her if it was time for her to have a boyfriend, because at 31, most girls already had children. Qing didn't want to answer. She was extremely unpleasant to hear, much less speak on this topic. The mother apologized to Xiao, saying she didn't mean anything bad. Qing replied that it was fine. Moreover, she had already made up her mind that she didn't plan to get married. The mother replied that she and her father are not getting any younger, and they cannot support her all the time, adding that she will be lonely when they retire. Xiao said that there was no need to say such a thing, especially she would still have Ming. At this moment, she asked him if it was true that he wouldn't leave her. Min enthusiastically replied that he would never leave her alone in his life. Qing told her mother that she had nothing to worry about, especially since Min confirmed that he wouldn't abandon her. The godmother said when Yang gets married, he won't be able to devote much time to her. Suddenly, the godfather cut their dialogue short, inviting Min into his office after the meal. After eating lunch, Min walked to his godfather's office and asked what he wanted to talk about. Ian wondered if the godfather had found out something, and he was in for a less than pleasant conversation. The godfather asked Ming if he was in conflict with Hua Qianxiong of the Hua Jewelry Company. Yang pretended not to know what he was talking about. His godfather reminded him that Hua was at his birthday party, Min remembered, and realized who he was talking about. Ming said that Zhang Bing and this President Yang are in conflict, because their families compete with each other in the jewelry business. The godfather replied that most supported them in opening a jewelry company, but Hua and Yun were clearly unhappy with the news. Min said he remembered how at his birthday party, Yun's driver wanted to cause trouble for him. The godfather urged Yang to be careful. Min said he understood. Godfather said that was the end of it, and lastly asked Yang to take care of Qing in the future since he was worried about her. Ming thought it didn't matter if the godfather knew about their relationship with Xiao. Yang also made a promise to the godfather that he would take care of her, thinking that he was doing it not so much for the godfather as for Qing. Around midnight, Min was sitting in his room as he felt someone's presence. He asked into the void who was there. When Yang Ming heard the noise, he became very worried. He asked loudly who was there. The protagonist activated his skill in the form of X-ray vision. He examined the room. The guy ended up finding nothing. He was surprised that no one was there. Then he felt a telepathic call to him. He was told that if he wanted Lan Li, he should go to the monument near the lake of the Eastern Star Mountain. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on here. He hoped Lan Li would be all right. The boy came to the place indicated. The monument stood alone in the meadow. Yang Ming realized that whoever called him here, his skills were stronger than him. If the stranger wanted to kidnap or kill him, he would be able to do so without even bothering. He didn't understand why Lan Li had to be kidnapped. The protagonist looked at the monument. He noticed that the name of a man named Lan was mentioned there. The boy heard a voice from above telling him that it was very good that he had come. Yang Min saw that there was an old woman wearing a mask on the monument. He was very surprised. The old woman told him that the name he read on the monument referred to Lan Lin's grandfather. The protagonist was very amazed by this information. He couldn't believe that he was standing near the monument to Lan Lin's grandfather. The old woman told the boy that either he or Lan Lin would leave this place alive today. The boy was very surprised at this condition. The old woman said that after the girl died, the curse on the boy's heart would dissolve. The protagonist replied that if he wanted Lan Ling dead, he wouldn't be standing there. He asked her to let her go. The old woman asked him sternly how they should be then, and she came right up to the guy. She put her hand on his head. It made him very frightened. Yang Ming was numb. He was afraid that death itself was standing in front of him. The old woman laughed and she checked with the guy to make sure he got it right. The protagonist realized that Lan Lin's grandmother was standing in front of him. She was very aware of their relationship. The woman took off her mask and confirmed that she was Lan Lin's own grandmother. She told the guy that if he hadn't been willing to sacrifice himself for the girl, he would have failed her test. She said she was glad the guy didn't disappoint her. The boyfriend asked the grandmother if he failed her test, would she force him and his girlfriend to break up? She said no. The grandmother pushed the monument aside and a hatch in the ground appeared. The boy noticed it was a secret passage. The old woman said that her ex-husband, Grandpa Lan Li, built this secret passage, and she told the guy to go with her. Jan Min pointed out to her that her grandmother was on her mom's side and her grandfather was not. It didn't sound right to him. She told him that Linlin took her mother's last name so she should call him grandfather, and Linlin used to think of her as her grandmother on her mom's side. She'd never met her grandfather. The old woman asked the boy whether he had graduated from Hongqi School. She asked whether a man named Ma Xiao was standing at the school gate. The guy fully confirmed all the words he said to his grandmother. She said that all the poison masters of their Miao clan exuded a special aura of the odor of poisonous vapors. When Old Man Zuo was looking for the protagonist, he suddenly discovered that Ma Xiao was emitting the same odor. The guy wondered why this woman was bringing up that old man again. The woman told him that Old Man Zuo was as knowledgeable about poisons as she was. There's no chance he's wrong. She assumed that Ma Xiao had spotted Old Man Zuo. The old woman added that Xiao is an expert. The old woman said that a very experienced killer came for her and Linlin's grandfather that time. She was wounded, and Grandpa disappeared. Even after a long time, he was never heard from again. The old woman said confidently that she would never forgive the murderer who came to them then. The guy asked her if she really thought old Ma was behind all this. She replied that his very personality is very suspicious. He is a target who can't talk. After a little thought, the guy said it was all really suspicious. The old woman looked at him and said she wanted him to help her with something. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming asked the old woman if she wanted him to follow the old man. She replied that he was the most suitable for such a purpose. If the guy doesn't know the art of poison, then Ma Xiao won't suspect him. The protagonist said confidently that the grandmother is a kinsman to Lan Ling, and means before him too. The enemy of the old woman is his enemy. She told the guy to be careful. He will report all his progress when he comes to the monument. After the boy touches the monument lightly, the old woman will know that he has come. The boy promised to carefully watch every move of the enemy old man. The grandmother was happy with that answer. She said that was all she wanted to talk to him about. At the end of the conversation, the guy asked her how Lan Ling was doing now. The old lady said that the girl wrote him a letter. She asked the guy not to upset her. The protagonist promised not to worry the old woman. He took the letter in his hand. The protagonist asked the old woman if she was okay with the third-party effect of the curse. She replied that it was a private matter between her and Linlin. The old woman warned the guy that if she found out he'd done something to Linlin, the poison in his heart might add up to nothing. After the conversation, the guy walked out of the woods and onto the road. He wondered if he could meet a cab at this time. A car drove by and a girl got out and called out to the protagonist. He was surprised. It was an acquaintance of his named Zhou Jiajia. She suggested that the boy go with them. He agreed. The main character in the car addressed the driver, calling him Kun. The driver noticed that the guy was doing well with girls. The girl asked Yang Min if he knew Kun. He said he did. The driver said they've known each other a long time. He said he'd drive for free today. The girl didn't agree. She said she still had to pay him for gas. The main character told her that they were all friends here. The girl replied that she was inviting everyone over for a bite to eat. Driver Kun said that he really wanted to have a drink with the protagonist a long time ago. The girl asked if Yang Min was busy. He replied that if Kun was free, so was he. The driver said they would go to a good place that sold pork ribs. Yang Min happily agreed. They arrived at a small place. There was beer and appetizers. Guys and a girl were drinking beer, having fun. They decided to drink until they passed out. The friends knew no limits in their beer consumption. Soon a whole pile of bottles was gathered around them. The waiter came over and told the girl that they were closing soon and asked her to wake up her friends and leave. The guys at this time were already very drunk. The girl realized that he would not be easy for her. The girl asked the waiter for someone to help her. She can't lift both of them. The waiter told her that Sun-kun was a frequent guest. He promised to take care of the driver. The girl and the main character left the bar together. She said goodbye to the waiter and apologized for the inconvenience. A girl was pulling a guy on her shoulder and he seemed very heavy to her. She wanted to try to rouse him and told him to wake up. The girl asked him where he lived. She didn't know what to do, and suddenly 2 hooligans came up. The hooligans asked the girl what she was doing, and she didn't know what to say. The bullies asked the girl if she wanted to have fun. She said she was already with a guy. The bullies were surprised they called the protagonist a drunken carcass. Yang Min was unconscious. The girl yelled at the bully not to dare talk like that. A bully approached the main character, and he was very drunk. The bully asked the girl why she was so worried about the baby. The girl shouted for the bully not to touch the protagonist. The bully was surprised as he was punched in the face. Even though the guy was drunk, he was ready to defend himself. Yang Min and a girl were sitting on a bench together and he was very ill. She asked him if he could hear her. The main character complained that he couldn't even open his eye, but he didn't need to. For some reason, he could see the ace around him. The guy saw everything that was going on around him without even opening his eyes. There were 2 hooligans standing next to him. He realized that he wasn't just given X-ray night vision for nothing. He can also see around him while his eyes are closed. One of the hooligans rudely shouted at the guy as he dared to hit him. Another bully picked up a brick and came up behind him to hit the guy inconspicuously. Yang Min saw everything and reacted. In response, he hit the bully from behind with his fist. From the impact, the bully flew aside and fell to the ground. At the same time, a brick from the hooligan's hand fell from the top down on the guy's head. The boy shouted that he felt even worse and started to feel dizzy. The girl asked him if he was okay. The guy was unconscious, and the girl was urging him to wake up. I had to take him to the hospital. He couldn't get up on his own. A girl carried an exhausted guy into the hospital and asked for someone to help him. The doctors put the boy on a gurney and asked what happened to him. The girl said he had been hit with a brick. The doctors questioned the girl in detail about exactly what had happened. Yang Ming was brought into the ward and hooked up to the medical equipment. The girl sat next to Yang Ming. He was still completely silent. The girl thought to herself that even though the guy was passed out from alcohol, he was still able to protect her from the bullies. The girl decided that even though it ended in disaster, she would still be by his side. She got ready to kiss him and she thought she wanted to take care of him for the rest of their lives. Here, she sort of came to her senses and realized that she had kissed the guy unknowingly. Jan Min opened his eyes and they looked at each other for a long time. The girl did not hesitate for a long time and kissed the main character again. The guy felt better for it. He regained full consciousness. The girl asked him if he was awake and the guy was surprised that they were in the hospital. The girl said he passed out after being hit in the head with a brick. The doctor examined him. The guy said he didn't pass out from the brick, but from alcohol. He asked the girl how she managed to get him here. She modestly said that she brought it herself. The guy thought to himself that Zhou Jiajia, such a fragile and delicate girl, was able to bring it herself. She confidently said she didn't know how she got that kind of power. When the guy passed out, she was really scared. He was pleased that the girl was worried about him. The guy sat on the bed and thanked his companion for her help. The girl was surprised that he thanked her, and she thought they would become close friends after that. The guy told the girl to ask the nurse to remove his IV. He had to go to the restroom. A nurse came in. She asked the guy if he wanted her to remove the IV so he could go to the restroom. She said that there was no need for that because there was a separate bathroom in the room, and the guy could take the IV with him. Yang Min said that if he had a needle in one hand and an IV in the other, how would he take off his pants? Then the nurse said that his girlfriend could help him. She added that she saw the guy hugging her here. The girl got angry and punched the nurse in the face. She said they would sort it out themselves. The girl said, a little embarrassed, that she would support the drip. The guy was very happy about it, and he was pleased that the girl was courting him. His girlfriend told him to act like a man. She pushed him into the restroom carrying his IV. The two of them went into the restroom in silence. The guy told the girl not to peek, and she said okay. The guy was quietly taking a leak, and the girl was embarrassed by the sound of squelching and splashing. The main character took a leak and relaxed. The girlfriend asked him, or is it over already? Then she came closer and saw him partially naked. She was shy. The girl shouted that she was ashamed. The guy told her not to run away because she had a drip. A little later, Jajia and her boyfriend went outside and approached the car. The girl asked the guy if he would hug her goodbye. Youngman asked her what she had told him. She said she told him that she would see him at the university. The guy told the girl to text him when she got home. The girl happily agreed and told him she would. Jajia was very pleased that the guy was worried about her. She was glad so. When the girl came home, her mother sternly asked where she had been. Why she was so late. The girl calmly explained that she had gone out with a classmate. The mother asked why the walk with a classmate lasted until 5 a.m. She asked her daughter if she had done something she shouldn't have. Jia calmly said that her friend had too much to drink, and she took him to the hospital. The mother was very surprised by this answer. She asked her daughter if she had ever been alone with her boyfriend. She said that they were not in that relationship yet. The conversation was stopped by the abrupt and unexpected ringing of the telephone. The girl wanted to answer. The mother took the phone from her hands. The mother answered the guy on the phone that her daughter was asleep and asked him what he wanted. Young Min calmly said that he only wanted to make sure that the girl walked home safely. Mom was surprised the guy cared so much about her daughter. Jia abruptly and quickly snatched her phone from her mom's hands. Angrily, the girl asked her mother how she could take the phone away from her. Jia said with great offense to her mother that she hated her a lot. The daughter ran off to the next room and she was very resentful of her mother. The mom told the girl that she was only worried for her own good. She added that if her boyfriend was a good one, she would not interfere with them. Jia realized that her relationship with her mother had moved on and she was pleased that her boyfriend had called her. The girl was having a hard time. She lay immovable and cried on her bed. The next day, the boy went to the restaurant. After a while, a young girl came in and apologized to Yang Li for being late. The main character said hello to her and the girl was very surprised to see him there. A girl came and asked Yang Li why she had not told her earlier that she would bring Yang Min here. She said that they wanted to surprise her. The girl clarified what the surprise was, and she thought the main character wanted something from her. Yang Min cheerfully told her that he had brought her a present from Hong Kong. Yang Li was very interested. She told her girlfriend to open the box sooner. Inside the box was a set of beautiful and expensive jewelry. Yang Li told the girl that the color of some of the jewelry was similar to the color of her hair. The happy girl addressed the main character by name. He was pleased that she remembered him well. The guy was pleased that the girl didn't think of him as a one-night stand. Yang Li and the girl who had come in were discussing various gifts. The boy thought to himself and remembered that the most expensive gift he had given to this girl in the past was a purse from Yang Li. In the end, Yang Li said she was leaving and left the protagonist alone with the girl. The guy and the girl sat absolutely silent at the table next to each other for a long time. In the end, the girl thanked the guy and said she really liked his gift. The guy hugged her and put his hand on her leg. He told the girl that he had chosen the jewelry set very carefully. He called a girl named Sun Jie and asked if she missed him. Girl didn't like the guy hitting on her like that. She tapped him on the arm. The guy was unpleasantly surprised. He thought the girl would be more favorable to him. Yang Min told the girl that he would no longer be there. He added that he needed her help. Sunji asked him directly what he specifically wanted from her. The guy said she wants a girl to help him find someone and he's interested in one person. He lives in a town near the eastern seaboard. Yang Li entered the room. She asked if their food was still ready. The guy told the girl they would continue later. She agreed. Jan Li asked the guy what he was whispering to the girl about. At the same moment, young Master Sun arrived at the restaurant, accompanied by his subordinates. They all went into one separate room. After a short pause, one of the subordinates wanted to start a conversation. Sun asked his subordinates what had happened to their faces. He told them that he had brought them to this city for a very important task. One of the henchmen said the bruises on their faces were from falling. Mr. Sun said strictly that he had an enemy named Yang Ming in this town. Sun accused the protagonist of stealing a girl from a man named Wang Jitao. The leader told his subordinates not to screw up this time. They told him yes. After a while, Sun felt he had to go to the bathroom. He ran up to the stall and started pounding on it with all his might. He yelled for the man inside to hurry up. Sun pounded on the door with all his might. He shouted that he wouldn't last long. At that time, Yang Min was sitting in the booth. He did not understand who was so insistently breaking into him. The main character was sitting in a toilet stall and he heard a loud bang. He couldn't figure out what happened to the jerk on the other side of the door. He looked out and saw his old acquaintance Sun Jiwei standing there. He decided to go out and say hello to him. Yang Min opened the door abruptly. She knocked Mr. Sun with all her might. Sun ended up falling to the floor with a broken nose. He wet himself before he could go to the toilet. The protagonist told Sun that he was happy to see him here. He also added that the stall was free and he could come in. Sun was lying on the floor and he only managed to say the name of the protagonist through his anger. The other visitors to the restroom were unpleasantly surprised to see Sunya on the floor. The main character went back to the restaurant and the girls asked him what he had been doing there. He asked if they missed him. Suddenly, some thugs led by Sun broke into their booth. He told them to kick the protagonist's ass. Sun wanted to approach Yang Ming. He pushed him away and said that he stinks a lot. These words made Sun even more angry. He didn't even know what to say to the protagonist. He ended up hitting the table with all his might and yelling that he was going to eat all the food himself. The guy was watching Sun very closely and was prepared for all sorts of surprises. Yang Ming professionally managed to put down all the dishes that almost fell after Sunya's punch. The protagonist told Sun to be careful. He would hate it if the past bandits made a mess of the place. Sun and his minions were very surprised at all they saw. After thinking for a while, the leader said that he was a member of the Sun family from East Sea City. He promised to definitely destroy the protagonist today. Sun ordered his subordinates to attack the guy. They looked familiar to the protagonist. Yang Min said he saw them last night when he was drunk. He remembered that they behaved in an uncivilized manner. The guy told Sun that he was very drunk last night and the bullies couldn't handle him and can't now. Sun was extremely angry at such insolence, he didn't know what to say. The main character's girlfriend came into the room and told them to stop. Sun was very surprised. He called the girl's sister and wondered why she was here. Yang Ming was very surprised. He realized that Sunji and Yan Zhui were brother and sister. Sun's girlfriend shouted at her brother that because of him, everyone would think their family was full of scoundrels. Sun told his sister that he just wanted to teach Yang Ming a lesson. He asked her not to tell her uncle. The girl demanded of her brother that he tell her what was going on between him and the protagonist. Sun said that he was the head of the group. Yang Min never listened to him. For that reason, he wanted to put him in his place. The sister was surprised that it was so simple. Sun told his sister also that he was defending his older brother's honor and name. Sun said that Wang Jitao is a good friend of his. Yang Ming stole his woman. For that reason, he wanted to make the protagonist pay for it. The protagonist sensed a murderous aura coming from the girl. Sun's sister told her brother that it wasn't his problem. Mr. Wang could deal with the protagonist himself. Her brother told her that the Wang family in the city was not as powerful as theirs. The girl asked him which Wang family he was talking about. There were Wang Sunjin and Wang Sifan. The sister told the brother that he was just being used, and she reminded him that he was under house arrest. He should have gone home and thought about his behavior. Brother Sun turned around and headed home. Yang Ming sat silent the whole time. Sun's sister asked the protagonist how lovable he was. The boy didn't know what to answer. He felt very embarrassed. Sun's girlfriend told him that he didn't have to explain anything to her since she wasn't his girlfriend. Yang Ming told the girl that she and her brother were like family. One of them is a sly fox and the other is a dumb animal. A girl got mad. She asked the guy who he called a stupid animal and she kicked his foot with her shoe. The guy slyly clarified that he didn't say exactly which one was which. He grabbed the girl's leg and asked her if she recognized that she looked like a fox. Yang Li suddenly came into the room. She told them to stop fighting. She added that the protagonist should be more gentle with Sun. Sun turned to Yang Li and asked her to introduce her father to Bao Sanli. Yang Li confidently replied and said that she would ask her father about it. The boy asked Sun why she would want to meet Bao Sanli. Yang Li told the protagonist that Sunjae's family was involved in criminal activities. Yang Ming was very surprised to hear this, and he didn't even believe it at first. Sun's girlfriend told the protagonist not to believe it. Her father only has a small influence on the city by the East Sea. In the past couple months, Bao Sanli has been able to strengthen himself well. He even chased away the Four Snakes gang. The Sun Girl's father was interested and wanted to meet Bao. The guy asked her if her father really wanted to absorb the entire underworld of the city. Sun replied that she didn't know she wasn't privy to her father's plans. Yang Li asked the boy why he was asking so many questions. The protagonist went outside. He realized he needed to make a phone call. He got through to a friend of his named Hu Jinhan. He asked him if he knew anything about the Sun family of East Sea City. The interlocutor asked if the protagonist was asking about Sun Hongjun. The status of this family in the city is quite unusual. At a glance, Mr. Sun Hongjun is an entrepreneur and philanthropist. Most people think that the Tian family is the head of the underworld, but in reality, they are only subordinates of the Sun family. Not a few people still know about the present situation of the Sun family. The interlocutor told the guy that Sun Hongjun wanted to get in touch with them. He checked with the protagonist to see if he should steal his daughter. Chang Min angrily replied that they were forbidden to touch Sun Se. He added that this girl belonged to his men. The interlocutor was surprised that their boss had managed to snag the daughter of the Sun family. The protagonist thanked the interlocutor for his help and said that that was enough for today. Here the guy saw two girls he knew walk past him. One of them he called by the name of Lin Jiyun. She recognized him too. Next to the girl was her mother. He asked them what happened. Lin Jiyun said that her father is being chased by someone in East Sea City. Her mother wants to go there to find him. The woman told the guy that his father was working on a sale to a company, but his boss suddenly disappeared. The two companies the father was able to contract with have already been paid, but they can't get their goods and are trying to put him away. Jiyun's father was only an employee. The woman wants to visit the companies and ask for their forgiveness. The guy thought to himself that this strange situation once, and both companies are pursuing the employee, not the boss. Their target is Jiyun's father. Yang Min told Auntie that there was no point in mercy. If the company demands her to ransom her father, the situation will get even worse. At the end of the conversation, the main character told the auntie not to worry and he would take care of everything. The protagonist, together with the girl Jiyun, were on their way to help her father. He was staying at the Dafa Hotel. After some time, they reached the desired location by automobile. The girl pointed her finger at the hotel sign saying they had arrived correctly. They got out of the car and went to the entrance of the hotel. The guy said they were there. Together, they walked confidently up to the woman at the front desk. A woman asked them if they wanted to pay for parking. The girl told her that they were looking for a man named Lin. The woman replied that she did not know such a person. The protagonist took out some money and put it on the counter. He told the woman that they wanted to stay here. The woman got excited and said she would help them. She asked who they were looking for. The girl repeated that they were looking for a man named Lin Changqing. From upstairs, there was the sound of a falling cup. The protagonist and the girl did not realize that they were being watched. They heard the voice of a frightened man from above who told them not to approach him. The man started running away. He shouted that he was innocent. The girl shouted to the man and called him daddy. The man was surprised to see her. He went downstairs and asked the main character and Jiyun what they were doing here. The guy said they'd better talk upstairs in his room. Young Ming told the man that he already knew about his situation. Someone wants to sue him. He asked if the man had copies of the contracts. The man answered in the affirmative. He gave the protagonist the documents. The boy studied them long and in detail. The guy asked the man why he signed the contract on his own behalf and not on behalf of the company. The man said that all salesmen sign contracts with their name. His boss said it would make it easier to know who had made the deal. It would also make it easier for the company to decide who to give bonuses to. Young Ming pointed out that the situation was complicated. The contracts were a trap for the man and the other workers. With the boss missing, all the responsibility is now on Jiyun's father. The guy asked the man what he knew about his boss. If he could find a picture of him now. The man said he didn't have a photo. He never even saw his boss in person. They communicated via video link. His boss's name is Mei Renyi. The boy said to himself that the name Mei Zhenyi is very similar in translation to the word injustice. The guy told the man the situation was difficult, but not to be afraid. He was even willing to pay the ransom. The man said the ransom amount of 480,000 was a lot. The main character said that Uncle Lin was not a stranger to him. He asked him to let him know if he remembered anything else. The man bowed and thanked the protagonist from the bottom of his heart. The girl was sitting by the TV set at the time. She noticed that this hotel had a very good signal. Unexpectedly, she found herself on an erotic channel. She was very embarrassed. That's when the guy came into her room. There was a cheap erotic movie on TV. Yang Min asked the girl surprised she liked watching this kind of thing. Jiyun said fearfully that she had accidentally pressed the wrong button. The guy looked back and forth at her and at the TV. He knocked on the door and asked if the girl was asleep and Jan Min. They didn't answer him. The man heard the sounds of an erotic movie through the door. After standing for a while, he told the guy and girl to have fun, and he went to his room. The girl was very frightened. She was very and incredibly embarrassed. Lying on the bed, she almost cried and said she didn't want to live. She didn't want to be seen by her father anymore. The guy calmed her down and said she just accidentally pressed the wrong button. And her dad knows she's not in a relationship with him. The girl was frightened, which caused her to pull the blanket almost over her eyes. Yang Min held out his hand and told them to go look for their father. They need to find out what he wanted to talk about. They went into the girl's father's room. He said he remembered something about May's boss. The boy asked for more details. When the man first got a job, there was an employee who wanted to quit and went to the boss to get a salary. The boss refused to pay him, so he even hired people to teach the employee a lesson. He even said he was connected to a member of the Four Snakes gang. Young Ming was very surprised to hear this. He didn't know that Mei Zhenyi was related to the Four Snakes. The guy told the man that what he had just told him was very important. The protagonist stepped back and said he would call. He told the father to talk privately with his daughter. The guy left and closed the door behind him. There was silence in the room. Boyfriend told his daughter to remember to use protection when she's with a guy. I wanted to object, but I couldn't. The man told her that she should use protection. Jiyun is still young and doesn't need to have a child before marriage. The protagonist called his acquaintance named Hoa and asked how things were going. The interlocutor told him that he had been trying for a long time but had not been able to find close contacts in the eastern city. He has nothing interesting to say so far. The guy told his interlocutor that he had learned something very important himself. The boss they were looking for was good friends with one of the Four Snakes. He asked how to find out something about the heads of the Four Snakes. The interlocutor told the protagonist what he would be looking for and promised good news. At the same time, the Four Snakes gang was holding the boss. He was sitting in their safe house. The boss asked one of the bandits to help him. The snake bandit told him to take his time. The boss is safe here. Until he goes outside, the police won't find him. The bandit told the boss to stick around a little longer. Also, the bandit then told his underling to watch the boss closely. The guy got an urgent call. It was Sun's girlfriend calling him. She asked if he'd already arrived in East Sea City. He said he'd already found a lead. The girl said she found the person the guy asked for. The main character was surprised. Sun's girlfriend realized that the guy really wanted to find that person. The girl said she would send him a picture of the right person. She added that his name was no longer Chizhen. Then she added that the new name of the right person is Mei Renyi. She sent him a photo. The main character was very surprised. He realized that Wu Zichen was Mei Renyi. He thought to himself that the world was a very small place. The guy thanked the girl and said she had helped him a lot. The girl told him that if he wanted to thank her, he had to promise her something. The guy said she could ask for anything. The girl replied that she couldn't name her wish yet, but would remember what the guy had already promised. Yangmin promised that next time they would be together in the bathroom of a nightclub. Sun's girlfriend said confidently that there won't be a next time. And if there is, it won't be in a place like this. As he approached the door where Ji-yoon's girlfriend was waiting for him, he heard a scream inside. The door opened and the girl wanted to run away. The guy asked her what was wrong. The girl said she was scared of a monster outside the window. The guy looked out and saw the monster flying. The protagonist realized it was Chen Afu. He pretended to be a ghost. The guy decided to beat him up as punishment. The boy beat him up. Chen Afu apologized. He said he shouldn't have dressed up as a ghost and scared people. The girl was surprised that it was a person. The guy told her to go away. A little later, the protagonist told the girl that because he came late, she was scared. In the end, the guy told her to sleep well and the ghost wouldn't come to her again. At the end of the conversation, Ji-yoon asked that the guy sleep with her tonight. The next morning, the main character went down the stairs in the hotel's downstairs, and there the girl and her father were already waiting for him. The man asked the protagonist if he was awake and invited him to breakfast. The man told the boy that he looked tired and asked how much energy he had used last night. He added that young people need to take care of their health. The girl recalled to herself all the events of the previous night. She also remembered asking her boyfriend to sleep next to her so she wouldn't be scared. She added that she could not be touched. In the morning, the girl woke up and saw that she was lying in an embrace with her boyfriend. Now in the morning, the guy looked at the girl and saw that she was embarrassed and almost crying. Yangmin asked the girl if he was all right or if by chance she had a cold and that's why she was red. The girl was silent. The man said his daughter never slept well. When she was little, she always clung to her mother. Ji-yoon asked her father to stop. He laughed with the main character. An acquaintance of the protagonist ran into the room. He brought important news. The guy who ran away said they found the location of the 4 Snakes gang leaders. They are now at a massage center in Jinchunlai. The hero was very pleased. He thanked the guy who passed and called him Ho. Yangmin said confidently that he would deal with the rest himself. The protagonist was driving his car with all his might. He was cut off by a red race car. The guy pulled over. Yangmin got out of the car. The driver of the red racing car stood in front of him. The driver who cut him off called himself Tian Dongguan. He asked the protagonist if he was Sun Jiwei. Yangmin sharply replied to him that he was not Sun Jiwoo. Tian told the protagonist that he was riding in Sun Ji's sister's car. This girl has a rule that men can't get into her car except for her brother. Yangming reiterated that he was not Sun Jiwei. Tian Dongguan shouted to him that he was challenging him to a fight. Tian assured the protagonist that if he defeated him, he would serve him. The guy agreed to the fight just to get him off his back. The guy told his opponent to attack. Tian replied that he would not hold back. He added that he has a black belt in Taekwondo. He tried to kick the protagonist. Yangming looked at his opponent and noticed that he was showing off. After several blows, Tian lay beaten and disarmed on the ground. Tian asked the protagonist how he did it. Yangming replied that he had hit him very slowly and had managed to press on the nerve in his knee. Tian knelt down in front of the protagonist and said that he was his servant from now on. The protagonist said that he was not Sun Jiwei. After a brief pause, the protagonist gave his real name. Yangming then got in and drove off in the car. Tian looked at him in surprise. The battered and defeated Tian was quite surprised to hear his opponent's real name. The main character arrived at the massage center. He knocked on the door and the man sitting inside told him to come in. The man with the cigarette asked the protagonist who he was. Yangming approached him and said that they had met again. He called his opponent Brother Snake. Brother Snake was very much frightened. He didn't expect to see the main character here. A bandit named Snake asked the main character why he was looking for him and what he needs from him. Yangming asked his interlocutor if he knew a man named Mei Zhenyi. The bandit was very frightened when he heard that name. He didn't know what to say. Snake knew well that Mei Zhenyi was now wanted by the police. If they found this man, he would be labeled as one of those involved. Yangmin told the bandit that he only wanted Mei Zhenyi. If the money was returned to the company and the charges were withdrawn, Yangming promised not to punish the bandit. Snake asked the guy why he wanted the man and if it was related to Zhenyi's company. Yangming pointed out that this was one of the reasons. He added that the real name of the right person is Wu Zichen. The guy said briefly that the man owed him something and it was time to collect the debt. The bandit led the protagonist to the right person and they went to the door to the room. Snake turned to the boss in the room and said that an old friend had come to see him. The boss in the room asked who had come to see him. The main character slowly walked into the room. The man inside recognized him immediately. The boss was very surprised and frightened. He called the protagonist by name. The guy called his interlocutor Mr. Wu. He was glad that he remembered him well after many years. The boss said cheerfully that he was doing well. The next moment, the protagonist kicked him with all his might. Mr. W flew aside at high speed and fell down. Yang Ming told him that the boss wasn't doing as well as he was. Mr. Wu was lying in the corner. He was scared. He asked the bandit Snake to help him. The serpent stood and was silent. He thought it was every man for himself now. Yang Min approached Mr. Wu and told him to get up. Mr. Wu was scared. The boss started making excuses. He blamed the snake for everything. It was the snake who gave him the order to spend everything with Zhenyi's company. The guy asked the boss if he was done talking. He asked Mr. Wu if he knew why he came to see him. The boss said he thought the guy came to him because of Renyi's company. He didn't know what else he was interested in. A guy walked up to the boss and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. He asked what happened to the letters that Sue sent him. Mr. W said he has not heard of any letters and knows nothing about them. Young Man told his boss that lying is a very bad habit. He reminded him that he had read those letters aloud in his office. Mr. W confessed that he really counted those letters there. The protagonist asked where the letters were. The boss made excuses that he didn't know where the letters were. It's been a long time and he doesn't work at the school anymore. The guy told him that he would have time to remember. Yang Min said that while he was remembering, he would practice a little. Mr. W yelled to the complaining guy that he didn't need to be beaten. He remembered everything. The main character was pleased with the answer. He asked Mr. Wu to tell him more about it. The boss said that he put the letters in a locker in his office. After he was fired, another teacher took his office and he doesn't know what happened to them. A terrible hunch caught the boy's eye. He realized that the letters had been missing for a long time. Young Min was very annoyed. He realized that he couldn't get anything else. Mr. Wu apologized to the protagonist and said he didn't mean for it to happen. Yang Min advised him to turn himself into the police and stay out of his sight. After that, Wu Qiren took the blame for the problems with Renault. The two partner companies that suffered losses were compensated. Lin's father was left untouched. After that, Lin's family immediately returned home. A guy was walking through town. He realized his only lead to Sue. I led him to a dead end. He kept remembering the name of the girl Su Ya. He couldn't forget her. Yang Ming thought that if he found this girl, could they start over again? All the letters she sent are already lost and she won't be happy about it. The guy's attention was caught by two girls. They were standing watching something on a big TV. They were showing an interview with Shu Ya, who had released a new song. On TV, the host asked singer Shu Ai that her new song was related to the ring she was auctioning off. The singer said that everything is correct and she wrote the lyrics herself. The presenter asked the girl if her personal love is connected with this ring. The singer said that she herself does not know. You can find out the answer if you listen to the lyrics of her song. The hostess gave the microphone and asked her to sing a new song for everyone. Shu, I started singing a song where she sang about how her heart was united with her lover's heart because of the ring. The guy standing in the street shouted her name and reached out his hand to the monitor. That's when he was almost hit by a man on a moped. He yelled for the guy to get out of his way. It was only here that the protagonist realized that he had just seen a girl Sue I didn't know. A little later, the boy walked up to Hongqi Middle School. At the entrance hall, there sat an old man, Ma. He greeted the protagonist. The guy said he brought him 2 bottles of baijiu. The old man asked the guy if he needed his help. The protagonist asked who now occupies the office that used to belong to Wu Qiren. The old man invited the guy to come with him. He promised to help him find out. The guy thanked him. Yang Ming realized that even if he found this teacher, there was no guarantee that he would keep the letters. His main task at this school is to fulfill Grandma Liang Li's request. He needs to find out who Old Man Ma really is. They went into the office of the guard. The boy looked around carefully. The old man was hiding bottles in a cupboard at the same time. The boy asked him timidly why he still had no family and was living at school. The old man replied that he no longer had a family and could not find them. He went on to say that he himself came from another place and he had settled here a long time ago. Yang Ming realized that at this point he needed to say something to the old man. The guy told him not to be upset. He promised he'd come by and visit him. Old Man Ma was surprised to hear such words. He asked if the protagonist would really go and visit him. He turned to the boy and asked him strictly if he had come for information. Old Man Ma told the protagonist that he came to him to find out who took Wu Qiren's place in the school. The boy agreed. He thought to himself that the guard had almost exposed him. The guy left and told the old man that he would come visit him sometime later. The guard then looked after the protagonist in silence for a very long time. Suddenly, he took out a picture from his pocket showing Yang Ming accompanied by a girl. The old man stared at the photo for a long time. Then he smirked to himself. A guy was walking down the street when a girl he knew called him and told him that she had a meeting with the head of the nightclub boss, Bao. She asked the guy to come and pick him up. He said yes. Then the guy drove up to the nightclub building. He saw the guards there taking away some customer. Boss Bao said something very rude to the man. Bao was very annoyed that some customer dared to disturb his club. He told his underlings to show the customer whose territory he was on. The protagonist got out of the car and greeted the boss. He asked him why he had come here. Yang Min asked what had just happened outside the club. Bao said that a customer had asked Sun out on a date. After that, he was rude to the boss and Old Man Ho. The security guards punished the customer for that. The guy saw a girl named San standing nearby. He asked her if she knew the guy. The girl said that the beaten customer is the son of Guo Jingbao, the mafia boss of Jidong City. After today's incident, Boss Bao's relationship with the Jidong Mafia will be soured. Then suddenly, Boss Bao shouted that they had just finished with Sun Jiang, and now a new fight should begin. Yang Min told him not to worry. The boss agreed and said that his name was Bao Sanli, and he was not easy to deal with. Sun's girlfriend came over. She asked Bao if he knew the main character. He replied that they were lifelong friends. Yang Min was surprised that this girl knew Bao's boss. The girl said cheerfully that they were all friends here. Surely she could invite Yang Min to eat with them. The protagonist was happy about this invitation and said that some other time. One of the underlings took his boss Bao and said he had to go urgently. The main character and the girl got into a car. The guy asked her where they were going. She replied that it was to her house. The guy was very excited with love and romantic thoughts in him. Sun's girlfriend told her boyfriend that she has an important meeting tomorrow morning and will spend the whole night doing paperwork. He will take her to the meeting tomorrow morning. They drove up to Sanji's private villa. A maid met them there and greeted them. The maid asked the girl who the young man next to her was. The girl said that the main character is her friend. She told the guy that her aunt's name is Ya. Jan Min said hello to his aunt politely and attentively. The maid looked at the guy carefully and said hello back. The boy and the girl went upstairs. Girl San asked her aunt to make coffee for two. They needed to discuss something with Yang Min that night. The maid said yes. Auntie Ya thought for a long time about the guy she just saw. She already thought that the young mistress was in love with him. Yang Min and the girl entered her room. She asked him why he kept her in the dark. Girl San asked the guy how close he was to Bao Sanli. When they met, the protagonist pretended that they didn't know each other. Yang Min hesitated. He told the girl that he didn't mean that. The guy said that because he knows Bao very well, he didn't introduce him to the girl. His interlocutor asked him that he had two choices after meeting Bao Sanli, either work together or fight. The boy hugged her. He asked her that if they started a war, who should he help, her or Bao Sanli? The girl shoved him off roughly and said she didn't need his help. The guy wanted to kiss her and asked her to tell him something. That's when the door clicked. The maid came by. She said she'd leave coffee under the door. The girl thanked her. Yang Min said that he caused the girl to have more problems. She asked him to fix it. Here, she cheerfully suggested he continue pretending to be her boyfriend. Yang Min was surprised because of the fact that he would need to become a false boyfriend again. The girl told him that the identity she had picked out for him belonged to the general manager of a real estate company. She put a bunch of documents in front of him and told him to learn everything overnight. The guy was unpleasantly upset. The interviewer told him that he had said he wanted to apologize. They stayed up all night and spent the whole night studying the documents. San brought him up to speed. The boy was ready. The next day they arrived at the company office. There, the girl introduced the guy as an honorary advisor of their company. She named his position as a realtor in the Mingyan Development Company. The main character came out and told everyone in attendance that he would be introducing a new project. The people present had never heard anything about this guy. The whole meeting was watched by people through the camera, and one of them recognized Yang Min. Cao Hanzong watched the meeting via video. He was Sangjie's father. He demanded a subordinate to find out everything about the identity of the protagonist. The subordinate said that Yang Ming was a student at Songjian University and had no real estate experience in the past. Then he got the information from the maid that the protagonist and the girl had spent the whole night at her house doing business papers. Cao thought for a while and said they would soon find out if the guy was faking it or not. Jan Min professionally and very competently conducted the performance. Everyone enjoyed it. At the end of the performance, the guy thanked everyone for their attention and was clapped. Boss Cao's underboss said that although the protagonist is not a realtor, everything he said is true. The guy came up with some good creative designs. The boss agreed and said that the guy is brave and smart. He also added that the main character is a rare and very talented person. The handyman said that if the girl marries a talented man like the protagonist, then the boss will no longer have to worry about the future of his family. Cao said that the protagonist is not an ordinary person. He instructed him to further monitor Yang Min and his personal life. The protagonist is in the schoolyard. He felt as if he had not been there for 100 years. He heard someone calling him from outside. It was his current acquaintance, Jung Wei-nan. Jung said that he was about to graduate because Yang Ming had introduced him to Liu Weisman. The guy told him that all of his friend's successes were due to his hard work. Jung told the guy that the student organization was going on a picnic and it would be a good place to date. He left a couple of invitations for the protagonist. Yang Ming thought that he had been very busy with Sangjae or Jiyun in the past few days. He even forgot about his real girlfriend named Marie. He decided to invite her for a picnic. The protagonist thanked his friend and said he would find a use for those invitations. He met a girl named Marie. She asked him where he'd been the last couple days. Janmin said not to make her angry, he showed her the invitation cards. The girl was very excited. She said that such invitations were almost impossible to get. The guy told her that she could also invite Zhou Sisi and Zheng Bin to go with them. On the day of the picnic, the main character and a group of students went on a bus trip. Suddenly, the bus stopped suddenly. Someone was standing in the road and the driver shouted for the woman to get out of the way. Marie asked the protagonist apprehensively what was going on. The boy was wary. A woman with a baby in her arms came to the side door. She asked the driver to take them to the hospital. One of the students told the driver to let a single woman on the bus and he agreed. Someone in the back shouted at the driver not to do so. The girl asked who shouted it and for him to explain his words. A student stood up and said he should mind his own business. Yang Ming said softly that there was nothing in the area where people could live, and how could this woman be in this place? The arguments continued on the bus. The headman stood up and said that they should help the needy. A woman had a sick child in her arms, so he suggested they let them on the bus. Yang Min asked if it could be that the woman didn't have a real baby in her arms. A number of students attacked the protagonist with anger. They could not believe that he could say such a thing. One of the students yelled at the protagonist that maybe his morals were rotten but not theirs. He demanded that the driver open the door. Yang Ming didn't argue anymore. He added that the student himself had decided to take the risk. The door opened and a woman entered the bus. She thanked everyone. Just then, a whole gang of armed men suddenly ran into the salon after her. One of the bandits pulled out a gun and told no one to move unless they wanted to get shot. He then ordered everyone to close the door. The rest of the bandits scattered around the cabin. All the students on the bus were very frightened. They didn't know what to do. The gang leader yelled at them to shut up if they didn't want to taste the lead. He demanded that everyone give him everything of value. The bandits were walking around the cabin yelling for no one to move and holding their hands behind their heads. Marie fearfully told the guy that the attackers had guns. He told her not to be afraid and that he would protect her. One of the bandits approached the protagonist and his girlfriend. He asked where their valuables were, and the guy said they had nothing. The bandit didn't believe them. He demanded that they all empty their pockets. The bandit approached Marie and told her to go first. Yang Ming told the bandit that he wouldn't dare and grabbed his hand. He got very angry. A gang leader came up and pointed a gun at the protagonist. He said he would shoot after any wrong move. The guy took a small pebble and threw it towards the boss. It hit him right in the barrel of the gun. At the same time, the bandit fired a shot. His gun exploded in his hand. The boss shouted that his arm was injured. The other bandits got scared. Someone shouted for everyone to rush at the protagonist and kill him. Yang Ming said judiciously that the gang boss has serious injuries. If he is not taken to the hospital immediately, he will die of hemorrhage. One bandit said that the protagonist was probably right, and that they should take their boss to the hospital. He replied that the boss's wounds weren't so bad anymore. Janmin told her girlfriend to call the police and tell them to wait for them at the end of the highway. One of the thugs was outraged, but the guy grabbed a knife from him and put it to his throat. The bandit asked the protagonist what he was doing. The guy told him calmly that he could answer it himself. He swung with all his might and was able to snatch the bat from the thug from behind. He immediately hit this bandit on the leg with a hard bat. He fell down. Using a bat, Yang Ming began to neutralize the bandits. He beat them on the head. The gang boss couldn't do anything because of a badly wounded arm. The rest of the bandits lay neutralized. The remaining attackers decided to flee. They realized they could not defeat the protagonist. Jan Min told them that he didn't mind them leaving, but the law enforcers were already arriving. One of the bandits shouted fearfully that they were finished as the cops arrived. The police arrived and they arrested and took all the attackers with them. The students were recovering from their shock. They had no idea that they would face such an attack during an ordinary picnic. One student told them to take what happened as a lesson and move on. They remembered that one of the students said he would take responsibility. Marie approached the main character and said he had something to say to everyone. Yang Min agreed. He told them not to be angry with their colleague who caused the accident. The important thing is that they're all safe now. The students happily agreed. They said that the protagonist was right. Marie looked at her boyfriend with joy and great pleasure. She was proud of him. Yang Ming replied calmly that now they were all free to continue their journey. To encourage the other students, one of them suggested singing a song. The bus drove quietly on, and the students sang happily in anticipation of the rest. The students arrived on vacation, and they were surrounded by beautiful nature. The driver said that they were on the spot, and tell them to be careful when they get off the bus. The protagonist and his girlfriend Marie went to a meadow. She said that everything was very beautiful in this place. They were having fun in the pond. The guy was splashing water on her. She loved it. Next, the students had interesting conversations among themselves and consumed food. In the evening, a guy was sitting with his girlfriend on a bench. Marie said she wished the moment would never end. The guy told her they could go on another picnic in the future. Marie told the protagonist that when Linda comes back, he'll have to spend a lot of time with her. So the guy won't have time for her anymore. Janmin asked where she got her negative missions from. He told Marie to think of Linda as a little sister. She didn't understand how she could think in another girl as a little sister. Marie said that if the guy cheated on her, she would never forgive him. He told her that she was his darling girl, recognized by his parents. Yang Min kissed her hand and said that now it was his turn to ask. The protagonist asked the girl seriously if she was ready to cross the line with him today. Marie was very surprised and frightened. She couldn't understand what her boyfriend was asking her to do. The girl yelled to the guy what he was thinking. He was very upset. Jan Min stepped aside and thought to himself that he must have been a bit hasty. Suddenly, he heard familiar shouting from outside. A couple of hooligans approached the students. They wanted to take away one guy's girlfriend. The student yelled for them to stay away and not touch his girlfriend. Jan Min came up and he beat the hooligans who came up with all his might. The beaten students did not understand what was happening, and they did not understand who beat them. The guy rudely and sharply told the hooligans to get out of here. Running away, the bullies shouted that it was only this time the guy could win. Yang Min approached the student and the girl and asked if they were all right. They said that the bullies were not from their school. They thanked the protagonist. The main character's cell phone rang. Marie told him that if he wanted to know the answer, she was waiting for him in her room, and he came. He noticed that the girl was standing in a very light and seductive dress. The girl looked at him carefully for a long time, and the guy was silent in response. Marie walked up to him and called him by name. He was pleasantly surprised. The girl told him she was totally ready. The guy kept looking at her. The main character was sitting at home, and then someone started knocking on his door and demanded that he open it. Jan Min dressed and jumped up. He didn't realize what kind of bastard had come through at such a bad time. A whole gang of hooligans were banging on the door. They demanded the guy open it or they'd burn the place down. A student came out of the next room with a kettle of water in his hands. The next moment, he launched a kettle at one of the attackers. The others were frightened. They did not expect such an aggressive reaction. The student swung his golf club in all directions and yelled for everyone to leave. The leader of the attackers told the student that he had poured boiling water on one of their group members, Guo Jingbao. The bandits shouted to each other that they were leaving. The protagonist wondered about the name of the group he had just heard. The protagonist thanked the student who bravely chased away the bullies. The student said fearfully that the hooligans would come back with more people. The guy replied that if they came again, he would deal with them all. Another student came up and was awakened by the shouting. He asked if everything was all right. Yang Ming confirmed that everything is fine. A couple of hooligans came here and were chased away by Zheng Bin. One of the crime bosses had his son return to his house late at night. A father told his son that he wanted to introduce him to a girl who was the daughter of one of his partners. The son replied that he was against an arranged marriage. The father held out a smartphone to his son and said that this girl is a hottie. The guy recognized the girl. Her name was Zhou Jiajia. He asked why it was her. He pointed out that he would have met her himself if not for Yang Ming. The boss told his son that Yang Min wouldn't bother that girl again. He was surprised. The father added that the girl's father had invited them to have lunch with them tomorrow. In the afternoon, the protagonist, surrounded by his friends, was happily strolling down the street. There was a student who suggested to her friends that they eat some Eastern food. They went into the establishment. The student told them to order whatever they wanted because he had a VIP card. The student turned to the protagonist and said that Wang Jitao was sitting at the next table. The protagonist turned his head and looked. He saw that there was a girl he knew sitting at the table next to him. Jiajia also glanced to the side and saw the main character. They looked at each other in silence. Wang Jitao asked the girl what was wrong. She said that everything was fine. Then Wang Zitao saw that in the same establishment, Yang Min was sitting next to him. After that, Wang Jitao came to the table with the protagonist. He said it was a great coincidence that they were in the same place. Wang Jitao began to say that he had come here to have lunch with his girlfriend and his father, .in.law and mother.in.law. Ian Min asked him boredly why he was telling him all this. Wang Zitao explained that he wanted to let him know that Jiajia now belonged to him. Wang Zitao went up to the Jiajia girl and told her to go with him. Suddenly, she told him that they were no longer involved. The acquaintance was very surprised. Jiajia starts telling the protagonist, very emotionally, that she is not Wang Jitao's girlfriend and feels nothing for him. The protagonist replied that when she was done talking, she could leave. Jiajia was surprised that the guy didn't notice her feelings for him. She realized that she loved him. The protagonist sat at a table surrounded by his companions. All of them were silent. Marie said very angrily that she was disappointed in the main character. Yang Ming replied calmly that he had nothing to do with the Jiajia girl. Marie was very upset and hurt. She told the main character that he didn't think he was that kind of person. Marie ran out of the restaurant. The guy shouted after her. The girl didn't answer. Yang Ming thought Zhou Jiajia was responsible for everything that had happened. He accused her of trying to bring him to his grave. Wang Jitao came over. He took Jiajia by the hand and told her to go with him. The girl replied that she didn't love him, but Yang Ming. Wang Jitao shouted to the girl that the protagonist didn't care about her. She replied that even if the guy didn't love her, she would never become Wang Jitao's girlfriend. Wang Jitao was very angry. He couldn't understand what was so special about Yang Ming. He called him an ordinary poor man. Such words did not please the protagonist. He shouted at the boy to watch his speech. Yang Ming knocked his opponent with all his might and he fell to the floor. The protagonist was very annoyed. He ran to his opponent and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. After that, Yang Ming threw Wang Zitao towards him with all his might. He couldn't get up. The beaten Wang Zitao was very annoyed. He promised to take revenge on the protagonist. Yang Ming's friends decided that they had to leave. They were surprised by what had happened. A little later, the guy came to his girlfriend's place of work. He knocked and she told him to come in. A guy walked into their office and greeted her with the name Xiaoqing. She was very pleased. The girl asked him if classes were over and why he wasn't home yet. The guy came up and hugged the girl from behind and said he missed her a lot. She pointed out that she had been very busy lately and advised the guy to go look for Marie. Yang Min asked the girl not to remind him about Marie. She said she had the right to speak up about it. Xiaoqing said that she was sure that the protagonist was in love with Zhou Jiajia's girlfriend. The boy was surprised by these words. Yang Ming said that Zhou Jiajia couldn't like him since she acted like he was disgusting at school. Xiaoqing replied that she understood children much better than he did. The protagonist decided to take the girl's advice and make up with Marie. Then a romantic thought came into his head. He turned to the girl Xiaoqing. He suggested she start an office affair right away. The guy pulled the curtains. Janmin told the girl that she still had a whole hour to go before the end of the workday. The main character hugged the girl, and they had a good time together. The guy told her she was more aggressive than him. Xiaoqing romantically told him that he had always forced her in the past. The main character wanted to kiss her. He told her they were equal now. Xiaoqing shouted and said that someone came to the door. Yang Ming replied to tell her not to panic. The woman at the door yelled and said it was Mom. The guy was surprised. Yang Min said it was the girl's mom and his godmother who came. They were preparing to open the door. The mother knocked and asked why Xiaoqing didn't answer her and why the door was closed. The girl immediately and fearfully replied that she had just slept. Yang Min quietly said, "Why is she even answering? You could pretend that there is no one in the office." The main character hid under the table. He never thought he'd have to go through something like this before. The mother asked her daughter that it's only the middle of the day and she's already asleep, and why her face is red. Xiaoqing said she was fine. Xiaoqing told her mom to sit down and she offered her some tea. Suddenly, the mother saw the girl's underwear on the sofa. She was surprised. Her mother asked in surprise why her underwear was scattered around the office. Xiaoqing replied that she was going to take it home and wash it. Mom said with a smile that her daughter was watching lewd videos. She advised her to find a boyfriend. Xiaoqing happily and cheerfully replied to her mother that she knew about it. The mother told her daughter that she was very sweaty. She might get sick. The mother wanted to get her a jacket. The daughter told the mother to wait. Xiaoqing went to the closet and said she could find it herself. The mother agreed. Thanks to this, the woman did not see that the protagonist was hiding under the table. Xiaoqing told her mom to go out for lunch. Yang Min was glad that the woman and her daughter had left. He felt safe. In the evening, Jitao's boyfriend had a conversation with his father at the mansion. The father asked why his son was so impulsive. The boss told his son that he tried to kill Yang Min. He explained to his son that if the protagonist died, he would be the first to be thought of. Jitao apologized to his father and said it was his fault. The boss said there was no reason to worry. The father said he'd figure it out on his own. The son reminded him of Zhou Jiajia. The father assured his son that he would work on that too. He added that this girl would become part of their family. The protagonist came to see an acquaintance named Zhang. He asked him how the training for the company was going. He replied that he called him today to discuss something. Zhang said he's almost done with confirming all the company documents. He also needs to find a good place for an office. A friend of the protagonist offered to drive around the city looking for a place. Zhang agreed. Zhang added that Old Man Liu had suggested that they hire a European designer for the store. It might be necessary to fly to Europe to resolve matters. A friend of the protagonist asked if he would have to go to Europe with Zhang Bin. Zhang replied that that was what he was asking them to do. At the end of the conversation, Zhang said they'd better wait until the end of the year. By then, he could get them passports. A crime boss named Guo Jinbao called another crime boss named Bao. Guo said that his son had gotten into trouble in Bao's territory. Boss Bao replied that it was not his problem and he should call Hu Jian'an. Gu called to Hu Jian'an's house. At that, Hu immediately asked his boss if he had called to apologize. Hao explained to Bao that his son had made a mess of their territory. They had taught him a lesson. Hao added that if it wasn't Boss Gu's son, he would have been dead long ago. Gu's boss was very angry at this answer. Hao replied that he was just hanging up. After the conversation, Gu threw the phone to the floor with all his might. One of his handlers said that the person he was talking to did not know who they were talking to. The boss turned to him and called him Tiger and asked him what to do now. Tiger said that if they just gather a bunch of people to fight in Songjiang, they'll just get into trouble. Even if they win, they won't get much out of it. Go asked if they don't push back the enemies. How do they take the upper hand from the mob? Tiger wisely and judiciously replied that it was better for them to stay out of it. Boss Gu said he remembered a murderous gang called the Dark Widows. The main character was walking around the city, and then his girlfriend Zhao Ying called him. He was very pleased that she was calling him. Zhao Min told him that she had bought a pillow for her mom and dad but forgot it at home. She asked the guy to go and pick it up for her, and he agreed. Yang Min said that it would be difficult for him to pick up her key first. Yang Ming was walking through the city. He needed to pick up what his sister had asked for. Finally, he reached the right door. Min carefully opened the door and peered into the apartment. That's when he saw the pillows he needed to bring in. As he was about to leave, he heard someone humming a song. Yang Ming realized that some girl was in the bathroom. The girl continued to lather herself with bath cream and hum a little song. Yang guessed that this girl who lives with his sister Zhao Ying. He decided to leave quickly before he was spotted. Hearing the noise, the girl asked who had come. She tried to hit him, and Min smiled and said he was misunderstood. He intercepted the girl's leg just above the ankle as she tried to kick him. Min's eyes opened wide. There was nothing under the robe. The girl also realized that he had seen everything and became indignant. The flushed girl recognized Yang Ming. He recognized Wang Xiaoyan as well. The young man apologized and said that he didn't see anything. Honestly. Van asked the guy how he got into the apartment. Jan replied that Zhao had given him the keys. She asked him to stop by and pick up something for her. The young man scratched the back of his head and said there was nothing for him to do here now, and he would go. Yang Ming walked outside and thought that Xiaoyan was really unlucky. Together with today, this was the third time she appeared naked in front of him. President Wang stood pensively at the window. He asked his interlocutor what he thought about Yang Ming. Yokai replied that it wasn't time to chase him, especially since Jitao had spooked him. He said there was something else, but it wouldn't be quite right. Van turned to him interestedly and asked what the man meant. Yokai said that they could have a chat with Zhoujiajia and scare her a bit. Jitao came to the clinic to see a miracle doctor who cured absolutely all diseases. The young man was glad that he had come to the right place. The doctor said that today was a lucky day for Jitao and handed him 3 white pills. He assured the young man that as long as he continued to take his pills, his body would be overflowing with strength and energy. The doctor started to talk about the price, but the young man interrupted him. Jitao said that money was not a problem for him and opened a small purse. The young man counted out 80,000 yuan and asked to accept it. The doctor was pleased and as if reluctantly took the thick wads of money. Jitao was satisfied. He was confident that he could conquer Zhoujiajia with these pills. The doctor's partner wondered what the doctor was so happy about, as if glowing with happiness, and asked him. He admitted that he managed to sell 3 measly pills for 80,000 yuan. She was frightened and asked what kind of pills he had sold for that price. Smiling, the doctor replied that he had taken some random pills from the kitchen. Her worst guesses were confirmed and the woman screamed that they were finished and would kill someone. The doctor assured her that there was nothing to worry about and the guy would have diarrhea for a couple days at most. She wailed that he was wrong because he sold the man rat poison pills. City Central Hospital. Jitao was brought in with severe poisoning, and he apologized to his father. Sitting on his bunk, Jitao said that he shouldn't have listened to that rogue. His mother said he's fine. The most important thing is that he survived. The bodyguard said that that doctor had already escaped, and asked if he should notify the police. Wang said he shouldn't do that. He added that it was not worth getting the police involved for now. Yang Ming was walking down the street when he received a text message on his phone. Marie wondered if Min was busy and offered to go shopping with her. The young man rejoiced, thinking that Marie had forgiven him. At the appointed time, he approached the large entertainment complex. After waiting for a bit, Yang Ming saw Mari and waved happily. The girl said she would like to buy clothes for her parents. Min was willing to do anything. The clothing department was crowded as usual. Marie tried the shirt on and asked Min's opinion. As the girl was folding her clothes, she was accosted by a woman passing by. The guy who was with her yelled at Marie that she was blind. Yi rebuked the girl that the woman might have fallen. The young man didn't think that was enough, and he called Marie rudely. At the same moment, Yang Ming slapped Yi's cheek hard with the back of his palm. The man couldn't believe that Min had hit him. The store employee asked him not to start a fight. Yi immediately squealed where Zhu Wangli's manager was and said he would make Ming pay for it if he had the guts. The manager showed up and asked what was going on. He recognized Yi and said hello. The young man ordered to beat up Min and Marie first. He said it would be best in the security room. Let them find out who they were messing with. Zhu was delicate and offered to call the police. Yi got angry and ordered that the couple just be beaten up. He added that he would sort it out later. He ordered the guards to follow orders. If they don't, they're off the job tomorrow. If they do as he says, they'll all get 1,000 bonuses. Young Ming prepared for a fight and got into a stance. Suddenly a tall man appeared and said he would help him. Zhu stopped. He recognized the man. Meanwhile, Ian and his comrade continued to unleash kicks and slaps in all directions. Ying got angry and ordered both boys to be beaten up. Manager Zhu locked them away from security and explained that they definitely can't be touched. He asked Mr. Wu why he didn't inform him that he was going to come. Wu asked who the bully was. The manager said it was a relative of Vice President Yi. Wu ordered the guards to detain Yi, let him suffer for a while. The guards stood and only looked at each other. Zhu got angry and asked if they hadn't heard Master Wu's order. This had a sobering effect, and the guards clasped Yi's hands behind her back. Wu smiled and said that he wouldn't disturb Min since he wasn't alone. Yang Ming said goodbye to him and thanked him for his help. Marie asked Jan where they would go now. Min suggested finding a car dealership. He wanted to look for a car. The girl said he didn't have money for a car yet. The young man explained that he had no intention of buying, but only to take a look. Marie enjoyed shopping. She said shopping was a lot of fun, and suggested we go to her house. Soon they were in the vicinity of the small apartment building where Marie lived. Yang Ming said hello to Marie's mom, and she cheerfully invited him inside. The young man took out a beautiful box and said it was for her. She said he shouldn't have done that, because he had just come to visit. She asked to sit and wait while she made lunch. Jan thought he had come to Marie's house for the first time and realized she wasn't around. He decided to look for her with his magic lenses. Marie was just changing her clothes, and Jan hurriedly turned away. The door lock clicked, and Min wondered who it could be. Marie's father was glad that Min had come to visit. He just needed to talk to the young man. They made themselves comfortable in the living room, and Jan asked what Chen wanted to talk about. The one asked if Yang Ming knew a girl named Zhou Jiajia. The young man was seized with panic. He thought that Chen suspected him of having an affair with Zhou. He said that he and Zhou have nothing to do with each other, and at the moment, she is Jitao's girlfriend. Chen smiled and asked that he knew all this. There was no need to be so nervous. Min said, "How can you not be nervous when he asks about such things?" Chen explained that there was something that Min needed to know, but he was obligated to keep it a secret. He said that their police unit was investigating the Wang family, both father and son. Zhou Jiajia has been assigned a secret mission, so Yang must not get into conflict with the Wang family. It might interfere with Zhou's plans. Yang Ming smirked and asked if Chen was going to destroy the Wang family. The man replied that he had no need to ask more than he had been told. Yang Ming said that if Chen really wanted to deal with the Wang family, he should start the case by investigating smuggling. Chen asked indignantly how could he know what was best. In fact, Senior Wang had long been suspected of smuggling, but this fact was still only known to the police. Yang Ming blanched. He didn't know how to explain his knowledge. Min said he has a friend who works in customs, and Wang asked to work with him. Yang even has a couple of recordings of their conversations. Chen got excited and asked for an appointment with his friend. Min agreed and said he was going to give the audio tapes back even before today's conversation. Chen admitted that the police suspected Wang of smuggling, but they had no proof. All the leads led to a man named Sudaji, but he simply disappeared. Yan hesitated and said that there was a man named Wan Yokai in Wang's entourage. He asked if he had been tested. Chen replied that they suspected him too, but still he was only Wang's secretary and was unlikely to know much. Yang Ming pondered and thought that there was something familiar about this disappearance. It was like something hit him. Min saw, as if in a movie, a rushing black car with Wang and a passenger. The next moment, Yang saw Wang thievingly opening the trunk with the body and burying it in an abandoned neighborhood. Jan suddenly felt as if he had woken up. He realized that he could see evidence and traces of the actual crime. Yang Ming couldn't understand what was happening. It was too realistic for a hallucination. In addition, he saw a person he had not met before. He asked Chen if Sudaji had a mole under his right eye. Chen answered in the affirmative and asked how Yang knew the man. Min got confirmation that it wasn't glitches, but his abilities. He told Chen that he wasn't quite sure, but he wanted to ask something. Yang Ming shared his speculation with Chen. The young man said that for his own defense, Wang could easily take out Sudaji. Chen replied that Sudaji was Wang's half-brother, but that still might not have stopped Wang Shifeng. Chen recognized the thought as logical and assured that he would investigate. He said the young man was quite perceptive. Jan laughed that on TV it was often bad guys burying witnesses in the foundations of some house. Marie came in and called father and Yang Ming to dinner. Chen replied that they would be right there. He reminded Min that Marie must not know anything about this conversation. Marie asked what they were talking about here, and Chen said that he had merely asked Yan if he wanted to legitimize their relationship. For a while the three of them sat at the table. Then Jan got up and said that it was getting rather late and he would go home. The young man thanked him for his hospitality, and Marie volunteered to see him off for a while. Ian stood by the stairs waiting for Marie to come down, and Chen shouted to him for the young man to come for more visits. Ming and Marie's faces were quite close to each other. Unable to resist the temptation, the girl jumped into his arms. Min asked if Marie missed him. She said she missed him a lot, but she was afraid of what the neighbors would see. Jan assured me that there was nothing to fear. All the neighbors were sitting at home eating yummy treats in front of the TV. They hugged, and after kissing, Yang asked if Zhou Jiajia had come to see her father. The girl instantly became serious. She confirmed that Zhou had come by and had something to discuss with her father. Marie asked if that was what she and Chen had talked about. Yang said that according to Chen, Zhou loves him. Marie instantly escaped his grasp and said it was true. Turning her back to the young man, the girl added that she even felt sorry for Jiajia. Min noted that the girl was very uneasy. She made even Marie feel sorry for herself. Marie said goodbye to Jan and waved to him. The young man waved back. He thought that he would meet Lin Jiyun soon. Yang Ming knocked on the doors, but no one opened. Several minutes passed until a grumpy voice from behind the door said it was about to open. Mina opened the door to some guy with a cigarette in his teeth and asked what he wanted. Upon learning that Yang was looking for Ling Jiyun, the stranger said that he had never heard of the Jiyun brothers. A voice came from behind and asked who had come. The girl asked Brother Dandong if Yang Ming had come. If it was him, it was to her. Min wondered what kind of Brother Dandong was. The girl introduced Yang Ming to Nandong and was slightly embarrassed. Yang said hello and extended his hand for a handshake. He introduced himself as Jiyun's boyfriend. The young man shook his hand firmly and said his name was Li Dandong. Jiyun had called him Big Brother since she was a little girl. The young men squeezed each other's hands tightly. Neither of them was inferior to the other in the strength of their handshake. Dandon's hand began to shake. He could no longer resist. Min smiled and said he was glad to meet him. He continued to squeeze his opponent's arm, and Li realized he was in pain. Yang's grip was intimidating. Ming finally let go of his hand, put his arm around Jiyun's shoulders, and hurried her along. Dandon was angry, for he had intended to scare the guy and ended up getting hurt himself. He kept waiting for Jiyun to grow up so he could confess his feelings, but then suddenly she had a boyfriend, and that annoyed him too. Yang Ming walked over to the girl's parents and said hello to them. Mrs. Chen was happy to see him and asked her husband Lin to make dumplings. Dandon immediately flew into the kitchen and volunteered to help his godfather. Yang noticed that the girl's father was named Godfather and told Jiyun that Dandong clearly had plans for the girl. Jiyun asked him not to joke around like that. After all, she's just a little sister to Dandong. She asked Yang if he was jealous by any chance. Min replied that he had nothing to be jealous of since they were only pretending to be a couple. Jiyun asked why Yang was hugging her then if they were only pretending. Ming explained that they have to play the role convincingly, even if they are pretending. Dandon saw them cuddling on the couch and it just killed him. Li was very angry that they were flirting with each other in the open. Zhou Jiajia's house. Zhou herself was sitting at the computer. She couldn't get enough of the pictures of Jitao, chaotically displayed. Someone knocked on the door, and the girl allowed entry. It was her mother. She asked Zhou not to be angry with her. She was told that Wang Shifang was going to transfer some of the shares to his son, and no one would be interested in their shares in the future. She added that her father will be back in a few days, and he already knows about the relationship with Jitao. He said that Wang Jr. is not good enough for Zhao. The girl sighed and said she wished she had been born into an ordinary family. Her mother screamed that everyone around her was jealous of her and did Zhao realize that she was just living in paradise. She added that her father works for the most mystical organization in Europe. Zhao countered that in the end he was just someone's employee anyway. Her mother convinces her that she would bet everything she has just to be a part of this family. But unfortunately for her, the heir to the family is a girl. Zhao turned aside and said that she was tired. The mother left and said that she needed to be with Zitao for the time being. As soon as someone better came along, they would immediately replace him with a better candidate. Zhao continued to stare at the monitor. Her mother couldn't reach her with any words now. Mr. Van Schiffen's office. Opposite the desk stood the faithful assistant. Wang said that he couldn't get Su Daji's body out of his mind. He admitted that he had a bad feeling about it lately. Yokai said we could go and check again tomorrow. If they get some sulfuric acid, the body will rot even faster, and they won't be able to identify it. Wang agreed that there was no time to waste and sent the man to get the acid. Zhou sent Jitao her picture and a note saying that no one would be at her house today and could have some fun. Jiajia cheerfully thought that there was a Trojan embedded in the photo, and if the computer was connected to the network, the virus would go roaming around. The girl succeeded, and the Trojan went to the addressee. Zhou was even a little offended that Jitao was so stupid. If she had known in advance, she might not have bothered with the router. At the same time, Wang Shifeng and Yokai arrived at Sudaji's burial site. Wang asked the man to stand guard while he took a shovel and acid. He had already removed a fair amount of earth, but the body was still nowhere to be seen. Van thought this was odd, and he dug a few more times. Shifan asked his partner if they could have gotten the location wrong. Yokai said that was where they had buried him. Van confessed he'd dug up a lot of earth. Even the foundation is peeking out, but the body is still missing. Yokai assumed they'd already been exposed, and Wang said that would be just awful. Yokai added that there had to be a body in any case. It wasn't like Sudaji could transfer himself. Suddenly, they both saw the silhouette clearly, and were scared shitless. A silhouette walked straight towards them, swaying like a zombie. He said that he needed to collect 32 more souls of the undead dead. And then his evil potion would be completed. And then the Wang family would know true terror. Wang screamed that this was happening. Yokai squealed that he was being attacked by a zombie. Immediately, they both rushed toward the black car, Lin Jiyun's house. Along with Yang Ming, there were 5 people sitting at the table. Dandan proposed a toast and wished the godparents a happy new year, and that Sis Lin would become even more beautiful. Jan stated that if he considered himself Lin's brother, he was too, and thanked him for the congratulations. Dandan immediately drilled him with a glare. Jiyun thought it was very awkward. Yang Ming thanked him for his hospitality and said he had to go. Dandan remarked that he had to go too. Dandan slowly followed Yang until he turned around. Min asked what Dandan wanted him to do. Dandan said he'd like to have a little chat with him and suggested we sit at a restaurant nearby. The waitress was surprised by the appearance of Jiyun and Dandan's boyfriend. Dandan ordered 2 bottles of beer and cold appetizers from Miss Hong. Dandan noisily placed the bottle on the table and asked when he and Lin had gotten close. Yang objected that he didn't have to report to him. Dandan shouted that Lin was his sister. Ming admitted that 2 months ago and he had no chance. Dandong shrieked that it was impossible. After all, they had known each other since they were children, and Ian had gotten close 2 months ago. Yang Ming asked Dandun where he was when Uncle Lin went into the hospital and Jiyun had nowhere to go. The boy worriedly explained that he had been working overtime as a tutor on the Eastern Shore and was going to earn more money. Jan explained that the uncle might have reached the point of no return. He asked Danyun what he thought Jiyun was going to do, and immediately told me that the girl was going to sell her body. This was the first time Dandan had heard of this, and couldn't believe that Jiyun wanted to sell herself. Yang Ming continued, and said that she had met him at that moment. Yang gave her 3,000 without asking for anything in return. Later, they met and started to get closer little by little. Jan stood up and added that falling in love with someone has nothing to do with the time spent together. Sometimes love comes and stays only for a moment. Yang Ming waved goodbye to his interlocutor and asked him to think about it carefully. Yokai came running into Wang Shifeng's office out of breath. The man asked Yokai if he really thought they had already been exposed. The guy replied that he wasn't sure himself and this whole sequence of events was too strange. Wang Shifeng was angry when he heard that. He said that they had killed someone first and now he was resurrected. The guy suggested that they look around again tomorrow because he can't get rid of the strange premonition. If they couldn't figure out what had happened, their days were numbered. The man agreed and said we should look at everything tomorrow afternoon. In the watchman's room of Huntsy Middle School, a man woke up frightened. He got out of bed. The man looked sullenly out the window of the room. Yang Ming had to keep an eye on old Ma. The boy went into the room of his house. The young man's mom asked how their evening with Marie went. Yang Ming replied that it was fine. Uncle and Auntie were very kind. Hanging his outerwear on the coat rack, Yang Ming said he wanted to ask his mom something. Could they celebrate the new year together with Marie's family? Yang Min's mom was very happy about it. She thought the guy finally wanted to legitimize their relationship. Yang Min said it was something like that. Mom agreed. The young man said that he would give this information to Marie. Yang Ming's dad asked him to wait for a second. The man said that tomorrow his uncle's hotel opens and he invites them. Father asked if Yang Ming was free. The young man replied that he was free. Yang Ming asked if Xiaobo and the others were coming. Father replied that his great-uncle's family should also come, and they will all go together tomorrow at 8 a.m. Yang Ming said he agreed. Yang Ming took out his phone and started making calls. Yang Ming called his uncle. He said he would come tomorrow. He wanted to ask him something and they should tell the truth. The young man asked how much he had borrowed. He was told a total of 70,000. The young man asked how much money they had available for repayment. He was told that it was less than 200,000, but that the money would float as soon as the casino opened. His uncle asked something wrong. Yang Ming asked if they had already received the money from Bao Sanli. He was told that they had, and that they had already put it all into business. He was handing over 50,000. Yang Ming thought it was reckless, but still there was no point in telling him, and perhaps we should let him have some fun. Yang Ming said that they would see each other tomorrow. The next day, everyone arrived for the opening of the hotel. Xiaobo exclaimed that Uncle's entertainment center was very cool. Yang Ming told him that he was now an apprentice, and the young man didn't advise him to slip in here especially. Xiaobo replied that even if he wanted to, he didn't think he had the money for it. A girl he knew approached the guy from behind and asked him if he really thought he should pay here. She said that if he wanted to have fun here, she would take him with her. The girl held the boy tightly against her chest. Yang Ming replied that she shouldn't spoil him like that. Xiaobo said he wanted to have a party here in the future. Yang Ming told them to socialize without him for now, and he would go take a look. Yang Ming approached Bao and Hu. They greeted him and motioned for him to sit down rather. Yang Ming said that they have been doing even too well lately. Bao replied that it was all thanks to Hu. Bao asked if Yang Ming had anything to do today. If not, he should definitely look into his company. All three of them laughed with the name of Ming Yang's company. Yang Ming remarked that it sounded like it was his company because of the similarity to his name. Bao laughed and said that it was Hao who came up with the name. Yang Ming said that naturally he should take a look at this company. Bao said that plus, it's a great opportunity to tour his new baby girl. Yang Ming looked at him with interest. At this moment, Yang Ming felt as if he had been electrocuted. The young man became numb. His strength manifested. Showing off his new car, Bao asked Yang Ming if it was a good car. He said he bought it less than a month ago and asked what Yang Ming thought. Yang Ming was once again electrocuted by his strength. He sees someone applying the brakes, but they don't work. He yells that the brakes are broken. Yang Ming murkily sees this very car driving towards the bus. A car crashes into a bus. There is an accident. Yang Ming was very surprised to see this. The young man thought that it was now that his ability had triggered. Bao asked what happened as Yang Ming stood there with a dazed look. Yang Ming replied that nothing was wrong. Bao offered to go with them, and if he wanted to, Bao suggested he try his baby girl in action. Yang Ming shouted to Bao to wait. This vision of Yang Ming's was too realistic. He felt it was worth making sure just in case. Bao asked what happened. Yang Ming asked Bao and Hao if anyone had accidentally touched the car while they were out of sight. Hao replied that no one was supposed to be there. He was afraid it would be scratched, so he hired a watchman. The man called the watchman over to them. The watchman asked what they wanted. Bao asked what his name was. The young man replied, Wu Ming. Yang Ming thought it was a homophone of the word nameless. Bao asked if anyone had touched his car. The young man replied that no one had touched it, and he kept his eyes on it. He asked who would dare touch Bao's brother's car. Yang Ming thought that there was clearly something wrong with this guy. It seemed to Yang Ming that his reaction was too calm, and in a situation like this, anyone else would start talking like a crazy person. Bao wondered if maybe he was worrying too much. Hao said that he thought they should trust Yang Ming. Recently, their affairs really aren't stable. Bao agreed with his comrade. Bao ordered the guard to check the car. The boy complied and bowed. The watchman had a sly and angry look on his face. Yang Ming realized that the man was up to something. Hao said he would probably do the car check himself. The man headed for the car. At this moment, Wu Ming pulled out a blade from behind his back and headed towards Hao. The young man swung his blade, but the man managed to deflect. Bao was confused by what was happening. Next, the guy pointed the blade at Bao. Bao swung his fist. He thought he was finished. At that moment, a crunch was heard. The young man's blade broke in half and fell to the ground. The young man thought that everything was happening just like the Black Rat and Feng Dao and said, "And one of them, a masterful fighter." Looking at Hu Wu Ming thought that it was definitely not him. His kung fu is at most at an average level, plus his fighting style is based on strength and variation. He definitely wouldn't be able to use such a shadow technique. The guy wondered where the master was. Yang Ming at this time approached the guy from behind. The blade popped out of the guy's hand again. The guy was surprised. Hu took another swing at Yang Ming, but he didn't manage to hit the guy. He dodged. The guy used his power and directed it at Hao. A whistling sound was heard all around. Yang Ming thought that his fight was very similar to the style of the Black Rat and Feng Dao. If they catch him, they will get some very valuable information. Yang Ming noticed that Hu wasn't too strong enough to deal with him yet. Yang Ming wondered if he should intervene, and if so, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his kung fu a secret anymore. Yang Ming decided that it would bring more problems after all. Yang Ming thought that in addition it would be so immediately obvious that he was a hitman. He thought it might be a good idea to introduce himself as Mr. Wu. In the end, the guy thought it was just worth it to go show what he could do. Plus, this killer would be a great example of his skills. Wu Ming continued to enter the fight. He thought that if it continued like this, he would attract unnecessary trouble. The young man thought it best to run away for the time being, but his path was blocked. Yang Ming told him that since they had started, why not continue? Wu Ming asked Yang Ming if he was overestimating himself. Screaming, the young man told Yang Ming to step aside and swung at him. Yang Ming ducked down and struck the criminal's knee with his foot. The guy landed another kick to the chin. Wu Ming wondered if this kid was the same Master Sun Jian. The kid's mouth was bleeding. A young man asked Yang Ming under which clan he lived. He said that matters here don't concern him, and asked Yang Ming not to interfere. Otherwise, there were some people he couldn't handle. Yang Ming was surprised that they were trying to intimidate him here. Yang Ming asked about his relationship with that fat man and skinny rascal. It just so happens that he is looking for them. The young man will have to stay late to tell everything. Wu Ming said that Yang Ming knew a lot. He finally realized that the young man was his opponent from the beginning. He told Yang Ming to attack, as there was no point in being afraid of him. Yang Ming asked if he was sure. The guy yelled, "Go." Yang Ming easily disarmed his opponent with a single blow. Wu Ming was shocked since he didn't even see anything. Yang Ming said with a smirk, Wu Ming was the only one here who had overestimated her strength. Yang Ming called Hu and told him to tie up Wu Ming as he had a few questions for him. Hu said he was on his way. Bao was surprised that Brother Yang was already close to revealing his true identity. Hao took the rope in his hands. Bao asked Hao what was going on here. At this time, the man was tying up the criminal. Hao noticed Yang Ming stepped back and thought about something. Yang Ming said that this wasn't the best place to talk. He suggested going back to the casino. The three of them went back to the hotel. Yang Ming told Hu to give them an empty room. He wants to have a tiff with Wu Ming. Hu obediently agreed. Wu Ming was thrown into an empty room. Yang Ming said to close the doors. Bao didn't understand what was going on here. He had a shocked look on his face. Hao calmed him down, telling him not to worry and that he would soon understand everything. Hu asked Yang Ming if he should ask someone to get them a bucket of cold water. Yang Ming replied that it would not be required. Yang Ming punched the bound Yao Ming in the stomach with all his might. The one experienced severe pain and spit out blood. Wu Ming asked in horror to kill him. Yang Ming said that he would look at his behavior. The guy experienced the feeling that in 3 days, maybe 5 days, he would already be in the grave. Wu Ming was shaking with fear. He thought that he shouldn't have agreed to this assignment, how hurt he was, and asked what Yang Ming had done to him. The guy asked to kill him. Yang Ming said with a smirk that he would give him 10 minutes, and if it didn't talk, give him more fun. The boy said fearfully that he would tell because it hurt so much. Yang Ming said that it was fine and ordered the guy to speak. At this moment, Yang Ming was electrocuted again. He heard the young man's thoughts. It said that he wasn't alive anyway. He thought he could just run into the wall, because the Black Widow would never let him go anyway. Yang Ming thought that he had a very strange look, and the guy was just looking for a way to finish himself off. Yang Ming thought that, and yet which Black Widow was being talked about, and what did it mean that the Black Widow would not let him go? He wondered if it could be the name of the person behind the young man. It could be Guo Jingbao. Yang Ming didn't understand if his comrades had made an enemy of someone named Dark Widow. The young man thought that Guo Jingbao would want to take revenge on them. Yang Ming did not expect that the widows would crawl out to them. The guy thought that he couldn't be allowed to finish himself off anyway, and needed to figure out what was even going on. Yang Ming ordered to find a rope and tie the guy in the bed, and he was still puzzled by what was going on. Hu agreed with Yang Ming. Wu Ming thought that the guy could see right through him. He was very unhappy with the turn of events. Wu Ming thought to himself, what kind of kid is this kid? Since not only is he a great fighter, but he's also so smart. He recognized him right away. 15 minutes later, Wu Min was tied by his hands and feet to the bed. Yang Ming said that since he doesn't want to talk anymore, he will stay here. He is leaving his men with him who will keep an eye on him. If he wants to talk, he can ask them to contact Yang Ming at any time. The guy called out to Hao to find a place where they can talk. Hu found an empty room. He invited his friends to sit on the sofa. Yang Ming asked, allowing him to introduce himself. Yang Ming proudly said that he is Mr. W's representative, tied to this territory, and he is in charge of everything here. Yang Ming thought that immediately revealing his identity that he had been hiding for so long would be too sudden, and it would be better to introduce himself not immediately to the big boss. Yang Ming said that Hu was Mr. W's subordinate to Songjian. Bao excitedly asked if Yang Ming was one of the boss's men. The young man replied that it was correct. He was Mr. W's representative and part-time boss of Brother Hu. Bao was delighted. He thought that Yang Ming's skills that he had just shown were incredible. The boss has so many worthy people under his wing, and no wonder he is so influential. The man agrees to follow him in happiness and sorrow. Yang Ming apologized for keeping it from him for so long, and he hopes Bao isn't mad. The man replied that he understands everything, and the big boss's orders come first. Bao said that he understands that they are friends, and yet since they both work for the same boss, they should address each other accordingly. He asked Yang Ming to call him younger brother Bao from now on. Yang Ming agreed and told Bao to work hard. Then the boss will definitely reward him. Bao said that he understood and bowed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked them to keep this information secret for now, and about his work for now you should only know these two. Who agreed? Yang Ming said that in that case, if they are completely sorted out, he is leaving. And if that guy wants to talk, you need to ask him under whose authority he works and who gives orders. If he refuses to answer, just lock him up. Bao agreed and asked Yang Ming to let him escort him out. Yang Ming said that he just wanted to go and see their security company. Bao and Hao opened the doors in front of Yang Ming and said they would go after him. Bao said their company is in the business of providing security for hotels and entertainment venues. They have already started making money, and most of their employees are guys from their gang. Business owners are happy to pay them. Security is the most important thing to them after all. Bao added that in addition, they had only recently started providing personal bodyguard services. Yang Ming was surprised. Bao said that it was Brother Hao's idea. He said that if they wanted to promote the business, they couldn't specialize in a single service. Hao added that he is, after all, a military veteran, and now that they have started their company, veterans like him are applying more and more often. These people are quite capable of being personal bodyguards for the children of the rich. Yang Ming remarked that it was a good job and he was sure that the boss would be happy to hear this information. The young man patted Hao on the shoulder. Bao said that in that case, Yang Ming should hurry up and tell her. Yang Ming and his companions were descending the stairs. He saw a cluster of people in front of him. Hao asked Xiaojiang who all these people were. The girl replied that these people had come to join the company and she had already explained to them that they were no longer hiring new employees, but they were not listening. Hao asked what their problem was. The man said he was the president of this company. A man in the crowd grinned and said it was great that the man in charge was here. A man in the crowd demanded an explanation as to how it was that they were no longer hiring, since they had labor notices from their employment offices. Hao responded that it was true that their offices were looking for employees for the company, but they did not need new employees right now. And if they did hire employees, it would definitely not be regular people. The man angrily asked what right they had to deviate from hiring ordinary people. Hao responded that they have already signed a contract with the government and are hiring mostly military veterans. The man was furious that they had labor discrimination here. He believed that he and his brothers were no worse off than these veterans. Yang Ming asked if the man thought he was really strong. He replied that of course he was strong, and if he had to fight someone like Yang Ming, he could take out 3 or 4 at a time. Yang Ming asked what they used to do before. Bao was surprised. These men were graduates of a martial arts school and wanted to be heroes fighting for the weak. Yang Ming thought it was a good attitude and asked to see his certificate and documents. The man handed him a bundle with all the documents. It looked like their paperwork was in order. Yang Ming questioned whether that man was a good fighter. Yang Ming offered to spar with Hao. The man felt it was wrong for him to maim the company director. Yang Ming noticed that in this company, he had the last word. The man agreed and said that for the sake of his brothers, he must fight. The man began sparring with Hao. Yang Ming was watching their battle. The man was quite good at fighting. Yang Ming thought that he was quite good and he might need people with assassin skills in the surroundings. These guys fit perfectly. If the purpose of these guys was really to fight for the weak, then it wouldn't be hard to make them work for Yang Ming. Yang Ming stopped their fight and asked what the man's name was. The man introduced himself and said his name was Li Chung, but his friends call him Bluto, as in Sailor Papaya. The boy laughed. He had watched a couple episodes of Sailor Popeye with Lin on the Eastern Shore. Yang Ming inquired about the skills of the guys behind the man. He replied that a few guys were as strong as him. Bluto didn't expect the principal to be so strong, and he thought that if he had to fight Yang Ming, he would use much less energy. The young man replied that the latter was wrong, and if Bluto had fought him, he would have died by now. The man was dumbfounded by these words. Yang Ming asked how many guys they had in total. There were 40 of them, and they were all unemployed. A young man offered them a job. He was going to pay them 1,000 yuan a month, and plus they would be given bonuses for each task they completed. The man was in a stupor. Yang Ming thought it was too small a salary. The man happily replied that it wasn't, and asked if he was joking about the salary. Yang Ming replied that of course he wasn't joking. Bluto was beyond excited. He was going to tell his brothers everything right now, and then they would come to Yang Ming. The man thanked the young man. Yang Ming ordered them to set up a place to live, and afterward to buy him a small apartment nearby. Hao and Bao were also not to tell their employees about these guys. The men understood and told Yang Ming not to worry. Yang Ming's new employees were glowing with joy, as after so many unsuccessful attempts, their luck had finally smiled on them. Mr. Wang and his subordinate were on the western Star Mountain. They did not understand what to do. Guy asked if any mystical or ghostly activity can happen in daylight. Mr. Wang asked if he could see the Dazi pit from there. The guy offered to come closer. Mr. Wang said that he was right and that he who does not take risks does not drink champagne. The boy and the gentleman began to move closer.
The boy cried out in horror!
Su Daji was lying dead in the dug hole. Mr. Wang didn't understand what was going on. He was horrified by what he saw. The guy said he was going to pour acid on him and took out a jar of acid. He poured acid on the corpse's head. But to his surprise, nothing happened to the body. The acid just evaporated. The guy thought it was fake acid. Mr. Wang took the jar of acid and said they should check to see if the seller had cheated them. The boy asked not to touch the jar. At this moment, Mr. Wang cried out in pain and grabbed his hand. The acid had hurt it. The guy got worried and asked if Mr. Wang was okay and offered to take him to the hospital. They went to the hospital. Mr. Wang noticed what a failure and asked what they should do with the body. The guy remarked that they had already dealt with the body and the police would not find it, so there was no need to worry. Excitedly, Mr. Wang said he hoped he was right. Yang Ming's meeting place with the new employees. Yang Ming asked if all of Balu's brothers were here. The men said they're all in place. Yang Ming was surprised. He saw many men sitting on the floor playing cards. Yang Ming asked what was going on and if these guys were always so disorganized, if they had no discipline at all. Balu was confused. One of the men said they are quite independent. It's not like they are in kindergarten anymore. Yang Ming asked if he thought he could handle it on his own. Balu excitedly ordered Lu Chao to shut up and apologize to their boss. The guy said that he was telling the plain truth. Yang Ming clenched his fist, laughed, and said that he would give him an opportunity. If he defeated Yang Ming in battle, he could do whatever he wanted. The guy agreed, got into a fighting stance, and said that Yang Ming was not pulled by anyone's tongue. Yang Ming said that time is money, he doesn't want to waste it, and called the guy over. He swung at Yang Ming with all his might. He was joined by other men as well. They all ran to attack Yang Ming, who dodged their blows. Yang Ming said they can only bark. With sharp movements, Yang Ming dispatched all of the attackers. They flew aside. Yang Ming noticed that the men's movements were useless. If this was a real battle, they would be dead already. He asked if there were still people who wanted to compete with him in strength. The men excitedly chatted amongst themselves. Yang Ming smirked. Yang Ming felt that if no one wants to, then everyone accepts his rules. In the future, they will all listen to Yang Ming's instructions. He doesn't want to hear questions like, why should they do this since they are all his subordinates? Balu asked what exactly Yang Ming wanted them to do. The guy took his time to answer. He asked when Balu started doing martial arts in school, why he made that choice. Was it just to fight evil? The man replied that the reason was that once his girlfriend was raped by a powerful and influential man, and he started practicing martial arts to finish him off. The guy asked why the man didn't tell about him. The man said he couldn't. The man came to her house and bribed her parents and made her his mistress. Balu really wanted revenge. Yang Ming said that there are some people who do bad things, and they don't get punished for their actions. And there are some things that need to be done while remaining in the shadows. He gave them the task of taking care of things that cannot be dealt with in the open. The guys were shocked by this information. Balu asked if that means they will be doing something illegal. Yang Ming approached Balu and asked him if in ancient times a hero killed lords who did evil to his people. Was the hero committing or hero doing something illegally? Balu replied that these were different things. Yang Ming asked another question. What if after a while he ran out into the room to the man who raped his girlfriend? What would the man do? Balu shouted with rage that he would cut him to pieces. At that moment, a realization came to Balu. Balu's got it all figured out. Yang Ming assured the man that he would never order him to attack the innocent. Yang Ming exclaimed that the men's dreams of becoming heroes would come true in the future. The men cheered with joy. The young man handed them a wad of money and said they needed it to cover their expenses for the month, and those who wanted to leave would get 500 yuan for the time they lost. Balu said that he was staying. He asked if he could become as strong as Yang Ming. The young man replied that everyone could if they practiced intensively. The men cheerfully exclaimed that they would try their best to get better. Yang Ming was joined by 39 people. They will start tomorrow and Principal Hao will help them with their training. When the time comes, Yang Ming said he will check what they have accomplished. The next day, Hao reported that he had singled out the strongest among the new hires. It was Li Qiang, nicknamed Bluda. The second was Liu Chao. Everyone had been calling him Martian since high school, and it eventually became his call sign. The third was Wang Peng, but he asked to be called Xiao Ye. Yang Ming said that now these three would be in a group, and he was going to teach them some moves. In the municipal bureau in the crime investigation team, Captain Chen tapped his hand on the table. He shouted at his subordinate Xia Shui because she had the audacity to commit acts against the customs authorities, and thus she warned the snake. Su Daji was the link, and now the chain of clues has broken again, and it will be almost impossible to find the culprit. The man yelled at Xia Shui and asked when she would finally grow up and how they could get the main culprit backstage now. The girl was confused. She didn't know what to answer. She thought that her intense excitement had ruined everything. Captain Chen said they had nothing more to talk to her about. He suspended the girl for a month, demanded that she surrender her gun. The captain wanted her to sit at home and reflect on her actions. The girl was shocked by this. The girl left the bureau looking downcast and walked along the street. At that moment, a car approached her and honked at her. The girl turned around and angrily said it was annoying. She asked why he was honking since she was already in a bad mood. The driver of the car was Xia Shui's second uncle. He asked the girl why she was crying, whether someone was bullying her for days. Xia Shui told her uncle that she messed up at work, but it's okay and he doesn't need to worry about it. Uncle cheerfully said that at a time like this, one should drink and asked where the girl wanted to go. He would take her there. The girl ended up at a bar. While drinking at the bar, the girl picked up her phone and called Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming was reading a book at home. The phone rang on his desk. Yang Ming picked up the phone. The girl said he agreed to be her long-term dinner ticket. The girl said she was at the Blue Fish Bar and suggested he come over and buy her a drink. Yang Ming didn't understand what was going on. The girl told him to hurry up. Yang Ming got ready and came to the bar. The waiter asked the young man if he was looking for Xia Shui. If so, she was in her usual place. The girl was sitting at the bar and drinking beer. Seeing Yang Ming, the girl told him to sit down. The young man asked what was the matter. The girl vigorously shouted that he should have a drink with her. She asked for 10 more bottles of Songjiang beer. The young man asked why the girl had started drinking so suddenly, since it was still daytime. Xia Shui replied that Captain Chen had suspended her. She asked if it was really funny. Yang Ming asked why this was supposed to be funny, and if he understood correctly, she was too impatient and messed it up. The girl didn't understand how Yang Ming knew that. Patting the girl on the shoulder, Yang Ming said that everyone makes mistakes. He said that and stopped worrying, and if she wasn't returned after a month, he would go and beg Uncle Chen on her behalf. The girl's eyes sparkled. She thanked Yang Ming and said what a good man he was. Yang Ming was surprised, as she had always suspected him of being a bad person and had even detained him a couple of times. The girl replied that they just didn't know each other at the time. Yang Ming and Xia Shui clinked glasses. The guy asked if she was suspended because of the Wang family's smuggling case. Uncle Chen had told him about it once. The girl vigorously remarked that the guy also thought that this case was related to the Wang family. She stated that if she could, she would immediately arrest Wang Xifang and interrogate him. Yang Ming remarked that Uncle Chung would never agree to that. The girl said resolutely that she wanted to take advantage of this suspension to go and do a little secret investigation. She was confident that she could find something on Wang Xifang. Yang Ming remarked that it wouldn't be good for her to fool around like that. The girl said that it would be fine if he didn't tell Captain Chen, and if they could solve the case, she would buy the guy a drink. Yang Ming awkwardly agreed. Yang Ming said, looking forward to drinking. Xia Shui had definitely scared the snake already, and if Yang Ming let her leave and act as an additional deterrent, maybe it would make him show himself sooner. The next day, Xia Shui walked to the Wang Xiangfeng family group headquarters with a determined look. She approached the girl at the front desk. She said she was looking for President Wang. She had business to attend to. She asked to be notified. The girl replied that unless she had an appointment, she could not notify him. Xia Shui took out her police ID card, showed it to the girl, and said that she needed Wang Xifang to help with the investigation. She demanded that she immediately tell him that she was here. Xia Shui came to the Wang family's headquarters. His assistant ran into President Wang's office excitedly. He reported that he had some bad news. At this time, the president was reading magazines. The young man reported that Xia Shui was knocking on their doors. Mr. Wang was shocked by this information. He slammed the table and asked if she was going to stop. President Wang said hello to Officer Xia. The girl said that she only came here to get some information. She asked what is the president's relationship with Sudaji. Mr. Wang replied that the latter is his brother Law. The man asked if anything had happened. Xia Shui replied that Sudaji has disappeared. They suspect that he has something to do with the smuggling case. President Wang pretended not to understand what the girl was talking about. The man said thoughtfully that he now realized that it had been a long time since he had last seen him. The girl asked with an incredulous look if Mr. Wang knew what Sudaji was doing. The girl asked if Mr. Wang was concerned about the disappearance of his employee. The man explained that he was not an employee, but had been working as a temporary substitute for a secretary for a while, but he had been fired. In addition, he had even borrowed money from the man to pay off his debts. The officer clarified that the money was not needed to finance a smuggling operation. She turned around and told him he'd better not lie, and all the information was needed for today's interrogation. If need be, she would come back again. Mr. Wang said goodbye to the girl. Xia Shui walked out of the study and abruptly slammed the door. Mr. Wang was very angry that the officer was not giving up. He asked if she actually wanted to come and investigate his income. Mr. Wang had no idea how much progress the police had made on his case. He took out his cell phone and started making calls. Mr. Wang called his brother. The man was shocked to learn that Xia Shui had been suspended. He did not understand why, despite this, the girl had come to cause him trouble. The assistant said that it didn't matter what her intentions were. But what was clear was that she seriously suspected them, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with. The president didn't understand why they should be afraid of her since she was suspended. Guy remarked that since she had been suspended, the superiors would no longer be able to restrain the girl, and she could continue her own investigation as stubbornly as she liked. He added that someone as reckless as Xia Shui could easily ruin things for them. He suggested that President Wang take advantage of her suspension and make the girl disappear forever. Yang Ming and Xia Shui were sitting at the bar again. Yang Ming asked if Xia Shui had actually gone to Wang Shifan. The young man held his head and said that she had no idea what kind of person he was. Yang Ming asked what she would do if he attacked her. She replied that he wasn't so bold as to kill her. Yang Ming began to explain that if he killed Su Daji and organized the smuggling, he would no longer be a minor problem. Director Wang might conclude that it was better to take the risk and try to kill Xia Shui, and then he would have a chance to save himself. The girl was shocked that Yang Ming said that maybe Wang Shifeng would try to kill her. She thought he would try to bribe her with money instead. Yang Ming took his head again. He said that he thought she should refrain from appearing in public for the next couple of days. Yang Ming didn't want the girl to be a corpse the next time he saw her. Xia Shui pondered. The girl realized that she had thought too little about this situation. She had always dreamed of ideals, but in reality, it wasn't that simple. Xia Shui asked Yang Ming what she should do. Yang Ming scolded her and told her that something bad would happen to her sooner or later if she continued to fool around like this, and to think about the consequences of her actions. The girl got up from the table and shouted that Yang Ming was the only one fooling around here. Yang Ming didn't understand what she wanted to hear, or if she wanted to hear a lie. The girl was very angry. Yang Ming asked if the girl's mood had lifted. She embarrassedly said that she was. Xia Shui thanked the young man. Yang Ming asked what she was thanking him for. He had a feeling that Wang Shifeng would decide to make a move against her in the next day or two, and so she should stay with Yang Ming. The girl angrily asked if Yang Ming thought she was a child, and if they were to fight again, she definitely wouldn't lose to him. Yang Ming offered to check it out. The girl shouted loudly that she was not afraid of him. Their conversation was being watched from the street through binoculars. Juan and his assistants were watching them. They were sitting in the van. They noticed that the girl was not alone and had a guy with her. Juan replied that he could see him. He grinned evilly and said that if they brought this guy along with a girl, young Master Wang would definitely be delighted. Yang Ming and Xia Shui went outside. Yang Ming said that this was the right place to test her abilities. The girl said that if she won, the young man should agree to whatever she asked, but she hadn't decided what yet. The girl took a fighting stance. Yang Ming was puzzled because Xia Shui was acting as if she had already won. The young man noticed something on the side. He said that he would fight another time. Xia Shui thought that Yang Ming was afraid of losing, and therefore didn't dare to accept her challenge. Someone approached the guys from behind. Wang Shifeng's men approached the guys. They said that they came here specifically to invite Xia Shui and their boss wanted to see her. The girl didn't understand who these people were. Xia Shui threw herself into the fight with the man. She told him to stop pretending and demanded him to show her his true intentions. She asked him who his boss was. The girl threw a punch, but the man ducked. He smiled evilly and recommended Xia Shui to stop making a fool of herself. The girl kept trying to strike the man, but they were all unsuccessful. He recommended not to force them to be rude. The man said he was sure she would be interested in meeting their boss. The girl was tired from the fight. The man grinningly stated that their boss was Su Daji. The boys were shocked to hear this information. Yang Ming wondered if he wasn't dead. In that case, the scene he saw in Chen Fei's apartment was deliberately staged. The girl asked if he was telling the truth. The man said that she would know everything after she went with them. He added that Mr. Su said he had something very important to tell her. The girl hesitated. Xia Shui agreed to the man's proposal and said, "Show the way." The man thought she'd taken the easy way out. The man said to follow them. Yang Ming went to the place with Xia Shui. The girl asked why he was doing that. The young man replied that he was afraid she would be killed. The girl asked if he was afraid of never coming back. The boy said that such a thing is impossible. Xia Shui was embarrassed to think that if something happened to him, she would have to protect him, and Yang Ming would be a burden to her. The man opened the van door and invited the boys to get into the passenger seat. Yang Ming smirked and thought, looking forward to seeing what tricks they were going to pull off. The guys climbed into the van into the passenger seat. The girl asked if the men were getting in. They replied that they would sit in the front.
The man slammed the door. Xia Shui was startled. Yang Ming looked calm.
The young man heard a man talking to President Wang on the phone. He said that they had taken Xia Shui.
He said it went really well, and they even brought in Yang Ming too.
Wang Xifang replied to Huang that the young master would be very happy about it. Wang Xifang said that if Huan managed to catch him, he could lock him up with that girl. Huang replied that he understood. Yang Ming thought that Wang Xifang was involved again. The car arrived at its destination. Everyone got out of the car. Xia Shui asked where Su Daji was. The man told them to follow him. There were many men in suits standing there. Yang Ming thought that they were members of Wang Xifang's personal guard. The young man didn't know how strong they were, but he couldn't underestimate them, and if they started fighting Songjiang, they could create huge wars. The boys were led into the building. The man told Zi Shui to go to the room. As soon as the boys walked in, the door slammed shut behind them. A girl knocked on the closed door and shouted what was going on. She demanded to open the door. She didn't understand where Su Daji was. Yang Ming said the girl was stupid for not realizing. They locked them in here on purpose. There was a speaker with a microphone hanging in the room. A man's voice came from there. The guys turned around. A man said hello to the boys and told them they were in his villa. The voice introduced himself as Su Daji. Yang Ming smirked and immediately realized that it wasn't him. He already knew what was going to be done here. The voice said that he brought the girl here because she interfered with his plans. And as long as she doesn't behave recklessly, he won't do anything bad to Xia Shui. Yang Ming guessed that the voice belonged to Huang Yukai. Xia Shui shouted out what on earth was he doing. The voice said that he just found her a nice place to relax. He wished her and her boyfriend a good time together. The girl angrily shouted that Yang Ming was her boyfriend. A phone call rang in Jitayu's house. The boy picked up the phone. It was his uncle Huang calling. He asked how the young man's health was, whether it had improved. The boy replied that he was much better. Huang had good news for Jitao. The boy asked what it was about. Huang replied that he detained Yang Ming and brought him there. He asked if he thought it was good news. Jitao was shocked to hear this. He asked why his uncle had done it, and whether his father knew about it. Huang replied that President Wang already knew about it, and he agreed. Huang was on his way to pick up the young man. He told him to get ready. Jitao agreed. Jitayu called his father. He told him about Uncle Huang's call and said that he had detained Yang Ming. President Wang said he was right and let his son do whatever he wanted. He said he didn't have to worry about the consequences because he had his father's support. Jitao hung up the phone. He angrily thought that after all this time he finally had a chance to make Yang Ming suffer. Jitao told Jiajia that he was leaving. The girl asked where he was going, and if he wanted her to go with him. Jitao said there was no need for that. He reminded her to lock the door. Jitao got into his uncle's car. Jitao was riding in the car with Huang. The boy asked where they were going now. The uncle replied that they were going to see Yang Ming. Huang added that before that, there is a little detour to be made. They entered the Wang family's territory. Jitao asked what the uncle meant. He replied that for many years, he had worked together with President Wang on a very big case, and he was just about to tell his nephew about it and show how strong the Wang family was. Huang explained that the business he had been working on with President Wang all these years was smuggling. The young master was very surprised to hear this. Huang added that the situation is quite bad lately, and the police are already watching them. It is hard to say whether he and Mr. Wang will be able to escape from them or not. Because of these circumstances, they plan to hand over all the influence of the Wang Jitao family as soon as possible. The guy was dumbfounded. Jitao asked how this could be. Huang told him not to worry, and said that there was still a chance that things could be reversed. He told about Xia Shui, who was suspended, and started investigating without any authorization. He said that they had captured them. Jitao said that he had wanted to deal with Yang Ming for a long time and had thought of a way to teach him a lesson. The car pulled up to its destination. Jitao asked what this place was. His uncle replied that this place is where the power of the Wang family is. People in suits approached them. Huang said that they were part of the special unit to the Wang family. Their family has spent a huge amount of money to train these people. They are completely loyal and are willing to die if necessary. Whatever they are ordered to do, they will do it without any remorse. Jitao laughed evilly and thought that this was the strength of the Wang family, and in other words, very soon it would all belong to him. Huan summoned one of his men and demanded to show the young master what he could do. The man asked what Jitao would like to see. The boy asked if he could break a brick. A man broke a brick in half with one blow. Jitao patted him and said that it was wonderful. The man thanked the young master. Huan said he is one of the most average. The strongest members of the team train indoors. Jitao was surprised that there were others who were even stronger. Huang said that the Wang family special squad is divided into 3 different squads, and Squad A is the strongest, but has the weakest loyalty to them. Squad B and C are weaker. Squad C is formed by the least outstanding ones, like that man who broke the brick. The boy asked what his uncle thought of the method he had talked about while they were on the road. Jitao said he couldn't wait any longer. Huang replied that it was a rather sinister method, but he thought Jitao didn't say it too correctly. They watched the guys through the camera. He suggested giving them a lot of alcohol since Jia Shui likes to drink. At this time, Yang Ming was lazily lying on the bed. Huang said with a wicked smile that he knew about the colorless and tasteless drug. Jitao suggested putting it in Yang Ming's beer and letting him drink it. Huang said that's what they would do. Huang was in anticipation. He was looking forward to Yang Ming's bitter end. The boys were brought drinks and food and passed through the window in the door. Jia Shui shouted where the person who told her to bring this food was. She led to tell him to come to her. Yang Ming took the tray of food and drinks and told the girl to save her strength. Jia Shui asked if the guy was really going to eat what they gave him. After all, this food could be poisoned. Yang Ming asked if they wanted to really hurt them. They would have to wait and send their food. Yang Ming smilingly told Jia Shui that if she didn't eat, then he would eat it all himself. The girl said that she would still eat. The guys noticed that they were quite attentive when preparing this. Yang Ming said that they knew the girl liked to drink, so gave them a beer. Jia Shui thought this beer was quite tasty, and was upset that they gave so little. Yang Ming shouted into the speaker whether there was any more beer. He asked to bring them more. Jia Shui remarked that it was strange that they shut them down like this, but still provide good food and good drinks. Yang Ming replied that he has a feeling that as long as they don't cause a ruckus and just sit there, they will be willing to honor any of their requests. Jitao thought that Yang Ming was quickly catching on to him. The door to their room opened. A whole case of booze from the boss was brought to the boys. Yang Ming said thank you to their boss for the treats. The young man didn't know that the Wang family had such a big secret compound. He thought that with the big steps that Uncle Chen and he had made together this time, Wang Shifeng's fallen was almost guaranteed, however. It would not say much of an impact on Wang Jitao. Yang Ming resolutely wondered if he could take care of this complex in one fell swoop as well. The girl was already drunk at this time. She asked if the young man had said that he was stronger than her. Holding a bottle of alcohol in her hands, she said this was his chance. She offered to set up a competition right here and now. Jia Shui offered to accept her challenge. The bet would be the same as before. Yang Ming said that he is a passer, and is it not enough for him to recognize her greatness? The girl started yelling and asked what it meant if he was looking down on her. She stated that she wanted to fight Yang Ming one-on-one. The young man told her to wait. Jia Shui asked without understanding what he was trying to do. Yang Ming has had too much to drink, so he urgently needs to go to the restroom. The girl jokingly remarked that when he was nervous, he wanted to go to the restroom. Yang Ming made an excuse that it wasn't that at all. Yang Ming, coming out of the restroom, noticed Jia Shui standing outside the door. The girl said that she needed to go to the restroom too. Dumbfounded, Yang Ming asked if she was in such a hurry to fight that she was even waiting for him outside the restroom. He mockingly asked, "Well, who's pissed now?" The girl ran to the restroom and closed the door behind her. Yang Ming thought that closing the door wouldn't do anything. After all, he could still see it with his abilities. At this moment, blood rushed out of Yang Ming's nose. His eyes went to his forehead. The young man used his strength. He observed Jia Shui with his scanning vision. Yang Ming didn't understand what had happened to him since he had never intentionally used his powers to peep before. The young man wondered why he was suddenly peeping at Jia Shui today. Yang Ming grabbed his head. He didn't understand why he was so attracted to her. He demanded himself to stop. The girl came out of the bathroom and said that now she and Yang Ming could fight. He said with a bored look that of course they could fight and asked if she had done her business. At this moment, Jia Shui abruptly grabbed a chair and swung it at Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked in confusion, didn't she say that she wanted to fight one-on-one? So why did she take this chair? Jia Shui noticed that she said that, but she didn't say that they couldn't use weapons. Watching them, Jean did not understand what was happening. He thought they were fighting. He asked if the drug had kicked in or if it was still in effect. Huang remarked that there was no difference. After all, the only people they could hurt were themselves. Jia Shui threw the stool. It hit the wall. Yang Ming told her not to go too far. And if she wants to fight, she should fight properly. And what she is doing is not fair if the girl will use this chair. The girl turned her back to him, leaned over and stuck out her tongue. Teasing him, she told him to go to her. Yang Ming stared at her without understanding. The young man thought this was his chance. Jia Shui abruptly struck out with her fist. Yang Ming dodged and said that the girl has so much anger but so little strength. Jia Shui was going to attack again. Yang Ming firmly grabbed both of her hands. He asked if she was finished and would admit defeat. The girl threw up her hands and screamed to let go. She said she hadn't lost yet and swung her knee. Jia Shui hit Yang Ming with her knee just below his stomach. The boy crouched down in pain. The young man asked if she was trying to deprive him of his children. Xia Shui flushed and said that he was the one who kept her going. Jen thought that now they are fighting for real. Huan replied that once the drug takes effect, Yang Ming will attack Xia Shui, and the girl will think that he attacked her for revenge, and once that happens, the young man will be punished for it. Yang Ming held the girl's hands folded on her back. She screamed at what the man was doing. Yang Ming laid her down on the bed. Yang Ming told the girl to shut up. He said that it looked like she really needed to be taught a lesson. The young man slapped the girl. Jen grinningly said that things were getting serious. Huang thought it was going to be very exciting. Yang Ming continued to punish Xia Shui while she yelled at him to stop. Yang Ming asked why it was that when he asked her to stop, she didn't listen to him. He asked with a smirk, "Isn't the girl capable? Isn't she strong?" Xia Shui promised to kill Yang Ming. He asked if she would admit defeat. He promised to kill her until she surrendered. The girl was embarrassed. The girl didn't realize what was happening, whether Yang Ming had stopped hitting her or not. At this moment, Yang Ming was overcome with dirty thoughts. His mind went blank and he didn't start hitting on the girl. Xia Shui blushed and shouted. Such actions made the girl moan in surprise. She asked what Yang Ming was doing. The young man was shocked. He let go of Xia Shui's hands and said that he just wanted to teach her a lesson, that was all. The girl asked what, in that case, he was doing with his hand. The young man didn't know what to answer. Xia Shui cried. Yang Ming asked what was wrong. He apologized and asked her to stop crying. The girl was very offended and continued to sob. She ran out of the room. Jen didn't understand what was wrong or why Yana Min suddenly stopped. He asked his uncle why this drug was not effective. Huan said with an angry look that he had good ideas and asked if you have their room TV. He wanted to make Yang Ming watch some biological videos. Yang Ming sat smoking in the restroom. He was pondering over how he had treated Xia Shui. At this time, the girl continued to cry in the room. She heard strange noises. They were coming from the TV. She became embarrassed and shouted that it was inappropriate. The girl had all but decided to take one look. She noticed that she had a strange but pleasant sensation. Xia Shui noticed that her body felt very strange. Yang Ming, sitting on the toilet lid, perked up. He stood up and thought about what Xia Shui was doing. The young man used his X-ray vision. He saw her watching intently what was on TV in an unusual pose. Yang Ming was distraught because she used to bug him so much before, but now she was mesmerized. It was night. Jia looked at her watch. She thought that Wang Jitao probably wouldn't come back tonight. And what's more, his mom hadn't been around lately either. She picked up the suitcase in her hands. The girl saw it as a good opportunity. She opened the laptop and plugged it into Jitao's computer. The girl was trying to find out information. She took out a flash drive and plugged it into the laptop. She found the folders she was looking for. These documents included Wang Shifang's smuggling log. Jia was going to send these documents to Chen Fei's email. At that moment, the girl heard a rumble. She thought someone was coming. Someone was opening the door to the room where Jia was. She thought it was bad, and she should hurry up and take care of it. Someone came into the room. A man's voice asked what the girl was doing. It was Mr. Wang. The girl scaredly excused herself and said that she wasn't doing anything, she was just a little bored. So she took up the computer. Mr. Wang looked at her incredulously. Mr. Wang saw the girl's computer. There was a tab open on it, sending files. Mr. Wang became furious. He asked which of his files she had touched. He grabbed Jia by the throat and started choking him. Mr. Wang asked who she sent them to. He exclaimed that she had bad intentions from the beginning, and that's the reason she took his computer. The girl was almost unconscious. She asked, "So what?" Jia said that the reason she went there in the first place was to collect evidence, and now those files had already reached Chen Fei. She stated that Mr. Wang's crimes had already been solved. The man was shocked. He shouted that she had dared to turn him in. In a rage, he promised to kill the girl. He squeezed his hands tighter and tighter around Jia's neck. At this moment, the girl smiled and thought of Yang Ming. She was almost unconscious. The girl thought that now no one would mistreat Yang Ming again. Wang Xifang felt that he couldn't kill the girl there. He should bring her to Jitao and let him learn his lesson. Wang Xifang thought that he couldn't trust anyone so easily in the future. Mr. Wang thought that the police would soon come and completely seal his house. He could not return to this place anymore. At this time, Xia Shui was all watching a romantic video. She noticed that the guy in that video is not very handsome, and even Yang Ming is prettier than him. The girl was embarrassed, and noticed that it was as if her whole body was getting warmer and warmer because of the drink. But she can't stop feeling weird. Xia Shui thought that this wouldn't do. She ran to the bathroom to wash her face and sober up a bit. The girl opened the door. Yang Ming was in the shower at the time. She demanded him to come out. Yang Ming grabbed his clothes and covered himself with them. He asked if the girl didn't know to knock before entering. Xia Shui sighed languidly. She looked intently at Yang Ming. The young man asked what she was trying to do. The girl said that she suddenly felt very dizzy. Yang Ming was shocked. He thought it was because she had too much to drink. Xia Shui added that the area around her chest seemed very stuffy. She loosened her tie and began to stretch her shirt. Yang Ming told her to stop. He grabbed the girl's hand. She stroked it and told him it was very hot. The young man was in shock. The girl's eyes were burning with love and passion. Yang Ming thought that if the girl didn't stop immediately, he wouldn't vouch for himself. Yang Ming took a shower in his hands. He turned the faucet to cold water. The young man pressed Xia Shui against the glass and started pouring cold water on her. He wanted to make the girl wake up. Xia Shui felt sick from being very cold. The girl was shivering. She shouted for Yang Ming to let her go or she would kill him. She asked if the young man was going to turn her into ice. Yang Ming asked if she was awake. He thought he was blown away, but it was close. Xia Shui jumped aside from him, cowered in a corner, and asked what he was going to do. Yang Ming asked in what sense, what he was going to do, and if she was suffering from amnesia. The young man said that it was actually her who was trying to do something to him. The girl felt as if she had been electrocuted. She was dumbfounded. Xia Shui remembered everything she had done and became embarrassed. She asked herself how she had gotten to this point. Yang Ming said that he managed to attach her earlier. He began to ponder the situation. The girl pushed him and told him to get out. She was angry and said she didn't want to see him. The young man said it was mutual. At this moment, Yang Ming was thinking about something. He found it all rather strange. He did not understand why Xia Shui and him were behaving so unusually. Yang Ming thought that perhaps Wang Jitao was trying to harm him again. Yang Ming stared intently at the speaker. He used his X-ray vision to peer over to the other side of the speaker. Jitao was shocked to notice that he was looking directly at them. His uncle said that was impossible. Yang Ming laughed and remarked that the master was already here, so there was no reason to stay in the room anymore. The monitor went out. Jitao asked fearfully what was going on. Huang said that the monitor had been disabled. Jitao asked for help. At that moment, the door to their office opened. President Wang was standing outside the door with Jia. The girl was unconscious, and her hands were tied behind her back. Jitao and Huang were very much surprised at taking them away. Jitao asked his father why he had brought Jia with him. Huang demanded that her hands be untied more quickly. President Wang threw the girl to the ground. Furious, President Wang said Zhou Jiajia leaked to the police their smuggling records that had been accumulating for years. Jitao and his uncle were shocked. Huang asked if it meant that everything had come out. President Wang depressedly said that this was exactly the case, and most likely the police had already surrounded his house. But fortunately, he got out of there in time. Otherwise, he might not have come here and passed the baton to his son. Jitao cried and asked how this could have happened. He didn't believe it could be true. The boy declared that he would avenge his father. His father replied in a cold tone that he was worried the boy wouldn't be able to find out who needed revenge. Mr. Wang told his son, "Don't let women set themselves up anymore." At this time, Jia was lying unconscious. Jitao asked if he had really seen Jia do it. He couldn't believe the girl's betrayal. Mr. Wang ordered Yu Kai to fetch a bucket of cold water. Jia was doused with cold water. She came to her senses. Mr. Wang grabbed her by the hair and ordered her to answer who sent the girl. She replied that if Mr. Wang was going to kill her, he could do it. She asked why the circus. Mr. Wang swung around and asked if Jia was playing gorilla. Jitao was puzzled. He asked what his father was going to do. Mr. Wang shouted that this situation had gone too far, and he continued to be soft. He asked if his son had heard what the girl had said, because it was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Jitao took Jia by the shoulders and asked the girl if she had lied to him. Jia replied that Mr. Wang was telling the truth, and she was the one who pawned him. The girl wanted the whole Wang family to disappear. The girl screamed in rage. She asked who told him to use Yang Ming against her. She confessed that she was in love with the young man and was willing to die for him. Jia had been lying to Jitao all this time and she never liked him. Jitao was dumbfounded to hear this. Jia said that his family had done everything for this and her actions were retribution for all their crimes. She lowered her head and asked to just kill her. Wang Xifang laughed and asked if she was doing all this because of Yang Ming. He ordered the young man to be brought there. Wang Xifang's men led Yang Ming under his arms into the room. Jia was shocked, taking him away. Mr. Wang laughed evilly and asked if the girl was surprised, considering what she was trying for Yang Ming. He told her to look at his, since Yang Ming was his hostage. Yang Ming thought that the girl had previously said that she liked him, but he had never believed it. But considering the circumstances, it couldn't be a lie. Yang Ming looked at the bound Jia in surprise. The young man thought that everything she did was for his sake. Yang Ming felt that Jia was obsessed with him. At this moment, Jitao angrily wished Jia dead. He said he wanted her to die and take Yang Ming with her. Wang Xifang grabbed the girl. He presented a gun to her temple and told them to go to heaven together. At this moment, Yang Ming shouted Wang Xifang's name loudly. Yang Ming smirked and asked if Wang Xifang's older brother was in jail. He added that he forgot to tell Mr. Wang that Xiaoqing was his godsister, and he personally sent Wang Shuifan behind bars.
Wang Shifang was furious. He asked what Yang Ming was talking about.
Yang Ming turned to Huang. He asked if he had expected the car to break down so suddenly. Wang Shifang pointed his gun at Yang Ming in a rage and said that it was all his fault. He promised to kill the guy. Mr. Wang fired a shot. The bullet flew straight at Yang Ming. He deftly dodged it.
The young man took a swing at Wang Shifang.
Suddenly, right in front of Yang Ming, blocking the bullet, stood Jiajia. Mr. Wang fired a shot. The bullet hit the girl. She pitifully said the young man's name. Yang Ming saw Jiajia fall to the floor. Blood was gushing out of her head. Jiajia was lying with her bloody head on the ground. Yang Ming was horrified by what he saw. Mr. Wang pointed the gun at the young man and said it was his turn. Yang Ming was beyond angry. His eyes were full of rage. He swung with all his might and knocked the gun from Mr. Van's leg. Jitao and Huang were surprised. Yang Ming said that killing Mr. Wang would be too merciful. Yang Ming stated that with his permission, Mr. Wang would be condemned and pleaded for life, death, but neither received.
Huang think it wouldn't be easy to deal with Yang Ming. He pressed the red alarm button.
There was a roar of alarm all around. All the people of the Wang family ran into the room. Huang told them to seize Yang Ming. He told me to let the young man go. Yang Ming said that Han would be cursed. The young man threw something at the man. The object that Yang Ming threw flew straight at Huang's head. It knocked him to the ground. Huang and Jitao hurried out, and the rest of the Wang family's men had to detain Yang Ming. The young man earnestly told them all to get out of his way. After a while, all the people were overpowered by Yang Ming. They were lying on the ground unconscious. Yang Ming approached Jiajia. He said that the girl should hold out, and he would take her to the hospital. By this time, other people from the Wang family had arrived. They were also going to capture Yang Ming. The young man grabbed one man by the throat and said if any of them dared to interfere with him, he would break his neck. Yang Ming lifted the girl in his arms. At this time, Yang Ming came to fetch Xia Shui. He told the girl to get out quickly. Xia Shui walked out of the room and asked what happened to Jiajia. Yang Ming replied that she had been shot. He asked her to help carry the girl. They decided that they should go to the hospital first. Xia Shui stole a car and got behind the wheel. They set off on the road. The guards ran out after them. Yang Ming asked Xia Shui to go faster. The girl replied that this was the maximum speed, that it was a car, not a rocket. Jiajia felt very bad. She told Yang Ming that she loved him very much and asked him to fulfill her last wish. Yang Ming replied that they were almost there, and he promised that as long as the girl was recovering, he would kiss her every single day and love her. Jiajia replied that Yang Ming couldn't regret it. The boys arrived at the hospital. Yang Ming, carrying the girl in his arms, called the doctor and said that his friend had been shot and needed urgent help. Yang Ming shouted that they needed a doctor, clutching the girl to his chest.